Welcome to part 7 of Rio's Ice Sky adventure. I hope you enjoy and join the Discord channel for more exciting stories like this one. After the travel plans for the two were decided, Queen Illyriaja made a point to visit them whenever she had time. Or perhaps she often invited them to tea parties. Today, the three of them had just finished having tea together. Becoming a king is quite tough, isn't it? You're both amazing, Queen and Abel. Even if you suddenly compliment me, I won't do anything for you. I think it's better to accept praise more straightforwardly. I can't help but think this is due to Rio's usual behavior. How cruel! Rio pretended to be hurt by Abel's words. Of course, he wasn't hurt at all. It was just playful banter. Still, it's surprising. What is? Rio picked up on what Abel murmured. I thought Queen Illyriaja would try to keep us from leaving, but she hasn't made such a suggestion even once. Huh! Are you saying that if someone is as capable as you, it would be natural for them to try and keep you? Abel, that's a bit self-centered. No, that's not what I meant. Anyway, even if they did try to keep us, we would have to refuse. Well, that's true. Abel is just a needy person, isn't he? I'm not. Rio pointed this out while shaking his head sadly, and Abel denied it. I was asked to stay by Kavui Samaru. Didn't they ask you, Rio? Now that you mention it, I feel like I might have been asked, but I don't really remember. I won't be staying anyway. Oh. Abel was left speechless by Rio's blunt words, while Rio was right. After that, the conversation continued with more words that weren't what Rio said as usual. I think Abel should live a little more seriously. I can't believe I'm hearing this absurdity from absolutely the wrong person. I'm very serious, you know. I'm always living earnestly. I've never seen a truly serious person say something like that. I have to promote myself occasionally, otherwise no one will say it for me. The reason no one says it is that Rio isn't serious. What did you say? No, I didn't say anything. Rio sharply questioned, and Abel elegantly dodged. You shouldn't take sharp attacks head-on. They exchanged their usual conversation, but Rio's behavior was strange in the first week after the departure schedule was set. No, I won't accept comments like, isn't he always strange? He started writing something whenever he found free time. At first, Abel thought it might be the usual alchemy work, but after a bit of thought, he realized it was odd. Usually, in such cases, Rio would pull out an ice slab and draw magic formulas or magic circles on it. But this time, he was writing on paper with a pen. Worried, Abel once approached to see what he was writing. However, he blatantly hid it. Could you show me a bit? No, he was clearly denied. After that, Rio began to be more wary of Abel's approach than ever before. It was natural for Abel to be curious about what he was doing, given that he was treated this way. He was very curious, but Rio's guard was solid. In the end, he covered himself with an ice wall and started writing in an ice room. Such strange behavior ended after a week. In the following 2 weeks, there was no sign of such things. Before long, even Abel forgot Rio's strange behavior. Strangeness was just business as usual. Is a king a lonely existence? Queen Illyriaja's words were so quiet they could be considered a murmur. However, they were heard by Rio and Abel, who were drinking coffee at the same table. Rio simply tilted his head and said nothing. He recognized that this was something his partner should say, not him. I think it's the same question as whether a head of household is lonely. Head of household? Your father or mother? Yeah, for a king, the people are family. It's a metaphor, but I truly believe that from the bottom of my heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to manage the country's affairs for the people while throwing away everything of your own. Living a life burdened with paperwork from morning till night, right? It's because it's for family that you wouldn't think of throwing it all away even in such circumstances. I see. Most children love their parents. They love their parents and grow up watching their backs. If you think about it that way, I don't think a king is lonely. Princess Illyriaja nodded several times at Abel's words. Abel continued to speak. Well, sometimes in some families, the parents don't look after their children. In such families, the children become unhappy. The same goes for the country. If the king doesn't look after the people, they will become unhappy, right? Just as parents love their children, a king should love the people. If you think of it as family, it's not such a difficult matter. With those words, many things clicked into place for me. Thank you very much. Queen Illyriaja stood up and bowed her head. No, I haven't said anything significant. It's just how I feel, Abel hurriedly said. Even so, I feel like I can manage as a king. Saying that, Queen Illyriaja smiled happily. In this way, during the last 2 weeks, the two of them, along with Queen Illyriaja, had a very enjoyable time. They received payment for guarding the queen until the Ascension ceremony, as well as a monetary reward for their accomplishments during the ceremony. An amount of money that could buy anything. Nevertheless, they could eat whatever they liked within the royal castle, and the royal library had a more abundant collection than the royal capital's library, so they didn't go out much, which meant they hardly spent any money. On the day of departure, I exchanged the money for denarii, the currency of the free city of Kubevasa. It said that denarii currency is accepted everywhere in the eastern nations, so it should be handy. Thank you very much. Ryo bowed his head in gratitude for Kavui Samaru's arrangement. I believe that if the people are family, then it's okay to rely on them when you need strength. The king and the people are not in a conflicting relationship. It's fine. If you build a good relationship with them regularly, they will help you. Yes, thank you. Queen Illyriaja smiled at Abel's words. Then the queen turned to Kavui Samaru and said, "Please give this to the two of them." "Understood," Kavui Samaru said, and then stood in front of Abel. "Lord Abel, this is a token of gratitude from the Suje kingdom. Please accept it." "I'm sorry, is this a book?" The book he received from Kavui Samaru was not very large. Abel read the cover. Such Abel is a hungry swordsman by Ryo Mihara. What? That's the Central Nations language version of the original. The Archipelago Sea language version is currently being translated, and it will be published within the Suje kingdom as soon as it's finished. Wait. Abel hurriedly interrupted Kavui Samaru's explanation. Then Abel turned to Ryo. "This is yours, isn't it?" "Yes, I suppose you figured it out since my name is on the author's page." "This is the book's name you mentioned before," Abel remembered. The name Ryo had said just to make him look at him. "I see. That manuscript you were writing and not showing me for a week was this. Well, it can't be helped if it's been discovered. I also have plans for the sequel. Such Abel is a full swordsman. This will be the debut work of the novelist Ryo. Moreover, it's an extremely rare first edition. Treat it well." Abel showed no reaction to Ryo's words. "Why, you can't throw it away, okay?" "No, I wouldn't throw away a book," Abel said with a wry smile to Ryo's flustered words, and he continued speaking. "Well, thank you." Illyriaja and Lord Protector Kavui Samaru watched the unfolding exchange with enjoyment. Kavui Samaru offered another item to Abel. "What I just gave you is from Ryo. This is purely a thank you gift from the kingdom." "A dagger?" When Abel received it, he pulled it from the sheath and examined it carefully. "This is splendid. Is it really okay to have something this wonderful?" "It's a gesture of gratitude," Queen Illyriaja said with a smile. Glancing at that, Ryo nodded happily. In fact, Queen Illyriaja had consulted about what to give Abel. The answer Ryo promptly gave was a dagger or a knife. Abel always carried a dagger along with his usual magic sword during his adventurer days. Adventurers often use daggers for tasks like extracting magic stones from monsters or camping. However, currently, Abel did not have a dagger. When he went to fight the demon, he led the army as the king. Of course, he had his beloved magic sword on the battlefield, but he wasn't equipped with a dagger. In that state, he had transferred to the Archipelago Sea region. So he didn't have any daggers or knives. Then what did he do while Ryo was preparing plans against the Kraken? He mostly used his large magic sword, and in desperate situations, he borrowed Ryo's knife. Yes, the knife made by Michael. There were opportunities to buy one in places like the city of Maniamia, but there was no need to use a knife in high-end inns like Azure Orb Pavilion. In the end, it remained as it was until now. "This one is for Lord Ryo." For me, since I had the book published, I don't need it." "No, that book's sales are to be entirely donated, so in the end, it's a significant debt to Lord Ryo, including the bracelet cost." "Is that so? Oh, a book, a new one, Abyss of Alchemy, a book on alchemy." "Yes, I couldn't give you the original, so it's a manuscript. This is one of the royal prohibited books, containing many insights about advanced alchemy. In fact, the alchemists currently in the royal castle are not permitted to read it. Even if they were allowed, they reportedly couldn't understand it at all. However, I thought perhaps Lord Ryo would be able to." "Oh, even if it's difficult right now, I hope one day you will." Yes, of course. I will be able to read it." "Ah, how wonderful! Lord Protector, Your Majesty, thank you very much." Ryo said that, breaking into a wide smile. He bowed deeply in gratitude, looking truly happy. "This life is like having been saved by Ryo-san. I am grateful to you as well." Queen Illyriaja also bowed her head happily. "May good winds blow on your journey." With the queen's words sending them off, the two departed from the Suje kingdom. Illyriaja and Kavui Samaru saw them off at the port until their ocean cruiser disappeared beyond the horizon. "Your Majesty, there is something I must apologize for." "What is it, Lord Protector?" "Actually, I proposed to Lord Abel and Lord Ryo that they remain in the kingdom." "That was turned down, right?" Queen Illyriaja said with a smile. "Yes, I made the suggestion to the best of my ability within my authority. Lord Protector, it is fundamentally impossible to keep those two here. It's not your fault. They are such talented individuals. I thought Your Majesty would want them to stay. Of course, it would be best if they could stay, but indeed it seems you did not realize." "Yes." With a smile, Queen Illyriaja continued speaking. "They are from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations." "Yes. How much do you know about the Natore Kingdom, Lord Protector?" Since it's a faraway country, not much, just that it's one of the three major nations in the Central Nations, and I know there was a civil war 3 years ago. The second prince led half of the country to defeat the forces of the former younger brother of the king and the Duchy Empire, and became the current king. I see. What is the name of that second prince, the current king? Surely it's King Abel the First. Yes, the formerly famous adventurer unmatched in swordsmanship, Mr. Abel. At that moment, Kavui-samaru's body trembled. No way. That Lord Abel is King Abel the First? I could sense from the words that he has a high position in the kingdom, but no, that can't be. Almost certainly. Fortunately, I was able to spend a lot of time with him. During that time, I was able to hear many words. The words of a king are truly persuasive, leading half the country to repel external enemies and unify it, and then continuing to stand equal against the surrounding great nations. It's not something simple. Loving the people and loving the country, that is the true form of a king. Illyriaja was convinced that Abel was King Abel the First. Indeed, if so, they cannot remain here. But then what about Lord Rio who was with him? Don't you understand? I am ashamed of my ignorance. If even the invincible Admiral, Lord Protector Kavui-samaru, does not know, it can't be helped. I only know because I enjoy listening to the stories of bards. Kavui-samaru felt humbled, and Queen Illyriaja smiled as she replied, "There is a mage who serves King Abel. His magic can erase the heavens, shatter the earth, and freeze the world with great water magic. With a single strike, he shattered an army of 100,000. This is no dream illusion. People praise him as Icefall or Duke Silver." Princess Illyriaja sang with a unique rhythm, like a bard. "That is Song of Duke Rondo. Lord Rio is Duke Rondo, the first Duke of the Kingdom. Bards sing of him. The claim of defeating 100,000 is something I thought was just a bard's exaggerated expression, but when I saw that ice lance shot from the ship, I began to think it might have actually happened." "I see." Both Queen Illyriaja and Lord Protector Kavui-samaru remembered the icicle lance shower Rio had unleashed against the 5 ships blocking their path from the Queen Rain Shooter. "I feel like I'll be able to meet the two of them again someday." Illyriaja's murmur was unheard by anyone. "The first chapter, The Foreign Land, comes to an end. From tomorrow, there will be several chapters titled Interlude. On the ship, and afterward it will be Chapter 2, Free City. Of course, the interlude will also be about Rio and Abel. 3 years of time after Part 1, Central Nations arc is necessary for Rio and Abel's heroic tale to spread to the Eastern nations through bards. I'm glad I was able to write it properly. Some of the people who appeared in this first chapter are planned to show up again somewhere in the future third part. They should appear as long as I can write properly. I hope I can write it well. Ahahaha. The first fleet of the Suje Kingdom Central Navy, the long-range cruiser Rondark. Captain Gorik Du, at 28 years old, is the youngest captain among the same class of ships. However, he is one of the most experienced individuals in the Central Navy, not only in battle but also in long-range voyages like this one. With sun-kissed skin, healthy wheat-colored hair, a toned body, black eyes, and handsome features, he is well known in the royal capital of Puri. As he leads his crew from bar to bar, rumors spread quickly. Naturally, since the drinking expenses are covered by Captain Gorik, he is well liked by the crew. Free food and drink are effective ways to win the hearts of the sailors. The Rondark is currently on a voyage to the free city of Kubevasa, but this time it carries 2 passengers. This is a rare occurrence. Of course, it's not entirely unheard of. For instance, when delivering diplomats, it happens quite often. When assigned to a mission, attending meetings or conferences can involve the Central Navy's warships. Being used as transport for officials could be considered a tradition of the Suje Kingdom. However, this time the passengers are different. They are civilians, not even citizens of the Suje Kingdom. Yet, under strict orders from the Lord Protector Kavui-samaru, they are to be delivered with utmost courtesy. Directly from Queen Illyriaja, who has just ascended to the throne, the crew has been informed that these individuals are very important to the kingdom. All the crew members, including Captain Gorik Du, were nervous. He had previously delivered a foreign minister for a conference on the continent, but even then, he hadn't felt this much tension. At that time, he had also received words from His Majesty the King, but they had been somewhat perfunctory. This time, it was different. Queen Illyriaja's words were astonishingly passionate. If he were to fail in delivering the guests and return home, it could lead to demotion or even expulsion from the Central Navy. It felt that serious. These 2 guests, who are of utmost importance, seemed quite peculiar to Captain Gorik. "Gunno-sensei, I have a question." "Yes, Rio-san, what is it?" First of all, it was the language study session for Eastern nations that takes place every morning at this hour. On the day they set sail, one of the guests, a mage, approached Captain Gorik. "I want to learn the language of the Eastern nations." He had been instructed by Lord Protector Kavui-samaru to accommodate their requests as much as possible. If the request was unreasonable, he intended to refuse, even if it was from the Lord Protector, but this request was neither unreasonable nor difficult, because every member of the crew aboard the Rondark could speak the language of the Eastern nations. This was to be expected in some sense. If they disembarked at a foreign port and didn't understand the local language, they wouldn't even be able to order a drink. That wouldn't be enjoyable. It's natural to want to learn the language for their own enjoyment. However, the suggestion from the swordsman who had come along was troublesome. If possible, I would like someone who can speak the language of the Central Nations to teach us. The mage and the swordsman were both wearing a translation device, an alchemy tool, in their ears. It appeared to be made by the neighboring Kamakuta feudal kingdom. Knowing that they were both from the Central Nations, Captain Gorik understood what the swordsman Abel was suggesting. It would be better to convert directly from their native language. That was entirely reasonable. But there was a problem. While the language of the Central Nations is quite widely understood globally, it is often mastered by merchants. However, sailors not so much. Only one person fit that description, Chief Engineer Gunno. The Chief Engineer is the number 3 on the ship after the captain and the first officer. The Rondark is a sailing ship. In that aspect alone, a Chief Engineer is unnecessary. However, it cannot be considered a purely sailing ship. This is not just the Rondark. Most ships that benefit from developed alchemy recently are like this. In calm winds or headwinds, they can create wind through alchemy and sail with it. This wind-generating alchemy device is called the wind-generating mechanism, and the Chief Engineer is responsible for it. If no trouble arises, the Chief Engineer's daily work isn't demanding. Of course, there are many engineers under him, and Chief Engineer Gunno isn't solely dedicated to the alchemy mechanism. For that reason, Captain Gorik ordered Chief Engineer Gunno to act as the language teacher for the two. However, it would not be unlimited, but 2 hours a day. 2 hours between the morning work and lunch. No classes during trouble or adverse weather. Both Rio and Abel accepted those conditions, and now it seems today's lesson has concluded. It's great to feel our daily growth. Accumulating successful experiences builds confidence. Indeed, I never expected the sentence structure to differ this much, but it's quite enjoyable to sense my understanding expanding. Rio expressed his joy, and Abel smiled in agreement. I'm glad, although I haven't used the language of the Central Nations much lately, it's nice to be useful here. Chief Engineer Gunno said cheerfully before returning to the engine room. In the afternoon, the Chief Engineer would engage in his usual duties while the two would do as they pleased. Abel would practice his swordsmanship, and Rio would focus on alchemy. Time is plentiful. Gunno said he was born into a merchant family, right? Yes, he did. He mentioned he had been learning the language of the Central Nations since he was a child. Ban Hugh from the Kamakuta feudal kingdom's Aoyama Trading Company did too. Merchant families prepare their children from a young age. That's the strength of founding families. Of course, there are cases where the founders or members of founding families fail to understand that strength and weren't trained as children. Abel, you must have done a lot since you were young too, right? Well, of course, it's natural for the royal family. One cannot achieve above-average results without effort. The surprising results come from years of unseen effort. However, people tend to focus only on the results. They fail to recognize the unseen years, decades of hard work that led there. Thus, it ends with how nice and how enviable. It's a sad story. When we were in the Archipelago Sea region, we were suddenly thrown in without preparation. But on the continent, it will be different. We will come fully prepared. One of those preparations is learning the languages of the Eastern nations. Both managed to get by in the Archipelago Sea region using the alchemy tool translation device, but still yearn to speak the local language fluently. Admiration leads to growth? Indeed. Rio's words made Abel nod in agreement. Of course, one cannot grow by merely thinking how nice and how enviable. Seeing that should inspire one to make efforts. Effort will surely be rewarded. Those who earnestly strive and put in so much effort that others think they are overdoing it are almost always aware of this truth. That's why they can state it clearly. Effort will definitely be rewarded. They never mock those who are striving. They don't envy those who achieve results, because they can imagine that those who achieved results likely put in unseen effort. Conversely, those who envy or resent are often lacking in their own efforts, and they are actually aware of it. In their younger days, during their active years, they know they could have put in more effort but slacked off just a bit, and they regret it deep down. They are aware that if they had put in more effort, they might have left remarkable results worthy of the world. That's why they envy others. That's why they resent others. Or so it may be. A long time ago, a great person said this. Effort will definitely be rewarded. If there's any effort that doesn't yield results, it cannot even be called effort. That's a profound saying. That person worked and worked and worked to become the home run king of the world. Abel, you too must aim to be the king of the world. I don't quite understand what home run means, but doesn't the meaning of the latter part change? Details don't matter. How about taking over the free city as a souvenir and making it a territory of the Natore kingdom? Hey, idiot, stop that. Rio said mischievously, and Abel stopped him. Of course, that was a joke. Come on, Abel. In Rio's case, it's hard to tell how much is a joke. Rio laughed while lightly hitting Abel's arm, who sighed. Well, I'm looking forward to the free city of Kubevasa. I wonder what it's like. Indeed, I hope there's delicious food. Of course there will be, right? Abel asserted confidently. Since this is a rare occurrence, Rio was a bit surprised. There's always something delicious in any place, because that's just how people are. Abel, I can't help but respect you a little. Indeed, there are delicious things wherever you go. It makes me even more excited. With the two foodies aboard, the Rondark continued northward toward the continent. The interlude at sea will continue for about 6 more episodes. In the latter part, a certain person will reappear after a long time. I hope you enjoy reading. This is the northernmost point of the Suje kingdom, the city of Banra. We will be making stops at a few more island nations after this, but none will be as large as the city of Banra. We will be staying overnight for supplies this time as well. Departure is scheduled for 8 in the morning tomorrow, so please do not be late. I will be going to the Banra governor's office to report, so I will not be on the ship. The crew members will go ashore except for those on duty. This time the chief engineer Gunno will be on watch, so if anything happens, please contact Gunno on the ship. Captain Gorik said this and then disembarked. Rio and Abel took out some money from the ship's hold and went ashore. This is the city of Banra. Yeah, it feels like a typical port town. The port and its surroundings were very lively. The governor's office, where Captain Gorik headed, was located right next to the port. This indicates that the center of the city is, indeed, the port. Well then, this is the last stop in the Suje kingdom. There are sleeping quarters on the ship if we return. I know what you're trying to say. Since we've finally disembarked, we want to sleep in a bed that doesn't sway. The Rondark was built as a deep-sea cruiser, designed to navigate the rough seas of the outside world, and it was equipped with devices made through alchemy to reduce swaying. As a result, the swaying was minimal, but it wasn't non-existent. Neither Rio nor Abel were particularly weak against swaying, but still, they wished to sleep in a stable bed during their occasional shore leave. They had more than enough money. There are proper inns around the center of the city. Azure Orb Pavilion was one of them. Is the center of this city the port, or is there a large square or something like that? Rio and Abel decided to walk around the city for now. It was almost noon. They needed to eat lunch before reaching the inn. Delicious smells wafted through the air from various places. It seemed that many street stalls were set up. As expected of a port town, the seafood selection is abundant. Indeed, we've had quite a bit of fish on the ship, but we haven't had shellfish. Now that you mention it, should we try to find some around here? The hungry duo began walking around the port. But Abel, in situations like this, incidents often occur. An incident? Yes. A boy stealing bread gets chased by the shopkeeper and gets caught right in front of us. A pickpocket bumps into us, steals our money, and we end up in dire straits. And the ultimate one is when a horde of pirates or monsters attacks the town. Rio spun tales of classic development. Abel said nothing. Of course, he wasn't agreeing, he was simply exasperated. I always think what Rio says in situations like this is often unrealistic, like the last pirate attack. Didn't you mention it before? Yes, I did. You completely denied that pirates would attack the city. Abel said this with an exasperated tone, while Rio recalled the memory with regret. They say the same thing. Pirates don't attack towns. Even if that's true, a horde of monsters could happen, right? I won't say it won't happen, but what's the point of attacking a town? That's right. To eat the townsfolk. There's no way people would live in a town where that happens repeatedly. Arguing back and forth, you're a contradictory swordsman, Abel. From a hungry swordsman to a contradictory swordsman, Abel's title grew. Contradictory swordsman. As they continued their banter, the two entered a shop. The decisive factor was definitely the smell. The dishes served were, nice, this clam-like one. It's huge. Moreover, the meat is plump and delicious. This one, resembling a turban shell, is good too. The slightly bitter part on the bottom is quite addictive. It's evident that they were both a hungry mage and a hungry swordsman. Excuse me, do you drop this on it? Is this soy sauce? No, it's fish sauce. This brings back memories. Rio recalled the fish sauce he had manufactured in the forest of Rondo. He drizzled a bit of fish sauce on the grilled clam-like shellfish. Oh, that black seasoning is amazing. It's heated and the aroma bursts out. The aroma bursts. Abel, you occasionally use cool expressions, don't you? Is that so? It's pretty normal, right? When Rio straightforwardly praised him, Abel became shy. The clam-like shellfish with fish sauce drizzled on it was delicious. Tasty, both agreed on the flavor. Once they finished enjoying their seafood feast. Wow, I was surprised to find fish sauce here. Is that what you meant by that black seasoning earlier? Yes, that's it. Back when I was in the forest of Rondo, I used to make it too, but during my time immersed in civilization, it had been a while. When I think about it, it's a terrifying thing. Civilization? Here, even in a civilized society, fish sauce exists. I believe this is how human life should be. Yeah, that's a pretty exaggerated way to put it. Rio was moved, while Abel shook his head slightly, unable to accept it. At that moment, suddenly, Abel looked up. Rio, who was next to him, naturally noticed and was surprised. What's wrong, Abel? Well, I just had a strange premonition. Is it seasickness? That would be heartburn, right? Anyway, didn't we just eat a lot? If you were seasick, you wouldn't have been able to eat. Your retorts are impressive as always, Abel. Don't say things like that, it's embarrassing. As Rio praised him, Abel felt bashful. If you feel seasick, please let me know. I can make some motion sickness medicine through alchemy. Can you really make that? Yes, look, I received a manuscript as a farewell gift. I had a look at it, and it had the recipe for motion sickness medicine on the first page. That was Abyss of Alchemy, right? Yes, that's right. Just from the title, it sounds like an incredible alchemical secret. And yet it has the recipe for motion sickness medicine. Abel, for sailors or those living in port towns, seasickness is a matter of life and death. The fact that the recipe for a remedy is included first shows the intellect of the person who compiled that book. Rio countered Abel's doubts head-on. Well, I don't think it's bad. What truly serves the people is something you must always think about if you're involved in the country's governance. Yeah. In that sense, knowing how to make motion sickness medicine is very important. I believe the person who compiled it genuinely considered the people's needs. They are a true ruler. Yes, Abel couldn't refute Rio's passionate argument. What he was saying was entirely correct. It was just the shocking gap between Abyss of Alchemy and motion sickness medicine at that moment. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of bells echoed around them. What is that? I don't know, but perhaps Abel's premonition was correct. Number A, Rio pointed out, and Abel became slightly flustered. This incident must have occurred because of what you said, Abel. Don't blame me. Besides, you say it's an incident, but you don't even know the details. Because of what you said, the townspeople might be facing unfortunate circumstances. It's definitely not my fault. As they were saying such things, they heard voices. To the northern beach. It's a serious situation. I can't believe something like that is coming. Such words reached the ears of the two. The northern beach. This is definitely it, a horde of monsters. It's Abel's fault. No, why is it my fault? Rio tried to pin the blame on Abel. Let's go, suppressing that thought, Abel said, and he began to run. Rio chased after Abel. Neither of them knew the location of the northern beach, but they just had to follow the many townspeople who were running that way. When they reached the northern beach, all around them, it was a vast number that could be in the thousands or even 10,000s. A never-ending stream was coming from the sea towards the beach. What is this? This is something else. Even Rio and Abel couldn't continue speaking. An immense number was continuing its invasion from the sea to the land. Are those crabs? Yeah, they are crabs. They were crabs, the size of an adult's palm. Crabs, all moving sideways. Crabs. Are those crabs monsters? No, probably not. They're normal crabs. Abel responded to Rio's inquiry. While there are monster crabs, in Abel's memory, they would have been much larger. Of course, he had never seen them. He was pretty sure their name was King Crab. As Abel was thinking this, he saw Rio walk a little and talk to an old man. Excuse me, elder. I'm a traveler, but do such things often happen here? Occasionally, yes, every few years a horde of crabs may come. However, I've never seen this many before. I see. Soon the gathering will begin. Gathering? Yes. There's no reason to leave the crabs here, is there? They'll die and rot, worsening the environment, so the townspeople will take them home to eat. Really? Before long, the governor's office may come out and start distributing crab soup. That sounds exciting. Rio's conversation with the elder was also heard by Abel. When Rio returned to Abel, he said, "The governor's office is coming out. Just hearing that makes it sound ominous." Abel hadn't heard the whole conversation, but certainly if you only heard that. Shall we wait here until the crab soup stand is set up? Didn't we just gorge ourselves on shellfish? That was that, and this is this. There's a saying that crabs can fit in a separate stomach. Yeah, that's definitely a lie. I can't believe you saw through that, Abel. Anyone would know. As time passed, people arrived with buckets and barrels, and others were loading barrels onto carts. And finally, that's it, the governor's crab soup stand. A shop displaying the Banra governor's flag was set up. After a while, people lined up in front of the shop. receiving fairly large bowls. Rio and Abel also lined up and received their bowls without incident. Inside was a murky white soup. It's not miso, but it looks delicious. It seems different from the crab soup I drank in Whitnash a long time ago. As Rio and Abel said this, they took a sip. Oh, that's nice. Another sip. It feels like it seeps into my body. I understand what you're saying. It's tasty. The crab soup seemed to suit both of their tastes. Around them, the townspeople were happily sipping the soup, looking delighted. The soup also contained shredded crab meat, which added to the enjoyment. Oh, you two are here as well. Captain Gorik Du of the Rondark had also come. He was supposed to be reporting to the governor's office. Since we had to set up the crab soup stand, the report got cut short. When I wondered what a crab soup stand was, it turned out to be this. It seems so. According to an elder in the city, while this large scale is unprecedented, a crab horde comes every few years. At that time, the governor's office sets up a crab soup stand and serves it to the townspeople. Gorik nodded in understanding at Rio's explanation. Before long, Captain Gorik spotted the crew members of the Rondark and went over to greet them. I understand it's completely different, but it reminds me of the great tsunami in Run. There's a difference between monsters and crabs that overflow periodically, of course. Back then, no matter how much we hunted, we couldn't see the end. Wasn't it 30,000 of them? Indeed, it was outrageous. I wonder how Abel survived back then. Rio was in the library, right? Yes, I wish he had come to inform me. Could I go? Rio shook his head repeatedly and Abel teased him. However, you encountered that great tsunami just by chance while you were in the city of Run, right? It was mentioned in Count Heinlein's report. That's right. When I went to eat the daily special at the Adventurer's Tavern, I got caught by Ra. I had heard about the Guild Master of Run, and he seems to be working hard. The ogre Great Tsunami was dangerous. It was taken down in one hit by my magic. I am, in a sense, a hero who saved the city of Run. Don't you think that's great? I think it's great, but it's also something that should be expected. While praising him, Abel said it was only natural. Is it a natural thing, then? That's right, because Rio is a noble. Noble obligation, the duty of the noble. I've never heard that term, but the duty of the noble is precisely that. It's the role of the nobility. Keep up the good work. Nobles are slaves of the country. Nobles and royalty are the servants of the people. Abel said while shaking his head with a bitter smile. Those involved in the country's governance are not necessarily great. On the contrary, they are the ones who throw everything away for the people. Rather, they are the ones who sacrifice even their families. In fact, they are the servants of the people. It's a harsh world, Rio muttered quietly while shaking his head. After savoring the crab soup and finishing off a larger crab leg that came as a service at the inn, the two rested in their beds, feeling refreshed the next morning. While the last night in the Suje Kingdom was flawless. Yeah, the crab and the inn were both good. They arrived at the Rondark at 7:40 a.m. They acted 20 minutes early. It seemed that the crew members had also gathered early, as expected of a warship. As planned, the Rondark set sail at exactly 8 o'clock, finally leaving the Suje Kingdom and heading towards the continent. Life on the ship is, in a sense, orderly. You eat breakfast, study the languages of the Eastern nations, have lunch, immerse yourself in alchemy and sword practice, eat dinner, and then go to bed. To practice, you converse in broken Eastern nations language with the passing crew members. At times, Rio sometimes offers water. During long voyages, fresh water is precious. Even though surrounded by water, it is all seawater. You can't drink it, nor can you wash your body. However, this time there is a mage with a water attribute. What's more, they inexplicably boast an inexhaustible supply of magical power. Rio enjoys seeing people happy, so sometimes the deck becomes a makeshift shower room. Watching the cheerful crew, he nods with arms crossed, looking quite dignified. By the way, there are 2 female crew members on the Rondark, the first officer and the head chef. Of course, Rio assists by creating a giant ice bathtub for the 2 of them to enjoy their baths. The first officer is the second in command on the ship, next to the captain. The head chef wields power over the most important meal. It's best to have them on your side. Well, helping someone is a good thing. Understanding Rio's mindset of, if there are fish, there will be water, Abel praises his actions. He is honestly just complimenting him, but for some reason, the mage seems suspicious. Of course, behind that, there is the cunning plot of a hungry swordsman. Rio says this in a voice too loud to be merely a mumbled aside. He deliberately wants Abel to hear it. What's this about a cunning, hungry swordsman? He's making me study restoration alchemy so that he can repair his armor when the time comes. In the Archipelago Sea region's alchemy, there exists a technique for perfectly restoring leather armor. Rio has been reading a book recommended by an armor restoration craftsman and even brought a cheap leather armor on this trip. He repeatedly damages and repairs that cheap leather armor to hone his skills. By the way, the restoration category is something Rio spontaneously labeled. Just as I thought, Rio, you see right through my thoughts. Flattery won't get you anything for free, you know. What do you want? Grilled fish. I can hand you some grilled fish in advance. Grilled fish is already served at our daily meals on the ship. I don't need an advance. What a selfish mage. I don't want to hear that from Abel. It seems that sometimes their roles of joking and retorting switch. There is a possibility they might evolve into a double act with alternating jokes. However, that peaceful time was suddenly interrupted. "Captain, there's something on the northern horizon." One of the crew members, who had climbed the mast, shouted after scanning the surroundings with a telescope. In response, Captain Gorick ran to the bow and aimed the telescope forward. The ship was heading north towards the continent. In other words, the northern horizon is where the ship is headed. Rio and Abel also went to the bow, but neither of them had a telescope, so they couldn't see clearly. Straining their eyes, they thought they saw something, but it seems that even Captain Gorick couldn't make a judgment as he stared for a while. "Helmsman, full starboard, quickly adjust our course to true east." "Aye, sir," the helmsman replied to Captain Gorick's command. Seeing Gorick firmly grip the rail, Rio and Abel hurriedly did the same. In that moment, the Rondark made a sharp turn. It was the first time for both of them to experience such a maneuver since boarding. Something urgent must be approaching, and they needed to avoid it. After the turn, Gorick was once again peering through the telescope at the northern horizon. "Abel, it seems something serious is happening." "Yes, it seems so. In such cases, there are stories around the world that say offering a sacrifice can help avoid disaster. I can see where this is going. Let's offer Abel as the sacrifice." "I thought so." Rio's plot was accurately read by Abel. They were joking about such nonsense, but both of their gazes remained fixed on the northern horizon. It was hard to see with the naked eye. Though they were curious, it was too embarrassing to ask to borrow the telescope for clarity. Disturbing a working crew? That would be the worst. Since the crew was working hard for the guests should quietly wait. It's fine to feel restless. "A giant wave." "Does it look like that to you too, Abel?" "But when dealing with large waves, I think ships are supposed to head into the waves at a right angle." It seems Gorick heard their conversation. He looked away from the telescope to answer. "Rio-san is correct. If it's a giant wave, the ship would charge toward it to ride over it. However, that doesn't seem to be a wave." With that, he lent them the telescope. Rio took it first to look, but honestly, he couldn't see clearly. It looks like a wave." Slightly disappointed, he handed the telescope to Abel. Abel looked in the same way, however his words were different from Rio's. "I thought it was a wave too, but it's not. A flying fish. A massive school of fish flying above the sea. Flying fish, they're here too." Hearing that nostalgic word made Rio a bit happy. Flying fish are fish that fly near the surface of the sea. They can also be found in the coastal waters of Japan. Yes, it's flying, not jumping. Their pectoral fins are developed like gliders, allowing them to glide. They sometimes leap over the ship, but when they do, they can hit people. And it hurts. Yes, in the archipelago sea region, they are called flyfe. They are probably the same fish Abel is talking about. Flyfe itself is not a problem. What's troublesome is that they are a favorite food of the kraken. The kraken. Both of them shouted in unison after Captain Gorick's explanation. The kraken, their mutual enemy. Below that, there's undoubtedly a large number of kraken moving in pursuit of them. And against the kraken, even this ship won't stand a chance. That's unavoidable. Abel recalled the kraken's attack and nodded in agreement. "Damn, if it were just one, I could take it down with Neil Anderson." For some reason, Rio said this with regret. Even though they are enemies, the approaching kraken should not be at fault. "Well, putting aside that battle maniac mage over there, is this kind of phenomenon common?" "No, I haven't heard much about it in the archipelago sea region or the southern continent. That's why I was slow to judge. The Kamakuta feudal kingdom is the western edge of safe waters, but I've heard such things happen further west than that. However, it's still not normal." Gorick frowned as he answered Abel's question. "With the recent crab and this flying fish, it's from the north, right?" "Yes, it doesn't bode well that such things are occurring from the direction we are heading. It will take a little extra time, but we will adjust our course to the east." "Understood," Abel replied, and Rio nodded silently. "Even if it takes time, it's better than sinking. Still, I wonder what's happening up north." "I knew it. To quiet down what's happening, we need to sacrifice Abel." "Rejected. What a grievance." The Rondark was able to safely avoid the large flock of flying fish and the kraken that must have been lurking beneath them. It seemed like a tumultuous voyage, but it turned out to be otherwise. For the next 2 days, they encountered no significant problems. "Where do you think the pirate ships and ghost ships are hiding?" "Suddenly, what are you talking about?" After lunch, Rio and Abel were leisurely sipping their post-meal coffee on the deck when Rio suddenly brought this up. Of course, the Rondark had neither been attacked by pirates nor encountered any ghost ships. I think that during such voyages, it's common for pirate ships to attack or for ghost ships to be encountered, but we haven't run into any. Is that the usual way of thinking? Generally, pirate ships wouldn't attack a warship. Now that you mention it, that's true. In that case, we would assist if they were attacking a merchant ship. While that's not out of the question, if it's on land, people generally travel along the main roads, so it might be possible to help at the scene of an ambush. I'll admit that, but out here in this vast ocean, I wonder. At Abel's words, Rio's eyes widened in surprise. Usually, he would say something like, "It's impossible for thieves to appear so frequently given the country's security," but this time was different. Abel, your expression has softened. What do you mean by that? Even in a decent country, it cannot be denied that thieves appear in the outskirts or borders. The Natore Kingdom has relatively decent security, but not all countries are like that. It's even more so at sea. Yeah. According to sailors, the routes and fishing grounds they use are almost predetermined, so even in a vast ocean, it seems they do encounter each other. But honestly, I don't understand it. I see. At that moment, one of the crew members who had climbed the mast and was scanning the surroundings with a telescope shouted, "Captain, a ship sighted to the northeast, just one." In response, Captain Gorik ran to the bow and pointed his telescope forward. Rio and Abel also rushed to the bow. Last time it was something visible, but they didn't know what it was. But this time they were saying ship shadow, so it was certain it was a ship. Abel, could this be? No, it's just one right. Even if it's a pirate, if they realize it's a warship, they would probably flee. No, it might be a ghost ship. I don't know about that either. The two of them conversed in low voices, knowing full well that even the king had no information about ghost ships. However, knowing the term ghost ship might mean there are ghost ships in Phi too. You know the term ghost ship, huh? Of course, I know it because it appears in various stories, but I've never seen one, nor have I heard reports of anyone seeing one. It seems that ghost ships are indeed rarely encountered. Though the crew member up on the mast likely hadn't heard their conversation, he continued to shout updates. The ship type appears to be a large island-style vessel, continuing on its current course. It's heading in our direction. Is it flying a national flag? It seems to be fluttering at the top of the mast, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. Continue, the crew and Captain Gorik shouted back and forth. Of course, amidst the sound of waves, various noises were flying around the deck of the sailing ship. The shouting volume was unavoidable. "Ah, Abel-san, Rio-san, we aren't sure yet, but it seems to be a warship from one of the island nations." Island nations. So it's different from the countries in the archipelago sea region? Yes, there are several islands and small nations scattered between the archipelago sea region and the continent. If we were on the planned route, the countries along the way would be accustomed to it, and we would be as well. But we shifted east because of the Kraken. Yes, they may want to perform a search. This happens frequently at sea, Captain Gorik answered with a wry smile. Could this lead to a fight? Normally it wouldn't. However, in such cases, we prepare for anything that may happen. In response to Rio's question, Captain Gorik glanced around and answered. Indeed, the crew's movements were different from usual. Though simpler than what Abel was wearing, they were starting to put on leather armor. Usually, they didn't wear it because they were mostly under the sun, and there were no ambushes from unseen places in the vast ocean. Abel, let's prepare as well. Okay, but I always wear leather armor, and Rio, you're already wearing a sword, right? It's a mental preparation. Oh, let's put the book and bag somewhere. I see. Abel nodded at Rio's realization. Just in case, both of you should stay in the stern captain's room. There are doors and windows in the back, so you can observe from there. Understood. We'll freeze the book and leave it in the captain's room. Once again, the crew member atop the mast shouted. Confirmed the flag of Baal? Captain Gorik nodded once. Baal is one of the island nations, and that ship is indeed a large island-style vessel. Its size and crew count are almost the same as the Rondark. Among the ships of those island nations, it can be said to be one of the largest. It seems that ship is performing searches in quite a wide sea area. Something might have happened. Got it. We will head into the captain's room, Abel replied, and Rio bowed. Just as the two were about to enter the captain's room, the crew member on the mast shouted again. Captain, a storm is coming. What? Captain Gorik's suspicious response could be heard. Rio and Abel exchanged glances, froze their book and bag, and returned to the deck. Captain Gorik was looking into the distance with a telescope. Indeed, it looks like the clouds are swirling above the sea surface. A storm here? Is that possible? It's more common further north, Captain Gorik murmured after staring silently through the telescope for a while. That storm is strange. The moment those words were heard, Abel noticed. Rio's eyes sparkled. Of course, it could have just been an illusion, but in Abel's mind, he was somewhat convinced. Rio, you were thinking something bad again, weren't you? What are you talking about, Abel? It would be problematic if you got the wrong idea. Rio flustered at Abel's sudden accusation. Oh, is that so? My misunderstanding, then? Yeah, that's right, it's your misunderstanding. So what were you really thinking? Abel's questioning held Rio captive. Rio looked in the wrong direction, attempting to whistle to divert attention, but failed. He couldn't even whistle. Well, it was just a slight moment of distraction. What were you distracted by? Under Abel's questioning, Rio finally gave up. He started to whisper. You see, the lady granny from Sierra's place said something about the floating continent, that it might be surrounded by clouds and invisible from the outside. She did say that. So you thought that might be it? Yeah, but still, isn't that a bit low? That might be true, but it could be flying low over the sea, right? Neither Abel nor Rio knew much about the floating continent. In the midst of this, the voice of the crew member atop the mast echoed. There's something in the storm. With that, Rio and Abel exchanged glances. Could it be the floating continent? Captain Gorick, who had been frowning while looking through the telescope, momentarily took it down and tilted his head to murmur. That storm is indeed gaining speed. At that moment, a woman came up to report. Captain, all crew members are ready for battle. It was Lieutenant Renat of the Rondark, the number 2 of the ship just after the captain. She was a woman with beautiful black hair rather than cute, fitting the description perfectly. Seeing her walk, Abel once murmured, "She's strong." Rio nodded while adding, "That lieutenant can use magic." Upon hearing this, Abel's eyes widened. "Is she the strongest on this ship?" "That might be true. It's best not to get her angry," Abel whispered, and Rio agreed. Of course, Rio had already taken measures. He had provided an ice bathtub to both Lieutenant Renat and another female cook. Not an ice bath, but an ice bathtub. An ice-made tub filled with warm water. He remembered that both the lieutenant and the cook had expressed their joy loudly. He had successfully courted the powerful. "Rio, you're quite diligent in that regard. Of course, helping the strong and the weak alike, it's best to have everyone as allies." That seemed to be Rio's version of social tactics. Receiving Lieutenant Renat's report, Captain Gorick nodded once. Then he asked, "Renat, what do you think of that storm?" Lieutenant Renat took a look at the storm through her telescope. After about 10 seconds, she opened her mouth. "First of all, that's not a storm. It feels more like a monster is wrapped in clouds or mist. I see, so there's a monster inside, but I've never heard of such a monster at sea." "Yeah, it looks like it's pursuing the large vessel ahead from Ball." "I thought so too. If Renat sees it that way, then there's no mistake. It's chasing the large vessel, and the large vessel is fleeing." The crew member atop the mast shouted. "The large vessel is waving its flag. Nigiro, it means flee." Finally, the large vessel from Ball noticed the Rondark and signaled with its flag. Furthermore, its speed has increased. Lieutenant Renat, who had been observing all this while, calmly reported. And then finally, from the mist, "What is that?" Rio murmured, and Abel was left speechless. It emerged from the mist. "That's a big ship." Captain Gorick's words made Rio and Abel nod in agreement. What appeared was a gigantic sailing ship. It had 3 masts, but the sails were tattered. At a glance, it was clear that it was not an ordinary ship. "It's a ghost ship," Lieutenant Renat said. "What, finally?" Both Abel and Rio spoke with astonishment, but their feelings contained more than just that. Abel was purely surprised, while Rio felt fear beyond his expectations. "I've never encountered a ghost ship before. How about you, Renat?" "No, it's my first time too. However, it resembles the description of the ghost ship Luri that has been passed down." "The ghost ship Luri? Are you serious?" Both Lieutenant Renat and Captain Gorick frowned. "It's catching up. It's big and fast." Rio and Abel couldn't take their eyes off the ghost ship. The ghost ship crashed into the stern of Ball's large vessel. At the same time, several ropes were fired at Ball's ship. "They're going to board. They'll bring the crew back to their ship and make them work forever." Captain Gorick's words echoed Renat's quote from the legends. "Damn it, how can we just overlook that?" Captain Gorick shouted, albeit quietly but sharply. However, he quickly regained his composure. The Rondark was a warship, and it had received critically important orders. Orders from the Queen, so to speak, an imperial decree, to ensure the safe delivery of guests to the free city of Kubevasa. Captain Gorick said nothing. He didn't even look toward Rio and Abel. Still, those who understood could discern it. "Captain, don't worry about Rio and me, Abel's son. I don't know much about the sea or the circumstances of the eastern nations. But in such cases, the procedure to follow when another ship is in distress is clear, isn't it? As long as it's not in a state of war, there's a custom among sailors to help each other regardless of nationality. But of course there was no custom regarding ships being attacked by ghost ships. There wasn't, but overlooking it like this would leave a bad taste in a sailor's mouth. It would be bad, but the opponent is a ghost ship that appears in legends. There's no guarantee that going to help would leave their own ship and crew unscathed. Moreover, if something were to happen to the guests entrusted to them, should they take that risk to help an unfamiliar ship? "Captain, you are sailors, right?" The moment Abel spoke those words, Captain Gorick's body trembled, as if struck by lightning. Then he resolutely raised his face. He gave the order. Engines full speed. All crew prepare for boarding battle. We're going to help the crew of the large vessel. Understood. In response to Captain Gorik's commanding shout, the crew of the Rondark answered with similar enthusiasm. They too wanted to help. As fellow sailors, they couldn't silently watch their comrades being taken by a ghost ship. If it turns into a boarding battle, honestly, I don't know what will happen. Protecting both of you might? Don't worry. Rio and I can protect ourselves. You and the other captains do what you need to as sailors. In response to Captain Gorik's words, Abel replied with a smile. Next to him, Rio also nodded. Thank you, Captain Gorik bowed deeply. Thus, the operation to thwart the ghost ship Luri and the abduction of the crew of the large vessel began. Attached to the starboard of the Hierophune, we'll board from there. Understood. The helmsman responds to Captain Gorik's instructions. Both the Hierophune and the ghost ship are docked. The ghost ship is large. Its deck is significantly higher than that of the Rondark and the Hierophune. Boarding from such a high deck is challenging. Conversely, boarding from a lower deck is much easier. You can simply throw a rope over and slide down. The decks of the Rondark and the Hierophune are almost at the same height. With perfect maneuvering, the Rondark has attached to the starboard of the Hierophune. Release the ropes! Ropes are thrown from the bow and stern toward the deck of the Hierophune. The bow and stern are positioned significantly higher than the deck. If you throw the ropes from there, it creates an incline. Utilizing that incline, board! Captain Gorik's command echoes. Leading the charge is Lieutenant Renat. She slides down the rope from the stern and lands gracefully on the Hierophune. The crew of the Rondark follows suit. By that time, the deck of the Hierophune was already on the brink of hell. We are the Suje Kingdom Navy. We have come to help. As they board, the crew of the Rondark shouts. They need to inform the crew of the Hierophune that they are friends and have come to assist. The morale of the Hierophune's crew had already plummeted. That equated to resignation. But wait, reinforcements have arrived. In this vast ocean, come to think of it, there was a ship that relayed a message to run away earlier. Navy. That's right, the Suje Kingdom Navy from the archipelago. Don't give up. The ones who boarded from the ghost ship were skeletons. They were skeletons. Skeletons are not particularly strong. Of course, there are some special individuals among them, but usually they aren't that formidable. However, they tend to appear in large numbers, and some move as if they know that overwhelming through numbers is an effective strategy. Moreover, those armed with weapons. Every skeleton on the deck of the Hierophune was holding a knife. I don't think they are Marines, but they can board and get onto the enemy ship, right? Of course, if the crew of a warship couldn't board, they'd be half-hearted. Gunno, the chief engineer, answered Rio's question. This is on the deck of the Rondark. Rio and Abel, having never done anything like boarding with ropes, are staying behind. Gunno has also become the temporary head of the Rondark as an executive. In other words, the captain and lieutenant, who are his superiors, have boarded. They are at the bow, but since they are currently boarding, they can see well what is happening on the deck of the Hierophune. They're skeletons. With knives, they're a troublesome opponent, Rio says, and Abel nods in agreement. To defeat skeletons, blunt weapons such as clubs or hammers are effective. On the other hand, weapons with sharp blades like swords or spears can easily slide off the bones unless they are thrust with precision, failing to deal effective damage. If it's a knife, that difficulty increases even further. For sailors whose primary weapon is a knife, this is a bothersome enemy. Ah, I see. Rio finally understands Abel's words. The Hierophune, which has come to their aid, is supposedly a warship from a country called Baal. Naturally, it is manned by military personnel. Since the crew of the Rondark can fight, the crew of the Hierophune must be accustomed to fighting as well, given that boarding battles are the mainstream in this world. While they didn't expect to board themselves, being boarded is common in battle, so it was assumed that the crew could fight as well. However, the situation for the Hierophune's crew is overwhelmingly disadvantageous. Why, you might ask? The weapon compatibility is the worst. Weapon compatibility should not be underestimated. The boarding crew of the Rondark primarily wields knives. They should be using knives, but Wolia, shatter, hit. They are shouting phrases while swinging something around. What is that? That's a hammer. In boarding battles, there are times when you bring something like that to drill holes in the ship's bottom to sink it. I see. Abel inquires, and Chief Engineer Gunno answers, while Rio comes to understand. If the enemy crew is strong and cannot be subdued, it certainly makes sense to damage the ship by creating a hole at the bottom. It seems that there are various strategies in boarding battles, which may seem simple. The crew of the Hierophune could have prepared weapons like that if they had known beforehand that the enemy was skeletons. They should be in the armory. Chief Engineer Gunno says, while shaking his head slightly, the importance of prior information. While ferocious battles are unfolding on the deck of the Hierophune, the individual fights are being pushed by the crew of the Rondark. They likely had the awareness that skeletons were enemies before boarding. They aren't lagging behind, however. They keep coming one after another. That rope has been cut several times already, but it seems to reconnect immediately. Rio and Abel focus on the ropes being passed from the ghost ship to the Hierophune. The skeletons are using those ropes to slide down. Neither of them has set foot on the battlefield of the Hierophune's deck. They remain on the Rondark. Of course, Rio and Abel aren't just slacking off. The crew of the Rondark boarded first to rescue the crew of the Hierophune, as a temporary measure to fend off the attacking skeletons. However, that alone does not solve the problem. Currently, the victory conditions are unclear. How can everyone be saved? How can the ghost ship's attacks come to an end? If only victory conditions were explicitly stated like in a game, it would be easy, but such a thing is impossible in the real world. They must search for how to achieve victory themselves. The opponent is skeletons. In other words, they do not tire. The longer time passes, the more disadvantageous it becomes for humans. Perhaps. Even that is unclear. There isn't enough information. That's why Rio and Abel are not jumping into the battlefield and are taking a step back to observe the situation as a whole. By the way, Chief Engineer Gunno is guarding the Rondark. He's remaining with the engineers and cooks. In other words, everyone else has boarded, although the ones who remained are still fully armed. Hey, skeletons don't have magic stones, right? No, they don't. You have more adventure experience than me, Abel, so why are you asking that? Well, you know. Even those talismans and spirit talismans were sending magical power through the magical power line instead of using magic stones, right? I was wondering how skeletons operated. In response to Abel's question, Rio shook his head with a facial expression of displeasure. That's a good point, as expected of a former A-rank adventurer, Abel. However, those skeletons don't have anything like magical power lines attached to them. Oh, I see. Did you already know? Ordinary skeletons encountered during adventuring also lack magic stones, and it's unclear where their magical power comes from. Yet they still move. I've wondered about that for a long time. I see. It is indeed strange. Skeletons are called monsters despite not having magic stones, right? Then there's the head of the house rise, and possibly the shadow stalker. Well, not many exist, Abel replies while looking up, pausing his speech. Ahead of Abel's gaze is the forecastle of the ghost ship. Abel, just now, I caught a glimpse of something from the bow of that ghost ship. Something. Perhaps the boss? Yeah, it could be the enemy leader. It seemed to be glowing blue, but I wonder if we have to defeat that to end this. Could that be possible? Glowing blue? What is that? The stronger skeletons, like the skeleton arch that is resistant to magic, fought alongside everyone from room 10, but they didn't glow blue at all. Oh, and in the dungeon, I fought a sword-wielding skeleton stronger than you, Abel. And that one didn't glow either. A skeleton swordsman stronger than me? Ammon awakened and defeated it. That was the beginning of Ammon's path as a master swordsman. For some reason, Rio speaks of Ammon's achievements with a sense of pride. Well, fine, the crew of the Rondark is still fighting without problems, but who knows how it'll turn out over time. That's true. It can't be helped. Abel, shall we invade the enemy's stronghold? Wait a minute. Didn't you just limit it to me? You notice that? This is the perfect timing to send the frontline swordsman deep into the enemy's territory and decide the match. I think Rio should also go with me instead of just me, pulling the mage from the backline to the front line. The name Ruthless Swordsman Abel fits perfectly. Don't turn me into some weird swordsman without my consent. Abel rejects Rio's new title proposal. It can't be helped. I'll go with you and you take responsibility for whatever you saw that looked dangerous, okay? I'll handle the other skeletons. Okay. Then Gunno, I'm going for a bit. Okay, good luck. Gunno does not understand. He heard Rio and Abel talking about boarding the ghost ship, but how exactly? I'm going. Ice bamboo shoot. As Rio chants, frost pillars surge from the deck where Rio and Abel are. These pillars rise to become large ice columns, lifting both of them high above the ghost ship's deck. The frost pillars ultimately reach a height equal to that of the ghost ship's mast. From there, the two look down at the deck of the ghost ship. There are so many. It's quite disturbing. Both Rio and Abel grimace, and rightly so. The deck is teeming with skeletons to the point there isn't even room to stand. There must be at least 1,000. Ice wall 10. A few moments after Rio chants. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy objects falling resonates. The ice wall falls from the sky. The ice wall generated high above crashes onto the deck of the ghost ship, crushing the writhing skeletons. Phew, that feels refreshing. Still the same, huh? Rio nods with a satisfied expression, and Abel shakes his head slightly. They've seen it many times before, but every time Abel thinks it's a terrifying spell. It renders all strength, speed, and technique meaningless. A spell that showcases the terror of a mage. The frost pillar shrinks slightly, leveling with the ghost ship's deck. Rio and Abel leap onto the deck. It is a world of ice. The crushed skeletons begin to vanish. You're doing well. The moment that voice is heard, clang, the sound of swords clashing echoes. Abel deflects the sword of the softly glowing blue man with his beloved sword. Nice, good job, swordsman. That skill is fitting as a partner to the previous spell. Thanks a lot. The blue man praises with a smile, and Abel responds with a not-so-pleased expression. It's been 100 years since I stepped on this deck. I was alone back then, but this time it's two. What will we do? Just as the blue man's monologue ends, clang, the sound of swords clashing resounds again. Ryo deflects an attack with Murakumo. The attacker is a similarly glowing blue woman. I'll enchant both of you and make you work for eternity. The blue woman replies monotonously. This is troublesome, I'm a mage. And here I am involved in a sword fight. Ryo says more loudly than a murmur. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appears on his face. Ryo is definitely a battle maniac. Abel's murmur goes unheard by Ryo, and thus, two battles unfolded on the deck of the ghost ship. The author has learned that Hirofune is not a common term. What a surprise. In the game Age of Discovery Online, which the author loves dearly, this ship appears quite frequently. I haven't logged in recently due to being busy. In common parlance, it's referred to as a junk ship. That term is heard often. However, the Hirofune envisioned in this work is somewhat larger than a modern junk ship. In fact, it may resemble Zheng He's treasure ship. Yes, the massive fleet that sailed from China to India and Africa 7 times. Each time, around 27,000 people boarded 60 ships. That's an impressive scale. Well, something like that. Since this work is fantasy, I would appreciate it if you could think. That's just how it is. Sword fight, a battle between swordsmen. The blue man is of similar height and build to Abel. The sword he wields is nearly the same size as Abel's magic sword. You've got an interesting sword there, swordsman. Blue man, people usually have names, you know. In response to the blue man's provocative words, Abel retorts with words that are purely provocative. I see I didn't know that. So, swordsman, what's your name? Is that so? You didn't know? Then do you also not know this? When asking someone for their name, you should introduce yourself first. I didn't know that either. My name is Lao. You're quite honest. The blue man Lao answers straightforwardly with a laugh, while Abel ultimately does not respond. If you won't answer, that's fine too. I'll just call you the descendant of Richard. For a moment, Abel is at a loss for words at Lao's teasing remark. Even as he loses his words, his sword and body keep moving. Both of them are in the midst of a sword fight. How do you know about King Richard? Do you know him? Well, that's because I fought him long ago. Seriously, with monsters and ghost ships, how broad is the activity range of my ancestors? I don't think it was a ghost ship at that time, but whatever. Lao's last words were whispered and didn't reach Abel's ears. So, why do you think I'm a descendant of King Richard? Well, there's no other reason than that sword, right? This, Abel tilts his head inwardly at Lao's suggestion. His magic sword, while glowing red today, is not a sword that has been passed down through generations of kings. It's one of the swords that was resting in the royal treasure vault, but he just randomly picked it up when he became an adventurer. He admits he was indeed curious about it in the treasure vault, but I just picked up a sword that was lying around, you know. X was lying around. The world is full of mysteries. Abel answers quite honestly. Lao tilts his head at that. Well, whatever. If I can captivate the descendant of Richard, that will be interesting too. Give it a try. After 3 years of serving as king, Abel's sword skills had become rusty. Of course, he had practiced swinging his sword whenever he found the time and engaged in mock battles occasionally. But even so, it was different from the life-and-death situations of his adventurer days. There was no tense atmosphere. It was natural for him to become rusty. However, after returning to the battlefield, defeating the demons Kin Oranju, and charging into enemy ships in the archipelago sea region to seize the flagship, his senses had sharpened. Through an unprecedented series of experiences, he gained new insights. Unseen sword techniques, knife techniques, and the entirety of combat skills that encompassed them. Those insights had pushed Abel to a new, higher level than during his adventurer days. Abel himself was unaware of this. He merely felt that his body was moving more than he had expected. It was Ryo who realized that Abel had grown stronger. On the deck of the Rondark, while still swinging his sword as usual, he was convinced of it. Ryo himself was a magician who wielded a sword, and he had been watching Abel's swordsmanship for a long time, so he had noticed. However, he hadn't told Abel about it. He thought it might not be necessary to say it. If it had been before the Great Demon War, Abel probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Lao. Perhaps the match could have been decided in about 10 exchanges. But now, Koo, descendant, you're strong? What do you mean, descendant? That's way too abbreviated. My name is Abel, remember it. A 3-stage thrust followed by a horizontal slash. Abel's sword aims for Lao's neck, clang, but Lao certainly wouldn't be taken down so easily. He deflects Abel's slash, and the roles of offense and defense switch. The sword fight between the two intensified, with fierce exchanges of attack and defense. At a slight distance from the two swordsmen, another pair was engaged in a sword fight. "I will make you and that swordsman my eternal captives." "I decline. You seem strong, so I could make you an imperial guard instead." Are you even listening to me?" The conversation between the blue woman and Rio was misaligned. "Well, yes, before making you an eternal captive, I should at least ask your name. My name is Fan. Nice to meet you. Now, what's your name?" Miss Fan, I have no intention of becoming a captive." "Your name is Captive. That's a rare name." "No, it's Rio. My name is Rio." "Rio, that's a nice name." Thank you." Fan suddenly smiled and praised his name, causing Rio to say thank you in surprise. While exchanging such conversation, the two were engaged in a fierce sword fight. Fan attacks while Rio defends. Occasionally, Rio counters, but Fan elegantly dodges. To Rio, it was a familiar flow. In this exchange, he could grasp the opponent's sword techniques. Needless to say, Rio's defense was impenetrable. That's why he had no problem being on the defensive. It should have been a non-issue, yet he sustained a slight cut. He was supposed to be avoiding all the swords. Magic, however, the cut was made on top of the robe of the Fairy King. The robe itself seems to have a self-repair function, quickly restoring itself after being damaged, but Rio's body does not self-repair. It's strange. Perhaps hearing Rio's muttering, the blue woman Fan opened her mouth. "With the Water Fairy King's robe you're wearing, my attacks can't be blocked." "What do you mean?" It's surprising enough that she accurately understands Rio's robe, but also that her attacks can't be blocked. A double surprise. "Can you tell me why they can't be blocked?" "I'll tell you if you become an Imperial Guard." "No, thank you very much." Rio politely declined Fan's proposal. "Why do you refuse? You would be freed from all pain. Isn't an Imperial Guard a skeleton?" "That's right. Then I must decline again." "Why? Skeletons can't eat cake," Rio replied with a grimace. "Isn't that obvious? What is cake?" Fan didn't know what cake was. "If you didn't know, then there's nothing to be done." Rio looked at Fan with the eyes of someone who truly felt pity. Then he shifted his thoughts back to battle. He was taking unseen damage. In that case, he thought he should wear the ice armor. He had been thinking that since the battle started, but he had an uneasy feeling. For some reason, he felt that using the ice armor was a bad idea. He believed that his brain was sending warnings as a result of unconsciously analyzing all the knowledge he had gained and experiences he had lived through. Just a bad feeling. Can't explain, but it's wrong. These feelings were by no means selfish. They were simply just bad and wrong. It was just that he couldn't explain them logically to a third party. Of course, it didn't necessarily mean that it was the correct answer. Naturally. Since it's a human judgment, 100% correctness is impossible. Even if those feelings of bad or wrong came from logical thinking, they don't always lead to correct conclusions. Well, when working together with others, it becomes quite troublesome to say things like, "just a bad feeling." "I want to know the reason behind my gut feeling," Rio murmurs. In the middle of a fierce sword fight with Fan, he was steadily sustaining small cuts while maintaining his ironclad defense. "A while ago," Fan said, "with the Water Fairy King's robe, my attacks cannot be blocked." Of course, there's a possibility that it was a lie. It's not guaranteed that an opponent in battle would honestly share information. However, when making any judgment, the first step is to think based on the information at hand. Water. Fairy King's robe? There had been those who instantly recognized the robe Rio was wearing as the robe of the Fairy King. Demon Leonor, Sira, Lady Granny from the Forest of the West, Demon Garwin. All of them were not human, but, however, none of them referred to it as the Water Fairy King. Even though they referred to it as Fairy King, none attached water to it. Was there a hint in this area? Before him, the blue glowing woman Fan. Blue, water, could it be a water attribute monster? Rio's words escaped his mouth unintentionally. Though not loud, the opponent was right in front of him, sword in hand. Naturally, she heard him. "Yes, that's about right." Fan nodded several times while answering. With that, Rio understood everything. It was the first time encountering a water attribute monster outside of the sea, like the kraken or bait ball. He had never heard that such monsters existed. However, without a doubt, she had been handling water attribute magic longer than Rio. In other words, she surpassed him in magical control of water attribute magic. If Rio were to use water attribute magic, there was a possibility his magical control could be stolen. What if he generated the ice armor and wore it, and then his magical control was taken away? There would be no other outcome but death. Rio shuddered. He wanted to commend himself for not using the ice armor following his just a bad feeling. At the same time, one conclusion emerged. This battle, I can't use magic. In a swordsman's fight, they don't worry about not being able to use magic. Thus, Abel was not troubled. What he was troubled about was something else. Lao, you said you're strong. Indeed, the blue man Lao before him was strong. With a physique almost identical to Abel's, a similar sword, and although their sword techniques differed significantly, Abel could feel his strength directly due to their many similarities. Haha, interesting, Abel is. Usually people either bluff or lose their fighting spirit. I see you have a strong heart. It seems you have experience fighting strong foes. Well, yes, including you, I've often fought with those who are strong enough to be recorded in stories and legends. Lao said with a laugh, and Abel replied with a wry smile. Indeed, Abel thought, there was a time when that was never the case. He certainly fought strong opponents, but at the very least they were human, or regular monsters. However, after a certain period, everything changed. It goes without saying that this began when he drifted into the forest of Rondo and encountered a certain water attribute magician. Until then, I had peaceful days, Abel muttered without thinking. That can't be true. For some reason, the blue man before him denied this. When X was picked up by you, it was already too late for peace. No, you don't know anything, do you? Lao, you don't know my circumstances at all, do you? Ah, I certainly know nothing of Abel's circumstances, but the fact that you wield X means there can be no peace. That sword has that kind of reputation. Don't say such dangerous things. Abel instinctively glanced at the red sword he wielded. What's wrong with that? In the end, power speaks the loudest. Those with power can persuade others. It's not because they are right that people follow them, but because they survive by following them. It's not words, but actions that draw people in. If you don't show it through actions, no one will follow you, okay? Speak logically. Those words won't touch anyone's heart, right? You're rather human-like for a monster. Don't be foolish. We've existed longer than humans. Humans imitated us. Abel, I'm generous enough to forgive you, but if you said that to the wrong person, it could be an instant death situation. Is that so? I apologize for that. It's a bad habit to think from a human-centered perspective. It's a good thing to be able to apologize honestly. Abel is advised by a monster. Though whether Lao is really a monster is uncertain. Since he glows blue, he is certainly not an ordinary human. Older than humans? Isn't it a ghost ship? Ships were made by humans, right? While unconsciously swinging his sword, Abel pondered such thoughts in his head. However, he could definitely understand that Lao possessed a deep intellect. Of course, he also had the feel of a battle maniac. At that point, Lao jumped back significantly, creating distance. Abel did not pursue but watched. He somewhat understood Lao's sword techniques, but he could not see the depths of his strength. Chasing after such an opponent was far too frightening. If it were a trap, he could lose in an instant. Your judgment isn't bad. Abel is quite interesting. Thank you very much. All right, I'll step it up a notch, so try to withstand it. The moment Lao said that, he vanished. Clang, Abel let out a muffled voice instinctively. As soon as Lao disappeared, he jumped high and came down from above, attacking, from a height impossible for a human to jump. So it's finally the time for him to show his true non-human capabilities. No, this is not the moment to be thinking about such things. I don't have the luxury of indulging in unnecessary thoughts. As Abel thought this, he took a small, short breath. With that breath, he chased away any unnecessary thoughts. Well, a voice of admiration slipped from Lao's mouth. He understood that Abel had focused on the battle before him in just one breath. Lao had also engaged with many swordsmen before. The sword as a weapon is interesting. Despite some differences, similar weapons exist around the world. In any era. That signifies that the sword is the most suitable weapon for bipedal creatures of nearly 2 meters tall. Among those swordsmen, Lao had already come to understand that the swordsman Abel before him was top-notch. The question is he top-tier or not? While jumping back, Lao swung his sword. Abel also jumped backward simultaneously to dodge. They didn't take the distance to reset. After Lao leaped back, using that momentum, he closed the distance rapidly. At the same time, he thrust. Slash, diagonal cut, crosswise slash, thrust. Moving his body in a clockwise direction, he strung together techniques while circling around Abel. Lao's sword speed was incomparably faster than at first. However, Abel received it with care. He had been told to try to withstand it, so it was predictable that Lao would take the offensive and Abel would take the defensive role. Even saying he would withstand didn't mean he would take Lao's sword head-on. Increased speed also meant increased power. Taking it head-on, that would be fine if the opponent were human. Even if there were strong men like Warren, the power could still be imagined. However, Abel had experienced swords wielded by literal non-humans, like demon princes or the kin of demons. Even when defending, it was risky to take such blades head-on. Abel's magic sword wouldn't break, but his body would strain itself. Lao's sword should be treated similarly. So he should deflect before the sword's momentum was fully realized, releasing its power, preventing Lao's arm from extending fully. At first, he processed it in his head. There was a slight roughness to it. However, as time passed, it became more refined. He deflected, he flowed, he prevented extension. With his movements aligning with the sword's action, his body's movements further refined. The movements of his arms, the movements of his legs, the movements of his torso, everything became a single sequence. His vision, his hearing, his sense of touch, all converged into one sense. Abel's body was already moving unconsciously. Abel's thoughts were no longer thinking anything. All of Abel was died into nothingness, selflessness. In that moment he barely dodged Lau's thrust, scraping his leather armor. Then he thrust the glowing red sword deep into Lau's chest. Words escaped Lau's mouth. Abel pulled out the sword and gracefully spun, beheading Lau in a single breath. Ha! Abel heaved a sigh. Indeed, one breath was not enough to regain his excitement or calm his breathing. From his previous experience, he had not only pierced the chest but also decapitated. When he struck the chest, and when he decapitated him, he felt no sensation of breaking a magic stone. Of course, there are monsters without magic stones, so it was hard to say. Abel kept a vigilant watch on Lau. At the same time, he finally had the leisure to pay attention to the other battle. He only glanced, but it seemed Rio had cuts all over his face. Rio, who boasted an impenetrable defense. Rio, Abel instinctively shouted. I'm fine, just some superficial cuts. Rio responded without looking in Abel's direction. They were still in the middle of a sword fight. It's over on that side. How rare to see Lau lose, Rio pointed out, and Fan replied. There were no negative feelings of sadness or regret in her response. Of course, she didn't seem to be happy about it either. Rather, it could be said that she was stating the fact in a matter-of-fact manner. But it was irrelevant to Rio. Now, he had gained the information he wanted. Rio took a step back to create distance. In that moment, Fan charged at him. She wouldn't allow him to reset at a distance. So it was easy to invite her in, just for a moment. Really, just a moment, water danced. Almost simultaneously, Fan's head was severed. Impressive, Abel praised. In response, Rio nodded once. Then he took 3 deep breaths. He calmed down. After calming his heart and confirming his surroundings, he drank the potion he had stored in his pocket. He had left his usual bag in the captain's cabin of the Rondark, but he had brought his homemade potions. Since it was stored in Rio's ice container, it wouldn't break from a battle. As Abel approached Rio, he noticed that Rio had the blade of Murakumo drawn. Abel himself was holding his beloved sword unsheathed. What do you think, Rio? Honestly, I'm not sure. Seeing you behead Lau, I thought to try beheading her too, but I'm unsure if they are the rulers of this ghost ship. The moment he said this, Rio jumped slightly. Abel quickly turned to look in the direction Rio was watching. Their 2 headless corpses were getting back up. At the same time, they picked up their own heads and simultaneously placed them back on. Wow, I'm surprised. I had no idea your sword was that powerful, Abel. Rio wins. I acknowledge defeat. The blue man Lau and the blue woman Fan praised the two. With Leonor and these people, being able to survive after having their heads severed feels like cheating. Yeah, I totally get that feeling. Rio lamented while shaking his head multiple times, and Abel nodded in agreement. At the same time, something was rising with a clanking sound. It was the skeletons that had boarded the Hierophune. Since Lau and Fan acknowledged their defeat, it seemed the skeletons were retreating. Shall we all go together? We would be very welcomed. I'll pass. I must decline. Fan and Lau invited, and Abel and Rio declined. Being an Imperial Guard is also fine. You can stay in that leather armor and robe. In the end, they're still skeletons, right? I must decline. Fan and Lau suggested, and Abel and Rio rejected once more. Lau and Fan exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Abel was strong. Rio was strong too. Against these two, this vessel was too weak. I wish to fight in our true forms someday. Rio and Abel heard that conversation. Abel, they're talking about their true forms. Let's pretend we didn't hear anything. They chose to ignore it. Miss Fan, I'd like to ask you something. What is it? Do you want to become an Imperial Guard after all? If Rio wishes, I can make you a blue skeleton instead of a white one. No, I must decline. I find the blue skeleton interesting, but I don't want to be one. As Rio spoke, Fan seemed to be on the verge of doing something, so he hurriedly stopped her. I think both of you can wield water attribute magic. Yeah, I won't tell you the details, but that should be a safe assumption. So, I would like you to try and take control of something generated by my magic. Magical control? Rio chanted. Ice wall. An ice wall materialized beside the two. That's quite an interesting magic. Did you learn it from the Water Fairy King? No, I haven't learned magic. I see you've received robes, swords, even boots, and yet. Yes, I learned swordsmanship from my master. That's really unusual, huh? So what should I do with this wall? Can you move this wall, Fan? Since it was an ice wall created by Rio, others should not be able to move it. The ice wall floated up and soared into the sky. Like this? As expected, Fan inquired, and Rio sighed with a grimace. Yes, what you call magical control is exactly that. Yes, I can take it over. Thank you very much. When Rio bowed politely, Fan erased the ice wall. Since Fan had taken control of the magic, it was no longer Rio's ice wall but Fan's. I also have a question. Abel's expression turned serious as he spoke. What is it? Lao urged him with a smile. Why do you attack human ships and kill the crew? Attacking human ships is for crew replenishment. And we don't actually kill them, we just capture them. Capture, you turn them into skeletons, right? Yes, we do. You kill them, then turn them into skeletons, right? That's a misunderstanding. Abel pointed out, and Lao shrugged in response. Lao, humans probably still don't understand skeletons. Oh, I see. That's why they rejected the idea of being captured. Fan commented, and Lao nodded. Have you ever wondered why the ones humans call monsters usually have magic stones, but skeletons and wraiths do not? Where does that energy for them to move come from? The one who answered Lao's question was Rio. Energy? It's been a while since I've heard that word. So, Rio, you're like that? Lao murmured, looking at Rio with nostalgia in his eyes. Well, no, don't mind it, that's our story. Well, what Rio pointed out is exactly it. Skeletons don't eat, don't drink water, and don't take anything from the slain, but they can still move. Of course, they aren't receiving power from magic stones like alchemy. Yes, that is certainly mysterious. In fact, skeletons differ slightly from what humans call death. What do you mean by that? I can only say this much. Rio raised a voice of protest. It's troublesome to cut off the conversation after saying this much. Well, since we lost to the two of you this time, we won't take the crew from the first ship back. I've healed the heavily injured, so please forgive me. I see. Lao apologized, and Abel seemed to reluctantly accept it, but with a face of disbelief. That said, we're not killing them. It's just a change of affiliation, kidnapping them, essentially. Kidnapping would also be frowned upon among humans. Humans are complicated. Rio heard the troubling conversation between Fan and Lao, but decided to remain silent. In this world of Phi, humans are weak. It's the natural order for the weak to be hunted by the strong. In that realm, there's no distinction between humans, animals, and monsters. In a sense, there's astonishing equality. If you're strong, you survive. If you're weak, you are hunted. Just as humans hunt animals on Earth and gather plants for their nourishment, in Phi there exists another form, just that. Of course, Rio, not wanting to be hunted, would strive to avoid it. Well then, see you again. You can always become an Imperial Guard. With those words, the ghost ship Luri, carrying Lao and Fan, departed. Enveloped in clouds just like when it arrived. I was completely defeated. No, we weren't even actually competing. You did behead someone, didn't you? I won with a sword but lost with magic. Rio shook his head regretfully and spoke softly. Was it about the ice wall earlier? Initially, I thought it could be dangerous, so I refrained from using magic, but that judgment was correct. It was correct, but I need to become stronger. Why, yeah. Recently, I've been so focused on alchemy that my practice time for magical control has decreased. I need to practice more. Your practice for magical control involves making ice towers or ice cakes, right? Yes, that's it. But since I shouldn't interfere with the crew's work, I'll make them in the air. The ship is still moving during that time. I'll have to construct while moving the generated objects. This sounds quite challenging. Delighted at the thought of a challenging training regimen, Rio smiled brightly. Abel stared at him in astonishment from the side. Then Abel murmured, I suppose I should swing my sword more than ever before. Peace is the best. That's true. Both Rio and Abel are a duo that loves peace, especially during and after meals. In front of them, post-lunch coffee is set. As usual on the deck of the Rondark, they enjoyed a leisurely lunch with ice tables and chairs, followed by coffee. It was truly a moment of bliss. Encountering a ghost ship must have been some kind of mistake. No, that was a fact. Abel did not share in Rio's wishful thinking. 2 days had passed since then. Just as Lao and Fan had said, none of the crew members of Baal's large Hierophune had sustained any injuries. There should have been some who were hurt in the battle with the skeletons, but apparently they had healed before anyone noticed. It's quite mysterious. Because of this, they were able to operate the Hierophune on their own and separated from the Rondark at that point. After all, the Rondark had to hurry on business. On the deck of the Rondark, the crew was relaxing after their meal. Basically, they worked in shifts and could spend their free time outside of their work hours. During long voyages, it wouldn't be sustainable to stay tense all the time. Rio and Abel were also enjoying their post-lunch coffee in that leisurely atmosphere. At that moment, out of nowhere, a black gate about 4 meters square appeared on the deck. Rio barely managed to utter a sound. More accurately, it should be said that a sound slipped out involuntarily. Abel and the crew noticed it, but they couldn't speak or move. Everyone felt that it was something extraordinary. However, no one understood what that black gate was. Naturally, they also had no idea what was about to happen next. Of course, they didn't understand why it appeared on the deck either. Among them, only Rio knew what that black gate was. However, Rio did not want to acknowledge it. He wanted to think it was a dream or an illusion. He decided to convince himself. The world is peaceful. Yeah, probably that thing isn't peaceful at all, Abel interjected Rio's deliberate words. The banter was quite fearsome. Well, that's certainly fitting. Good job, Jean-Jacques. I told you right. I can adapt even on a ship. A woman's voice and a man's voice were heard. Only Rio recognized their voices. Abel frowned. The woman's voice seemed familiar. And then the two demons appeared. The woman was an extraordinary beauty. She was beautiful, alluring, and gave off a sense of danger. She had a long black tail and small horns on her head. The man was a jester dressed like a priest. He laughed lightly and had a dangerous aura about him. He had no tail and no horns. Leonor, Jean-Jacques. Hey, Rio, long time no see. I quit, but Leonor pushed me into it. Rio called out the names of the two. Leonor replied cheerfully, and for some reason, Jean-Jacques tried to avoid responsibility. No one had accused anyone yet. Rio instinctively tensed up next to Abel, but Abel consciously relaxed that tension. If they were to oppose, a fierce reaction might come back at them. In the first place, Abel didn't think his sword would reach. He had seen the battle between Leonor and Rio, strong, but the other man was just as strong. It's Abel, right wise of you. Is that so? Leonor praised Abel, who had not consciously tensed up. The crew remained frozen in surprise. That was actually a good thing. It's coffee time after a meal, we can't fight, Rio stated clearly. I'm not here to fight. Of course, if Rio insists, I wouldn't mind fighting you. I absolutely refuse. Rio immediately rejected Leonor's suggestion. Humph, there's no need to refuse that much. If we're not going to fight, please, I'll brew some delicious coffee for you too. As Rio said this, he generated new ice chairs for the two. Of course, they came with ice cushions. This chair's surface is new, isn't it? Oh ho, it's good. The seating comfort is excellent. Indeed, as expected of Rio, no one surpasses him when it comes to using water magic. You can praise me, but nothing else will come out aside from coffee. Leonor and Jean-Jacques complimented him, while Rio responded by preparing more coffee. By the way, these coffee beans were a gift from the royal family of the Suje kingdom. Thus, they were of the highest quality. Finally, Rio flipped over an ice hourglass and faced the two. So, what brings you here today? To Rio's question, oddly, both Leonor and Jean-Jacques looked flustered. It seemed like the content they were about to discuss became unnecessary to talk about anymore. Well, I came to complain because Rio hasn't properly played with me. Huh, I just returned from the Western nations, yet you disappeared immediately. It was quite a struggle to find you. No, I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Certainly, I was transported to the archipelago sea region due to the demon Garwin's magic or magical power. But what does that have to do with Leonor? You should fight me once in a while, or else it's troubling. Rio sighed at Leonor's selfishness. You came all the way here just to say that? The crew is totally shocked. I told you to wait. It would have been better to do it once we landed. On the seas of the Eastern nations, you never know what might happen. On the seas of the Eastern nations, you never know what might happen. At Rio's question, Jean-Jacques suddenly went silent, caught off guard. Leonor looked at him with narrowed eyes. It's true that I couldn't wait until we reached land and had Jean-Jacques open a gate here. Well, let's put that aside. The hourglass is done. Oh, oops. Then the coffee was served. Rio and Abel also received their second cups. Oh, what is this? It's too delicious. Leonor was enraptured, and Jean-Jacques praised it enthusiastically. It seemed to be delicious even by the standards of demons. Rio folded his arms and nodded smugly. See, I told you. Abel was enjoying his drink as well. Delicious coffee is worth a second cup. After finishing his coffee, Leonor stood up and said, Thanks for the meal. Jean-Jacques, we're leaving. Already? Making a gate isn't that easy, you know. Just a little more. There are various other things to do. I also disturbed everyone. Farewell. Saying this, Leonor grabbed the reluctant Jean-Jacques by the collar and disappeared into the black gate. At the same time, the gate vanished. It came like a storm and went like a storm. After that, Leonor and Jean-Jacques' conversation. It seems we were late. Yeah, residue was left. It seems we encountered Ruri, but Rio survived, as expected. Was he a weak vessel? Even if that's the case, he's impressive. However, surviving a battle means it must have been clearly recognized. Both Leonor and Jean-Jacques sighed deeply. Well, given such a unique existence, it's only natural for him to stand out, right? Like how you intervened in the Western nations. No, I was trying to do it when Rio wasn't around as much as possible. In the end, there was a bit of a scuffle. Yes, we fought just a little. You say that so happily? Leonor was angry at Jean-Jacques' excuses. Rio is my prey, even you, Jean-Jacques, if you intervene. Hey, how about we share? A man like Rio wouldn't be a problem for both of us to claim as our prey, right? Absolutely not. I figured you'd say that. Jean-Jacques sighed at Leonor's rejection. I need to think of a good method. However, when Leonor let out a small sigh and spoke, Jean-Jacques nodded in agreement, on the deck of the remaining Rondark. What on earth were those two? Rio shook his head slightly. I don't know. But since it didn't turn into a fight, isn't that a good thing? Abel said while drinking his second cup of coffee. That's right, peace is the best, Rio murmured while sipping his second cup of coffee. 10 days later, the Rondark finally set foot in the territorial waters of the free city of Kubevasa. Interlude, On Board ends here. From tomorrow, Chapter 2, Free City will commence. I hope you enjoy reading. I can feel the wind of freedom, Rio said, taking a deep breath on the deck of the Rondark. What do you mean by the wind of freedom? The king, his companion, didn't seem to feel any sense of freedom. As an absolute monarch, the king was undoubtedly an enemy of freedom. Of course, there are laws in the Natore kingdom. Even the king, being an absolute monarch, cannot fundamentally ignore the law, so technically he should be described as a constitutional monarch rather than an absolute monarch. However, that didn't matter. Absolute monarchs have the image of tyrannical kings, so they portray Abel as an absolute monarch. Rio, you were thinking of something inappropriate again, weren't you? What? Abel is trying to falsely accuse me. I was merely envisioning a future for the Natore kingdom where the people are happy. Abel did not believe Rio's explanation at all. In my hometown, there's a saying that the air of the city frees you. People who escape from tyrannical lords can rid themselves of their yoke after spending 1 year and 1 day in the city. I see. There are various laws in this world, huh? What Rio said was knowledge learned in high school world history. Whether it applied in this free city of Kubevasa was completely unknown. The Rondark, on which the two stood on the deck, was anchored about 300 meters offshore from Kubevasa Free Port. They were waiting for permission to enter the harbor. Since the Rondark was a warship of the Suje kingdom, the harbor procedures were apparently different from those of merchant ships. Of course, it had to have been reported in advance by the Suje kingdom embassy, so Captain Gorik said they should be able to enter soon. Signal flags confirmed from the port. Wait as you are, I repeat, wait as you are, a crew member shouted from the top of the mast. Captain Gorik, who was at the bow, seemed to have confirmed it with his own eyes as well. Confirmed, Gorik said, looking at Rio and Abel. It seems there is a problem. It's likely that you'll have to sleep on the ship tonight. That's unfortunate. Well, it can't be helped. Both Rio and Abel accepted it. After all, there was no other option. The time was already 5 in the afternoon. Both of them had a vague feeling that the likelihood of entering the port had shifted to the next day. It's sad to be put on hold at the last minute. Don't worry, Rio-san. I'll make sure to prepare plenty of delicious food for dinner. It was Saushi, the head chef of the Rondark, who brought some consolation to Rio, who was wallowing in sadness. Really, Saushi-san? Yeah, we'll be entering the port tomorrow. We can use all the ingredients we have on board. Leave it to me. Yay! Rio looked like he could burst into a happy dance at Saushi's words. The crew smiled at the sight. The scene on the deck was peaceful. The free city of Kubevasa consists of the continental part, 3 large islands, and more than 10 small islands. Each large island is named Administrative Island, Diplomacy Island, and Prison Island, respectively. Facilities that match the names are concentrated there. In other words, Administrative Island is the administrative center of the free city of Kubevasa, home to the Supreme Council, the Free Assembly, and various ministries. The island is quite large, accommodating the core of the state. Diplomacy Island is where each country's embassies and state-run accommodation facilities for delegations are located. Among them is the Suje Kingdom Embassy, which has over 100 diplomats stationed there. The crew of the Rondark, after completing their mission of delivering Rio and Abel, would likely stay for a while, receiving several orders. The center of this would be the embassy located on Diplomacy Island. Finally, there is Prison Island. As the name suggests, the entire island is a massive prison. The prison itself has various types, from those who committed minor offenses to those who committed serious crimes. Naturally, access for ordinary people to the island is strictly restricted. These 3 large islands are connected to the continental part by massive bridges several hundred meters long. Additionally, Administrative Island and Diplomacy Island are linked by a giant bridge, making travel between them easy. Kubevasa Free Port, where the Rondark is scheduled to dock, is located on the continental part, and most of the commercial and residential areas are in this continental section. It seems the lodging prepared for Rio and Abel by the Suje Kingdom is also in this continental section. The accommodation fee for 2 months will be prepaid by the Suje Kingdom. What extraordinary VIP treatment! One of the ministries managing the administration of the free city of Kubevasa is the Port and Harbor Department. Vice Minister Miss Ta, an executive of the Port and Harbor Department, was frowning. In front of him stood his direct subordinate, Advisor Ronfin, waiting for instructions. He understood that Ronfin was waiting, but Did Minister Bagaji really issue such orders? This confirmation from Vice Minister Miss Ta was already the 6th time. Yes, there is no mistake. Ronfin's response was also the 6th time. To allow the flagship France of the Duchy of Atinjo, arriving the day after tomorrow, entry into the administrative port, and to let all accompanying vessels into the free port. This is an order that has never been given before, right? Yes, I've never heard of it. Therefore, when I received the orders, I also confirmed it, and he affirmed every word. What is he thinking? Vice Minister Miss Ta sighed for the umpteenth time. If they followed this order, considerable chaos would ensue. The administrative port is the official harbor located on Administrative Island. Naturally, naval vessels belonging to the Kubevasa Navy and numerous public ships are present. There is enough room to accommodate the flagship France, so that might be okay. The problem lies with the accompanying fleet. The free port is quite large. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's a nation built on trade, so that's to be expected. However, an accompanying fleet of 200 ships. If that many warships enter the free port all at once, it will be disastrous. Why doesn't the minister understand that? Of course, there is space for 200 ships to dock. However, they are warships. People from the military are aboard. It's easy to imagine the potential sparks from the neighboring Duchy of Atinjo and the Jejishlu Federation, a situation that could easily escalate. Basically, until now, warships numbering more than 10 have been anchored outside the port, right? Yes, that's correct. In fact, it's rare for more than 10 warships to come to this free city. Indeed, that hasn't happened. They usually reject such requests through diplomatic channels in advance. However, it seems various exceptions have arisen this time. The arrival is the day after tomorrow. It can't be helped. We will accept it. Understood, Vice Minister Miss Ta said, and Advisor Ronfin nodded. Also, the port facilities are still halted. A request for naval entry at this time? Yes, a request for entry from the Rondark belonging to the Sue Kingdom's Central Navy. Originally scheduled for entry 4 days ago. Was there no prior request from the embassy? There was none. Of the 100 crew members, half are scheduled to stay at the embassy, while the remaining half will be in the city. And entry requests have also been submitted. As Vice Minister Miss Ta flipped through the documents, Advisor Ronfin added supplementary information. Given the recent rebellion with the Queen's ascension and all the chaos, they sent a ship. They must be stepping up their intelligence activities. Now, what is their true aim? Vice Minister Miss Ta sighed softly. Honestly, he wasn't good at such schemes, although he wasn't good at it. Since his superior couldn't be relied upon, he had no choice. He was resigned about a lot of things. Well, fine. Allow the Suje Kingdom's entry tomorrow morning. Inform the free port. Understood. Thus, the Rondark, carrying Rio and Abel, was granted permission to dock the following day. That night, during their final feast, a lavish menu was served, and all crew members felt quite merry. Chapter 2, Free City, now begins. In the interlude, the two caused a ruckus, so this chapter starts off peacefully. Wow, the Last Supper yesterday was really delicious. I don't understand the meaning of calling it the Last Supper, but it was definitely tasty. Both Rio and Abel praised the dinner on the Rondark. The meal prepared by Saushi, the head chef, and the other cooks on the Rondark was quite high level. As it was the last dinner before landing, even alcohol was served, and they enjoyed a fun meal filled with singing and laughter. Half of the crew seems to be staying at the same inn. Yeah, they said that. Half of them, including the captain and other executives, are from Diplomacy Island. That's where the embassies are, right? It seems they have a lot of work even after landing. Espionage? It's definitely intelligence activities, just like Count Heinlein. Oh, speaking of which, Kavui Samaru looks somewhat like Count Heinlein. Now that you mention it, that might be true. They both don't seem to be bad at espionage and schemes. Rio nodded in agreement with Abel's words. Although Abel wasn't skilled in that area, he understood that information gathering was necessary for maintaining a nation. Espionage is a dirty job, that's why only gentlemen can do it. Rio spoke solemnly. What is that supposed to mean? It was a famous saying by a renowned spy from long ago. It seems difficult for you, Abel, he said after dramatically looking Abel up and down. Sure, it might be impossible for me, but Rio would struggle even more. How rude. No matter how you look at it, I'm a gentleman. A gentleman wouldn't call himself a gentleman, would he? I've fallen into Abel's trap. While the two of them were chatting, the Rondark docked at Kubevasa Free Port. The entry procedures for the free city of Kubevasa were quite simple. A port management official came aboard the ship and matched the names on the roster with the crew one by one. Of course, there were no photos or special identification, so it seemed unlikely they would get caught lying. Both Rio and Abel were processed as crew members and passed through immigration without any issues. It's dangerous for a swordsman like that to get in without any problems. It's easy for saboteurs to enter the country. Hey, did that dangerous mage say something? Rio lamented the difficulty of water's edge control, and Abel protested. Though they were bickering, it goes without saying that they put on a composed face during disembarkation. They looked like harmless swordsmen and mages. However, a small ice cart was following behind Rio, so it was only natural that the port management official did a double take. It was the usual trolley magic. This time, the bending of light was adjusted so that the contents were completely invisible. By the way, inside was the money belonging to Rio and Abel, the denarii currency exchanged by the Suje kingdom for them in the free city of Kubevasa. The inn prepared for you two is called Inn of Free Winds. Half of our crew will also stay there. The executive there is Lieutenant Rana. Since we are from Diplomacy Island, if you need to get in touch, please speak to Rana, Captain Gorik said, then boarded the carriage to Diplomacy Island. Rio and Abel set off on foot towards the inn together with Lieutenant Rana, Saushi the head chef, and the 50 crew members. Abel, it seems the name of the inn is Inn of Free Winds. Come to think of it, did Rio mention that yesterday? Something about the wind of freedom blowing. You remembered well, there truly is a wind of freedom blowing in this city. Yeah, I still don't understand what that means. It seemed that the concept of liberalism was lost on Abel, who had not studied the history of it on modern Earth. Rio thought for a moment about giving a 5-hour lecture on the history and significance of liberalism, but decided against it. After all, Abel was His Majesty the King. It felt pointless to explain liberalism to someone who embodied an absolute monarchy and divine right theory, which liberalism tried to transcend. It means there is freedom to eat delicious food and the freedom to choose. That makes it easy to understand. I completely agree. The hungry swordsman Abel nodded happily. No matter what ideology one holds, the fact that something is delicious transcends all of it. If you want peace, just feed them something delicious. The inn where the two of them and 50 others stayed, Inn of Free Winds, was located near the free port. I thought it must be big since they said 50 people would be staying, but it's a wooden 2-story building but really spacious. Even the part facing the main road seemed to be around 100 meters in size. I've heard that it has investment from the Suje kingdom. That's the sister of a former king. She apparently invested in various places across the continent, including this one. Seeing the two of them surprised, Lieutenant Rana and Saushi explained from behind. Crown Estate, Rio's murmur went unheard by anyone. The Inn of Free Winds had a magnificent entrance that was both luxurious and elegant. The perfect balance was accomplished by the flawless actions of the inn staff. I stayed at a wonderful inn in the Western nations, the Mafalda Republic, but this one seems to be just as great. Rio thought of Doge Pietro. That place had perfect hard and soft elements, but this one also seemed wonderful. He could tell just by the movements of the staff. All the procedures for the crew who arrived on the Rondark progressed without causing any stress. All 50 of them. Well, counting Rio and Abel, that made 52, but the minimal difference felt negligible. The hospitality here is always amazing, Saushi said. Do you often stay here, Saushi? Rio asked. This inn seemed quite expensive. Unless it was for something like a national task, or for guests of the kingdom like Rio and Abel, it felt like it would be hard to afford. When I was young, my parents were the head chefs of the embassy here. They took me to this inn a few times. Oh wow, the food here is incredible. I've heard the kingdom will cover your meal expenses, so feel free to order whatever you want. Oh, I'm looking forward to it, Saushi said nostalgically and joyfully, and Rio beamed with a flower-like smile. Delicious food is justice. Rio and Abel entered their assigned room. The room was separated into a living area and a bedroom, much like a suite. It was still just before noon. It seems the others have a meeting. Well, it's work, we don't have any. Abel gets to play around without any work. You're in a good position. I'll just return the compliment. Both Rio and Abel seem to have good positions. We entered this free city to look for a ship heading north across the continent. Yes, that's right. I've heard they might look for the Suje Kingdom's embassy as well, but they must be busy with their main work, so we should probably take some action ourselves. We do have funds for activities after all. As Rio said this, he looked at the block of ice in the corner of the room. It was not visible from the outside, but inside it contained denarii currency. Even if a thief broke in while they were away, it should be fine. After all, the surface of the ice block had the dynamic steam mine II activated, which would freeze anything that touched it. Naturally, it was marked with Do Not Touch, so the inn staff should not touch it. What if I want to take out money? What should I do? Abel asked, as if it were a natural question. Just go in front of the block and extend your hand. Extend my hand. Following Rio's instructions, Abel stepped in front of the ice block and tentatively extended his right hand. Then, a part of the ice block opened like a mouth, and money in a leather pouch came out, resting in Abel's hand. That's convenient. Right, Abel complimented with a subtle expression, while Rio wore a smug smile. Is this alchemy? Huh, no, it's my magic, so that means without Rio I can't get the money out like that, right? Yes, that's correct. That's a bit inconvenient, isn't it? It's not like I took your money hostage or anything. If you persecute me, you won't get any money, nothing like that. It's fine. Yeah, I feel really uneasy right now. Still, since it was the most secure way to store money, in the end, Abel compromised. Lastly, he added, if I run out of cash, I can just have Rio cover for me. Borrowing money can be a toxic substance that ruins good relationships, Rio murmured with a small shake of his head. The two of them decided to take a stroll through the city and exited Inn of Free Winds. By the way, we were able to check in from the morning. Huh, I mean, back in my hometown, you can mostly only check in around evening. Especially in Japan, check-in is usually from 3 in the afternoon. It's rare to have check-in in the morning like this. That's because the inn staff is doing cleaning work in the morning. Originally, we were supposed to check in yesterday, so the room we would use should have been prepared by then. Ah, I see. You're smart, Abel. Ah, really? Rio praised him, and Abel blushed. His Majesty the King of Natore was not used to being praised. Rio thought it was concerning that everyone around him were yes-men, but it also felt questionable for someone in his position to not be accustomed to receiving compliments. Perhaps it would be necessary to train him now so he wouldn't fall for flatterers or con artists. It was something he thought about as the first Duke. Wow, as expected of you, Abel, former rank swordsman. Your mind works differently. You're amazing adventure king, the object of admiration for all citizens. Yeah, when you put it like that, it sounds forced. He failed. He needed to change the subject. Rio decided to ask something he had always wondered. But Abel, you were popular even when you were in the city of Run, right? I'm curious why you're not used to being praised so much. What's that supposed to mean? Just because I'm popular doesn't mean I get praised, right? Praise typically comes from, I don't know, parents, superiors, or maybe colleagues. It's usually from people in a higher standing or of equal rank, right? Ah, so you mean those who are above you or of the same rank, huh? Now that you mention it, it could be. Rio nodded at Abel's words. Words from juniors or subordinates might not be considered praise, but still it felt like admiration could come from anyone. At least Rio felt he had succeeded in changing the subject. Moreover, something smells nice. Yeah, this is coming from over there, the back alley. The two hungry companions had sharp noses. Drawn by the scent, they proceeded into the back alley. It didn't matter that it was their first time in the city. Seeking delicious food is part of human nature. Even if that area was filled with scary people, it was fine. After all, that's precisely why they had trained. What? That's not the reason. Well, one shouldn't worry about the details. To obtain delicious food, that's one of the reasons they trained, Rio thought. If scary people show up, sacrificing Abel will be fine. Hey, what you're thinking is coming out of your mouth. Oops. Delicious smells seemed to loosen their guard. The place they ended up at was definitely a spot where tourists wouldn't come. A locals only? It wasn't written, but it felt like one of those places. Of course, that had nothing to do with the two of them. This smell is the aroma of grilled meat. Fish is good too, but it's been a while since I had meat. The two of them had been on a long voyage. Thinking back, they hadn't had any meat dishes. Thanks to Saoshi the head chef's excellent cooking, they hadn't thought much about it. Her cooking was delicious, but the aroma of grilled meat was, welcome, we're here for two. Please take that table. They were shown to a table. Surrounded by local regulars, their gazes didn't matter. All they wanted was to eat something delicious. Then they began to read the menu. Just as I thought, they have both beef and pork. This truly is a continent. No, rather we. Yes, we can understand the words. We just held a conversation earlier. Both Abel and Rio trembled with a bit of emotion. The result of enduring the rigorous training from Engineer Gunno over 40-some days is showing. Honestly, I think Engineer Gunno had it tougher than us. Engineer Gunno had been teaching the two of them the Eastern nations' language while also managing his usual duties. They were grateful to Engineer Gunno. Beef and spicy palmen stir-fry, zas and smashed meat fermented soybean stir-fry, sweet and spicy rice stir-fry, soup with wheat noodles, spicy stir-fried noodles packed with ingredients. Let's go with those for now. Yes, thank you. Rio and Abel completed the weighty task of ordering. A sense of satisfaction wafted around their expressions. That was a fact, no doubt about it. But I could read it, but honestly, the meaning. I have no idea what kind of dishes will come. Indeed, there were many uncertainties. The world of cuisine is vast and profound. Understanding just because you can read the words is too naive. However, they were not trembling with anxiety, because they remembered the aroma of meat before entering the restaurant. That aroma was delightful. It was intoxicating. It had overwhelming persuasiveness. This restaurant is surely fine. Such conviction. After 5 minutes of waiting, the dishes arrived. Their premonitions turned into certainty. Ah, I can tell just from the smell. It looks delicious. However, Rio was surprised by the utensils laid out. I can tell there's a spoon and fork, but what are these two sticks? Chopsticks? Rio exclaimed in surprise. The hungry swordsman Abel, however, paid no mind and began eating with a fork. It's delicious, Abel's murmur blew away Rio's surprise. Chopsticks didn't matter. Well, they were using chopsticks to eat after all. Yeah, this is really tasty. I told you wherever you go there's good food. Indeed. Abel, I underestimated you. Well, as long as it's understood, that's all that matters. As they said this, both wore broad smiles as they continued to eat. The regular patrons observed their hearty eating with pleasure. When unfamiliar customers came, but when those customers ate the food they always enjoyed deliciously, it would naturally bring joy. At the very least, no one there would feel ill at ease. Yes, this joyful dining hall was a place that made everyone happy through meals. I feel like I've eaten too much. That's because you ordered a second helping of the spicy rice, Rio. You too, Abel. That noodle dish was definitely excessive, right? You must be full. Well, I won't deny that. The two hungry companions had successfully transformed into a pair of satisfied diners. Satisfaction brings happiness and gentleness to people. The two of them were now forgiving of everything in this world, or perhaps, beyond satisfaction, they might even have glimpsed the creation of a new world. Abel, walking is... Don't say another word. Let's take a break somewhere around here. Satisfaction brings happiness, but be cautious of overeating. The two entered a cafe, or rather a tea house facing the plaza, and ordered green tea. This is quite refreshing. Describing green tea as refreshing is quite novel. That reminds me in the Central Nations it was black tea, right? Yes, it's fermented tea leaves. Lately, coffee has been trending. After Abel replied to that, his gaze shifted. Seeing that, Rio followed Abel's gaze. Captain Gorik? Ah, and the two behind him are crew members of the Rondark, right? Espionage activities. But from a layman's perspective, can spies operate on a ship? It would be difficult. They're probably a distraction, a form of diversion. Oh, I see. While the Rondark's crew gathers attention, the specialists operate behind the scenes. Exactly. It sounds like a lot of trouble. But it's probably not as hard as what we're going through. What we're facing is entirely our own doing. As they looked at the crew members who were already embroiled in espionage activities, the full-bellied swordsman and full-bellied mage washed down their guilt and satisfaction with tea. 3 people were unaware that they were being watched by the hungry swordsman duo, Captain Gorik and his crew members Nan and Nin. The 3 of them were following the instructions given by the Suje Kingdom Embassy, visiting several locations. Their job was to deliver letters handed to them by the embassy. This in itself was, of course, not an illegal activity. It wasn't an activity at all, but still being watched, huh? Yes. They have been following us since we left the embassy, just as we were told at the embassy. In response to Captain Gorik's confirmation, Nan and Nin nodded slightly. Yes, the 3 of them were being tailed. In a way, it wasn't a problem since it was part of their role. The issue was who was tailing them. It would be fine if it was the intelligence agency of the free city of Kubevasa. The Kubevasa Intelligence Agency. What was it called again? It's the Special Defense Agency. It said that they blend into the city to the point where their movements go unnoticed. Right, if the ones following us are noticeable even to us. Then it's not the Special Defense Agency? In response to Captain Gorik's remark, Nan answered with a slight frown. Nin, silent, similarly frowned. By the way, Nan and Nin were siblings, and since they had good eyesight, they often climbed to the top of the mast on the Rondark to carry out surveillance duties. Yes, they were the ones who shouted reports to Captain Gorik. Of course, they were currently whispering as they conversed. That day, the 3 of them delivered letters to the 4th recipient. The contents of the letter were an invitation to a garden party that would be held at the Suje Kingdom Embassy a week later. So if it were to be taken away or opened before that, it wouldn't be particularly problematic. Still being watched? Yes, Captain Gorik murmured, and Nan nodded. All right, let's take a break and observe the situation. Saying this, Captain Gorik led the 2 into a tea house facing the square. Half of the seats were filled. They proceeded to the farthest seat in the back. From there, they could have a full view of the shop. While it was difficult to see the entire square, they had a clear line of sight to half of it. It was a good place for counter-surveillance. Captain, look over there. Nin pointed without moving his finger or jaw, merely drawing attention with words. It was 2 people seated by the shop's window, a swordsman and a mage. Is that Mr. Abel and Rio, son? Even Gorik recognized them at a glance. The 2 seemed unaware of the 3. They were looking towards the square instead of at the 3. It was unimaginable that Rio and Abel were consciously avoiding looking in their direction, thinking they shouldn't disrupt the 3's work. Let's hope they don't notice us. When Captain Gorik said this, Nan and Nin nodded in agreement. The 3 of them were being watched. If they were to make contact with those 3, Rio and Abel might also become targets of surveillance. The 2 were guests aboard the Rondark, and had been instructed by Queen Illyriaja to deliver something to this free city. They couldn't involve them in operations or actions in this free city. After the three entered the tea house, a woman came into the shop. She sat at the counter, facing away from the three. "They're different from the two who are following us." Captain Gorik nodded at Nan's words. No matter who was following them, they were merely observing. It was unlikely that they would take any action against the three. The embassy had said as much, and Gorik and the others were aware of that. However, being watched continuously was not a pleasant feeling. About 20 minutes later, Gorik, Nan, and Nin left the tea house. They were seen from the corner of Rio and Abel's eyes. "Do you think the captain and the others had lunch? Who knows? They probably haven't eaten as much as we have. They're still moving around, that's for sure." Both Abel and Rio were still sluggish. Though they had refreshed a bit by sipping green tea and taking it slow, they wanted to stay that way for a little longer. There was no urgent work to be done. It was true that they felt a bit guilty about the hard work the captain and the others were putting in. "It seems we're being watched." "Yeah, it looks like there are about 6 of them. That many I could sense 4. Reading the atmosphere, that's pretty cool. I want to be able to do that too. But Rio, you have magic. That's definitely more reliable. The grass is always greener on the other side. People tend to want what others have. The woman who came out behind the 3 from the shop, she seems to be a watcher too." "I see. I hadn't counted her. Including her, I could recognize 5. What about the other one?" "To the slightly left ahead, there's a spire of some mansion far away. Someone is watching from the top with a telescope. The telescope was moving following the 3's movements, so it's probably correct." "A spire? That's about 500 meters away. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell." Abel shook his head slightly at Rio's explanation. In this regard, he truly felt that the mage had the upper hand over the swordsman. That said, whether it was appropriate to simply categorize Rio as a mage could be up for debate. However, it's amazing that they have so much surveillance on the captain who just arrived this morning. There must be some kind of information that led them to determine they needed to monitor us. That judgment seems a bit premature. "Why's that?" Rio said, waving his index finger in a chiding manner, and Abel asked, puzzled. "Because it's true, right? The most dangerous man, the swordsman Abel, should be under strict surveillance. Yet here he is, left alone. I have to say, that just doesn't add up. The title of most dangerous man goes to Rio. I don't want it. I look far too kind and harmless." "Why you said that first?" Rio was left feeling down after being upstaged by Abel. "Abel the Dullard Crusher? Stop trying to give me weird nicknames." Abel was sometimes referred to as the Hungry Swordsman, sometimes the Full Swordsman, and finally he had been given the title of Dullard Crusher. Rio's partner seemed to have it tough. That evening, Embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo, Second Secretary's office. The Second Secretary's office was larger than the First Secretary's office. This was because it was adjacent to a conference room. Originally, the Second Secretaries dispatched from the Duchy of Atinjo to various embassies were not just diplomats, but coordinators of secret operatives. That's why there was a conference room, and sometimes the Second Secretary's voice could hold more weight than the ambassador's. The Secret Operations Division, to which the Second Secretary belonged, was directly under the Grand Duke. If orders for secret operations reached them directly from the Grand Duke, bypassing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's understandable. The 3 surveillance targets just returned to the Suje Kingdom Embassy. To arrive so soon after their arrival, it must be quite the ordeal. In response to the report from the Second Secretary's aide, Minnie, the Second Secretary's Yuluma replied with a sardonic smile. If either Rio or Abel were there, they would have recognized the Secretary, Minnie. She was the same woman from the tea house. "So, was the talisman placed?" "Yes, just one inside the ear." "Impressive. It's rare to find someone who can manipulate such tiny talismans without being noticed." "Thank you very much." Zuluma praised Minnie's skill, and she bowed her head, feeling embarrassed. Usually one would notice if a small insect entered their ear. Thus, it had to be a talisman smaller than an insect, and making such a talisman is no small feat. On top of that, moving such a small talisman into the target's ear without being detected requires an incredibly advanced skill. That allows us to hear the conversation right. What's the effective distance? Once established, it can work up to 500 meters. Since this embassy is close to the Suje Kingdom's embassy, it's fortunate that the diplomacy island is large but also nearby. Saying this, the Second Secretary's Yuluma smiled. He continued speaking. "Tomorrow, His Excellency will also enter the country along with 200 ships and 40,000 naval troops. It's finally happening." His expression was filled with joy. Without a doubt, this operation would be recorded in the history of the Grand Duchy. The joy, pride, and sense of fulfillment that he could play an important role in it. Of course, being a secret operations division, he would not appear on the historical stage. His name would likely remain unknown, but none of that mattered. This was the culmination of the second Secretary Zuluma's work as a secret operative, and it would come to fruition in this operation. Yes, in the Grand Duchy's operation to annex the Free City. Early the next morning, the day in the Free City of Kubevasa dawned peacefully and quietly. However, the tranquility lasted only until 10 in the morning. The commotion spread from the free port. What is that? A ship, maybe? It's a ship, it's coming closer. No, wait, even from this distance the extent of it is. It fills the entire horizon. The news of the fleet approaching from beyond the horizon spread rapidly. Of course, some people rushed to the port authorities. It's a ship from the Duchy of Atinjo. A request has been submitted. That was the official response. The officials could not imagine the pressure with which the fleet, sprawling across the entire horizon, was approaching. Therefore, they could not understand why the citizens were in such a state of confusion. Go outside and look at the horizon. Pulled by such citizens, I went outside to see the scene, and I understood the grandeur of the great fleet, the overwhelming might, the sense of despair it instilled. What on earth is that? Words involuntarily slipped from the official's mouth. The great fleet that filled the horizon. Moreover, it was not their own fleet. It was the powerful fleet of a neighboring country to instill such a sense of despair. Is it really okay? The citizen who had pulled the official outside asked. I don't know. That's not an acceptable answer. I don't know. Ask someone important. Both the citizen and the official thought the same. With something like that coming, is this free city really okay? It's amazing, a fleet that fills the horizon. It's a sight you don't see often. Indeed. Compared to the despair felt by the official and the citizens, the conversation between the mage and the swordsman lacked any semblance of despair. The reason for that was likely the difference between being from one's own country and another. Our Natore kingdom also needs a great fleet. No, we don't. This is likely to intimidate the opponent, right? It's called gunboat diplomacy. There is no opponent for our country to intimidate with a great fleet. That's unfortunate. The greatest hypothetical enemy of the Natore kingdom was the Duchy Empire. However, that empire was a completely landlocked country without access to the sea. Even if they were to build a great fleet, they could not intimidate anyone. Moreover, intimidation often backfires against powerful nations. But at that moment, Rio seemed to have an idea. I've thought of something great. I'm not expecting much, but what is it? Let's build 200 golden hinds? Huh! The Golden Hind is the pride of the Natore kingdom, an aerial battleship armed with the incredibly powerful main cannon, Vedra. However, it had been sunk by the demon Garwin during the recent Great Mage War. To reconstruct it, while it had been sunk, it should be possible to repair and reuse it. We'll build 200 golden hinds. If we need wind magic stones, I'm prepared to provide them from Duke Rondo's territory. That means over-harvesting in that mountain, huh? It's better if the important people don't ask for too many details. Just nod. Rio, for some reason, had a mischievous look and said something audacious. Well, either way, I can't grant permission. Why? Because it would cost too much even without the wind magic stones. Is that so? Even if mass-produced, it would cost 1 trillion florin per ship. Oh, 1 trillion florin. The curry at the feast pavilion costs 1,000 florin per bowl, so that would be enough for 1 billion servings. That's certainly impossible. I don't understand why you compared it to curry. Anyway, that's too expensive a ship. Abel was astonished by Rio's analogy, but Rio noticed something. The fact that Abel knows the estimated costs for mass production means someone has already planned the great fleet of Golden Hind before me. Indeed, knowing the cost of constructing a ship in a mass production scenario meant someone had instructed the calculations. While Abel was likely the one who issued the calculations, the idea of the great fleet, well, I was just a bit curious about how much it would be. Did you plan it, Abel? Rio was surprised, of course. For someone like Rio, who could imagine the plan for a fleet of aerial battleships, it was hard to believe that Abel would bring it up. If we can win without fighting, if we can make them submit, that would be the best. With that kind of military strength, they wouldn't even think of attacking us, right? If a state does not have the will to protect its own safety by its own power, it cannot expect independence and peace from any nation. Is that from that The Art of War thing? Close, but this is Machiavelli. Ah, that one. It seemed Abel had become accustomed to Rio frequently quoting Sun Tzu and Machiavelli. If His Majesty the King knew, it wouldn't hurt. As the two were talking, a recently familiar voice called out from behind. This is quite something. There have been discussions in the Central Navy about the possibility of the Duchy annexing the Free City, but this might be serious. When Rio turned around, he saw acquaintances. Saoshi and Renat, you two came to see it as well. They were Saoshi, the head chef of the Rondark, and Renat, the lieutenant. Both were staying at the same Inn of Free Winds as Rio and Abel. I went outside to have lunch somewhere, and the citizens were making a commotion. With this sight, It's understandable that they would be in an uproar. The captains might have a lot to deal with as well. Both Saushi and Rena shrugged. Captain Gorik and half of the crew of the Rondark were apparently staying at the embassy and handling various matters. Compared to that, the Inn of Free Winds group seemed to have it easy. By the way, I saw them yesterday. Yeah, right. When I was at the tea house in the square, Captain Gorik, Nan, and Nin came in. They seem to be busy with a lot of things. Seeing a sight like this makes me think this free city is becoming a bit suspicious. Eventually, we may also be receiving orders. Abel and Rio mentioned having seen the captains, while Saushi and Renas spoke of their thoughts about the future of the free city. After parting ways with the female duo of Saushi and Rena, Rio and Abel continued their conversation. Did you know, Abel? It's said that wherever that swordsman goes, incidents happen and there are casualties. They call him the Calamity Swordsman Abel. The first casualty in the free city might be some water attribute mage. What a comeback. Abel, you're getting better. Why do I feel like I'm stepping into a trap myself? Being a duo can be quite complicated. In the Ministry of Ports, in the Vice Minister's office, the flagship France of the Duchy of Atinjo has entered the port. Receiving the report from Advisor Ronfin, Vice Minister Mista silently nodded once. After thinking for a moment, Vice Minister Mista then inquired, "The new ambassador is Lord Lokak of the Yeba family, correct?" This port entry was primarily for the new ambassador of the Duchy of Atinjo to take his position in Kubevasa. There was no way to justify needing 200 escort ships. No, that's... Ronfin hesitated to respond. Vice Minister Mista looked on suspiciously. "I've heard that the one coming as the new ambassador is Duke Helb." "What?" Vice Minister Mista was startled by Advisor Ronfin's report. "Is Duke Helb that Duke Helb? Which one are you referring to?" Ronfin hesitated on how to respond to Vice Minister Mista's panicked question. Sorry, there's no other." After taking a deep breath, Vice Minister Mista spoke again. "Duke Helb, he is the brother of the Grand Duke, isn't he? Moreover, he is one of the 10 masters overseeing the Southern Sorcerer Church. What on earth is going on?" That mutter, too loud to be merely a whisper, was heard by Advisor Ronfin, but he did not speak up. That was understandable. It was a question that could not be answered. Vice Minister Mista was the Vice Minister of the Department of Ports. It was likely that the change regarding the new ambassador had been communicated to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs ahead of time, but no such message had arrived at the Department of Ports. They only learned about it upon entry. As the name suggests, the Lord of the Duchy of Atinjo is the Grand Duke Atinjo. That Grand Duke has a younger brother, Duke Helb, who is 15 years younger. A significant age difference between brothers. Duke Helb is not only the full-blooded brother of the Grand Duke, but is also known for his excellence as a sorcerer. Traditionally, the Duchy of Atinjo has produced many skilled mages and sorcerers. Among them, Duke Helb stands out, to the point that it is said that other nations cannot act while he is present. Such a significant figure. It was inconceivable that he would be appointed as an ambassador to another country. Even without being Vice Minister Mista, it would be understandable to ask, "What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on?" Captain Gorik remained silent. He understood that he was not being questioned. Furthermore, even if he were, there would be no way to answer. Here was the Suje Kingdom Embassy. At the very least, it was understandable that Ambassador Randasa, sitting in front of Captain Gorik, bore an expression full of anguish. An unexpectedly significant figure had come to take up the post. "Duke Helb!" The word escaped from Ambassador Randasa's mouth, as if being squeezed out. Captain Gorik was a captain belonging to the Central Navy of the Suje Kingdom. He had received some training, but he was not a specialist in espionage activities and had never been dispatched to a foreign country, yet even he knew the name Duke Helb. He was one of the brothers of the Grand Duke Atinjo, the only full-blooded brother, one of the 10 leaders of the Southern Sorcerer Church, which holds considerable power in the southern part of the continent, at the age of 28. Even at such a young age, the fact that he is so well known indicates his prowess. After squeezing out the name of Duke Helb, Ambassador Randasa remained silent for more than a minute. But finally, he opened his mouth. "The garden party in 6 days? We must also deliver an invitation to Duke Helb. Shall I take it? No, it won't be formal, but it will be delivered through the usual diplomatic channels from the embassy. It's fine if he declines, but if he decides to come..." Ambassador Randasa let out a deep sigh. While he was technically an ambassador of equal rank, he was fundamentally a Grand Duke's brother. Among royalty, he was quite high-ranking. Considering his strength and fame, he could even be said to hold a position just below that of the Lord of the Realm, the Grand Duke. In principle, it was impossible for such a person to be appointed as an ambassador, and it was something he had never heard of before. Not knowing how to respond, he felt at a loss. Of course, this garden party had a purpose. It was being held for that purpose, but the presence of Duke Helb was completely unexpected. Ambassador Randassa let out yet another deep sigh. Captain Gorik was left speechless, unable to leave, and sighed internally. Abel, foolish actions can be laughed off if it's just once, but doing it a second time makes you a fool. Rio, we are both fools. This was a tea-house facing the square. Rio and Abel, now a pair of full-bellied companions, were resting again, just like yesterday. Indeed, they had overindulged once more. I tried to stop, but Abel insisted on ordering forcefully. I told you. Consult your stomach before placing an order. It seemed that both Rio and Abel were indeed fools. Sitting at the same table as yesterday, they sipped green tea while waiting for their food to digest, gazing absent-mindedly outside. While looking at the square, Rio spoke up. It feels like there are a lot of people who look like soldiers. I understand what you mean. Their clothes are similar to what citizens wear, but it's their posture and gaze. In the square that the two were observing, there were evidently individuals who stood out from ordinary citizens. If this were the Natore kingdom, they might be adventurers, but if they were adventurers, they'd be wearing much more ragged clothes. Yeah, Rio, that's a considerable bias you have. Are they people from a neighboring country, perhaps? That seems likely. They came in a fleet. However, not everyone would have disembarked. According to what I heard at the joyful dining hall, it was 200 ships, right? That would amount to tens of thousands of people, but it seems unlikely that they all disembarked. The 200 ships filled the horizon. Queen Illyriage's entrance had 400 ships, right? That's double. It must have been an overwhelming sight. I would have loved to see the rain shooter racing at the forefront of that spectacle from the harbor. Rio nodded repeatedly, imagining that scene. Presentations or displays can be extremely effective when used properly. This one must have dealt a heavy blow to the hearts of the people of this free city. I see. The principle of military strategy states that to preserve the enemy's country while achieving victory is the best strategy, and defeating the enemy country is a second-best strategy. You were wrong yesterday, but this is indeed the art of war, right? As expected of you, Abel. Correct, it is the art of war. Rio praised Abel for his correct answer. Abel looked pleased to have gotten it right. The best strategy is to intimidate and force the enemy to acknowledge defeat, thereby capturing all their soldiers and resources. That's the ideal. While that would be the best outcome, it is also. Right, it's difficult, though General Sun Wu, who wrote The Art of War, said as much. In reality, there are overwhelmingly more instances of winning through direct combat. Therefore, I think it's best to recognize it as a goal to strive for. Ideals and reality rarely align. While seeking ideals, one cannot ignore reality. People who accomplish things are adept at balancing these aspects. At the adjacent table, three men were having a serious discussion. Ronfin, an aide to the Vice Minister of Ports and Harbors, Zoe, an aide to the Minister of Ports, Jews, an aide to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The three were colleagues who joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the same time and were relatively close. Ronfin and Zoe were dispatched to the Port and Harbor Department. This was common, especially since it did not mean they were demoted from a promising path. Rather, these three were among the more successful of their cohort. Zoe, what is the Minister of Ports thinking? It's one thing to permit the entry of 200 vessels, but why is he avoiding our Vice Minister? Ah, Ronfin, I understand what you're saying. I also mentioned to the Minister that Vice Minister Mista has been trying to meet him multiple times. And then, he said he has a terrible headache. Now, it's true he's been suffering from severe headaches for about 10 days, but still, he's definitely avoiding it on purpose. Ronfin and Zoe lamented that their Vice Minister and Minister were not communicating effectively. It was obvious to anyone that a Minister and Vice Minister from the same department must maintain close contact. However, it was Jews who suddenly interjected with surprise. The Minister of Ports has severe headaches too. Is it also the case for the Minister of Foreign Affairs? I just recalled that I heard rumors that the Minister of Finance also has terrible headaches. Jews was surprised, and Zoe was astonished, while Ronfin frowned. That definitely sounds strange. Ah, we should consider that something is happening. Ronfin and Zoe nodded in agreement. Speaking of strange, the new ambassador from the Duchy of Atinjo is also in question. Is it Duke Helb? That's impossible. How could someone of such high status become an ambassador? He is one of the 10 masters of the Southern Sorcerer Church and the same-blood younger brother of the current Grand Duke. Why would such a big shot be assigned as an ambassador? Jews initiated the conversation, and Zoe replied while shaking his head. Ronfin had a slightly different reaction. Excuse me, I'm not well versed in sorcery, but how significant is the position of the 10 masters of the Southern Sorcerer Church? Well, you know that sorcerers hold substantial influence throughout the entire Eastern nations, right, Ronfin? Yeah, I know. Recently, they've been gaining momentum at the expense of mages. Well, it's not so much that they're outright driving mages away, it's more that they've been establishing their own niches. In any case, sorcerers are thriving. Many sorcerers residing in the southern part of the continent belong to that southern sorcerer church. Or rather, they are forced to belong. If they don't, they face various forms of persecution. Zoe took a sip of tea to soothe his throat after explaining up to that point. Then he continued. The Southern Sorcerer Church has 10 leaders, known as the 10 Masters. While they rarely cooperate with each other, they are said not to be in conflict either. Said not to be? Yes, the actual details are unclear. That's because among the current 10 Masters, only Duke Helb has been officially announced. Our Special Defense Agency had been investigating various aspects, but there are rumors that there might have been a change in leadership. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Special Defense Agency, which is responsible for the defense of the free city of Kubevasa alongside the Navy, is also an external bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thus, the three, originally colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, actually have acquaintances in the Special Defense Agency. Isn't there a rumor that Duke Helb is the top of that organization in the Grand Duchy? Yeah. The Secret Operations Department. They've clashed head-on with our Special Defense Agency several times. This means that the mastermind has arrived, Jews said, and Zoe responded. Considering everything, the Grand Duchy is seriously plotting something, isn't it? Yeah, they're likely aiming to crush Kubevasa. Both Ronfin and Zoe had thought about that possibility many times, however. Still, while our country is small in size, it's not weak. In terms of economic power and pure military strength, we are on par with the Grand Duchy. We have fought many battles on land and sea without suffering a significant defeat. Especially the Navy has always held the upper hand. It's certain they are a thorn in the Grand Duchy's side, but how exactly do they intend to crush us? What if the soldiers from the Grand Duchy, who came on those 200 warships, staged a rebellion all at once? If it's less than 50,000, we can suppress it with our Special Defense Agency and the City Defense Force. Well, it's a tabletop exercise, but operations based on such assumptions have been devised. In response to Ronfin's question, Zoe answered without hesitation. Zoe himself recalled the tabletop exercise he had been shown when they welcomed the 200 vessels to the free port. Attacking head-on would be impossible, so what then? Well, information is lacking. We should reach out to others in different ministries. Let's do that. We'll meet again tomorrow at the same time and place. With that, Ronfin, Zoe, and Jews left the tea house. Abel, I wasn't eavesdropping, I swear. Well, there's not much we can do about having heard it. Yes, Rio and Abel had actually heard the conversation of the three men quite clearly. I think discussing such matters in public demonstrates a very low awareness of information leakage. If they were from the Royal Alchemy Workshop, Kenneth would surely have fired them for their handling of information. True, Kenneth is very cautious with information, and that sentiment is shared across the Royal Alchemy Workshop, but I don't think they'd get fired. I see. Instead of letting them go, it's better to keep a close watch on them while stifling them. As expected, Abel has considered various possibilities. I wish Rio would think a little more carefully about his expressions. Rio intended to compliment, but it seemed Abel interpreted it differently. Words are truly difficult. Well, putting aside what we heard, it seems a big shot has been assigned. They mentioned Duke Helb, a sorcerer, huh? The one who attacked the Suje kingdom was also a sorcerer. Moreover, according to Kavui Samaru, they are likely from the Duchy of Atinjo. That means there's a possibility that the leader of the attackers is among them. The world is small. A swordsman whose name starts with A and ends with Ru might have the power to bring misfortune. That's ridiculous. Abel dismissed Rio's defamatory remark outright. For now, we have no choice but to come here again tomorrow. Yes, that's what they said, at the same time tomorrow, but I think we shouldn't repeat the same mistakes. You're right. Let's avoid the joyful dining hall for lunch tomorrow and look for another place. Too much deliciousness is indeed a crime. We're just being foolish. Both of them were aware of their foolishness. Even with that awareness, they couldn't escape it. Perhaps that is simply the nature of people. Abel, foolish actions can be brushed off as a joke if done twice, but doing it 3 times makes you an idiot. Rio. Even doing it twice is enough to be called a fool. This is a tea shop facing the square. Rio and Abel have become a pair of gluttons, taking a day off for the 3rd consecutive day following the day before yesterday and yesterday. Indeed, they have overindulged again, even though we avoided joyful dining hall and went to another restaurant. Wasn't it called Eat Till You Drop? Both of you have indeed eaten too much. This free city has too many delicious restaurants. Doesn't it? That said, avoiding bad food to not get full is. Yeah, that's a bit different, isn't it? Both Abel and Rio have given up accepting their fate. They are in the same seat as yesterday, absent-mindedly gazing outside while drinking green tea and waiting for their food to digest. After a while, The same trio from the seat next to theirs arrived again. The assistant to the Vice Minister of the Port and Harbor Department, Ronfin. The assistant to the Minister of Ports and Harbors, Zoe. The assistant to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Jews, today there is one more woman with them. You might know her, but this is Lusra, O-U-R Chinese letter, the assistant to the Vice Minister of Internal Affairs. Zoe introduced her, and each of them gave a brief self-introduction. When it comes to Lusra, she's the one who created the original plan for the training we discussed yesterday. Yes, that was me. I created it during the first-year training. That's impressive, Ronfin said, as if recalling something. Lusra answered with a slight smile, and Jews praised her. It's quite rare for something created in the first year after joining to be recognized at the country's defense center and become part of it. After hearing from Zoe yesterday, I was quite surprised. The Minister of Ports, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Finance, all suffered from severe headaches. And could it be? Yes, even the Minister of Internal Affairs. At Larsa's words, the three were surprised but also thought, it figures. There's no doubt about it, it's some sort of manipulation. Yeah, either drugs or magic. There's also the possibility of sorcery, Ronfin Jews, and Zoe didn't consider it just a coincidence or an outbreak of illness. Given that they all mentioned severe headaches so precisely, there must be a reason and they should be considered targets. Since yesterday, I've been asking people connected to the Minister of Internal Affairs, and they said they often feel dazed along with their severe headaches, and their thinking is dull. Dull thinking when it comes to the Minister of Internal Affairs. He's known for his sharpness, right? Now that you mention it, I feel like our Minister of Ports has become less responsive. Well, to be honest, he wasn't that sharp to begin with, but he seemed better than now. Yeah, our Minister of Foreign Affairs might be the same. He often has his head in his hands, so. At Larsa's words, Ronfin, Zoe, and Jews expressed their thoughts. At least things seem slightly different from before. Is it just the ministers? What about the vice ministers? Our side is as usual. Same here. Ronfin from the Port Department and Lusra from the Ministry of Internal Affairs nodded in response. It seems that only the ministers have fallen into a concerning situation. I want to confirm how far this has spread. Other ministers or even the Prime Minister? Yes, and the Naval Admiral or the commander of the garrison. At that moment, ice wall level 20 clang. Kakakakaka. A translucent roof was stretched above the four. There was a sound of something invisible striking repeatedly. Upon closer inspection, a talisman was floating near the ceiling, and from it an attack resembling an air slash was being unleashed toward the four. An attack from the talisman that had suddenly appeared above them, and the translucent covering that was erected to protect the four without them noticing. "Run!" Zoe shouted. The three, along with the other customers in the shop, ran out. It's a secret that among those who fled, there were both swordsmen and mages. I instinctively defended. Somehow, Rio managed to get outside and sat on a bench. Well, wasn't that good? I don't want to see people who are working hard right next to me die. Breathless, Abel sat next to Rio. Indeed, both of them were still quite full. I saw the talisman float in. I thought no way, and sure enough. There was also the room of the crown princess of the Suje kingdom during the ascension ceremony. That one was with gravel, though. Yes, but this time it seems to be more like an air slash. Is it from the wind attribute magic system? That kind of surprise attack from above using a talisman is a sorcerer's specialty, I suppose. That might be true. Humans tend to have a blind spot above them. Especially for ambushes, it's an effective means of attack. Rio and Abel, having experienced numerous battles until now, are not bad at this kind of analysis. However, there are still many things they don't understand. I guess they tried to kill those four, but why did they carry it out there? Seriously, they could have done it in a less populated area. Thanks to that, it was thwarted. ... It feels somewhat off for the one who defended to say that. They say, not acting upon seeing injustice is the same as having no courage. If I see bullying right in front of me, I must stop it. Oh. Abel felt something was slightly different, but since Rio wasn't wrong, he agreed. Then he recalled something and asked, "By the way, Rio, during the ascension ceremony, you used the magical power line extending from the talisman to locate the opponent, right?" "Yes, what about this time?" "Unfortunately, I couldn't probe. It takes quite a bit of time, you know. If I can train to locate the opponent's magical power line instantly, it could change a lot. I'll do my best." "I see. Well, just don't overdo it." For some reason, Abel's question seemed to ignite Rio's motivation, and he was saying things like, "I'll do it." The one who sparked this motivation, Abel, appeared slightly apologetic, which is perhaps the asymmetry of the situation. Voices of citizens reached the two sitting on the bench in the square. It seems the ones attacked were important figures in the government. An attack with a talisman? So it was a sorcerer. No way. How can you think otherwise? Assassination, sorcery, that's just how that country operates. The Duchy of Atinjo, citizens were conversing among themselves. Was that earlier merely a show of force? Probably. The speed of information spreading is just too fast. Rio asked, and Abel responded. Their viewpoints seemed to align. There were people who looked like soldiers at a glance. The Duchy of Atinjo already has the power to attack important figures of the Free City government in the middle of the street, and the Free City government is unable to defend itself. They are spreading that information. That means, yes, they are aiming to break the citizens' spirit. Breaking their spirit, Rio asserted, and Abel shook his head slightly. The source of a person's strength lies within their heart. Abel, who is a swordsman, a king, and has faced numerous formidable foes, knows this. As long as the heart doesn't break, one can stand up again and again. However, if the heart breaks, generally speaking, occupying an important city of the opponent is more successful when all preparations are made without anyone knowing and then taking over in one swift move. Rio began explaining. For example, just like in our royal capital. Abel recalled how the royal capital, Crystal Palace, was occupied overnight by the younger brother of the crown prince, the northern nobles, and the imperial army. Yes, exactly. However, if this method is taken, there will definitely be a rebellion later from the citizens or former garrison members. That's what we call a resistance movement. Naturally, if the city they live in is suddenly occupied by an enemy nation, that would happen. Zack and Scotty, as well as the Valkyries and the Morning Star, turned into rebels and resisted. Abel replied while nodding. That's right. The side that occupies must repeatedly crush such resistance movements to show their strength. If they fail even once, the possibility of being overturned exists. Because the population of the citizens is greater than those occupying them, if they rise up all at once, they cannot win. Ah, I understand. Therefore, this time, the Duchy of Atinjo is demonstrating its power right from the start. Even with your government present, we can exert this much strength. The citizens will think, it's already impossible, we can't resist. Let's give up. They may already be beginning to occupy the hearts of the citizens. Breaking the citizens' spirit and aiming to occupy without instigating any resistance movement. That's ruthless, Rio explained, and Abel also agreed. It's a matter of whether to show strength after occupying or before occupying, which is more effective goes without saying. However, showing strength in advance makes actual occupation more difficult. Any government or nation will try to prevent occupation by enemy nations. They will bolster their defenses. Do they have the confidence that it will be all right even if that happens, or that it won't happen? Are they preparing for that? Well, it's natural to think that way. We don't know the specific methods right now, though. Rio replied while frowning. Even though it's not his homeland and not his second homeland, seeing it being occupied right in front of him certainly doesn't feel good. Nonetheless, Rio, who has pursued the path of history, knows states inevitably perish. To prevent that or extend their lifespan relies solely on the actions of each citizen. The world is not kind. 4 advisors who had fled from the tea house in the square. They split into 2 groups and ran straight to Administrative Island, successfully escaping into their respective ministries. Port and Harbor Department. Advisor to the Vice Minister of Ports and Harbors, Ronfin, and Advisor to the Minister of Ports and Harbors, Zoe. The 2 raced up the stairs and entered Ronfin's advisor room, locking the door behind them. Finally, they caught their breath there. For a solid 5 minutes, neither of them spoke a word. As they steadied their heavy breathing, they tried to sort out what had happened. The first to speak was Ronfin, the owner of the room. It was an attack using a talisman. Ah, it was floating near the ceiling. It must have been a wind attribute magic attack, Zoe added, nodding. Who could have done it? If we think logically, it must have been from the Grand Duchy. Why target us? I don't know. Both Ronfin and Zoe were unsure of why they had been targeted. Indeed, they had been trying to uncover the ongoing conspiracy by the Grand Duchy. But to put it plainly, that was all they had done. They had not yet taken any significant action, nor had they engaged in any subversive activities. So why were they targeted, especially in such a conspicuous place? I think I'll stay at the Port and Harbor Department for a while, Zoe murmured. After all, the ministry had various anti-magic and anti-sorcery defenses installed. The level of alchemy in the free city of Kubevasa was quite high. One of the reasons they had been able to repel threats from the Grand Duchy and the Federation until now was indeed the high level of alchemy. That sounds good. I'll do the same. I'm still a bit shaken. Ronfin, the advisor to the vice minister, decided to stay in the ministry as well. Considering all possible scenarios, this was the safest place. However, even so, the magic that blocked that attack, was it a magic barrier? I wonder who it was. Who knows? It's probably a mage belonging to the Special Defense Agency. Since we were saved, should we send some alcohol to the Special Defense Agency? Gift exchanges between officials are prohibited. Seriously. What a tense world we live in. Ronfan pointed out with a wry smile, while Zoe shook his head in lament. It seemed that in any society things were harsh. You fools. How can you not handle the situation with the advisor properly? I apologize. In the office of the second secretary at the Duchy of Atinjo Embassy. Second Secretary Zuluma was scolding the sorcerer who had failed in his task. Without knocking, a man entered the room. Your Excellency! Zuluma hurriedly knelt and saluted. Of course, the sorcerer who had been reprimanded also turned to face the man who had entered while still kneeling. Zuluma, don't be so angry, Duke Helb said with a wry smile as he took a seat on the reception couch. Then he continued speaking. What was important about this incident was that a government official or someone similar was attacked in front of the public. It's not a problem if we fail. Yes, I understand that, but... Zuluma bowed his head, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead at the Duke's words. Well, it would have been better if they had ended up as a gruesome corpse, but there's not much difference. By the way, you are Zabin, right? Why, yes, you even know my name, Your Excellency. Of course I know. You specialize in wind attributes, right? I've heard you are quite skilled for your age. I'd appreciate it if you could remember this failure and work harder. Yes, thank you so much. The failed sorcerer, Zabin, bowed deeply, his young face flushing with excitement. Anyone could see he was thrilled, and it was only natural. The pinnacle of sorcerers in the Duchy of Atinjo and one of the top sorcerers in the southern continent, not to mention the younger brother of the Lord of the Realm. It was not an exaggeration to say he was someone whom almost all sorcerers in the Duchy admired, and he knew Zabin's name and had encouraged him. How could Zabin not be excited? He exited the room still buzzing with exhilaration. Your Excellency, I truly apologize. It's fine, Zuluma. What I just said was the absolute truth. The fact that the attack happened there is what matters. But I am curious about who blocked it. It must be a mage from the Special Defense Agency. Can you look into that more closely? Understood. We should reduce the power of the Special Defense Agency. Zuluma received the command, and Duke Helb nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, we just received an invitation to the garden party, Duke Helb said with a smile. The one hosted by the Suje Kingdom Embassy, right? You're not planning to attend, are you? Oh, I intend to go. They probably don't want me there, but it sounds interesting. The ambassador there must have a tough time. Though they are equivalent ambassadors, he is the Grand Duke's younger brother. I wonder how they will respond. I'm also looking forward to this being my first assignment as an ambassador, Duke Helb said happily. Probably my first and last assignment as an ambassador, not to mention the last ambassador from the Free City. With that, he laughed. It was not a laugh full of innocence like before. Instead, it was a laugh tinged with something sinister. Second Secretary Zuluma couldn't help but swallow hard. Abel, we finally graduated from being fools? Yeah, that's right. It's not like we can't move because we're stuffed. After lunch the next day, the two were walking on the administrative bridge connecting the mainland and administrative island. Finally, on the fourth day, they had managed to gain freedom of movement in the afternoon without overeating. Hence, they decided to take a look at administrative island as tourists. We can grow too. But the reason we didn't overeat was that the food was extremely spicy. We promised not to mention that. The reason they hadn't overeaten was that the restaurant they entered for lunch, Caracalla Restaurant, served extremely spicy dishes, so they had been damaged by the spice before getting full. It was not due to their efforts. Well, even the spicy food was delicious, but I couldn't eat much of it. You can handle spicy food, huh? Speaking of which, Ammon also easily ate spicy food. Rio remembered Ammon eating extremely spicy curry at the port festival in Whitnash. Swordsmen can handle spicy food, Abel declared for some reason, but Nils ate the same thing and got knocked out. Rio disagreed. I see. It seemed to vary from person to person. This bridge is huge. Does it stretch over 200 meters? I think it's difficult to build such a large bridge over the sea. The total length is over 200 meters, and its width would be about 6 lanes if compared to roads on Earth. It was quite a gigantic bridge. Just looking at this bridge shows the high level of technology and economic power of the Free City. Indeed, the royal capital of the Natore Kingdom doesn't have large bridges, right? That's because they have no need for them. In the royal capital, Crystal Palace, there were neither seas nor large rivers flowing. We need to build a massive bridge to showcase national prestige. Huh, where? Between the royal capital and Run? I don't get it. A straight bridge crossing mountains and rivers? Rejected, no need. Then how about between the royal capital and the forest of Rondo? More rejection, even less need. I failed to attract public works. What a grievance. Bridges aren't something that can just be built anywhere. Over here is the Supreme Council, and next door is the Free Council, I believe. Such impressive stone construction. The 3-story stone building of the Supreme Council was overwhelming to behold, while the similarly 3-story Free Council seemed to have used a lot of dark stones. reflecting light in a way that made it shine black. Both faced a vast square, but few people were resting in the square. Everyone seems to be busy moving around, because it's working hours. On the opposite side of the square, lined up in front of the Prime Minister's official residence, were various ministries, with merchants easily recognizable passing by. It seemed that in any society there were reports to be made to the ministries. The two slowly walked through Administrative Island, which could be described as a government district, heading south. There, yet again, a huge bridge just like before. That's the bridge connecting Administrative Island and Diplomacy Island. I believe it's called the Outer Bridge. What a bureaucratic name. Rio thought it would have been nice if they had given it a more attractive name. Then what would you name it if it were Rio? I'd go with the Great Super Big Thunder Sea Bridge. Rejected. Why not? It just lacks flair. Opposition against the tyranny of the powerful, naming is quite challenging. Anyway, the bridge that connects the mainland and Diplomacy Island is probably the Diplomacy Bridge, right? Absolutely correct. What a boring name, Rio sighed, shaking his head slightly at Abel's answer. However, citizens would likely think it was none of their business to be criticized by someone who would name a bridge the Great Super Big Thunder Sea Bridge. The mainland, Administrative Island, and Diplomacy Island were all connected in a triangular formation by bridges. The mainland being the apex created an isosceles triangle. The outer bridge connecting Administrative Island and Diplomacy Island formed the shortest base. The mainland was located to the west, with Administrative Island and Diplomacy Island to the east. All three bridges spanning the islands were gigantic, and their height from the water surface was quite significant. They were designed and constructed to allow most ships to navigate beneath them. Oh, speaking of which, didn't the Free City have 3 large islands? Yes, it does. There is another one, the Prison Island. That one, of course. Naturally, it has a prison. Entry for ordinary people is prohibited, and they intentionally did not build a bridge. Armed groups might occupy it and make various demands from the government. What the heck is that? Abel sighed at Rio's fanciful imagination. Rio was picturing Alcatraz Island floating in San Francisco Bay on modern Earth. Once notorious, yet known for being escape-proof, Alcatraz Prison. And the part about armed groups seemed to come from some movie he had watched long ago. Our Natore Kingdom should also have a prison island off the coast of Whitnash. Not needed. Diplomacy Island was quite different in character from Administrative Island. Though both were related to politics, the atmosphere was not the same. Diplomacy Island is, how should I put it, more glamorous. Indeed, while there were places to eat on Administrative Island, here there are not only tea houses but also cafes, and they look stylish. It seems there are even private rooms. Unofficially, or perhaps immediately, such places are where you'd meet with embassy staff from other countries. Abel speculated from a royal perspective. I see. If that's how they are used, then shops with private rooms are better. There are also tavern-like places, but those seem to have private rooms as well. In diplomacy, having many informal contact routes is very important. Rio admired the shops, while Abel spoke about diplomacy from a ruler's perspective. It's true in any field that decisive moves are made where the public can't see. What appears in front of everyone is usually after decisions have been made. It's just a showcase. Efforts made out of sight determine success or failure, huh? Swordsmanship is like that, magic is like that, and diplomacy is too. Evaluating is difficult, isn't it? Humans tend to be trapped in what they can see. Results are everything, and efforts that can't yield results are meaningless. Some people say that, and depending on the situation it can be true, but this very moment is not everything. Those who make big mistakes often grow afterward, and those very people tend to become good at training subordinates and moving organizations. They effectively use the experience of their failures. I see. Everything is quite complex. While looking at the stylish cafes and eateries, the swordsman and mage folded their arms and wore serious expressions. To an outsider, they might have seemed to be seriously contemplating which shop to enter. At that moment, a certain group passed by them. I just saw some people who seem a bit different. Could that be adventurers? Both Rio and Abel followed the group with their gaze. At first glance, they thought they looked like sailors similar to Captain Gorick, but the swords they carried were large. They were one-handed swords, but much longer than knives. Also, there was a likely mage holding a large staff. I haven't seen adventurers in a while, but it feels reassuring. They said there are no adventurers in the archipelago sea region. The mainland is indeed different, but their weapons and stuff. The staff is similar to those from the Central Nations, but the sword is a curved one-handed sword, and their clothes look more like those from here. Of course, there will be differences depending on the region. Both Rio and Abel were essentially adventurers. One was the first duke and the other was the king, but they were originally adventurers. Moreover, one of them was a top-notch swordsman who had even achieved a rank. Is there something like an adventurers' guild here? I've heard there are organizations that correspond to adventurers' guilds in the eastern nations back when I was in the kingdom. Really? Adventurers Mutual Aid Association, I think? Mutual Aid Association. Guild sounds cooler. It's not that different, is it? Once we return to the mainland, should we check it out? Yeah, I'd like to have a little peek. Both Rio and Abel were fundamentally adventurers. The desire to know things they are unfamiliar with, that is undoubtedly something essential for adventurers. Of course, there's the saying, curiosity killed the cat. And with that, the two crossed the diplomacy bridge, returning to the mainland. Is this really the place? This is the location that was described to us. Rio and Abel had returned to the continent and arrived at the place indicated by the townspeople as the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association building. In front of them stood the building of the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. However, it's not that big, is it? Is it because of the recession, perhaps? What stood before them was an ordinary house. Well, it might be slightly larger than an average home, but it was still only about the size of two houses at most. Compared to the royal capital Crystal Palace and even the Adventurers Guild in Run, it was surprisingly small. Well, Run is the largest city in the border region after all. Abel must have felt the same way as Rio, that's why he intentionally pointed it out. What should we do? I mentioned wanting to take a peek, but it would be inappropriate for us, who are not related, to go in. We would definitely be approached. Both of them were imagining the kingdom's Adventurers Guild. Specifically, the large, spacious ones in the royal capital and Run, bustling with people. They thought they could take a look inside without drawing attention if it were such a guild. But if we don't go in here, it would be disrespectful to the townspeople who told us about this place, especially considering Abel's sacrifice. Don't put it that way as if I intimidated them into telling me. Shall we go in? Let's go. Abel made the decision in response to Rio's question. As expected, it was the duty of His Majesty the King to make decisions. The two opened the door and stepped inside. A cafe? That was Rio's first impression upon entering. It wasn't a cafe in the modern sense. It resembled a traditional Japanese coffee shop from a bygone era, with wooden floors, wooden walls, and a wooden ceiling and beams. Naturally, the establishment run by an elderly couple had wooden tables and chairs, and there was a counter at the back. Rio imagined a place that wouldn't compromise on coffee quality with delicious spaghetti Napolitan. But actually, the ginger pork set was the most popular, attracting suit-clad businessmen even during weekday lunchtime. Such a coffee shop. Of course, all of this was merely Rio's fantasy. The interior of the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association bore a resemblance to that imagined cafe. However, there were no customers enjoying spaghetti Napolitan or chowing down on ginger pork sets. The aroma of coffee did not waft through the air. In fact, no one was seated on the chairs. Welcome, from behind the counter, an elderly woman. Yes, she could definitely be called an old woman. A woman who appeared to be in her 80s spoke to the two of them. It seemed she was the only one there. Excuse me. We were told this is the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. Abel politely inquired. That's right, this is the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. The old woman spoke in a somewhat curt tone. She might have been an adventurer in her youth. Are you travelers? Even without being told, it would be apparent that Rio and Abel were not from the Free City. Yeah, Abel replied, but stumbled slightly over his words. It was easy to tell that they weren't adventurers here to take on requests. Of course, it was also clear that they weren't affiliated with this place. This free city doesn't have many adventurers. The security is good, and monsters don't appear on land. There are no tyrannical nobles, nor is there a king who issues unreasonable orders. The only ones with power are the merchants, and they naturally have their own fighting strength. They don't request from this mutual aid association. Because of that, the adventurers who come to this free city quickly head to the Grand Duchy or the Federation. Especially now, as the Federation is in a civil war, every faction wants those reckless adventurers, even if just a little. The old woman spoke with a slightly sad expression. Rio and Abel exchanged glances. That wasn't the kind of sad story they wanted to hear. They just wanted to catch a glimpse of adventurers after a long time, to see that even in a foreign land, adventurers were doing their best. However, it seemed that adventurers couldn't thrive in this free city as much as the two had thought. Actually, a little while ago, I saw some adventurers on Diplomacy Island. Oh, several groups are functioning under requests from various country embassies. They have some confidentiality obligations, so they're essentially exclusive. It's unlikely that they'll come here for a while. No matter how you looked at it, the conversation seemed to take a turn towards the sad. At that moment, the door burst open with enthusiasm. Chairwoman, we finished! The ones who entered were a trio, two boys who could be better described as young men and one girl. They were definitely not yet 18 years old. Mara, I've told you to open the door carefully, haven't I? Oh, sorry, the chairwoman scolded, and the boy named Mara apologized. The other two placed their hands on their faces and shook their heads lightly. Only then did the trio realize that there were already two customers present. They bowed their heads and moved to a table away from the counter to start their conversation. While their voices didn't carry to the counter, it was undoubtedly about Rio and Abel. They kept glancing over. Are they adventurers from this place? Yeah, they registered as adventurers about 6 months ago. There are inherently fewer requests here, and they're still at the 9th level. It seems they just finished a request, but there haven't been any requests they can take on next. If they can handle just one more, they can rise to the 8th level. Once they reach the 8th level, they can be assigned hunting type requests outside the city, but who knows when that will be. The chairwoman answered Abel's question with a small sigh. Starting from the 9th level and the 1st level is the highest, right? Rio asked what he was curious about. Yeah, that's about right. There's a special rank above the 1st level, but I've never heard of it around here. Even though the eastern nations are vast, only somewhere like Darway has such individuals. Darway? What? You don't know about Darway either. Where in the world did you come from? Well, technically, we came from the Suje Kingdom in the Archipelago Sea region. Rio answered, not lying but intentionally withholding important information, as the chairwoman's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of thought, Rio nodded slightly and asked, "Excuse me, is it possible for us to submit a request?" "That's certainly possible, but you're travelers, right? It's not guaranteed that you'll get results within the deadline, you know? Moreover, the request fees are paid in advance. The Mutual Aid Association holds the payment including the rewards and pays the adventurers. Reports can be received directly from the adventurers or compiled and submitted by the Mutual Aid Association." I see. So how much would the fees including the rewards be? That depends on the request's content. I'll listen to the details and calculate the appropriate rank and number of people needed. For example, for the lowest rank, which is 9th level, the basic fee is 10,000 denarii per adventurer. If the request is expected to take a long time, there will be additional fees. As the rank increases, an additional 10,000 denarii is added. So, if I were to have those kids do it, since there are 3 of them, it would be 30,000 denarii plus the extra for the number of days, right? If there are any expenses for the request, I'd have to add those as well. Denarii was the currency of this free city. Having been sampling food over the past few days, Rio understood 1 denarii to be roughly equivalent to 1 yen. Yes, there will be expenses. Shall we pay in advance then? Rio seemed to have a plan and nodded slightly while murmuring. Seeing this, Abel inquired, "It's fine, I won't make you pay, Abel. I'm not worried about that, but it's to ensure that we don't fall into life-threatening situations in the future." "You mean to give that kind of request to those kids?" Abel was surprised by Rio's words. The chairwoman had mentioned they had only been adventurers for 6 months. Was Rio really considering giving a request for the sake of not putting their lives at risk? Whoa, Rio! Of course, Abel trusted Rio. They often bickered over trivial matters, but he could say he trusted him from the bottom of his heart. He didn't think Rio was the type to sacrifice others for his own happiness. Still, "I want you to gather information about dining establishments in this free city." Huh, a dining establishment? Rio smiled as he made the request. Abel raised an incredulous voice, and the chairwoman looked at him with suspicion. Having been involved with the Mutual Aid Association for decades since her active adventurer days, it was the first time she had ever heard of such a request. It was understandable for her to be suspicious. Yes. The name, the location, what kind of dishes are offered? No need for anything too luxurious. Let's say, during lunchtime, a meal per person for less than 1,500 denarii, shall we? Any other desired information? As Rio began to list the necessary information, the chairwoman hurried to start taking notes. She recognized that this request had become a formal one. Meanwhile, Abel remained in a state of shock. When people encounter truly unexpected situations, it seems they tend to freeze. For a while, Rio stated the information he wanted, and the chairwoman took notes while asking a few follow-up questions, until they finally arrived at the topic of expenses. "If you enter a restaurant and eat, there will be costs, so I'll need to pay that in advance as necessary expenses. Please hold on to it, chairwoman, and take it out as needed." Understood. The deadline is a week later. As I mentioned earlier, if you could gather information on about 10 establishments. Is that all right? It should be fine to compile it into documents as well. It seemed Rio and the chairwoman had finalized the details down to the smallest aspects. Abel, who had been silent the entire time, remained quiet until the end. "Ah, it feels refreshing to do something good." After exiting the Adventurers' Mutual Aid Association building, Rio and Abel walked toward the Inn of Free Winds where they were staying. Abel had remained silent even after going outside. It's rare to see Abel quiet for this long. Well, how should I put it? I just can't find the words. Yes, Rio tilted his head in confusion at Abel's unclear answer. The request to investigate dining options is something I've never heard of before, nor had it crossed my mind. I was surprised. Oh, I see, but it's not my original idea. Is that so? Yes. In my hometown, there's a tire manufacturer, a business that makes wagon wheels, I guess. A company that only makes wheels? I haven't heard of that. They must make some incredible wheels. Well, it might be a bit different than that. After saying that, Rio realized it was quite different, but decided it was too much trouble to correct himself. That company published a book about good dining options and sold it. Rumor has it that their investigators keep their roles secret even from their families, and of course, they go out to eat just like regular customers, hiding the fact that they're investigators. That's thorough. Exactly. They explore how the food served to regular customers is and how the service is. They rate them by stars, but if a restaurant loses even just 1 star, it can become a serious issue for some establishments. That's definitely important for chefs. Abel must have imagined the dejected look of a chef who lost a star, and he nodded solemnly. I knew about such books, so I just thought of it. I see, but it actually turned out to be a viable business. That's right, it's impressive. Originally, it seems they included lodging information for those traveling by wagon. So the profits from the book itself may be small, but it apparently contributed to their primary business, the sales of wheels. Even if it seems like a roundabout method, sometimes that's actually the right answer. Abel nodded thoughtfully. What he was imagining in his head must have had to do with national politics or perhaps swords. The percentage of the total sales for the entire company attributed to that seems to be only 1%, but everyone has heard of that book. Some might not even know they're dealing with a wheel manufacturer. The achievements built up over 100 years are not to be underestimated. I see. Abel nodded again at Rio's words. Mara, Nikos, and Rosa, right. The party name is Tiger's Fang? Such a bold name. I wonder if the 2 boys, a swordsman and a dual wielder, represent the left and right fangs, while the healer girl, Rosa, might represent the brain behind them. Rio spoke as he reflected on the trio introduced by the Mutual Aid Association. To Rio, they were adventurers juniors, and he hoped they would do their best. Party names are registered starting from the 8th level, right? So that's a self-proclaimed party name. Well, since they are motivated, I don't dislike it, Abel said with a smile. Since his days as an active adventurer, Abel had always looked after his juniors well. I hear they are childhood friends, but what do you think? What do you mean by what do you think? Rio grinned, his face taking on a mischievous look as he said something suggestive. Abel couldn't figure out what Rio meant. There's a possibility that Mara and Nikos will engage in a bloody battle over the girl, Rosa, in the future. Why would that be? Because love is greater than friendship. Rio nodded repeatedly, ignoring Abel's look of exasperation. The one who suffers from a broken heart sets out on a journey in despair. They throw themselves into the path of the sword without looking back, and eventually they may be called the god of swords. Yeah, I see. But that story isn't very compelling, so it wouldn't sell even if published. It seems that creating a story that surpasses the hungry swordsman Abel is quite a challenge. It's tough to continually produce hit works. Of course, whether the first book in the Hungry Swordsman Abel series, titled Such a Hungry Swordsman Abel, is a hit or not, is still something no one knows. I seem to have misnamed someone. Oh, how embarrassing. If you don't understand, that's perfectly fine. Don't mind it. Just some rambling. It's not like Mara's name was mistaken for Gan or anything like that. 2 people returned to the Inn of Free Winds. At the counter, another pair was receiving their room keys. Are you 2 returning now? Lord Abel, Rio-san, we just got back from work. The one who answered Abel was Saoshi, the head chef. The other, Lieutenant Renan, nodded as well. Abel, this is how a person should be. Yeah, I really don't want to hear that from Rio, Abel retorted after Rio said it while they were out playing. Indeed, he wouldn't want to hear it from Rio. Welcome back, Lord Abel, Rio-san. A letter has arrived for you too. The refined-looking young man at the counter handed the letter to them. An invitation? Suje Embassy? Their murmurs were probably loud enough to catch attention. The pair of women who were about to leave after receiving their keys turned around. Lieutenant Renan and Saoshi both wore puzzled expressions. Seeing that, Abel opened the seal. He thought the contents inside would interest the 2 of them. An invitation to the garden party? Ah, I knew it. At Abel's murmur, Saoshi shook his head slightly as he spoke. Lieutenant Renan also frowned. What is it? Is this an invitation we should avoid? Yes, honestly, it might be troublesome. Why did the embassy send an invitation to you 2? In response to Abel's question, Saoshi answered honestly, and Lieutenant Renat raised her doubts. If we refuse that invitation, would it be seen poorly by the Suje kingdom? Ryo asked, as he didn't fully understand the significance of this invitation. You would lose face. Someone who was counting on you too might be saddened. That means there will be food left for 2 people. Abel, Lieutenant Renat, and Saoshi each answered with their own thoughts. The statement that struck Ryo the hardest was obviously the last one. Leaving food behind is a bad thing. We have to reduce food waste. Abel, regardless of the traps that might be set, we must attend. You just want to eat the embassy's food, Abel replied with an exasperated tone to Ryo's answer. The current chef at the embassy, Rogo Bajarush, is exceptional at both meat and fish dishes. As a chef, I would love for you to try it if you have the chance, but this time, let's go, Abel. Well, I suppose it's fine. Though Saoshi was hesitant about the potential trouble it might bring, Ryo, thinking it would somehow work out, encouraged Abel. Abel also accepted it, thinking it might just work out. In the end, the two might actually be a good pair. Huh, you issued invitations to Lord Abel and Ryo-san? Yes, we did. Is there a problem? Captain Gorick casually asked in a loud voice. Ambassador Randasa responded with a dubious look. This was the Suje Kingdom Embassy in the ambassador's office. We received an official reply from the Duchy of Atinjo's embassy. The new ambassador, Duke Helb, will attend the garden party. That's a very strong force. If something happens, our current embassy's strength won't be enough, even with the seasoned crew of the Rondark. Well, that's true. You said those two are quite a strong force, didn't you, Captain? It's an incredible stroke of luck that they are in the free city right now. Of course, there's no such thing as free. Since they are adventurers, I am considering appropriate compensation. Has that matter already been reported back to the homeland? Yes, I just did that. We haven't received a reply yet. In response to Captain Gorick's question, Ambassador Randasa nodded broadly. A magic communication device was placed between the embassy and the Suje Kingdom royal castle. It is a kind of long-distance communication, but it's not real-time two-way communication. It's like a fax or email. You send a message and wait for a reply. Depending on the distance, it takes about 2 hours one way from the free city to the royal capital. The reply would arrive at the earliest tonight. Honestly, even with that level of strength, I don't think we can hold back Duke Helb, but I believe it will be of help to us. No, are you planning to start a war at the embassy? Captain Gorick couldn't help but retort to Ambassador Randasa's words. As long as nothing happens, that's fine, but if something does happen, it will be too late, won't it? But they are guests. Captain Gorick started to say something but stopped. If the two declined the invitation, that would solve the problem. Or even if they came to the garden party, he hoped to find a way to avoid getting caught up in any chaos. The crew of the Rondark would also be present at the garden party, helping out. He felt a bit relieved thinking they would act properly. By this time, at the Inn of Free Winds, attendance at the garden party had already been decided mainly based on the claims of the mages. The next day. Well then, what shall we do about Abel's outfit? Outfit? The clothes to wear to the garden party. Since we've been formally invited by the embassy, we can't just wear our everyday clothes, can we? Well, I suppose that's true. After breakfast, Abel was caught off guard by the sudden topic. When we attended the Suje Kingdom's Ascension ceremony, you wore a white formal outfit. Should we counter with black this time? Be black. Since the party name includes Red Sword, there's a preference for red, I guess. How about a mix of red and black, standard colors, or maybe even red and black stripes making it Rossonero? That would be reminiscent of an Italian noble team. As Ryo said that, he grinned, imagining something. He pictured Abel in a Rossonero, that is, a red and black striped uniform playing soccer. Well, since you're a swordsman, I suppose you should be a forward, he murmured, feeling the breeze of Milan, but of course, Abel didn't understand the meaning. I brought back the white formal outfit I wore at the Suje Kingdom's Ascension ceremony, so I think that would be fine. No. I think the fans of Abel on the continent would want to see you in different clothes. What do you mean, fans of Abel on the continent? Just what I said, people living on the continent who are fans of Abel. There's no way there are such people. This is the chance to increase them seriously. Swordsman Abel is here, that sort of promotion. Not necessary. Ryo's suggestion was rejected by Abel. It seemed the king of Natore didn't like to stand out. Afterwards, the two spent the morning as usual. In the courtyard, Abel swung his sword while Ryo read a book on alchemy and performed alchemical experiments. However, while swinging his sword, Abel noticed something. In the 4 corners of the courtyard, ice towers would occasionally appear and disappear. Of course, it had to be Ryo doing it. He understood that. However, Ryo was reading a book on alchemy and repeating the alchemical experiments. Could he really be performing water attribute magic while conducting alchemical experiments? Abel couldn't use magic. Therefore, he only knew about the finer aspects of magical use through knowledge. According to that knowledge, simultaneous use of alchemy and magic was impossible. He certainly knew about something called fusion magic. It was something his friend Kenneth had announced. It was a fusion of alchemy and magic, but that required one person doing alchemy and another person using magic, meaning it was predicated on multiple people working together. It couldn't be done by a single person performing both alchemy and magic at the same time. Alchemy was performed while infusing magical power, whether in experiments or in the making of alchemy tools. To perform magical actions while doing such things would be like shooting an arrow while swinging a sword, actions that cannot coexist simultaneously. But, ha! Rio exhaled, as if he had achieved satisfactory results from the experiment in front of him, tilting his head side to side. It was the movement one does when feeling stiff in the shoulders. Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? You were just conducting alchemical experiments, right? Yes, it somehow went well. Rio smiled brightly as he said this. Could it be that you were simultaneously creating an ice tower as well? You noticed very well. I suppose it was because it was the same height as a person. I can't build an extremely small tower while performing alchemy just yet. I need to practice more. Rio nodded in response to Abel's inquiry. He still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Yeah, I recognize that doing those two simultaneously should be impossible. Abel, it's not impossible. There are swordsmen who can swing a sword with both their right and left hands. I don't think that analogy fits. Well, there are people who fight with a spear in the right hand and a sword in the left, right? That makes no sense. If you have the will, the path will open. I see, Rio confidently stated that, and while Abel couldn't fully accept it, he decided to go along with it. After all, he had just witnessed the simultaneous use of alchemy and water attribute magic right in front of him, and at 3 in the afternoon. The two, now dressed for the garden party, descended into the lobby of the Inn of Free Winds. A carriage was waiting to take them to the Suje Kingdom Embassy, but there were other passengers. Lieutenant Renat, thank you for your patience. No, I just arrived myself, Rio said, and Lieutenant Renat responded. Then looking at Abel, she continued speaking. Lord Abel's outfit is from the Ascension ceremony. It certainly suits you well. Really? Is that so? Abel felt a bit shy. It goes without saying that Rio was in his usual robe. By the way, Lieutenant Renat was also in the formal attire of the Suje Kingdom Navy. As representatives of the kingdom's navy, Lieutenant Renat and Captain Gorik would attend. The other crew members apparently would be assisting at the garden party. Head chef Saoshi went to the embassy ahead of us, correct? Yes. He mentioned he had some preparations to help with. I will be escorting you too, Lieutenant Renat said, gracefully bowing. Her dignified presence while wearing the Navy's formal attire was beautiful. Rio nodded happily. Abel also murmured in admiration. In any era and place, proper etiquette elevates one's evaluation. It is a part of culture. Culture is not just about knowledge. It encompasses all manners of behavior. Once the three got into the carriage, they headed towards the Suje Kingdom Embassy on Diplomacy Island. I understand now why you two received invitations. Once the carriage started moving, Lieutenant Renat began to explain. It seems that Duke Helb has arrived as the new ambassador from the Duchy of Atinjo and will be attending this garden party promptly. Why us? That Duke Helb isn't someone you know, is he, Abel? Nor is he your rival. I've heard the name before, though. Abel, it would be better to say, I don't know him. Oh, you've heard of him. I think Rio has heard of him too. You know, at the tea house facing the square. Oh, now that you mention it, yes, the two had overheard conversations about important people from the Free City government. Among them was the name of the new ambassador, Duke Helb. As Rio and Abel began to converse, Lieutenant Renat appeared confused. Oh, sorry, I know about Duke Helb. I've also heard he's a powerful sorcerer, so they called us as a countermeasure against him. Yes, it was Ambassador Randassa's decision. Lieutenant Renat knew that the two in front of her were guests of Queen Illyriaja, or rather, honored guests. Therefore, she thought it would not be good to get them involved in something like this. However, well, it's fine. Whether he's a sorcerer or whatever, I can handle it easily. Abel will. Hey, I'm not going there to start a fight. Of course not. We're going to eat delicious food. Ah, I slipped up. I accidentally said my true feelings that I've kept hidden because of Abel's trap. That was already evident. The concerns of Lieutenant Renat seemed to mean nothing to the two in front of her. Hearing their conversation, her feelings of guilt began to fade away. But I'm glad, Abel, that outfit looks good on you. Rio is still in his usual robe, is that okay? This was given to me by my master. It's more suitable for the garden party than any formal attire. Is that so? Abel looked at him with a dubious expression. Isn't it just that you find it troublesome to wear another outfit? What are you saying? By the way, if Abel wears that outfit, he might not look like a count, but he could definitely pass for a viscount, so he shouldn't be treated poorly. What an abrupt change of topic. Abel looked at Rio with an exasperated expression. However, he noticed Lieutenant Rena's puzzled expression sitting across from him. Lieutenant Rena, what's the matter? Is Rio's robe not acceptable? At Abel's words, Rio looked surprised and sad as he glanced at Rena. Ah, no, of course, there's no problem. Hearing Rena's answer, Rio's face regained a smile. Well, I was curious about the term Viscount that came up earlier. Oh, I see. Abel nodded at Lieutenant Rena's words. Of course, Rio had no idea what I see meant. What do you mean by I see? Or rather, Lieutenant Rena, don't you know what a Viscount is? Yes, I haven't heard of it. What? Rio was shocked by Lieutenant Rena's answer. When he looked over, Abel showed no surprise. Why isn't Abel surprised? That's just a difference in basic knowledge. I was mocked by Abel, Abel answered with a smug expression while Rio pretended to cry in frustration. However, it seemed he had an idea. Lieutenant Rena, could it be that there's no such thing as a Viscount? Yes, there isn't. I see, Rio nodded vigorously looking to Abel, but Abel still had a straight mouth. Is that not enough? Then could it be that there's no such rank as Baron either? Yes, there isn't. I see, Rio again nodded vigorously and looked at Abel, but Abel was still frowning. What about Duke? Duke is certainly an old title. Now it's just Duke like Duke Helb mentioned earlier. Of course it's not wrong to say Duke, and when the title of Duke is attached it is mostly to royalty. I see, what about Marquis? I haven't heard of Marquis, it might have appeared in some old books, I'm sorry, I don't know. Lieutenant Rena answered apologetically. Could it be that Count is also an old title and now it's just Earl? Yes, that's correct. I see. Rio was mulling over the knowledge he had just absorbed. It seemed that things were quite different from the Central Nations. In the Central Nations, there are distinctions between royalty, nobility, and commoners, but in the Eastern Nations, that's not the case. Abel began to provide supplementary explanation. In the Eastern Nations, there aren't nobility classes that we recognize as nobility. Dukes are only royalty, while counts fall into the nobility category, but there shouldn't be too many of them. If you think of a count in terms of the Central Nations, it would be a great noble, roughly speaking. Marquis and above would correspond to a count. I see. There were no counts even in the Archipelago Sea region. Yes, that's right. Abel's last question was directed at Lieutenant Rena. She nodded in response. You haven't heard of that Lord Protector Kavui Samaru's title, have you, Rio? Oh, now that you mention it, I see, so that's how it was. Rio recalled and opened his mouth while thinking. It's a world of equality, isn't it? I wonder about that. If you go further north on the continent, there are ranks that correspond to the nobility class in the Central Nations, called Shidefusu or something like that. In the end, the world is a class society everywhere you go. After receiving Abel's explanation, Rio let out a small sigh. By the way, Rio was a first duke while saying such things. That's what makes governance of the country more convenient. Abel shrugged as he answered. By the way, Abel was the king while saying such things. But Abel, you seem to know a lot about this. From long ago? He learned this before becoming an adult while still in the royal castle. This is the information disparity. Down with class disparity. What are you talking about? While saying such things, the carriage carrying the three of them arrived at the Suje Kingdom Embassy. A garden party, when translated into English, is called a garden party. It is a party held in a garden. It is not an indoor party where you sit in chairs. When there are assigned seats, you cannot move around freely and fulfill the attendees' objectives. In a garden, you can walk around freely. The purpose of the attendees? It is the exchange of information. Or perhaps to disseminate convenient information. It is not purely a place to enjoy a party. Of course, there is no expectation for dancing. Although it is a party, the guests invited are not ordinary people. Since it is a garden party hosted by the embassy, people related to diplomacy are invited. Those invited to this garden party at the Suje Kingdom Embassy are mostly ambassadors from other countries or officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of free cities, primarily those involved with Suje Kingdom's diplomacy, probably excluding the two swordsmen and mages. Welcome, I am Ambassador Randasa of the Suje Kingdom. Thank you for the invitation. I am Abel from the Natore Kingdom, and I'm Rio. Receiving Ambassador Randasa's greeting, Abel responds adeptly. Rio answers neutrally. What is the reason for inviting you to? Yes, I just heard from Lieutenant Rena in the carriage earlier. That's good. Of course, this is a garden party hosted by the Suje Kingdom Embassy, and Duke Helb will also be here as the ambassador of the Grand Duchy, so I don't think there will be any problems. Actually, there is something I would like to confirm regarding that, Abel straightforwardly asks. I would like to know how the Suje Kingdom intends to respond to the movements of the Grand Duchy this time. Our actions will change depending on that. I see. Ambassador Randasa nodded at Abel's inquiry. He clearly states. In other words, if the Grand Duchy takes military action against the free cities, what does the Suje Kingdom plan to do in response? Hearing that, Abel nodded once. He frowned in his mind while thinking. This ambassador is stating things so clearly, which means he believes that the Grand Duchy's annexation of the free cities will happen soon. Of course, what happens to the free cities has nothing to do with Abel. Well, it might affect his journey north across the continent, ultimately returning to the central nations. But that is just to that extent. However, he thinks, no matter which country it is, I don't want to see any country trampled by another. Once Natore Kingdom faced such a fate. That is why he feels this way, returning his focus to Ambassador Randasa's words. If a military clash occurs between the Grand Duchy and the free cities, the Suje Kingdom will not intervene. Well, that seems about right. To be honest, we did not anticipate such a rapid development of the situation, both back home and among us. However, even if we had considered it, we would still judge that we should not intervene. The main reason is the great distance from our homeland. Indeed, the Suje Kingdom has strong ties with the free city of Kubevasa. However, it is not realistic to send troops for intervention. Ambassador Randasa's words were met with Abel's nodding. It takes over 40 days by ship from the royal capital to Kubevasa. The order from the homeland is to close the embassy and for Suje Kingdom personnel to withdraw promptly. However, if there are any citizens of the free city who wish to immigrate to the Suje Kingdom, permission certificates should be issued. That is practical, but there are assets owned by the kingdom within the free city. What will happen to them? Well, anything that cannot be recovered will have to be abandoned. At that point, Rio, who had been quietly listening, interjected, "What about the Inn of Free Winds?" No, while it does have investment from the kingdom, it is managed by the citizens of the free city. While recovering capital is impossible, the decision to continue operations can be made independently of the kingdom. I see. Receiving Ambassador Randasa's response, Rio nodded. He interpreted that the kingdom's investment is akin to being one of the shareholders. Excuse me for interrupting your conversation. Ambassador, Vice Ambassador Bansuno of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom has arrived. He is acting on behalf of Ambassador Morocco. We will take our leave. I'm sorry, Abel-san, Rio-san, please enjoy the garden party. Gunno, the chief engineer of the Rondark, who was part of the organizing side, announced, and Abel and Ambassador Randasa parted ways. Gunno-san, you're looking sharp in that outfit? Ah, I'm quite embarrassed. On the ship, I only wear clothes that can get dirty, so this feels unusual. Rio complimented Gunno's butler-like attire, and Gunno, who was praised, looked slightly bashful. Is everyone except Captain Gorik and Lieutenant Renau inside? Yes, this embassy's garden is quite spacious. Indeed, it seems designed for hosting such garden parties. Saying that, Abel looked around the garden. The terrain was mostly flat, allowing for clear views into the distance. Pavilions, or rather structures with pillars, roofs, and chairs, were scattered throughout, and several people had already begun sitting and talking there. Additionally, stone chairs were placed throughout the garden, allowing for conversations while seated in various locations. There shouldn't be any particular opening remarks. You two are genuine guests, so please enjoy the cuisine. That's what I came here for. Ambassador's head chef, Rogo Bajarush's dishes are delicious. Our Saushi head chef also lends a hand. I'm sure it will suit your tastes, Rio-san. Oh. Hearing Gunno's words, Rio's expression brightened. Of course, Abel was smiling too. Everyone enjoys the prospect of receiving delicious food. And finally, Abel, it has arrived. The one who noticed the dishes being served was, of course, Rio. And without hesitation, he approached the table. I think it's quite impressive how proactive you are. With a wry smile, Abel followed after Rio. Despite his words, Abel was also looking forward to the food. Fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits, a colorful array of dishes, enticing aromas, all of it. It is mouth-watering. Ah, it looks delicious. Both Rio and Abel picked up their plates and chopsticks. By the way, Abel, you're quite skilled with chopsticks, aren't you? Ohashi, I think I learned about chopsticks at the royal castle. That's right, you received that kind of education. Rio thought to himself that there might be countries in the central nations that use chopsticks, and he must have been educated to avoid embarrassment when visiting such countries as royalty. Table manners are important. At the table, the meat and fish served were cut up and placed on individual plates. Some people ate while standing, while others sat on the various chairs scattered about. It seemed either way was acceptable. Once Rio confirmed this, he took a bite while standing. His eyes widened in surprise. Seeing that, Abel also took a bite while standing. His eyes also widened in surprise. This is delicious. Ah, it really is tasty. After confirming this with each other, Rio and Abel cleared their plates, and as expected, they returned to the person who was cutting up the food. The ones doing the cutting were probably from the embassy's kitchen. Noticing that the two had returned, they smiled and cut up the food once more, placing it on their plates. This time, there was more than before. The two indulged once again. The sauce is amazing, but, the seasoning is quite good as well. They're not just masking it with the sauce, are they? This is a dish that has been carefully prepared. Both Rio and Abel quickly transformed into makeshift food critics. Ambassador's head chef Rogo Badgerush's roasted chicken is delicious, isn't it? A woman called out to the two, who were relishing the food. Saoshi-san, yes, this is indeed delicious. It truly lives up to the praise from Chef Saoshi. Rio and Abel both praised it wholeheartedly. Isn't it? It's tasty, isn't it? I believe he is one of the top chefs in our homeland and certainly one of the best in the southern part of this continent. Chef Saoshi also spoke happily. Saoshi-san seems to have a good relationship with this embassy's head chef. Yes, he is a junior disciple of my father's. It seems they trained together at the same restaurant when they were younger. Rio deduced this from Saoshi's expression and words, and Saoshi nodded in agreement. There are still many delicious dishes to come, so please enjoy yourselves. Saying that, Chef Saoshi left to prepare a new dish and walked over to Captain Gorik. Having a junior disciple or something like that sounds nice. Yeah. Rio doesn't have one, does he? Well, it can't be helped. My master's training is quite tough, so I refrain from recommending it to ordinary people. Oh, is that so? Rio replied while imagining the training of his sword master, the Dullahan. Abel noted the absence of a water attribute magic disciple. Ah, but if it were Abel, I think he would keep charging in no matter how many times he got defeated. However, if he got defeated 3 times in one night, his master would leave, so just having determination isn't enough. Rio's sword master, right? Would he really leave? Rio recalled that he had mentioned his sword master was the Fairy King, but he couldn't remember speaking about the contents of the training. Our master is strict, he would say to come back after training. Sounds tough. Best of 3, huh? How many matches can Rio win? Huh, I've never won even once. What? Basically, in the Rondo Duchy, I'm the weakest, right? My master and the neighbors are all strong folks, so I need to become much stronger. That sounds tough, Rondo Duchy. Rio solemnly nodded while Abel replied, somewhat taken aback. The funny thing is, Abel is the king of the Natore kingdom to which the Rondo Duchy belongs. After that, the two found their designated seating next to a table. Of course, they were just sitting there freely. Unlike the other attendees, they didn't need to move around and talk to everyone. Everyone there, aside from the two, were all diplomatic personnel. Talking with diplomatic personnel from other countries was their job. This was also true for Captain Gorik and Lieutenant Renat, who were conversing with the Vice Minister of Ports from this free city. How did they know he was the Vice Minister of Ports? Because there was an aide to the Vice Minister of Ports, Ronfin, standing next to him. Since they were involved in the commotion at the tea house, Rio remembered clearly. Captain Gorik and Lieutenant Renat seemed to have a tough time too. Well, here they will have to represent the Suje Kingdom Navy. It seemed that notes were frequently being passed to Captain Gorik. He would read them while talking, nodding slightly at times before returning to the conversation. Captain Gorik is quite adept. When you say a man of the sea, you might expect him to be rough and rugged, but that alone won't get a ship moving. You need various skills to command dozens of crew members. Abel speaks as if he knows everything. Well, I am the king, you know. I was taught the things to be careful about when directing people a long time ago. Abel rebutted in a small voice but clearly. I see you can learn various things at the royal castle. No, that's not at the royal castle. That part was taught to me by elder brother. Ah, Crown Prince Kane, that sounds credible. In Rio's eyes, Abel's brother, the late Crown Prince Kane, had a very high reputation. Honestly, even though I've never met him, your elder brother is highly regarded in Rio's mind. Of course, he is someone who can create such wonderful problems, right? The quality of a problem lies not in the respondents, but in the creators. The creator's intelligence is reflected in the problems. During their dispatch to Twilight Land, Abel had received piles of homework from his brother, Crown Prince Kane. Rio, having peered into those problems, was impressed by their practical content. What a regrettable loss. Yeah, if Crown Prince Kane were alive, King Abel would not have had to usurp the governance of the state. Did I use usurp correctly? Rio used a difficult word, and Abel questioned the usage of it. In any case, the deceased would not return. Let us enjoy the delicious food on behalf of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I don't understand the meaning, but I'm in favor of eating. Saying that, the two continued to eat the dishes laid out on the table. When the second roasted chicken was served, the two were the first to have it cut and placed on their plates. Right behind them, a young man lined up, got his portion cut, and immediately took a bite. Ah, this is delicious. That unexpected exclamation was heard by the two who were very close. Isn't it? Isn't it? Rio nodded in response to that remark, smiling happily as if it were his own business. I didn't make it in time for the first one, but seeing everyone enjoy their food so deliciously, I just had to make sure to get some of the second one. I'm glad I could eat it. The young man said this with a smile. Rio tilted his head slightly. Abel also tilted his head slightly. That face feels familiar. Excuse me, but I am Abel from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations. And you are? Oh, my apologies. I am Vice Ambassador Bansuno of the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom. Vice Ambassador Bansuno responded to Abel's introduction. Bansuno, could it be? From the Azure Orb Merchant Association? Yes. The Azure Orb Merchant Association is my family business. While I am involved with diplomacy, I have been briefed about you two by my father, Bandarush, the chairman of the Merchant Association, and my younger brother, Ban Hugh. Thank you for your assistance with the Merchant Association during that time. Both Rio and Abel were surprised, and Bansuno bowed to express his gratitude. It was only natural that they felt familiar with his face. He was the face of the founding family of the Azure Orb Merchant Association. No, we merely did what we were supposed to do. Please don't worry about it. We received excellent service at Azure Orb Pavilion Wanya as well. Both Abel and Rio had a favorable impression of the Azure Orb Merchant Association and Azure Orb Pavilion, which naturally extended to Bansuno, standing before them. For several decades, the free city of Kubevasa has had a deep relationship with the Suje Kingdom. Like my Kamakura feudal kingdom has numerous dealings with the Jejishlu Federation. Therefore, the influence of vassal kingdoms in Kubevasa is small. But still, if there is anything I can assist with, please let me know. You two are still benefactors of the Azure Orb Merchant Association. Bansuno said this, and then moved away from the two. He was called over to speak with the Vice Minister of Ports. Everyone seems to have their hands full. Indeed, if the Vice Minister is here, it's probably because the Port Minister is still having a terrible headache. Ah, it must be something like poison or magic causing that headache. A poison that causes headaches, that's a pretty half-hearted approach. The poison serves another purpose. The headache is just a side effect. There must be a serious problem progressing within the Free City government, Rio deduced while trying to play the role of a detective. Anyone could think that something serious is going on, right? What an obvious thing to say. What a thing to say. This is what we call the pathos of things. Truly, Abel is devoid of any sense of refinement. You're using words that don't make any sense. Rio shook his head as he spoke, and Abel also shook his head in response. Both devoid of sense and devoid of refinement are old phrases meaning lacking interest or aesthetics. Surely, he must have learned it in high school language classes. Rio continued to mumble about how swordsmen who lack refinement are like a combination of rudeness and clumsiness, or how some degree of elegance is necessary for a king. Of course, Abel ignored all of it. His gaze was focused on one point, and that was something Rio noticed as well. What are you looking at, Abel? Look at the table, Rio, Abel solemnly stated. What was being brought over was a fish dish wrapped in salt. Is that salt crust baked fish? This is something to look forward to. At that moment, just as the two started to enjoy the fish dish, the entire venue became abuzz. In a way, it was the main event of the day. Ambassador Helb of the Duchy of Atinjo had arrived. New ambassador of the Duchy of Atinjo, Duke Helb. In the southern part of the continent, he is regarded as a figure synonymous with fear, yet his appearance could be described as that of a handsome man. With a completely untroubled and even refreshing expression, he is sure to captivate women particularly. His light purple formal attire can, depending on the light, appear white, and during this twilight hour, as bonfires begin to be lit, it looks almost ethereal. His long black hair is neatly tied up and secured with a small crown. Without a trace of arrogance, upon entering the garden party, he spotted Vice Ambassador Randasser of the Suje Kingdom, who was heading towards the entrance to welcome him, and approached him himself. Upon reaching Vice Ambassador Randasser, he gave a bow, just a bow. However, in that moment, Duke Helb took all the air in the room. A murmur of admiration spread. It was unclear who had murmured. No, perhaps most of the people present had murmured. That bow, so surprisingly graceful and beautiful, was all it took. Just that alone proved that today's protagonist was Duke Helb. Many attendees were captivated by Duke Helb's bow, but there were a few who did not feel the same way. 3 people slightly frowned. Vice Ambassador Bansuno of the Kamakura Feudal Kingdom, Lieutenant Rena of the Rondark. And Abel, they understood the effects of the bow. Is it something done ceremonially? Is it a way to show respect to the other party? Neither is wrong, but the essence is much deeper. Just by performing a perfect bow, one can dominate the situation. People unconsciously fall under the influence of the person who performed the perfect bow. Many people find it hard to resist. Someone who bows so beautifully gets transformed in their minds into an amazing person. This may be because most people unconsciously know that achieving a perfect bow is something very few can do. Anyone can simply lower their head, but no one feels moved by something like that. A perfect bow is entirely different. It is just a bow, yet it is more than just a bow. The three who understood the effects and benefits of the perfect bow slightly frowned. Vice Ambassador Bansuno of the Kamakura feudal kingdom had been taught from a young age at home. Born into a merchant family, one learns reading, writing, arithmetic, and etiquette from a young age. This has not changed throughout any era or world. Of course, this is if you are from a proper merchant family. No merchant family would simply say, just do it. At the core, they must understand why it is necessary thoroughly. Otherwise, just memorizing or recalling it would have no meaning. Thus, Bansuno knew the terror of the perfect bow. Lieutenant Renat has both parents in the Navy. Military personnel do not take bows lightly. While it may not be perfect, at the very least, they do not perform bows that allow others to look down on them. In a job where winning or losing is directly linked to one's life or death, if you can gain the upper hand with a bow, it cannot be easier. At the very least, one must avoid being at a disadvantage due to the other. Thus, Renat understood the necessity of the perfect bow. Abel is the king of the Natore kingdom. From a young age, he has mastered various formalities in the royal castle. Regardless of personal preference, he studied everything deemed necessary in his life. Why must he learn these things? That was made clear to him from the start. That is why he never slacked off. He couldn't slack off. There was nothing that could be taken lightly. But no, precisely because of this, he understands, everything has depth, whether it is swords, violins, or dancing, for instance, even letters. The letters sent to foreign countries must be personally written by the king. They must be written in a way that is clear, yet beautiful, elegant, and dignified. No, they must be. There is depth. Everything has depth when one aims to master it. Naturally, the same goes for bows. Abel is among the royalty who performs a graceful bow, yet it cannot be said to be perfect. He has spent a considerable amount of time training since he was born. Therefore, Abel knows how remarkably difficult it is to achieve a perfect bow. The sorcerer's master is quite troublesome as a negotiation partner, Rio murmured to Abel. Do you think so too, Rio? He knows how effective and crucial the efficacy of etiquette is in negotiation. Just by performing a beautiful bow, one can approach the situation from a favorable position from the very start. I'm surprised you know that. I've dealt with cunning people back in my homeland. Abel expressed genuine surprise, recalling the days when Rio was in Japan. He had managed tricky negotiations with company presidents, alongside Mr. Shige. Vice Ambassador Randassa, thank you for inviting me to the garden party this time. Duke Helb, you must be busy just having arrived. It is an honor to have you accept the invitation. It seems Vice Ambassador Randassa, after some hesitation, decided to call him Ambassador instead of Duke. This is my first assignment as an ambassador. Being inexperienced, I may cause various inconveniences, but please bear with me. Likewise, I look forward to working with you. The first greeting between Duke Helb and Vice Ambassador Randassa concluded without a hitch. Perhaps seeing this, a man approached Duke Helb. I have a question for the ambassador. What is your intention regarding the recent outrageous actions of the Atinjo Grand Duchy fleet? While he kept his voice down, it was an accusatory question. By the way, even in a lowered voice, it was clearly audible to Rio and Abel. The one asking the question was Vice Minister Mista of the Free City. Duke Helb remained composed, still wearing a refreshing expression. He tilted his head slightly. Vice Minister Mista, this is a garden party hosted by my embassy. I would like you to choose your words more carefully. Vice Ambassador Randassa also spoke to Vice Minister Mista in a lowered voice. But Vice Minister Mista attempted to press on. I see. So you are Vice Minister Mista. My apologies. I thought I had memorized the names and characteristics of everyone involved. I'm sorry. All of them? Duke Helb said this at nearly normal speaking volume without suppressing his voice. The person murmuring in suspicion was Advisor Ronfin, who was standing behind Vice Minister Mista. Yes, you are Advisor Ronfin, attached to Vice Minister Mista? Why, yes. Advisor Ronfin was surprised that Duke Helb had guessed his name. Since I am to serve as an ambassador, I must familiarize myself with the officials of other countries' embassies and the senior officials pertaining to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Free City. I must do so to ensure clarity. It is my first ambassadorial assignment, and I don't know many of the customs yet. Duke Helb said this with a wry smile. This made the attendees around him smile as well. They were already captivated by him due to that perfect bow. From what I can see, I can roughly guess the names of most people. If I had portraits provided by my home country, it would have been perfect, but that was impossible. However, comparing it with the characteristics in the documents, yes, except for 5 individuals, I know the names of everyone else. Oh, participants were astonished at Duke Helb's words. From the way Duke Helb spoke, they felt he knew their names. To be recognized by such a significant figure, that, combined with being captivated by the perfect bow, added to their sense of affirmation. Vice Minister Mista, shall we discuss the matter of my fleet later? Are you trying to evade? No, rather, is it all right to clarify it here? Wouldn't it be the Free City government that faces more trouble than the Grand Duchy? Duke Helb also spoke, maintaining a lowered voice. What do you mean? It's about the movements of the Free City fleet. Originally, that was the trigger, wasn't it? What are you saying? Vice Minister Mista seemed genuinely unable to comprehend Duke Helb's words. Duke Helb, upon noticing this, furrowed his brows slightly and continued speaking. It seems you truly have no idea. It's strange that the Vice Minister of Ports is unaware. I believe Vice Minister Mista should go directly ask the Minister of the Navy and the Commander of the Free City Fleet. Duke Helb, what are you talking about? Isn't it fundamentally strange? Where is the main force of the Free City Fleet right now? They are conducting large-scale exercises in the northern seas, even as my fleet of over 200 ships is entering the capital's port. Without protecting the capital, that's. Vice Minister Mista began to frown and think deeply at Duke Helb's questioning. When you go to inquire with the Minister of the Navy and the Commander of the Fleet, you should say this. What is the Blue Island? And has the main force of the Free City Fleet been destroyed? Wah! Vice Minister Mista was left speechless by Duke Helb's words. Meanwhile, Vice Ambassador Randassa and Advisor Ronfin, who had been by his side, were also at a loss for words. Of course, I do not deny that our Grand Duchy aims for the unification of the entire southern continent. One could call it a long-held ambition since the previous dynasty. However, the decision to take large-scale actions at this timing is not solely based on our country's circumstances. Duke Helb spoke with an even more subdued voice than before. With those words, Vice Ambassador Randassa came back to his senses. Duke, Ambassador, I would like to discuss this in more detail within the embassy. Would you spare some time for me? Yes, that's fine. However, before that, I would like to speak with about 5 people, if you don't mind. I am understood. Upon hearing Vice Ambassador Randassa's response, Duke Helb smiled brightly and left the scene. The first person Duke Helb approached was Vice Ambassador Bansuno of the Kamakuta feudal kingdom. Next, he approached Captain Gorik of the Rondark and Lieutenant Rena, and finally, he arrived at, Excuse me. May I interrupt? Please, Duke Helb. The third roast bird has been served. This dish from Chef Rogo Bajarush of the embassy is exquisite. Duke Helb's last stop was with Abel and Rio. I know most of the names, but I can't seem to imagine the names of the two of you. I see. So that's why you were going around with Deputy Ambassador Bansuno, Captain Gorik, and Lieutenant Rena. I can't quite match the names with the faces. After all, there wouldn't be portraits of everyone in the report. At the words of Duke Helb, Rio nodded in understanding, while Abel tilted his head in confusion. Indeed, the report only contained text, but it described the features of each person quite accurately. I see. The intelligence of the Grand Duchy is impressive. Somehow, Abel sounds a bit combative. Abel's tone was sharper than usual in response to Duke Helb's explanation. Rio was concerned about that. Unusually, Rio was feeling anxious this time. Duke Helb seemed to act as if he was not bothered by it. I don't have any particular issues with the Grand Duchy or Duke Helb. However, seeing the current situation in the Free City reminds me of my homeland, which was once occupied by a neighboring country. Please laugh at me for being an immature person who can't suppress their emotions. I see. Duke Helb nodded, even showing a faint smile at Abel's words. Duke Helb then asked, If you don't mind me asking, who are you two? I'm Abel from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations. Likewise, I'm Rio, the Central Nations. That's quite far away. Duke Helb appeared genuinely surprised. Just as it was for the Archipelago Sea region, few people in this part of the southern continent accurately knew the location of the Central Nations. However, due to the widespread use of the Central Nations language, he had heard the name before. I wasn't aware that the Suje Kingdom had diplomatic relations with the Central Nations. Duke Helb pointed out that a person from the Central Nations was properly dressed and attending the garden party at the Suje Kingdom embassy. Oh, you weren't aware? The royal barge Bralka, which belongs to the newly crowned Queen Illyriaja of the Suje Kingdom, was built in our Natore Kingdom. Oh, that's interesting. By the way, did you know? 5 ocean assault ships once attacked the Bralka with the Queen aboard before her ascension. Of course, they were all sunk without a single scratch on her. I was also on board at that time, and it was terrifying. Being attacked by 5 ocean assault ships is quite something. At this point, Abel began to smile slightly as he spoke. Rio, watching from the side, remained anxious. He was seriously contemplating whether he should put the ice armor on Abel just in case. However, the opponent in front of them was a sorcerer. Moreover, he was one of the top-class sorcerers in this southern continent. If there were any magical movements, he would immediately notice. In the end, Rio could only watch over the situation. He understood Abel's feelings as well. Being occupied by another country is not a pleasant experience. Perhaps because Abel had taken the lead in liberating from that occupation, he had more thoughts and feelings about it than an ordinary person. In fact, the man in front of him said that he did not deny the Grand Duchy's ambition to unify the entire southern continent. He stated that they had taken large-scale military action. He made that clear. In other words, before long, the Grand Duchy would annex this free city. It is difficult to view the disastrous state of the Natore kingdom, which had fallen into the hands of rebels and other countries, without overlapping it with half of the country, including the royal capital. Once experienced, those memories tend to cling on. Even if one understands with their head that the Duchy Empire and the Duchy of Atinjo are entirely different entities. Well, I can't help but think that a Grand Duchy, which is said to have dispatched 5 ocean assault ships to attack Queen Illyriaja and has incited civil wars in the Jejishlu Federation, is not exactly acting justly. It's impressive to easily repel 5 ocean assault ships, but recently the seas have become dangerous, haven't they? Pirates have even come to possess ocean assault ships. Duke Helb did not acknowledge that the attacking ships were from the Grand Duchy. That was only natural. If he acknowledged it, it would undoubtedly lead to a diplomatic issue. In the first place, there was no need to admit to it. I honestly don't want to see any country occupying another, Abel stated clearly. I'm sorry, but you from the Central Nations probably don't understand the situation in the southern continent. Duke Helb replied, still smiling, and stated clearly. The two faced each other head-on, Abel with a resolute expression. Duke Helb with a smile. It was Duke Helb who broke the gaze first. Oh dear, I was keeping Ambassador Randassa waiting. I must excuse myself now. Gentlemen, I hope to see you again. To be honest, I don't think we'll need to meet again. We of the Grand Duchy will annex the free city, Duke Helb stated abruptly and clearly. Abel was surprised and furrowed his brow in discomfort. Those who stand in our way will be eliminated. I pray that we won't meet during that time. I will only act in a manner that I believe is right. Upon hearing Abel's words, Duke Helb seemed to smirk. He then bowed and left the two of them. Geez, Abel, don't make me anxious like that. Sorry about that. I got a bit heated for a moment. Abel has always been a passionate person. Is that so? Rio scolded Abel. However, he wasn't reprimanding him. I understand your feelings, you know. I don't want to see a country occupied by another. At Rio's words, Abel nodded. However, from a historical perspective, both the aggressors and the victims often have various circumstances. What do you mean by that? Not every aggressor goes around saying, I'm going to invade, or attacking just because they want to expand their territory. They don't just attack countries that don't listen with a get-over-here attitude. 90% of the reasons for invasion are economic reasons. Of course, that doesn't justify invasion. So the argument for resolving it through diplomacy is valid, but if it could be resolved through diplomacy, it would have been resolved already. The fact that it couldn't be resolved leads to clashes of circumstances between the countries, resulting in war. The more you study history, the more you think that humans who can only solve things through war or violence are still evolving. Oh, really? Fighting over resources and energy. That's the essence of war. Rio suddenly began to discuss his theory of war, leaving Abel unable to keep up. Conversely, if alternative resources are developed and a universally usable energy source is created, 90% of wars could be avoided. Logically speaking, that's why if we seriously want to avoid war on a national level, no, as humanity as a whole, we should enhance our technological and developmental capabilities. But well, it's difficult, isn't it? You said 90%, but what about the remaining 10%? Geopolitical reasons. Sometimes countries want free access to expansive open seas, but the country in front of them is in the way. Our Natore kingdom is quite fortunate in that regard. Thus, we can be considered a nation that doesn't need to invade others too much. I see. At Rio's explanation, Abel furrowed his brow, showing a subtle agreement. What's this, Abel? Do you want to invade other countries? You don't want to see a country occupied by another, but you want to see your own country occupy them instead. No, I didn't say that. If it's about occupying the Duchy Empire, I wouldn't stop you. I won't do that. Rio suddenly recalled something. Oh, was there one more reason? What is it, one more? The reason for war? Well, should I call it war or civil war? By all means, go ahead and say it. It's a liberation war. I see. It seemed that Abel, who had fought in the War of Kingdom Liberation, understood it well. The liberation of the occupied people, liberation from colonies, liberation from economic enslavement. Throughout history, those are also wars that cannot be ignored. As Rio said this, his face frowned. No one wants war. It is undoubtedly an act that generates more unhappiness than happiness. However, it is not an exaggeration to say that human history is the history of wars. people have experienced wars. Given how frequent they have been, one can't help but think that permanent peace is a mere fantasy. In any case, the Grand Duchy will annex the Free City. Indeed, Duke Helb stated it clearly. He is the supreme commander of the occupying forces, after all. He is the younger brother of the Grand Duke and looks quite capable, and his personal combat ability is also high. He appears more competent than you, Abel. Why do you compare me to him? Earlier, you were showing your emotions quite openly, whereas he handled you without showing any emotions. He might be the better strategist. I'll admit that. I'm not suited for that kind of thing. Abel accepted Ryo's remark without resistance. He has been aware for a long time that he is not suited for schemes or deception. If I were at home, I could leave that to Count Heinlein and it would be solid, but he isn't here. That's true. It can't be helped. It's time for strategist Ryo to make his move. Yeah, it seems kind of forced, so maybe you shouldn't go. What a thing to say. I intend to supplement the areas where Abel is lacking. No, I admit I'm not suited for that kind of thing, but I don't see you as suited for it either. Is that so? Abel's comment seemed to resonate with Ryo's own awareness. Well, it can't be helped, can it? People have their strengths and weaknesses. There's nothing we can do about that. That's right. We'll have to act in a way that suits us. Ryo nodded in agreement with Abel's words. The two of them looked towards. How about some steamed giant shrimp? What do you think? The table attendant recommended a large shrimp resembling a lobster to the two. Of course, I'll have it. This also looks delicious. Delicious food brings happiness to people, and it brings peace as well. While eating the steamed shrimp, Ryo contemplated the difficulty of achieving world peace. After the garden party at the Suje Kingdom Embassy, Duke Helb returned to the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo. His first instruction was, please gather information on Abel and Ryo from the Natore Kingdom who attended the garden party. Understood. The second secretary Zuluma bowed respectfully. He could sense from his master's tone that he was very eager to obtain information about those two. This was an extremely rare occurrence. Duke Helb rarely displayed emotional fluctuations. It might have been a tendency he originally had, but through training, he had refined it. This was because, as a sorcerer, it was one of the very important powers he possessed. Unlike mages, sorcerers can launch talismans or spirit talismans to manifest magical phenomena. However, the act of launching talismans or manifesting magical phenomena must be performed calmly. This is because if one fails at that point, the sorcery could go out of control. If the sorcery runs amok, it can backfire on the caster. That is precisely why those who aspire to become sorcerers are trained from a young age to keep their hearts steady. Duke Helb is one of those powerful sorcerers. By the way, whether it is magic or sorcery, the phenomena that occur are referred to as magical phenomena. They are not called sorcery phenomena. Very few people know the reason for this. Now, the people who stirred Duke Helb's heart, Abel and Ryo from the Natore Kingdom. It was only natural for Zuluma to instruct his subordinates to gather detailed information afterward. Meanwhile, at the Suje Kingdom Embassy, a new order was about to be issued. Captain Gorik, I need you to urgently lead the Rondark and investigate. Investigate? Ambassador Randasa handed a piece of paper to Captain Gorik as he said this. Is this the sea area where the large-scale exercise of the Free City Fleet is taking place? Yes, that's correct. I had information obtained before the exercise took place. But I want you to confirm whether the exercise is actually taking place there. Is this related to what Duke Helb mentioned earlier? Captain Gorik had not heard it directly since he was at a distance, but Ambassador Randasa had. The Blue Island and the main force of the Free City Fleet has been annihilated. While he was concerned about the Blue Island, he could only set it aside for the moment. However, the annihilation of the main force of the Free City Fleet was something that could not be ignored. 2 weeks ago, the fleet indeed departed from this free port. It was information that had not been made public that it was a long-term exercise lasting a month, with supply ships included. But hearing that phrase makes me doubt whether it was truly an exercise. I see. So you want us to check it out? Honestly, we don't know what might happen. There's even a possibility that the Free City Fleet might attack. That's why you want us to go in the Rondark, which is a warship. Yes, the information has implications not just for embassy staff, but for the lives of citizens of the Suje Kingdom residing in this free city. I ask you, Ambassador Randasa bowed his head as he said this. In principle, the Navy does not fall under the command structure of the embassy. However, after the Rondark had delivered Ryo and Abel to the Free City, it was instructed to temporarily fall under the embassy's command. This was because the home country judged that based on the movements of the Grand Duchy. Therefore, Ambassador Randasa was allowed to order Captain Gorik and his team to investigate, yet he bowed his head and pleaded, asking them to go into a dangerous situation. It would be good if an exercise were indeed taking place. If warships from other countries appeared there, it wouldn't lead to a favorable situation, but they could understand each other. Because the relationship between the Suje Kingdom and the Free City was good. But what if no exercise was taking place? The Grand Duchy fleet could be present, or perhaps there might be even more troublesome individuals. Regardless, he was asking them to go to such a place. "I have received the order for investigation," Captain Gorik saluted and stated clearly. Then he altered his tone slightly to ask, "Ambassador, this sea area is quite far east rather than north. It would take about 2 days one way for the Rondark. Assuming we take half a day for investigation, that means 4 to 5 days?" "Yes, and if we return and the Free City has already vanished, where should we report?" Captain Gorik deliberately asked a difficult question. While it was a challenging question to pose, as captain, he needed to clarify it. In case this Free City's embassy is closed or becomes unreachable, the nearest embassy would be the one in the capital Moss of the Jejishlu Federation. But the Jejishlu Federation is in a state of civil war. In response to Ambassador Randassa's expected answer, Captain Gorik pushed back. "Yes, it's in a state of civil war, but the area around the capital is still safe. As you know, the capital Moss, like this Free City, is built facing the coast. Even if there's a maritime blockade, I think that with the elite crew of the Rondark, we could somehow establish contact with the embassy." "I see. Well, I leave that to you," Ambassador Randassa said with a slight smile, and Captain Gorik responded clearly with a laugh. The two shook hands firmly and parted ways. One went to issue instructions for information gathering, especially toward the Naval Ministry and Fleet Headquarters in the Free City. The other led his beloved ship and trusted crew toward the Eastern Sea. Within the carriage returning from the embassy, more information-gathering instructions would likely be issued than ever before. However, the Vice Minister was in a state of confusion. "The main force of the fleet was annihilated. Nonsense, nonsense," he muttered like a madman. Advisor Ronfin, who was also riding in the carriage, had kept quiet for a while but thought it was time to speak up. "Vice Minister Mista? Sorry, what was it again? I believe we should verify Ambassador Helb's statement from earlier." "That's right, yes. Just because Duke Helb said it, I can't believe that the main force of the fleet was annihilated. We need to confirm the information." Vice Minister Mista held a high regard for the power of the Free City fleet. He believed they had managed to maintain their independence precisely because of the strong fleet. "I'll reach out to the advisors of other ministries, but it's difficult with the Navy Ministry," Advisor Ronfin said. The advisors from the various ministries were, in a sense, bureaucrats, but those from the Navy and even the smaller Army Ministry were former military personnel. For that reason, Advisor Ronfin didn't have many influential connections. "I will personally go to the Navy Ministry and Fleet Headquarters. It would be easy if the Minister of Ports were to act, but I doubt that's possible," Vice Minister Mista answered with a sigh. Originally, the Minister of Ports was supposed to represent the ministry at today's garden party. However, the minister had been unable to rise from bed due to a severe headache. "What on earth is this headache? Ronfin, you mentioned that all ministers are experiencing the same symptoms." "Yes, as far as I've confirmed, everyone except for the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Navy." Nodding at Vice Minister Mista's confirmation, Advisor Ronfin continued. "The Minister of the Navy, well, he's secretive, but the Prime Minister, Vice Minister Mista pictured the face of Prime Minister Nasan of the Free City Kubevasa. He is the highest official of state authority, but he does not wield absolute power. The legislative body of the Free City is the Free Parliament. There are 80 members. They are elected by the citizens of the Free City. From among these Free Parliament members, the Prime Minister is chosen. But the decision of who becomes Prime Minister is not made by the citizens or even the Parliament members. It is determined by the people of the Supreme Council, which resides in the building next to the Free Parliament. What is the Supreme Council? It is a council convened by 8 individuals who hold power within the Free City. Who are the powerful individuals in the Free City? Of course, they are the great merchants. The 8 major merchant associations renowned throughout the southern continent. The leaders of these merchant associations are the members of the Supreme Council. While everyone in the Free City knows the names of these individuals, there is no revelation about what discussions take place within the Supreme Council. Prime Minister Nasan, who was selected by the Supreme Council. He is certainly not incompetent, but he is not particularly brilliant either. Having just surpassed 60 years of age, he does not seem to exhibit any enthusiasm in any aspect, at least from the perspective of Vice Minister Mista, who has a name in the government. He gives off the impression of being withered. It is said that he was not like this in his youth. He was elected to the Free Parliament at 30 and proposed numerous bills for the benefit of the Free City, holding discussions with the common folks and incorporating their opinions. He was indeed known as a promising young politician, but at some point, Vice Minister, called back to his senses by advisor Ronfan's voice, Vice Minister Mista responded. Ah, sorry. Yes, I will go directly to meet the Prime Minister. Vice Minister Mista replied. Then he muttered, what on earth is happening? There were those who experienced nothing at all, within the carriage returning from the embassy. Nothing happened at this garden party. Huh, Rio's mutter was heard by Abel as well, though it seemed too loud to be called a mutter. No, to clarify, I mean that no classic developments like a garden party ambush incident or sudden combat with enemy forces occurred. Yeah, as usual, I don't understand at all. Sharing information is quite a challenging task. Look, it's customary for an external force to launch an attack during a garden party, right? I absolutely do not think that's customary. No, come on, Abel has experienced it too with Witnesh. While I did have that experience, Witnesh is abnormal. I've never heard of a garden party being ambushed before. Or sudden combat with people from enemy forces. That would be impossible. There's no way that would happen, even if it doesn't reach combat like a fist fight or something just about to blow up. Because it's a diplomatic setting, right? There's no way that would occur. Abel completely denied Rio's words. Abel always starts from a position of denial. I believe people around you will drift away because of that. It can't be helped. It's just that Rio says such outlandish things, always blaming others. I don't want to hear that from Rio. After a brief pause, Abel steadied his heart and continued speaking. While nothing occurred, surprising information has come to light. Yes, even after Abel provoked so much, nothing happened. Rio nodded heavily. That's enough now. I'm sorry for being immature. No, what I want to say is, if I had used even more aggressive words to berate Duke Helb, sudden combat with enemy forces might have commenced. Nobody but Rio would be pleased with that. Come on now, battle maniac. Abel would probably be thrilled. Don't lump me together with Rio, fellow battle maniacs. There is information that the main force of the Free City Fleet has been annihilated. Well, that's quite serious, isn't it? I thought something was off, to be honest. The Grand Duchy's fleet came into port, but there were hardly any military ships from the Free City, right? Yeah, from what we saw, there were only a dozen or so ships. Way too few. When they went to the administrative island, they both noticed that the military ships were scarce. Could it be that they weren't conducting exercises, but rather have actually been annihilated? It seems like a lot of things are happening behind the scenes. What will we do? Will the righteous swordsman Abel just cut through everything in one swift stroke and resolve it all? What nonsense is that? It won't be resolved that easily. It'll be fine. At night, wearing black attire, sneaking into the Grand Duchy embassy. Are you suggesting to cut down Duke Helb? I had no intention of doing that. Abel, you're so extreme. I was just thinking of gathering information at the embassy. Rio feigned surprise. A disapproving glance from Abel followed. Duke Helb, that man is strong, isn't he? Did you see that too, Abel? I hear he's a top-notch sorcerer, but he should also be quite skilled with a sword. A sword? I merely thought he had a strong aura. I can't gauge things by aura alone. But that person's footwork had the feel of someone who wields a sword, just like you, Abel. Me? Yes, since childhood it's like he has been thoroughly trained in a proper style of swordsmanship, meaning a rationally refined sword technique. I see. That sounds about right. Ah, Duke Helb is also the brother of the Grand Duke, the fate of royalty. Indeed, being royalty is tough, Abel said with a smile that was less than a smile, and Rio shook his head slightly. He thought that a life filled with countless, obligatory tasks from a young age would be difficult. If one chooses to do what they want, that's understandable, but, speaking of which, that person gives off a somewhat unbalanced vibe. Like something is distorted or skewed, just a strange sense of imbalance. Really, he doesn't look bad, and being able to handle both sorcery and swordsmanship seems balanced enough. I don't quite understand why I felt that way. Rio tilted his head repeatedly. He sensed something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange or why he felt that way. It was an uncomfortable feeling, but is it odd as a person? Rio, it sounds like you're talking about yourself. That's rude. I'm perfectly normal. Normal people don't claim to be normal. To set a trap like that is unfair. Rio found himself caught in Abel's trap. Considering you were likely forced to do a lot of things since you were young in the Grand Duke's family, did that cause you to become distorted? Yes, there is that possibility, but... Rio thought for a moment, but it felt different from that. However, he realized something entirely different. Could it be that Prince Noah will also end up like that? Rio asked if Abel and Ria's son, Noah, would also be subjected to various training. Yes, he will have to do many things. Swordsmanship and magic are necessary for self-protection. A prince often faces life-threatening situations. If one cannot protect themselves, it would be quite troublesome. But you know, Crown Prince Cain had health issues, right? He couldn't wield a sword. Rio brought up the example of Abel's older brother, the late Crown Prince Cain. Crown Prince Cain was frail. Elder brother was on a level beyond that. He was thoroughly shielded from situations where his life would be at risk. Even when he appeared in public, he was provided with advanced knowledge of where attacks might occur and how to prevent them. A strategist? Ryo was astonished. To do such things, one must possess an extraordinary level of simulation ability. He's different from Abel, huh? Abel is. Hey, you just mocked me, didn't you? Not at all. I think Abel is great as he is. Not everyone can do what Crown Prince Cain did. You just have to do your best in the way that you can. Ryo was saying something sensible, but his gaze at Abel was that of someone looking at a pitiful person. Of course, Abel noticed that too. I can think of various things too, but ultimately you think you can handle everything with a sword, right? I can't deny that. How do you know? Because I'm the same type. The two exchanged looks and sighed simultaneously. I admire the intellectual type, but it doesn't seem suited for us. It seems that everyone has to do what they can. The Inn of Free Winds, where Ryo and Abel returned, was bustling despite the night. The cause seemed to be the crew of the Rondark. What's the hurry? Ryo asked. We have an emergency departure scheduled. The Rondark will set sail tonight, Lieutenant Renat replied, issuing orders at the entrance. Her response was polite, but she quickly moved around, helping the crew with their preparations. Abel, can warships really set sail that quickly? Ryo inquired. No, they need to load food and other supplies, so it should take at least half a day. To prepare for emergencies, we've already loaded preserved foods, came the answer from Saoshi, the head chef, who appeared from behind. Welcome back, Saoshi. The food at the embassy was incredibly delicious, Ryo exclaimed. Right, the embassy's head chef is quite skilled, Saoshi responded, visibly pleased by Ryo's praise. Apparently, cooking is also part of diplomacy at the embassy, Saoshi asserted. That's interesting, Ryo nodded, recalling having read similar things in manga when he was in Japan. Is this sudden departure related to that situation? Abel asked in a small voice. Yes. As I am affiliated with the military, I cannot discuss details since it pertains to military secrets, Renat replied. Come on, Abel, think a bit more about your questions. Why, you're right, I apologize, Abel admitted as Saoshi smiled wryly, pointing out the inappropriateness of his question. Indeed, it was a question that couldn't be answered. To answer within the limits of what I can say, it relates to Duke Helb's statements, Renat replied cautiously, and Abel nodded. While they were discussing this, Lieutenant Renat returned. The preparations are complete. We will depart now, Renat said to Saoshi, then turned to the two. The situation in the Free City might change in a few days. Please be careful, Abel-san and Ryo-san. Yeah, you too. Good luck, Renat wished them safety, and Ryo and Abel returned the sentiment. With that led by Lieutenant Renat and Saoshi, the crew returned to their beloved ship, the Rondark, anchored in the free port. Captain Gorik and Chief Gunna were staying at Diplomacy Island, along with Lieutenant Renat and Chef Saoshi, assisting with embassy duties. However, the Rondark was not uncrewed during this time. As a warship, it was mandated that at least one officer was on board unless the ship was in dry dock undergoing maintenance. This time, it was First Officer Mostara. During the voyage, he was serious and kind to everyone, earning the trust of the crew. However, when it came to boarding battles, he would be among the first to board enemy ships, following Lieutenant Renat, who always took the lead. As one of the officers leading the crew, he believed he should be at the forefront of the charge. In that sense, he could indeed be considered serious. The port is not blockaded, right? Yes, all clear. There's no movement from the Grand Duchy fleet either, First Officer Mostara confirmed to the remaining crew. They're here. The ferry from Diplomacy Island has arrived. Captain Gorik is visible, someone reported. Good. The 50 people from Diplomacy Island arrived directly at the free port on a ship owned by the embassy. It was faster than crossing the diplomatic bridge. They're also coming from land. Lieutenant Renat is at the front, another report came in. Good. After hearing both reports, First Officer Mostara nodded several times. Let's hurry and finalize preparations for departure. Yes. 1 hour later, the Rondark set sail from the free port. The port itself cannot be blockaded after all. Probably a bit offshore, First Officer Mostara replied while looking at the navigational chart. The west wind shouldn't change until dawn. Since it's a tailwind, if we take advantage of that, the current from the north is weak, so we should achieve a speed that we can ignore. The first-class navigator's weather forecast was an important job. The west wind, huh? Captain Gorik murmured before shouting up to the mast. Can you see anything ahead? Nothing in sight. Can you see anything behind? There's movement from several Grand Duchy ships inside the port. At the foremast, Nan was confirming the front, while Nin was checking the rear from the main mast. Captain Gorik believed something was definitely amiss, hence the two-person watch from the start. Forward, I see ships lurking, numbering 5 to 10, Nan shouted. What's their affiliation and ship type? Unknown for now, Nan reported, while Nin shouted from the rear. Behind 6 Grand Duchy ships. They are Masarija class. They're fast. They intend to chase us from behind, Nin reported, prompting Captain Gorik to murmur. Forward, Grand Duchy ships. 8 Buna-class long-range assault ships. Those are armed with magic cannon fire. As expected, they're deploying the most troublesome ones. Each ship typically has 20 mages assigned. Captain Gorik frowned as Lieutenant Renas supplemented the information. That's 160 magic cannon fires. Our magic barrier won't be able to withstand that. Combined with our counterfire, we could manage up to 50, but... Lieutenant Renas continued to add to Captain Gorik's words. Indeed, we can't engage in a boarding battle. Our magic cannon fire will be tough as well. Naturally, we can only flee, and they will likely think the same. Captain Gorik muttered to himself as he gathered his thoughts. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Renas remained silent. First Officer Mostara was reviewing the navigational chart and wind repeatedly. 20 seconds later, Captain Gorik raised his face. Mostara, is the wind and current unchanged? It's still the west wind. The northern current is weak. All right, all hands set the square sails. Understood. The Rondark was equipped with 3 large masts. Masts are the huge columns that hold the sails and allow sailors to look around with telescopes. The foremost is the foremast. In the center is the tallest, the main mast. And in the rear is the shortest, the mizzen mast. The foremast and main mast are primarily fitted with square sails. When people commonly think of a sailing ship, they envision those large rectangular sails spread across the masts. Those are the square sails. They are the most suited for capturing wind from behind or a tailwind. However, the wind doesn't always blow conveniently from behind. Depending on the direction, a ship may need to advance into the wind. Of course, sailing ships cannot fully sail directly into the wind, unless they use a wind-generating mechanism. Even in times when alchemy wasn't that advanced, sailing ships sometimes had to navigate against the wind. They couldn't directly face the wind, so they would zigzag to ascend against it. Square sails are designed to capture wind that is not a tailwind, such as wind coming from the side or even slightly from the front. They can also capture tailwinds, making them versatile sails. However, if limited to just tailwinds, square sails would be faster. In the case of the Rondark, a vertical sail could be set on the very rear mizzen mast. Moreover, due to special modifications as a warship, they could even switch between square and vertical sails while underway. Given the current west wind, the vertical sail was useless for the Rondark heading east. In fact, it obstructed the wind hitting the square sail located under the main mast. Nevertheless, Captain Gorik ordered the vertical sails to be set. Of course, the order was carried out. It was unlikely anyone understood the reasoning, but that was irrelevant. The captain issued commands and the crew executed them. That was how they had survived. Furthermore, Captain Gorik issued another command. Helmsman, hard to port, Tuorikaji. In response to Captain Gorik's command, the helmsman answered in his unique tone while turning the helm left. The Rondark turned at a 15-degree angle to the left. Maintain the helm until the ship faces northeast. Understood. Following that, Captain Gorik opened one of the voice pipes beside him. The voice pipe allowed communication from the bridge to various parts of the ship. Chief Gunno, this is Gunno. Captain, go ahead. Reverse the engines. Generate a quarter of a headwind. When I signal, shift to forward motion at full throttle. Reverse engines, headwind, quarter, understood. The Rondark could create wind through alchemy and sail by harnessing that wind. This alchemy device was called the wind-generating mechanism. In cases of a tailwind like the current west wind, the wind-generating mechanism was not in use. As it operated on magic stones, once the magical power stored in the stones was exhausted, the device would stop working. Of course, some crew members could use a bit of magic, so they could take turns replenishing the magical power, but for the Rondark, a sailing ship, it was certainly unnecessary to force its use when there was a favorable tailwind. On the contrary, Captain Gorik's order was for a headwind. Naturally, the ship's speed would decrease. Since it was only a quarter, the distant long-range assault ships wouldn't notice the deceleration yet. However, it seemed they had realized that the Rondark had changed course, and they began heading north. This movement obstructed the path of the Rondark. Considering the distance and the speed of each ship, even the relatively slow Buna-class long-range assault ship could successfully block the Rondark if they moved quickly enough. In 5 minutes we will enter the range of enemy cannon fire, First Officer Mostara calculated and reported. That was the signal. All right, helmsman hard to starboard. Amakaji. With a sharp turn, the ship tilted significantly to the right. Captain Gorik, holding onto the voice pipe, began issuing commands. Engine room, deploy the magic barrier to the left side with full power. Understood. Magic barrier deployed to the left side with full power. Now, shift the engines to forward motion at full throttle. Understood. Engines at maximum, moving. Just after Chief Gunno's voice came through the voice pipe, Captain Gorik shouted, "Everyone, hold on!" The crew, who had been gripping onto nearby objects during the earlier starboard turn, regripped tightly. The ship accelerated. The engines were at maximum output, combined with the west wind coming from the right rear. These two factors together. In sailing ships, the highest speed is not achieved with wind coming directly from behind. It's achieved with wind coming from the diagonal rear. This is because wind from directly behind primarily fills the square sails of the main mast. Since the wind is obstructed by the sails on the main mast, it doesn't reach the square sails on the foremast in front. However, with wind from the diagonal rear, it can fill the square sails of both the main and foremasts. Additionally, the vertical sail on the mizzen mast can also catch the wind. Now the Rondark was harnessing the west wind from the right diagonal rear with all its square and vertical sails, and operating its engines at maximum, achieving the highest speed since its construction. It was a ship of the maritime nation, the Suje Kingdom. There was no way it would be slow. The ship's speed exceeded what the enemy had anticipated. The long-range assault ships of the Grand Duchy, which thought they were closing in on the target, were thrown into confusion. They turned at the last moment, yet the acceleration was unbelievable. When they turned southeast, they could no longer pursue as long-range assault ships. This was because they had been heading north to block the Rondark's path. To chase a ship heading southeast, they would need to turn 180 degrees on the spot. Or they could draw a gentle arc, turning their ship southeast to pursue the fleeing vessel. In either case, their speed would decrease. Meanwhile, the ship they should chase was attempting to escape the battlefield with unbelievable acceleration. Scattered magic cannon fire was launched, but it barely reached. The few cannon fire that did reach were deflected by the magic barrier. Even the Masarija class that had been pursuing from the Freeport was shaken off, and the Rondark escaped beyond the horizon, at the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo in the ambassador's office. "Your Excellency, the Suje Kingdom Navy's Rondark has broken through the blockade and is heading east over the sea." Indeed, it seems the vassal kingdom is a maritime superpower. "We cannot compete at sea," Duke Helb remarked with a wry smile. Although he had issued orders to obstruct, he didn't hold much expectation. The sailors of the archipelago sea region were skilled. Among them was the Suje Kingdom Navy, known as a maritime nation, and especially the top elite Central Navy's ship. He had thought capturing it would not be easy, and it had turned out just as he expected. Yes, it was Captain Gorik and Lieutenant Renat. Duke Helb recalled the faces and names of the two he had met at the garden party. Now, after learning the truth, how will they report back? No, will they even make it back alive? His murmurs went unheard by Second Secretary Zuluma, who was at his side. One day after the Rondark shook off the Grand Duchy fleet, just before noon, with the west wind at their backs, they were heading smoothly east. "How's it going, Mostara?" Captain Gorik called out to First Officer Mostara, who was intently focused on the navigational chart. "Yes, since the wind is favorable, we should arrive at the relevant sea area by this evening." "More than 6 hours early, huh? That's a significant amount of time gained." Seemingly satisfied with First Officer Mostara's response, Captain Gorik smiled and nodded. Although they weren't on a strict schedule, it was always better to gather information as quickly as possible and deliver it to the embassy. The situation on the continent was too precarious to allow any delay. No one knew what would happen today or tomorrow. Just then, "Captain, something is floating ahead," Nan, who was using a telescope to scan the eastern horizon from the foremast, shouted. Captain Gorik dashed to the bow as if propelled by the shout. After watching through the telescope for a while, he finally understood what it was. A board, he recognized it, but he didn't understand why such a thing was floating there. "More to the east, there's something else floating," Nan shouted again. "There wasn't just one board, there were many, many of them. Mostara, there aren't supposed to be any islands to the east, right?" "There are no islands," Captain Gorik yelled from the bow. First Officer Mostara responded, equally loud. Unbeknownst to them, Lieutenant Renat had come to Captain Gorik's side and was also looking through the telescope. Then she spoke up. "Captain, it appears to be shipwreck debris." "Ah, Renat thinks so too, huh?" At Lieutenant Renat's words, Captain Gorik nodded in agreement, his face contorted in concern. That was only natural. For sailors, seeing shipwreck debris is one of the last things they want to encounter. Moreover, they had information that could help them deduce whose ship it was. "Nan, keep a lookout for any national or naval flags drifting by." "Understood." If this was indeed the wreckage of the Free City Fleet's main force, there was a possibility that the Free City flag or naval flag might be floating nearby. Of course, finding that would mean acknowledging a certain fact. Did Duke Helb's words come true? Was the main force of the Free City Fleet annihilated? Even if that's the case, aren't there any surviving ships? Ships with torn sails or damaged propulsion systems that can't move? Ah, if there are any living humans, we can help them. Lieutenant Rena's words echoed Captain Gorik's thoughts. They were sailors. Regardless of nationality, if there were people stranded at sea, they would help each other. At that moment, Saoshi, the head chef, arrived. Captain, whatever happens, shouldn't we eat something? Saoshi's words were indeed on point. It was clear that something had already happened in the relevant sea area. The closer they got, the more they might be pressed for time. Right, Captain Gorik nodded and shouted. Everyone, take turns having lunch, make sure to eat. We can't guarantee there will be dinner. Lunch is curry, we have plenty of refills, so fill your bellies, Saoshi shouted as well. Woohoo! Cheers erupted. There's curry in the archipelago sea region, and perhaps there's a tradition of eating curry in the Navy. Exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The color of the sea changes around here, Captain Gorik murmured as he looked at the sea from the side. Of course, it's not unusual for the color to change in any sea. There are deep blue seas and seas that can be called green, but this was different. What is this dark, murky color? It wasn't blue, it was black, and it wasn't just because of the sun's light beginning to slant. The color clearly changed at a certain point. Captain, an island is visible ahead. At that moment, Nin at the top of the mast shouted. During this time, Nin had replaced Nan to climb the foremast and keep watch. An island. Here of all places, Captain Gorik muttered as he glanced at First Officer Mostara beside him. The navigational chart provided by the embassy doesn't show any islands around here. First Officer Mostara nodded and said, of course, the embassy's job is diplomacy. Thus, the navigational chart they possessed was from over a decade ago and had not been updated. However, it was hard to believe that there wouldn't be any islands drawn on it unless a new island had emerged. Captain Gorik was hesitating. There was no Free City fleet in the relevant sea area, no surviving sailors either. They had spotted wreckage along the way. It was reasonable to conclude that the fleet had been annihilated. However, now they had discovered an island further to the east of the relevant sea area. An island that shouldn't exist. Should they land on it? No, should they even approach it at all? Was the fleet's annihilation caused by that island? In that instant, he barked orders. Hard to port, make a rapid turn, leave this sea area at maximum speed. Aye, hard to port, turn 180 degrees, engines at maximum speed. At Captain Gorik's command, the helmsman turned the helm, while Lieutenant Renat transmitted instructions to the engine room through the voice pipe. After the 180-degree turn, Nan climbed up the main mast to begin watching the rear. Nin in the foremast kept watch forward, while Nan monitored the rear. They could take necessary actions without needing to be instructed each time due to their prior training. But just as Nan began to keep watch after climbing the mast, he shouted, Captain, something is surfacing from the sea behind us, a report that made no sense just from hearing it. Captain Gorik dashed through the ship to the stern. The surface of the sea was bubbling with a mass of foam, so close that a telescope wasn't necessary. The moment he saw it, Captain Gorik's skin crawled. He sensed that something dangerous was approaching. Renat, prepare for a boarding battle? Understood, creak. A chain that had emerged from the sea wrapped around the stern of the Rondark. Immediately, the crew tried to pull it off, but it wouldn't budge. And then a ship finally appeared from the depths. Its sails were torn, all 3 masts broken midway, and there was a large hole in the side of the ship. Near the bow, the ship's name was written. Even Captain Gorik knew that name. The flagship of the Free City Fleet, Palorak? Captain Gorik's mumble trembled. Palorak was the flagship of the Free City Fleet, which meant it had always been with the main fleet. The fact that this ship had sunk. Moreover, the fact that it had emerged from the depths. Has it become a ghost ship? Lieutenant Renat, who had finished preparing for the boarding battle, murmured as she came to Captain Gorik's side. It was a reasonable conclusion given the situation. Every sailor knew that ghost ships existed. In fact, the Rondark had fought against the infamous ghost ship Lusra. But I've never heard of a ship that was alive just weeks ago turning into a ghost ship, Captain Gorik replied. Yes, ghost ships existed, but they didn't become ghost ships so easily. While there are exceptions like the ghost ship Lusra, ghost ships are said to be born from ships that sunk to the bottom of the sea, where after decades or more, the souls of the ship and the sailors who sank with it become intertwined. At the very least, it wouldn't turn into a ghost ship just a few years after sinking, let alone in just a few weeks. That was impossible. That island creates ghost ships. Renat, the words that Lieutenant Renat softly spoke aligned with Captain Gorik's thoughts. Yes, I've never heard such a tale. No, first we have to survive. Lieutenant Renat didn't know, but Captain Gorik recalled what needed to be prioritized. The Palorak, now a ghost ship, was massive since it was the flagship. It was bigger than the long-range cruiser Rondark, with a slightly higher deck position. A rope was thrown from the Palorak to the Rondark, and that rope was meant to slide over to the Rondark. Snip. At that moment, the crew of the Rondark severed the rope. Those who had been trying to slide over fell into the sea. They were zombies? Yes, Captain Gorik and Lieutenant Renat confirmed. The ghost ship Luri had been skeletons. Even though they were both ghost ships, it seemed different. They were repeatedly throwing ropes which were then cut, causing the zombies to fall into the sea. However, it seemed even the ghost ship realized it wasn't going to work. Suddenly, dozens of ropes were thrown. It was impossible to cut them all. Finally, the zombies landed on the deck of the Rondark. Some were wearing uniforms of the Free City Fleet. The crew of the Rondark became aware of this. At first, they looked sympathetic, but that feeling was quickly blown away. "Show no mercy. If we get taken, we'll become like them," Captain Gorik shouted, not from reason, but from emotions that had surged up and dictated his words. What being taken referred to, Captain Gorik didn't quite know. Whether it meant being taken aboard a ghost ship, having their minds captured, or being killed. The crew of the Rondark fought on the stern deck, led by Lieutenant Renat and First Officer Mostara. Before the battle began, Lieutenant Renat had received one strict order from Captain Gorik. Don't let any deaths occur. As a result, any crew members who sustained even minor injuries were quickly pulled back and healed with potions. Since the battlefield was confined to the stern, this method proved effective. After focusing on directing the battle for a while, Captain Gorik tilted his head slightly. The defense line of the Rondark was by no means solid. Yet the zombies didn't charge in all at once. Rather, they didn't advance beyond a certain line. A certain line? No way! Captain Gorik leaned out from the side to look at the sea surface. The Rondark was entangled in chains that reached up from the depths and wasn't moving forward. Once they decided to engage in a boarding battle, the engines had also stopped, and the Rondark was positioned right where the color of the sea changed. Are the zombies only in the murky part of the sea? Can they not come out from there? Captain Gorik became convinced of that. There was a chance of victory. But at the same time, there were concerns. For now, the Polorock was still stationary. However, if it started moving and dragged the Rondark into the murky sea, the wind remained a west wind. The sails of the Polorock were torn, meaning it couldn't catch the wind. But he didn't know how the wind-generating mechanism of the Polorock was functioning. Captain Gorik raced to the voice pipe and shouted orders. "Engines spin at maximum power, even if they burn out." "Understood." Gano, the chief engineer in the engine room, replied with a shout. "Renat, I need you to cut the chains that are holding us," Captain Gorik shouted toward the stern. Lieutenant Renat glanced at Captain Gorik, then looked at the chains connecting the ghost ship Polorock and the Rondark. It wasn't going to be easy, that was clear to anyone. Captain Gorik had seen the crew try to pull off those chains earlier without success. But Lieutenant Renat nodded. Then she looked to First Officer Mostara, who was battling beside her. "Mostara, I'm counting on you to handle the enemies." "Understood." First Officer Mostara responded and charged into the midst of the zombies, and he began to slash furiously. His movements were like those of a demon, completely unimaginable from his usual calm demeanor as a navigator. Even the zombies seemed to have turned their attention towards him. In that moment, Lieutenant Renat dashed past him, and then she jumped. With the sword held in reverse, she sliced the chain with her body's falling momentum. At the same time, she cast a spell. "Wind Cleave!" The sword and wind attribute magic struck the chain simultaneously. Crack. The chain that had connected the Polorock and the Rondark snapped. Lieutenant Renat returned gracefully to the Rondark. With the engines spinning at maximum, the Rondark surged forward. In an instant, they broke free from the murky sea. In the next moment, the zombies at the stern collapsed. Lieutenant Renat, First Officer Mostara, and the others who had been fighting at the stern were left motionless, witnessing the sight of the zombies falling apart. Only Captain Gorik realized the connection between the murky sea and the zombies. They simply followed Captain Gorik's orders out of trust and did what they were told. And it was precisely because of that trust that they survived. "Did we do it? It seems we somehow survived," First Officer Mostara murmured, and Lieutenant Renat replied in a voice as if in a daze. "You did well." Captain Gorik came to the stern and praised those who had fought. In that moment, those who had been at the stern collapsed to the ground. They truly felt that they had been saved. "Captain, how will you report this?" They sat down, but quickly rose to ask Captain Gorik, who was serious, just like First Officer Mostara. "I'll report what I saw. Is that okay?" I don't know, but since I'm not in a position to make judgments, I should report it. That doesn't feel good for humanity. Perhaps it should be discussed among the important people of several countries to declare the sea area off-limits," Captain Gorik said with a sigh. He didn't know if that was the right thing to do, but if something terrible happened because he didn't report it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking that way, Captain Gorik had no option but to report. "Sorry for not featuring Rena and Abel for a while. They'll be back in 493 Unrest tomorrow." That day, the free city was peaceful, in the morning at least. However, by lunchtime, an ominous atmosphere began to drift in. Well, it was Tiger's Fang, wasn't it? Their report will be ready soon, right? I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what delicious dining places are in this free city. There are still a couple of days left, right? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What do you say? Shall we go to the joyful dining hall today? Once their dining guide is finished, we can visit the places listed there, so we might as well go now. The joyful dining hall that Rio suggested was a terrifying establishment where both of them had gone for lunch on the first and second day after arriving in the free city, and they had ended up thoroughly stuffed. Each meal is, of course, substantial. For an adult engaged in manual labor, it might be just the right amount. It was never too much. It was just that they always ended up ordering more because it was so delicious. Who decided that one person should have one meal? As they scattered the impressive words of a grand eater, the two stepped through the door of the joyful dining hall. However, they quickly noticed something unusual. There are no customers. There are usually lots during lunchtime. Rio murmured suspiciously, and Abel nodded in agreement. They always entered the store before it got crowded to secure a seat. Today was no different. Yet to have not a single customer was a first. "I'm sorry, but we have nothing to serve today." The owner, who came out from the back, spoke. Neither of them knew his name, but they knew he was managing the kitchen. His wife and a couple of young staff members were responsible for the floor and dishwashing. But today, there was no one else but the owner. To have nothing to serve means we couldn't procure the ingredients. "I apologize." When Rio asked sadly, the owner grimaced in response. Indeed, the usual pleasant aroma was absent. It was clear that no preparations had been made. "I understand. We'll come back another time." The two left the store in disappointment. What does it mean that they couldn't procure supplies? I don't know. Did they get robbed of the procurement money or something? Well, it's certainly possible, but if that's the case, I swear here and now that I will freeze all pickpockets from now on. Hey, wait, don't say that. Rio was stopped by Abel from committing the crime of mass confinement. However, the next place they headed, the Eat Until You Drop restaurant, was also, this one is closed too. A closed sign is hanging. What Rio and Abel saw was the closed sign hanging on the entrance door. This is quite strange. Indeed, let's check out some nearby places. Rio and Abel knew that there were eateries around, even though they had never been to them. They decided to take a look at those places, and what they discovered was, all the stores are not open. The two were plunged into the depths of despair. As noon arrived, the citizens of the free city, having finished their morning work and come for lunch, were also successively plunged into despair, wearing faces as sad as theirs. Seeing the mournful expressions of the crowd that resembled their own, they decided to return to the inn. For lunch, they had never used it before, but the dining place at the Inn of Free Winds was open for lunch. However, they usually ate out for lunch while planning to use the place at night. There's no way around it. Well, the Inn of Free Winds should be tasty too, eating at the same place for lunch and dinner. It was just a matter of that. Of course, since the menu changes, it wasn't a huge problem. Discussing such matters, the two returned to the Inn of Free Winds. At the reception counter, "We have a letter for you from the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association." "From the Mutual Aid Association? A letter?" The reception's stoic manager handed over the letter from the Mutual Aid Association, and both Abel and Rio tilted their heads in confusion. It's still too early for the dining guide to be completed. What could it be? Abel opened the letter and Rio peered over his shoulder. Upon reading it, Rio suddenly took off running. "Hey, wait!" Abel shouted and chased after Rio. The townspeople passing by must have been surprised by Rio's expression. Abel desperately pursued him but couldn't catch up. Is he really a mage? A swordsman boasting of physical prowess could not keep up with a mage. However, Abel soon remembered. Of course, it's Rio. A few minutes later, the two arrived in front of the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. Abel arrived a bit late, but Rio hadn't gone inside. He was catching his breath outside the building. Seeing that, Abel was surprised. Rio seemed like he would kick down the door and yell, "Why is this happening?" as he entered. Instead, Rio calmed his breathing, nodded several times, and entered lightly. "Hello," his voice showed no trace of the despair he felt when reading the letter. "Lord Rio." "Abel, I'm sorry for the trouble." The president of the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association greeted them. Inside the Mutual Aid Association were only her and 3 members of Tiger's Fang who had taken on their request. Upon closer inspection, the eyes of the 3 were red and puffy, as if they had been crying just moments ago. "I've read the letter. We wish to cancel." "Halt the request." Rio spoke in an intentionally calm voice. However, Abel could tell that his voice trembled slightly. Others might not notice, but Abel, having a long acquaintance, could. "Yes." The president simply said that before inviting the two to sit down. Then, after contemplating how to broach the subject, she opened her mouth. Actually, we can no longer continue the investigation. What is the reason for that? Ryo asked in a tone that barely maintained his composure. The investigation into the dining establishments in this free city has found that most of the shops are closed. Yes, we just experienced that ourselves. Moreover, this is not a temporary situation. It seems that they will be closed for a while. Ryo was momentarily speechless at the president's words. Abel listened in silence, unable to say anything. Hearing that they would remain closed for a while was beyond their expectations. Why do you think they will remain closed for a while? Ryo asked. However, his words trembled slightly. It wasn't a minimal tremble, as even the president who was asked noticed it. You two seem to have just experienced the stores being closed, but you don't know why they're closed, do you? The owner of my usual place said he couldn't procure supplies. Yes, that's the case for all the stores. Why? The Grand Duchy has cornered the market. At that moment, Ryo stood up. Abel saw the passion that crossed Ryo's face, but he quickly regained his expression, through sheer willpower. At that moment, Abel finally understood why Ryo immediately got his expression back. Why Ryo had been acting so calm since entering. Why Ryo had been trying to center himself before passing through the door. It was for the three of them, for Ryo and Abel, and for the three who looked anxiously at the president. No, for the three who had failed their request and cried their eyes out. For the three of them who were still children, not yet adults, Ryo was acting calmly. Children observe adults closely, and they understand more than adults realize. Explaining that understanding logically is quite difficult, but they do comprehend. And they remember it in their heads and hearts. Years later, decades later, that memory will remain, memories that can have both good and bad effects. That is why adults must always be aware of how they behave in front of children. It is more difficult than one might imagine. At least, that was how Ryo thought and acted. Though far from perfect, he did so as best as he could. Yet even that iron will was slightly shattered by the harsh reality, the market cornering by the Grand Duchy. That's why we cannot continue the investigation and want to cancel the request. Ryo readjusted his seat and asked, deliberately slow, as if to calm himself. Yes, it's unfortunate, but as long as the stores remain closed. The president's expression also bore a look of grievance. That was natural. If they succeeded in this request, the three of Tiger's Fang would be able to level up to the next 9th level. Once they became 9th level, there would be numerous requests they could handle. However, currently at the 9th level, there were no requests available. Eventually, requests might come in, but honestly, considering the current situation with the Grand Duchy Army's occupation, who knows how many months it would take. Mara, Nikos, and Rosa of Tiger's Fang likely understood this in their minds. They were listening silently without saying anything. All three of them hung their heads in disappointment. Even if they understood with their heads, emotions are complicated. For the request, I asked for 10 shops to be included, but how many are there currently? We've completed up to 6 so far. I've received the information gathered by the three of them, and I am compiling it into a report. I should be able to give it to you by tomorrow. If we cancel it now, the request will be considered a failure, right? Yes. According to the Mutual Aid Association's regulations, that will be the case. In response to Ryo's confirmation, the president nodded. The three of Tiger's Fang trembled their shoulders in disappointment. Rosa seemed to have tears starting to fall again. Nikos, sitting next to her, was comforting her. If I say that 6 shops are fine, will the request be considered successful? The moment Ryo said that, Mara's head shot up. Rosa, who had been crying, and Nikos, who was comforting her, also looked at Ryo. Yes, if the requester says so, it will be considered successful. Is that all right? Out of the 10 shops, I received information on a majority of 6. Moreover, the reason for the halting of the investigation has nothing to do with them or the Mutual Aid Association. As the requester, I would like to have the information on the 6 counted as a success. The instant Ryo finished speaking, the three turned their gazes towards the president. The president smiled slightly and nodded slowly. What the requester says is absolute. This request is deemed a success. Yay! The three literally jumped up from their chairs in joy. Seeing that, Ryo smiled as well. However, Abel knew that Ryo was angry. No, that he was furious. Ryo and Abel completed the request closure procedures and left the building of the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. As they exited, they were thanked repeatedly not only by the president but also by the three of Tiger's Fang, who saw them off to the door. For a while, Ryo and Abel walked in silence. Once they were far enough away from the Mutual Aid Association, Ryo finally spoke up. Abel, I am angry. Of course, it's not directed at those kids or the president of the Mutual Aid Association. That's what I figured. I'm angry at the free city government that is starving the people, but there's an even larger target. Yeah, I'm going to say a word. Please don't stop me. I won't stop you. Normally, Abel would stop Ryo from his radical actions, but this time he clearly stated that he wouldn't. He understood where Ryo intended to go. He also understood that something undesirable would likely happen if he went. However, Abel thought it shouldn't be stopped. Breaking the spirit of the enemy that is trying to occupy is understandable as a strategy. But that was not the focus, not as a king. As a person, Abel decided not to stop Ryo, and the two headed toward the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo. In front of the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo, a large crowd had gathered. Among them were some people Ryo and Abel had seen before. "Is that the owner of Joyful Dining Hall? Oh, it's you two. I'm sorry for bothering you again after you just came by earlier." There was indeed the owner of Joyful Dining Hall. Upon closer inspection, the captain of the gluttonous shop and other chefs from different restaurants were also present. They all came to ask us to stop hoarding the ingredients. The requests from the gathered individuals were the same. Of course, it seemed that not only restaurant personnel were present, but also those related to the market itself. However, no one is coming out and there's no explanation. Well, that makes sense. Everyone was speaking up, but Abel understood why the embassy remained silent. There was only one reason. They were under no obligation to explain. And it was a custom that one should not enter the embassy without permission. Even the city guard, responsible for maintaining public order, could not enter as per tradition. This custom, found in all the central nations and western nations, also seems to exist in the southern part of this continent of eastern nations. Among the gathered crowd, there were some who appeared to belong to the city guard or similar entities, but they too could do nothing, which further supported this assumption. At that moment, "Please open the gates," a resounding voice echoed around. Even Abel momentarily did not recognize whose voice it was, but a moment later he understood. Can Ryo really produce such a voice? That murmur was unheard by anyone else. From Ryo's perspective, having practiced kendo, it was natural for him to be able to project his voice from his belly. However, there was no response from the embassy. "If you want us to come in, then please open the gates." The voice rang out again, but the content was perplexing. No matter how one looked at it, there was a lack of consistency with the initial words. And in the next moment, the gates of the embassy vanished. Yes, almost everyone present recognized that they had disappeared. If there were anyone paying close attention, they might have noticed that the gate had been astonishingly finely shredded. Even those who noticed could not discern what had shredded it so finely. Is it Ryo's water line? Only Abel, who possessed knowledge of water jet, could infer. In any case, the embassy's gate was gone. That was synonymous with it being open. "Such a magical disappearing gate is impressive. Thank you for opening the gates." Ryo's voice rang out a third time. The embassy personnel were taken aback. That was only natural. The gate had vanished suddenly. Of course, there were no magical mechanisms designed to make the gate disappear. It was impossible for it to open in the first place. Ryo confidently entered the premises. After saying, "If you want us to come in, then please open the gates," the state of affairs had now become one where it could be interpreted as having opened. Thinking he was invited in, he proceeded. Later, he could claim that as an excuse. Even if everyone recognized it as a lie, as long as the formality and pretense were maintained, it would pass. That is the essence of diplomacy. Ryo had shaped the circumstance with his words, and the situation continued to unfold as per those words. Thus, he entered the embassy. Diplomatically, there should be no problem, and here in the embassy, the center of diplomacy. It would be difficult to accuse Ryo of illegal entry into the embassy. Of course, all of this was achievable because of power. One must not forget this fact. Without power on our side, the other party would take advantage and exert pressure. That too is an essence of diplomacy. "I'm going to talk to them, so everyone stay here." When Abel said this, those who had gathered in front of the embassy nodded. Though the gate had suddenly disappeared and a mage had entered saying, "I'm coming in," they hesitated to enter themselves. It was certainly wise to follow Abel's words. Once Abel confirmed that no one was entering, he followed Ryo. Due to the unexpected disappearance of the gate, the Grand Duchy army, who were meant to guard the embassy, would naturally begin to respond immediately. As they tried to stop the approaching robed mage from the gate, they attempted to attack from the surroundings, but bang! As they tried to get closer to the mage, they hit an invisible wall. "What is this? Is it a physical barrier? This is awfully solid." They thrust their swords and spears at it, but there was no sign of it cracking. Thank you for the warm welcome, but it's all right. I can somewhat find my way without your guidance." Ryo said this with a smile. Abel, who knew Ryo's usual demeanor, felt cold sweat trickling down his back upon seeing that smile. "He's really angry," he muttered to himself. When Ryo arrived in front of the hall, the door to the hall also vanished. It was instantly shredded by 2048 water jets. "Thank you for opening the door." This means I'm invited in, right? Ryo said exaggeratedly in a loud voice, just like he had with the gate in front of the embassy. He was maintaining the formality. After all, the Duchy probably knew that he had attended the garden party at the Suje Kingdom embassy, so he didn't want his actions to be too troublesome for Suje Kingdom. However, since they were already talking about stationing troops in the Free City, which is an independent state, and that the appointed ambassador planned to annex it, it felt a bit late to be worried. As Ryo entered the hall, Abel followed him. Of course, the Grand Duchy soldiers lined up to block their path. Ice wall move, whoa. I'm being pushed by an invisible wall. What the heck is this? Hey, wait a minute. The Grand Duchy soldiers were shouting various things. It sounded like wait, but of course they had no reason to obey. Naturally, both Ryo and Abel had no idea where the room they were aiming for was located. That said, they knew that in most cases, important people aren't on the first floor. This Grand Duchy embassy was spacious but wooden with 2 stories. They could reasonably guess that the important figures would be upstairs. Ryo pressed onward. Until now, no fighting had occurred. Naturally, that was because they were blocked by the ice wall and could not touch Ryo and Abel. Now on the second floor, Ryo and Abel found corridors extending to the left and right, but they did not know which direction held the target they sought. The most important room is, Ryo said in an ordinary voice, almost as if speaking to himself while heading right. The determination of the Grand Duchy soldiers blocking their path was firm. It was obvious to an outsider that they were risking their lives to defend against the mage. Ryo muttered softly, then turned around and began heading towards the corridor on the left as seen from the stairs. Of course, there were Grand Duchy soldiers there as well, but honestly they did not seem as formidable as those blocking the right corridor. I guess I'll go this way after all, Ryo said loudly, and then once again turned around, charging down the right corridor from the stairs, eliminating them with ice wall as he advanced. Damn it, what is this? It's invisible, I can't see it, but I'm being pushed out. This is too solid to be a physical barrier. The same situation as below repeated itself, and a path opened without combat. As he advanced, a magnificent door came into view at the end. Before it stood those brandishing spears. Upon confirming that, Ryo said quietly, I found it, he whispered almost silently. Ice armor missed too. As Ryo chanted, a layer of ice armor enveloped Ryo and Abel. It was a nearly invisible ice armor made for Queen Illyriaja. I'm going to charge into the enemy's stronghold. Understood, Ryo informed Abel of his intent. Abel accepted this. Having come this far, there was no intention to stop now. The guards in front of the room protecting the door were swept aside by the invisible ice wall, and as Ryo stood before the door, it vanished just like before. The two entered. Inside the room sat a handsome man with a relaxed expression in a chair. Beside him stood an enraged man, red-faced and fuming. Thank you for the invitation. Since you opened the door for me, I am here. Ryo performed a formal bow in the Central Nation style. Naturally, it was a perfect formality. Ryo is, after all, the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom. You're not invited, a person standing with a bright red face shouted. That's strange, isn't it? The door opened on its own, so I thought I was welcomed in, Ryo replied nonchalantly. What a bold move. Abel, who was listening behind Ryo, understood the entire situation but maintained a blank expression. He didn't even shake his head. He was aware of the gaze of Duke Helb, who was still sitting in his chair. You understand the crime of barging into the embassy, don't you? The man standing shouted again. That's why I entered, the door opened, and I was invited. By the way, who might you be? Ryo asked politely, inquiring the name of the person he had been speaking with. While it was clear that this person was an important figure at the embassy, it was hard to have a conversation without knowing their name. I am Zuluma, the second secretary of the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo. Zuluma. Oh no, it's just that your name made me think of something else. Secretary Zuluma, I would like to speak with the most important person here. What did you say? Step back. You a mere lowborn? Enough, Zuluma. Duke Helb interrupted the second secretary's words and continued. We met at the garden party, didn't we? Lord Ryo of the Natore Kingdom and Lord Abel. I recall it was Lord Abel who was angry back then, but this time it is you, Lord Ryo? Duke Helb said this with a smile. No, I'm not angry at all, Ryo stated clearly. Abel could tell that was a blatant lie. Is that so? Then what brings you here today? Duke Helb asked, accepting Ryo's words for the time being. He was curious about the reason for their visit. At this point, Ryo found it a bit strange. Considering the commotion outside, they should have realized he had come to protest against the food hoarding. However, he decided to answer politely. The people from the Duchy of Atinjo have hoarded food in the market, and I'm here to protest against that. Hoarding? Duke Helb murmured, questioning Ryo's words in a low voice. Then he looked at the second secretary Zuluma beside him and asked, Zuluma, why yes, to hasten the submission of the citizens. I see. Zuluma answered, and Duke Helb nodded. It seems that hoarding is indeed a fact. However, I don't believe it is wrong as an occupation policy, so I have no intention of blaming you or Zuluma. Duke Helb stated clearly. I understand. That aside, I would like you to stop the hoarding from now on. Rio made his request clear. As I just said, it is not wrong to weaken the enemy by taking their food as a policy of occupation. It would be difficult for me to stop what appears to be correct for the Grand Duchy army on my own. So, does that mean food will continue to be hoarded from tomorrow onward? That's correct. Duke Helb nodded clearly at Rio's confirmation. So our negotiations have failed? What a pity. Yes, a pity indeed. Duke Helb, I thought we could become good friends. What a coincidence, I thought so too, Lord Rio. Rio shook his head slightly, while Duke Helb continued to wear a smile. Abel, standing behind Rio, mumbled, really? But everyone ignored it. I have one thing I am certain of. What is it? Duke Helb, you are not human, are you? It was said in a tone no more intense than discussing whether or not one felt like having tea that day. Neither of the two showed an extreme reaction. You, how rude! Zuluma, the second secretary, yelled in anger. He thought Rio had insulted Duke Helb. Rio quickly realized this. Secretary Zuluma, you're mistaken. My words carry their literal meaning. Duke Helb is not of the human race. What? Well, to be precise, I should say he is mixed with something other than a human, shouldn't I? The distortion I felt at the garden party was that. I finally came to understand. Zuluma's face contorted in confusion, while Rio nodded in further clarification. Duke Helb, who had been surprised with wide-open eyes, "Coo coo coo, hu-hu-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha," he burst into laughter. Duke Helb? It was an uncontrollable laugh that startled the second secretary Zuluma standing beside him. It was unimaginable compared to his previously noble demeanor. Duke Helb laughed for over a minute. Even at that moment, Abel had his hand on his sword. Finally, he calmed down but still wore a smile. I never thought someone would notice that. To be honest, I'm surprised. His tone had changed. Hu-hu-ha, just as elder brother said, I have indeed encountered someone remarkable. As expected of you, elder brother, to see this much. I will eternally pledge my loyalty to you. Duke Helb said this and laughed again. It was more fitting to describe it as a cackle, a mad laughter. Then, is it true that Duke Atinjo is of the same kind? Rio's words were not particularly loud. It was merely a slip of confirmation that came out unexpectedly. However, it seemed that Duke Helb heard those words as he continued to laugh. If that were not the case, I would not pledge my loyalty. With a sinister smile, Duke Helb stated firmly. Abel had already drawn his sword, ready to fight. Is this a demon? Abel's question was directed at Rio, but Duke Helb answered before Rio could. A demon? Do you know what a demon is? Humans know demons, really? Is that true? Isn't that surprising? More surprising than seeing through my true form? I'm not a demon. Rather, I feel those two on the ghost ship Ruri are closer to that. Rio's answer was also not particularly loud. It was merely a response to Abel's question. However, it elicited an even more intense reaction. Ruri, hey, what are you guys? You know demons and you mention Ruris, too. Is it okay for such beings to exist? Ah, you guys aren't human, are you? So that makes sense. We're definitely human, you know. Don't lie, how can there be such humans? And two of them at that, right in front of me, tell me, what are you two? Duke Helb did not believe Rio's words at all. I've told you how many times. Ah, I see. So you won't say, huh? Should I force it out of you? Either way, I can't leave you alive. You might become a hindrance to our path of dominance. Die here. Well, I wonder why it always ends up like this. It's probably Rio's fault. That was the last exchange between Rio and Abel. Duke Helb, Zuluma, the second secretary, who had been silent since Duke Helb's transformation, finally spoke up. Zuluma, where is your loyalty? Oh, of course, I pledge all my loyalty to Duke Helb. Good to hear. At that moment, Zuluma's clothes burst open. On his exposed chest, right around the heart, a star-shaped symbol began to form rapidly. If one looked closely, they would see it was being drawn by Duke Helb's extended claws. What is that? I've never seen this type before, but it's a magic circle, Abel asked, and Rio answered. He understood they should attack before their opponent was ready. Once we defeat him, let's ask about that magic circle. That might be impossible, though. The moment it finished being drawn, a light surged from Zuluma's body. Well then, I've kept you waiting. Now it's 2 against 2. Duke Helb grinned. Zuluma had no expression, but his movement seemed sharper than before. Duke Helb had somehow handed over his sword, and he now held a beautifully decorated one. I'll take on the secretary. Abel, being a swordsman, was set to face the second secretary, Zuluma. I have to deal with another troublesome opponent. I think it was Rio who started this fight in the first place. Rio grumbled, and Abel retorted. And thus, the 2 pairs of battles began. The first move was Rio. Icicle Lance 8, since there was no information about the opponent, launching into close combat right away was dangerous. Naturally, the first move was a magical combat. From Rio, 8 ice spears flew towards Duke Helb. Clang! All 8 ice spears were deflected by an invisible wall. It was not annihilation, they were simply bounced back. In other words, it was a more powerful invisible wall than Rio's icicle lance. Moreover, Duke Helb did nothing. He didn't seem to be casting any magic. Talisman? Ho, you figured it out well. There are no sorcerers in the Central Nations, right? And probably none in the Suje Kingdom either? Rio couldn't help but murmur, and Duke Helb replied with interest. He seemed quite relaxed. I will break through that nonchalance. Icicle Lance 32 this time, 4 times the previous amount. 32 ice spears attacked Duke Helb. However, clang, clang, they were all deflected. Rio frowned in frustration. Phew, ha 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 ha. I understand your attack power. Now let's see your defense power. Saying that, Duke Helb took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it forward. Ice wall level 20 boom, dodo. From the thrown talisman, thumb-sized stones were shot in rapid succession. Of course, all were deflected by the ice wall. Ho, tough, isn't it? It's not a barrier, but an ice wall. Interesting, that level of attack won't leave a scratch. Rio puffed out his chest proudly. Then let's increase the load. How much can you endure? Duke Helb said that and took out 3 talismans from his pocket, throwing them forward. From those 3 types of attacks flew out: stone, wind, and fire. A simultaneous attack of 3 attributes. That is, Rio panicked. Because with the attacks of earth, wind, and fire attributes, the water attribute from Rio made a total of 4 attributes. In an instant, Rio recalled. Previously, in the Western nations, when he fought against the Pope of the Western Church, the Pope had performed a simultaneous activation of 4 attributes. As a result, Rio's ice wall had broken instantly. The Pope had said, when 4 attributes gather in a narrow range, the conditions for resonance are easily met, leading to a high probability of resonance occurring. As a result, several magics would disappear. That's why he had prepared to re-establish the ice wall if it broke. However, the ice wall did not shatter. It deflected the attacks from Duke Helb's talismans. Resonance did not occur. Rio tilted his head slightly. To be able to defend against 3, what a troublesome wall. Duke Helb commented. It didn't seem like he was aiming for resonance. Maybe no, could it be? Rio pondered. I should test it. He had rushed in out of anger, but a bad habit was trying to surface. Yes, curiosity. Curiosity could kill the cat, and in Rio's case it might just be fatal as well. Is that truly the extent of your talisman attacks? A provocation? Interesting, I'll take the bait. Duke Helb took Rio's provocation and took out 4 talismans from his pocket, throwing them forward. Stone, wind, fire, and ice. The attacks of earth, wind, fire, and water attributes all gathered. This is the same situation as back then. What Rio had in mind was the Pope's simultaneous attack of 4 attributes. Then the attacks from the 4 talismans attacked Rio's ice wall. However, he successfully defended against all of them. Yes, resonance did not occur. This makes it clear, Rio murmured. Talisman attacks are different from magical attacks of each attribute. I don't know exactly how they differ, but at least they are not attacks that would cause resonance. Rio felt a bit satisfied. Although he had rushed into battle out of anger or righteous indignation, he had learned something. It seemed that those called sorcerers were quite common in this eastern region of the continent. If that's the case, there might be a chance of encountering them again while moving through the continent to return to the Central Nations. The experiences from today might be useful then. I sacrificed Abel, but I gained something. Of course, Abel had not actually been sacrificed. He had just said it based on a vague feeling, probably. Well, what he understood was that the attacks from the 4 talismans could not break Rio's ice wall. At the same time, 32 icicle lances could not break through the defenses that the talismans deployed. Sorcerers can use magic too, right? But Duke Helb hasn't cast any magic. Yes, until now, all of his attacks and defenses were solely based on the talismans. Maybe talismans don't interfere with each other. If a shield is up with talismans, it's necessary to release it before casting magic. It's also possible there are talisman traps underfoot. Rio recalled the scenes during Queen Illyriage's ascension ceremony. Abel had been engulfed by stone, and talismans and spirit talismans had been set on the ceiling and walls, from which various things emerged. This embassy was, after all, the domain of sorcerers. It would be too naive to think that there were no installation-type traps. I have no choice. Let me show you the heights of water attribute magic. Ho, Rio declared loudly. Duke Helb still wore a relaxed expression. Water Jet 1024. The moment Rio chanted, countless thin lines of water appeared and moved around the area. This was not an attack towards Duke Helb. What was being sliced was the roof and the walls. Within seconds, the roof and walls were shredded, exposing the entire room to the outside air. Amazing, isn't it? What was that just now? Ice, no water, cutting with water. I've never seen such a thing. Indeed, it may truly be the heights of water attribute magic. How amusing. For some reason, Duke Helb was applauding happily. It was not sarcasm or anything, it was genuine admiration. However, Ryo's face was grim. With the roof and walls gone, something became evident. Those were the installed talismans and spirit talismans. Even though the ceiling had vanished, the talismans and spirit talismans on the ceiling continued to exist in their original places. In other words, they were floating. The talismans and spirit talismans that had been installed on the wall also remained in their places even after the wall was gone. They too were floating. When my icicle lance's trajectory was distorted, I had a hunch that the space was being warped, but when it's this obvious... Ah, the hidden talismans and spirit talismans have been fully revealed, Ryo said grimly, and Duke Helb smiled wryly. The talismans that do not accept attacks are quite underhanded, Ryo accused. Even if you say that, talismans are meant to be like that. Duke Helb shrugged in reply. However, with that, Ryo's knowledge about talismans increased. Talismans do not accept attacks. It wasn't just Duke Helb or the sorcerer's talismans at the Queen's Ascension ceremony that were like that. It was a property of talismans themselves. Knowing your enemy and knowing yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Gathering information about your enemy is very important. But how do we get through this? As a result of gathering information, Ryo was troubled. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the room, a battle was taking place. Unlike Ryo and Duke Helb's magical combat, it was a sword fight. Zuluma invaded the range, and Abel was on the receiving end. For a moment, it looked like Abel would take the first move, but he hesitated. The reason was that the memory of being forcefully transported to the dungeon after the Great Tsunami and having to fight the Demon Prince resurfaced. Once a person has a serious failure, they inevitably hesitate. This was no exception for Abel, a former rank swordsman. Thus, it began with Zuluma attacking and Abel defending. To be honest, his technique isn't that great, but his speed and strength are troublesome. Abel was analyzing calmly. The speed and strength of the sword were almost inhuman. If he failed to defend, the outcome could be decided with a single blow. Zuluma's sword reminded Abel of an unpleasant experience. It reminds me of the Demon Prince I fought in the dungeon. Once, during an investigation after the Great Tsunami, he had been forced to dive into a dungeon where he fought the Demon Prince at level 40. The Demon Prince's sword had cornered Abel with an unfathomable power and speed. Unpleasant memories resurfaced whether he liked it or not. However, Abel stated clearly, "This time is different." Zuluma's sword, utilizing speed and strength. Abel expertly deflected it. He would not receive it head-on. He knew he couldn't withstand it. If he tried to block a downward slash, he would injure his wrist or shoulder. If he tried to block an upward slash, he would be blown away. Even if he tried to block a horizontal slash, he would likely be blown away as well. He angled his sword to redirect Zuluma's blade. What allowed him to do this was technique backed by experience. And the experience had made that technique one that would not succumb to power and speed, which was pre-reading. The ability to move his body according to predictions came from the time he had spent with swords until now. Victory, defeat, everything had contributed to Abel's growth. That's why. He could stand there without wavering before overwhelming power and speed. All the experiences had become the foundation of Abel's sword. Effort does not betray. The sword he had built since childhood. The sword he had swung in life-or-death situations. The sword that had connected his life and the lives of his comrades. All of that was now wielded by Abel. Abel needed just one chance. Just once, if he had a chance, that would be enough. So until then, he would guard, and then, here! He made it look like he was deflecting, pulling back his sword to make Zuluma miss. He spun his body once and encircled behind the off-balanced Zuluma. With a powerful thrust towards his heart, he forcefully pulled out his sword, and while maintaining that spinning motion, beheaded him. He took a deep breath to calm his boiling blood. The battle was not over yet. Ryo and Duke Helb were still fighting. He moved diagonally behind Ryo. This makes it 2 against 1. As expected of Abel. You were quick. Abel spoke towards Duke Helb, and Ryo nodded once in approval of Abel. To think that someone star-etched would fall in such a short time, I'm impressed. Thank you very much. Duke Helb, while still smiling, appeared genuinely surprised. Abel replied, however, clang. A sound echoed sharply. The sound came from Abel's body. The headless Zuluma had thrust his sword into Abel's body. However, that sword was barely deflected by Abel's sword slash. In an instant, both of Zuluma's hands and feet were severed by Abel. Finally, he stabbed the sword into the chest that fell to the ground. Abel, you made a mistake again. It's not my fault. I pierced the heart and severed the neck cleanly, Ryo chastised while shaking his head slightly, and Abel retorted. Next time, not just the neck, please cut off both hands and feet too. That'll make for a gruesome scene. Rio realized that Abel's order would definitely result in a splatterfest. Meanwhile, Duke Helb, who had been watching without moving. Rather, he had been sitting in his chair throughout the fight with Rio. What an incredible final boss vibe. I don't understand what final boss means, but if you mean the leader, I agree. Abel responded to Rio's murmur. Well, what shall I do? Duke Helb tilted his head, murmuring. For some reason, it seems he is unable to use magic or is refraining from using it. Rio spoke in a normal tone. His voice was heard not only by Abel but also by Duke Helb, who was facing him. Of course, it was a line meant to be heard. Upon hearing Rio's words, Duke Helb smiled wryly. To think you saw through that far, I must apologize. Honestly, I thought that once Zuluma was star-etched, it would be manageable with just the talismans and spirit talismans. Duke Helb said that and bowed his head slightly. You've underestimated me. An apology must be sincere with a proper bow. Both Rio and Abel were saying such things with their mouths, but they were not letting their guard down. It's not that I can't use magic. However, if I do now, the free city would disappear. Such bluster, Duke Helb said with a somewhat apologetic expression, and Abel shouted. Meanwhile, Rio admonished. Abel, I want to believe it's bluster, but I feel like what he's saying. No, he's not human, but Duke Helb might not necessarily be a lie. What do you mean? How can I put it? It feels like the state just before firing, long-distance dispersion, divine mercy. Or something like that? Or perhaps like a bow drawn tight just before shooting an arrow. I honestly wouldn't want to poke it with a needle. Rio explained based on a vague feeling he had. He didn't know exactly what made him feel that way. Was it magical power or the generation of magic? So he spoke honestly about how he felt. Indeed, as expected of a talented mage. Your assessment is mostly correct. But if you plan to unleash that on the townspeople, then we have to stop it now. Don't worry, the populace is not the target. Do you expect me to believe that? The people are not enemies. They are subjects of control, or perhaps objects of protection. Since both have the same essence, you can interpret it as you like. The ones I will use this against are not the populace. Rio questioned, and Duke Helb answered. His expression was different from the smiles he had worn until now. The smile had disappeared. Understood, I will believe you. Hey, Rio? Rio nodded, and Abel asked in surprise. Rio, it seems that something is happening that neither we nor the townsfolk know about at all. Perhaps the advance of the Grand Duchy army is related to this. Even so? Yeah, even so, I dislike the occupation of another country with military force. If the citizens of the free city wish for it, at that time, let us lend our strength. Rio stated clearly. He hadn't entirely understood himself, but he felt he didn't want to fight here right now. It wasn't about winning or losing. Whether they won or lost, he felt that things could get worse than they currently were. Why he made such a judgment? Perhaps it was a result of subconsciously analyzing all the information he had gathered until now. He didn't perceive consciousness as important, having discarded some information. However, his subconscious had retained that information in his brain and analyzed it a common behavior for people. The result was intuition, and it was somewhat vague. Our demand is for the hoarding in the market to stop immediately. If that is accepted, we will leave the embassy as it is. Very well. As the ambassador of the Duchy of Atinjo, I promise. Rio proposed, and Duke Helb accepted. Duke Helb's demeanor had returned to that of the perfect nobleman, just as it had been at the start. While Rio was curious about what had mixed in with humanity, he felt he couldn't ask. He was also intrigued by the star-shaped magic circle, but he felt he couldn't ask about that either. At least I have one more request. Could I have one talisman for research purposes? Hey, of course, it was Abel who interrupted Rio's request. I understand your feelings, but as a sorcerer, I must advise you, Lord Rio, to refrain from that. A talisman once inscribed is equivalent to a sorcerer's limbs. To have it by your side would invite unpredictable consequences. I see. I take back what I said. I don't need the talisman. Rio's eyes widened as he retracted his previous statement after Duke Helb's explanation. I would like to fight properly once this burden is lifted. When that time comes, I shall give my all to face you. Duke Helb said while smiling, and Rio answered with a smile as well. When Rio and Abel explained to the shopkeepers and captains waiting outside the embassy that the hoarding would come to an end, cheers erupted. They too had understood that the roof and walls of the embassy were gone and that some kind of battle was happening, yet they had not left the scene. The existence of hoarding was directly linked to their future livelihoods. Hearing that it would come to an end brought them great joy. However, a storm for the citizens of the free city would arrive that night. This was just the beginning, about 7,000 characters long. On the same day that a small skirmish occurred at the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo, it was 7 in the evening. the Prime Minister's official residence on Administrative Island. The master of the residence is, of course, Prime Minister Nasen. 80 members of the Free Council are elected by the citizens of the Free City. From among these council members, the Supreme Council selects the Prime Minister. The current Prime Minister, Nasen, was elected in this manner. He is currently in his fourth year of a 4-year term. While he has served without major incident, he has also not achieved any significant accomplishments. It was said within the Free Council that whether he would be elected for a second term was uncertain. At the Prime Minister's office within the residence, "Excuse me," the one who entered was Vice Minister Mista of Ports. "Ah, over there," Prime Minister Nasen said as he gestured towards the seating area. He moved from his desk and sat on the sofa. Vice Minister Mista also took a seat facing him. "So, you mentioned wanting to meet as soon as possible, so I have made time for you?" Prime Minister Nasen asked in a tone that revealed no emotion. "Yes," Vice Minister Mista spoke, slightly tense. While ministers often communicate with the Prime Minister, it is rare for Vice Ministers and below to meet him. Although the Supreme Council holds a unique power, the Prime Minister is the head of the executive branch, and he is also the Supreme Commander of the military forces of the Free City. While it is certain that the Supreme Council has a hidden power, legally, the Prime Minister represents the Free City. Furthermore, the Prime Minister's power is very strong, and the authority granted to him is significant. With such a powerful figure, Vice Minister Mista was about to ask questions that would likely not be pleasant. "Actually, I have 3 things I would like to ask." What are they?" With determination, Vice Minister Mista asked. Prime Minister Nasen did not change his expression at all. "The first is the headache that all the ministers seem to be experiencing." "I see," Vice Minister Mista inquired, gauging Prime Minister Nasen's expression. Yet Prime Minister Nasen remained expressionless. "I found that curious as well, so I had an investigation conducted. There are severe headaches, but there is no high fever. They also report no cough. I believe this could hinder their ability to perform their duties. Are you suggesting that Vice Minister Mista should dismiss the ministers? That wouldn't be because you want to take the position of Minister of Ports, would it?" What are you talking about?" Vice Minister Mista's voice unintentionally raised in volume. Naturally, he wasn't saying that out of selfish desire. "No, my apologies. It's just that some might suspect such intentions, so it would be best not to voice that opinion too openly." "That's not what I meant." "Yes, I understand. If the ministers find it difficult to perform their duties, I could dismiss them under my authority, and it would also be possible to appoint any of you vice ministers as their replacements. Can you leave that matter to me?" "Understood." Vice Minister Mista could only nod at Prime Minister Nasen's words. According to the laws of the Free City, the Prime Minister holds the power to appoint each minister. This means that the authority to dismiss ministers and other related rights are also solely at the Prime Minister's discretion. The Prime Minister's power is indeed strong and significant. "Well then, you mentioned 3 things, so let's hear the remaining 2, Prime Minister Nasen urged. "Why yes." The remaining 2 were both difficult to ask. Originally, it was something said by Duke Helb. He had wanted to confirm with the Minister of the Navy and the Fleet Command before meeting the Prime Minister, but the Minister of the Navy was currently untraceable. The Fleet Command had refused his visit. Since the Fleet Command is a military-related agency, even a serving Vice Minister has strict regulations regarding entry. However, it was unprecedented for the Vice Minister of the Port and Harbor Department, who is most related to the fleet's operations, to be denied a visit. In any case, Vice Minister Mista was approaching the meeting with the Prime Minister without any information. "Actually, I have received information that the main force of the Free City Fleet has been annihilated." "Oh." For the first time, Prime Minister Nasen's expression changed. His eyes narrowed as if searching for something. "I want to confirm whether that is true. And if you confirm it, what will you do?" Vice Minister Mista was at a loss for words in response to Prime Minister Nasen's question. "No matter the condition of the fleet's main force, I believe it doesn't relate to your duties as Vice Minister of Ports." That is, Prime Minister Nasen's words were extremely reasonable. So reasonable that there was no way to argue against them. However, it's not about being Vice Minister of Ports. As a citizen of the Free City, I want to know the facts. Vice Minister Mista spoke honestly. That was the unvarnished truth. He felt it was something he should know as a citizen of the Free City. Prime Minister Nasen said a single word, then checked the time. It was already past 7 o'clock. "I am scheduled to make an announcement regarding this matter to all citizens tonight." "Is that so?" Vice Minister Mista was surprised by Prime Minister Nasen's words. He hadn't been informed of such notice. After the announcement, each ministry, as well as the citizens, will receive a government notification document directed to their respective neighborhood associations and public facilities. The government notification document refers to the official announcements made by the government of the Free City. For ordinary citizens, this government notification document is sent to their associated neighborhood association based on where they live. Additionally, for work-related matters, it is sent to their respective commercial associations, federations, and many public facilities, ensuring that many citizens of the Free City will see it within 24 hours. In a world without the internet, television, or radio, ensuring that information is disseminated to the public is actually quite a task. Of course, it will also reach the Port and Harbor Department, so please check there. Yes, Vice Minister Mista could only nod in response to Prime Minister Nassen's words. It seemed that he had no right to know right now, that was how it appeared. May I ask just one more thing? Yes, go ahead. Vice Minister Mista decided to ask his final question. What is the Blue Island? Well, if you ask about something I've never heard of, I can't very well answer it. The Prime Minister is not omniscient. Prime Minister Nassen responded without changing his expression at all to Vice Minister Mista's inquiry. Well then, shall we call it a day? Yes, thank you very much. Vice Minister Mista exited the Prime Minister's office without gaining any information. In the office of the assistant just before the Vice Minister's office, there were 3 assistants present. Ronfin, assistant to the Vice Minister of Ports, Zoe, assistant to the Minister of Ports, Jews, assistant to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So both ministers are involved then? Ah, that's correct. Ronfin confirmed, Zoe answered, and Jews nodded silently. Is there any plan for a cabinet meeting, since both ministers are being summoned to the Prime Minister's official residence at the same time? I mean, it's already going to be 8 o'clock at night. At this hour and without any assistance, they told the ministers not to bother coming along. In response to Ronfin's question, Zoe answered, and Jews nodded in silence. By the way, what's the status of those headaches? I heard they were so severe on some days that they couldn't even get out of bed. Well, tonight there are none, though they did have a calm expression. No, it was more like there was no vigor at all. Their responses were normal, but it felt like their mind wasn't present. It was as if the person inside was someone else entirely. A puppet? In response to Ronfin's confirmation, Zoe added information, and Jews muttered a single word. With that one word, Ronfin and Zoe turned to look at Jews. What does that mean? Now that you mention it, both Ronfin and Zoe shook their heads slightly. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Whoa, Ronfin was startled. But he was not the only one surprised. Zoe and Jews were as well. Having just been talking about puppets, they felt a chill at their necks, and then the door opened suddenly, surprising them. Entering from the hallway was Vice Minister Mista, who had just returned from the Prime Minister's official residence. What, Ronfin, you're still here? I told you not to wait for me, huh? At that moment, Vice Minister Mista noticed the two talking with Ronfin. Surely that's Zoe, assistant to the Minister of Ports, and Jews, assistant to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Ah, both of you were Ronfin's contemporaries, right? Yes. Vice Minister Mista fully remembered the names and faces of the assistants. Such details were important in practical matters. Vice Minister. Actually, I heard that both the Minister of Ports and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have gone up to the Prime Minister's official residence. Did you meet with them? No. I just met with the Prime Minister, and he didn't mention anything. Vice Minister Mista responded with a puzzled expression to Ronfin's report. Is it normal for 2 ministers to be at the Prime Minister's official residence at this hour? I've heard that there are other ministers heading to the Prime Minister's official residence as well. Zoe answered that, having overheard the information before arriving. That's strange. What on earth is going on? Vice Minister Mista muttered, unable to contain his curiosity. Of course, no one present had enough information to answer that. While the 4 were discussing such matters, Ronfin noticed that the hallway had grown noisy. After a while, someone came running and forcefully opened the door. It's terrible. The person who entered was from the Public Relations Department of the Port and Harbor Department. Ronfin often talked with them due to his job. Oh, Vice Minister, I apologize for the intrusion. The public relations officer hurriedly bowed in greeting. It's fine. So what's the emergency? Vice Minister Mista urged the officer to continue. All 4 of them were curious about what the emergency was. Yes, a government notification document has just arrived from the Prime Minister's official residence. The government notification document is delivered in 20 copies to each ministry. The public relations officer had brought one of these copies. Handing it to Vice Minister Mista, he received it and began to read it eagerly. What the? Words slipped out of his mouth involuntarily. Vice Minister? Ronfin asked. Zoe and Jews were watching as well. Effective at 8 o'clock this evening, the Free City of Kubevasa will come under the protection of the Duchy of Atinjo. This was decided by the government of the Free City? Ridiculous, Vice Minister Miss Ta read aloud, and Ronfin and Zoe simultaneously voiced their disbelief. It seems that this was approved by the Prime Minister and all the cabinet ministers. Vice Minister Miss Ta's voice had grown very weak and quiet. Everything he had believed in, everything he had dedicated himself to, and everything he had fought to protect had crumbled. The surrender of a state is a concept that contains various complexities in both historical and legal contexts. Some researchers argue that there was a dramatic shift in the traditional aspects of international law before and after World War II. Nevertheless, this story is a fantasy novel and works of fiction, so let's set aside the difficult discussions. Yes, let's put them aside. Tomorrow we will see more of Rio and Abel. The government notification was delivered to various locations that night. However, for many citizens of the Free City, it was not until the following morning that they caught sight of it. It was around their homes. It was at their workplaces. And it was, even at the inn. This has become a serious situation. Yeah, it seems that the Grand Duchy has already infiltrated the government. Rio and Abel were frowning as they discussed the government notification displayed in front of the Inn of Free Winds. In front of the notice posted in the lobby, not only were they present, but other guests seemed to be gathered and discussing as well. Among them, some were considering wrapping up their negotiations in the Free City and returning to their homeland. But isn't there someone even more important than the Prime Minister in the Free City? That would be the Supreme Council. Abel accurately answered Rio's question. The Supreme Council of the Free City of Kubevasa, composed of the chairmen of the 8 major merchant guilds. This Supreme Council is responsible for electing the Prime Minister from among the members of the Free Parliament. As a result, the Supreme Council is said to be the most powerful institution in the Free City. But the country's representative is the Prime Minister. It seems that the Prime Minister holds considerable authority under the law. I doubt this decision aligns with the intentions of the Supreme Council. That may be true. There might be some movement. Both Rio and Abel were completely unaware of the detailed actions of the Free City government. Somehow, they felt averse to witnessing a country being invaded right before their eyes. That was the sentiment they held. Still, they were not citizens of the Free City. They were very curious about how the government would act moving forward, how the Grand Duchy would move, and how the citizens would respond. For the time being, we have decided what we should do. Yeah, we're going to the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association to get a guidebook and then go to recommended shops. Is that really what we should be doing? Of course, the main purpose is to check if those shops are open and if they have ingredients available. Well, if they're not open, that's simple. We will raid the Grand Duchy Embassy again. Unlike yesterday, it seems that the Grand Duchy has become the suzerain state of this Free City. That doesn't matter. No, it actually makes it even more important. They have an obligation to ensure food reaches the citizens, Rio stated clearly. Abel understood that what Rio was saying had a certain logic to it. He understood, but I can only pray that the Grand Duchy will act rationally. Abel prayed to a god he had never seen. Before noon, having safely received a restaurant guide from the Mutual Aid Association, Rio and Abel arrived in front of the shop listed on the first page. This is it, food, that's quite an aggressive name. Well, the type of shop is easy to understand. Both Rio and Abel looked around the entrance of the shop. There's no sign indicating it's closed. Yeah. Shall we go in? The two entered. Welcome, a deep-voiced man greeted them from the back. There are 2 of us. Please take any seat you like. At that moment, Rio and Abel secretly did a small fist pump. At the very least, they would have a meal. It didn't seem like they would go hungry. Moreover, a quite delicious aroma wafted in from the kitchen at the back. This is promising. Since those kids checked it out for us, it must be delicious. And the two sank into a sea of flavors. The last chicken dish was definitely over the top. That was Abel's oversight. The sweet and spicy stir-fried rice shouldn't have been a large portion either. That was Rio's miscalculation. Rio and Abel had eaten too much. Yes, that's right, everyone expected as much. Only the 2 of them were thoughtless. It couldn't be helped. Delicious food is addictive. And the 2 decided to enter the cafe of the Inn of Free Winds to let their stomachs rest. Initially, they headed to the tea shop in the square, where they had rested their stomachs on the first and second days after overeating, but it was still under repair. It seemed that when the government officials were attacked, the walls and floors were also damaged, and repairs were being made, so the shop was closed. Therefore, the cafe at their lodging, Inn of Free Winds, became their place to rest. This coffee, is it Mandarin? Certainly, the Mandarin from Earth comes from Southeast Asia, and it does have that vibe of the southern part of the continent and the archipelago sea region. It makes me curious. Yes, I think I'll go with this Mandarin. I'll order the same. Rio glanced at the menu for the Mandarin coffee. Abel seemed unable to look at the menu at all and entrusted everything to Rio. Let's just get you the ultra-spicy red chili pepper juice. Hey, stop it. Unfortunately, that juice doesn't exist. I guess we'll have to settle for the same Mandarin coffee. Why couldn't you just order it straightforwardly from the beginning? The conflict between mages and swordsmen is a fate that has been ongoing since recorded history. So it can't be helped. I know that's not true. Rio and Abel were just teasing each other. They were definitely not fighting. Of course, they weren't in conflict either. No, rather, the two were comrades. Comrades who had traversed the battlefield of food together. Still, the concerns we had really came true. What are you talking about? Of course, the annexation of the Free City by the Grand Duchy. It's true that I was concerned, and to be honest, it's not a sight I want to see. But I don't think it's something we can do anything about. You're heartless, Abel. I thought you would build a resistance group and advocate for resistance activities. I don't really understand what resistance means, but if we were to resist, it shouldn't be led by us. Rather, the citizens, the people, should rise up on their own, Abel stated firmly. That may be true, but besides, I wonder where the army that should be protecting the Free City went. Exactly, I've been thinking the same thing. A huge number of naval vessels have arrived, and soldiers have disembarked. Yet there are only a few light defense troops present. They used to say the military strength of the Free City was quite strong, and it had consistently repelled the Grand Duchy and the Federation. Yes, Lord Protector Kavui Samaru had said that. Whatever the case, something must have happened. The main force of the Free City fleet was annihilated. Those words came as a whisper from a person seated beside them. Captain Gorick, welcome back. I'm glad you returned safely. It was Captain Gorick, commander of the Rondark, belonging to the Central Navy of the Suje Kingdom. I thought you would be a bit more surprised. Captain Gorick sighed for some reason. No, I knew the captain was approaching. Didn't you just say you were surprised by the current report? Rio and Abel tried to comfort Captain Gorick. Rather, is it all right to share such an important report with us? It's fine. I've already reported to Ambassador Randassa. That same Ambassador Randassa told you too to be informed. We're just civilians, though. Abel expressed concern over information leakage, while Gorick communicated that it was permitted, and Rio gave off a vibe of not wanting to be involved. It goes without saying that Abel cast a wide-eyed glance at Rio. What's with that look, Abel? Nothing. If you have something to say, you should say it clearly. Probably, Ambassador Randassa knows that Rio attacked the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo. Therefore, I think they asked him to leak information so that no further disturbances would occur. Rio found himself unable to refute Abel's explanation. He didn't think he had done anything wrong, but he understood that it was certainly an action that would raise concerns among the relevant parties. He understood that. Rio had common sense, too. Yes, he was quite the rational person. At least he believed he was, supposedly. It's likely that no one else would agree with him. Probably even Sira would not agree that Rio was a rational person. Of course, for Sira, whether Rio was rational or not was probably of no concern. However, the annexation occurred before we could return. Captain Gorick shook his head slightly in lament. By the way, it's surprising we could enter despite being annexed. Abel tilted his head in inquiry. It was indeed true, so Rio nodded in agreement. Well, the Rondark is offshore. When we departed from the Freeport, we slipped past the Grand Duchy fleet. They probably don't have a good impression of us. Well, there are also Grand Duchy vessels offshore, so we must be moving around to avoid being spotted. Is it really okay for the captain not to be on the ship in such a situation? It's fine. As a long-range cruiser, we often go to other countries alone, so situations like this happen quite often. Therefore, our crew is accustomed to it. Captain Gorick smiled. It seems that merely lining up to fight is not the only role of a warship. They might be involved in activities resembling those of spies at sea. Because the crew, including the captain, is excellent, they're called upon for difficult tasks. Being highly regarded has its pros and cons. Abel praised him, and Captain Gorick smiled wryly. However, that expression was tinged with happiness. Being recognized is not a bad thing. By the way, didn't you just mention that the main force of the fleet was annihilated? Rio brought the conversation back to that point. In response to those words, Captain Gorick shared everything he had experienced with the two of them. Of course, he had permission from Ambassador Randassa. It seems that Ambassador Randassa had received orders from the homeland to treat Rio and Abel with care. The result was the current report. So, you think that island might be the Blue Island mentioned by Duke Helb? Yes, that's what I believe. To be honest, I don't really know what it was. It looked like an island from a distance, but whether it's really an island or not. If it's not an island, then what is it? A giant turtle shell? Rio answered immediately to Abel's question. Of course, that answer was not accepted by either Captain Gorick or Abel. Turtles, what do you think? Don't mind Rio's nonsense. How rude. What we know isn't the entirety of this world. Horatio, between heaven and earth, there are endless things that human scholarship could never dream of. What is Horatio? While indignantly reacting to their words, Rio delivered his lines like Hamlet on stage. Of course, Abel didn't know who Horatio was, so his reaction was understandable. I have one more thing to share with you too. Yeah, the decision to place the Grand Duchy under protection was made unilaterally by the Prime Minister and the ministers. In other words, they did not obtain the approval of the Supreme Council. Nodding in agreement with Captain Gorik's words, Abel responded. That's correct, although it seems there are no issues from the perspective of the Free City's laws or administrative procedures. The Supreme Council probably finds it bitter. A coup d'etat? Captain Gorik expressed his opinion, and Rio shared his thoughts as well. Legally, it might be different, but the image Rio had in mind was that of a coup d'etat. It seems this won't end easily. The building was located 2 doors down from the Inn of Free Winds, Eastern Trading Company. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the most famous trading company in the Free City. From behind the building, a carriage entered the premises. Once it reached a position out of sight of the surrounding buildings, a man wearing a deep hood got out and immediately passed through the door of the trading company. "We have arrived. Let them in," the butler announced, and the master responded. With that, the man was led to the chairman's office. "Lord Tsukuai, it is a pleasure to see you." "Enough, Vice Minister Mista, let us get straight to the point." The greeting from Vice Minister Mista of Ports was interrupted by Chairman Tsukuai of the Eastern Trading Company. Tsukuai was said to be well over 70 years old. However, he looked no older than in his 50s. He appeared remarkably youthful, especially his eyes. It was said that one felt a physical pressure when looked at directly by those green eyes. He had shaved all his hair, and in some sense it could be said he had an unusual appearance. Once one met him, it was impossible not to understand. He was truly a powerful merchant. One of the great merchants listed among the 8 members of the Supreme Council. I had heard the ministers were having headaches, but to find they had already become puppets. I apologize. No, it is not Vice Minister Mista's fault to apologize. Cold sweat trickled down Vice Minister Mista's back as he involuntarily expressed his apologies. Of course, Chairman Tsukuai said it was unnecessary. Indeed, the ministers had become puppets controlled by the mage from the Grand Duchy. Though their usual behaviors and responses seemed normal, there were signs of their headaches and lack of vigor, but they were far from being puppets. "Vice Minister Mista, how much do you know about the main force of the Free City Fleet?" "Yes, I was informed by Duke Helb that the main fleet was annihilated." "Indeed, that is a fact," Chairman Tsukuai stated clearly. Vice Minister Mista was tempted. He wanted to ask other questions that had been on his mind. The man in front of him was the one who held the most information in this Free City. Moreover, normally, it was someone Vice Minister Mista would never be able to meet. The only reason they could meet this time was that Chairman Tsukuai himself had chosen Vice Minister Mista. "If there's something you wish to ask me, feel free." "Hey, you have that look on your face, I don't mind, you know." Before feeling pleased, Vice Minister Mista felt fear. He sensed that he could not hide anything in front of this man. "I too am far from omniscient. If I understood everything, I could have handled the Grand Duchy's movements a little better. I can only vaguely grasp what the person before me is thinking." After saying this, Chairman Tsukuai wore a smile that was hard to distinguish between a wry grin and a genuine smile. At that moment, Vice Minister Mista made a decision. "I understand about the main fleet. However, among the ministers, aside from the Prime Minister, what has become of Lord Romanoa, the Navy Minister? It seems Minister Romanoa is in confinement." "Confinement?" Vice Minister Mista was taken aback by Chairman Tsukuai's words. "He is quite a cautious man. Therefore, he did not become a puppet, but ultimately he was confined and forced to sign a declaration to be placed under protection." Chairman Tsukuai said this and shook his head slightly. "Why did the fleet meet its end? That's the other piece of information you received from Duke Helb. Surely not the Blue Island?" "Yes, the Blue Island. I'm still investigating that matter, but it seems they approached that island and were annihilated. Speaking of which, this dawn, a long-range cruiser dispatched by Suje Kingdom returned. They seem to have grasped some information regarding that incident. Eventually, I will likely receive that information as well." "The information from the Suje Kingdom Embassy. How could that be?" Vice Minister Mista's innocent question was met only with a faint smile from Chairman Tsukuai. "So, what will become of this Free City now that the main fleet is absent? Externally, we will have no choice but to rely on the Grand Duchy for protection." "Wah!" Chairman Tsukuai answered this matter-of-factly, surprising Vice Minister Mista. "At least until a new fleet is established, that will have to be the case, won't it? Will the Grand Duchy even allow such a thing as a new fleet to be established? That will depend on future negotiations, or rather on the movements of the citizens." "Citizens? The resistance movement. Is that so? Vice Minister Mista shot back with a question. Just yesterday, it seems citizens gathered in front of the Grand Duchy embassy in large numbers. This was because the Grand Duchy monopolized food supplies. Moreover, it appears part of the embassy collapsed afterwards. Is that true? Did you not receive such reports under the Vice Minister of Ports? We need to be more mindful of vertical division in administration. Yes. Just as that conversation came to a close, there was a knock on the door. The butler who initially guided Vice Minister Mista entered and handed a slip of paper to Chairman Sue Koo. I see. Chairman Sue Koo merely said that, then threw the slip into the fireplace to burn it. After confirming it had completely burnt to ashes, he spoke to Vice Minister Mista. I apologize, but I have a bit of business to attend to. I must take my leave. Chairman Sue Koo is leaving, a man capable of summoning even the Prime Minister to his office. It was said that this man had no reason to go anywhere outside this office and the store or the Supreme Council. However, Vice Minister Mista refrained from questioning this matter. He felt it was something he should not inquire about. Then I will take my leave now. This was the most suitable conclusion for Vice Minister Mista. I will likely ask you to come again soon. Until then, I rely on you. Understood. Thus, Vice Minister Mista's sweat-drenched meeting came to an end. 10 minutes later, Chairman Sue Koo was at the cafe of the inn 2 doors down from the Eastern Trading Company. Excuse me, are you Abel and Rio? Yes, that's us. Please have a seat. Chairman Sue Koo inquired, Abel replied, and Rio offered them chairs. The other person present there, Captain Gorick, was left speechless in surprise. He understood who had approached them, and such occurrences were rare. Even though he was not a citizen of the Free City and was a military man from Suje Kingdom, Gorick knew who this person was, and he wasn't deeply acquainted with the affairs of the Free City. The astonishment Gorick felt began to spread among the other individuals in the cafe. After all, Chairman Sue Koo was the most powerful merchant in the Free City. Naturally, this meant he was also a member of the Supreme Council. Anyone active in the Free City would know his name and face well. Well, it seems you are quite the celebrity. No, I am merely a humble merchant. Abel posed this as a question, and Chairman Sue Koo answered with a wry smile. Captain Gorick was flustered, unsure of how to act. Should he be anxious or manage his reactions appropriately? What is it, Captain? Well, this person, the chairman is, Abel asked the flustered Captain Gorick. Not that he was waiting for the right moment to speak, but Chairman Sue Koo began to introduce himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sue Koo, operating the Eastern Trading Company 2 doors down from the Inn of Free Winds. I am Abel, and this is Rio. As for the captain, I am Captain Gorick of the Rondark, belonging to the Central Navy of Suje Kingdom. When Captain Gorick introduced himself, Chairman Sue Koo seemed surprised. It was unexpected for him to find Captain Gorick here. So you are the captain of the Rondark. Now that I think about it, you too arrived in that ship. It seems you hold a position that can obtain information held by the upper echelons of the country, Abel said with a laugh. However, his eyes were not smiling. He realized that this was not someone to let their guard down around, and he understood that Chairman Sue Koo had intentionally revealed this aspect of himself with that one remark. The negotiations had already begun. Captain Gorick watched the two with a sense of nervousness. The three formed an atmosphere of tension. However, there was one more person present, the water attribute mage Rio. Rio had a serious expression and remained silent. He stared intently at one point. After a while, he nodded significantly and said, "Let's have Mandarin coffee and Karin-chun. It's written in the sweet section, so Karin-chun must be sweet." After making a difficult decision, people tend to feel satisfied. Rio was no exception. He happily explained the reasoning behind his decision. Rio-san? Captain Gorick, you know what Karin-chun is, right? Do you think my decision is correct? Yes, it is indeed chewy and sweet. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Rio was satisfied with Captain Gorick's response. Rio, Abel, would you like to try it too? I'm sure you'll want a refill on the coffee, right? Well. Meanwhile, the waiter arrived. Mandarin coffee and Karin-chun? Rio ordered cheerfully. The other three only had coffee. Lord Rio seems to be a person of strong will. Yeah, Rio is far greater than I am. Chairman Sue Koo said with a laugh, and Abel nodded in agreement while shaking his head lightly. After finishing their orders, Rio eagerly awaited their arrival. But after a while, he noticed that the gazes of the other three were directed at him. Please continue your conversation without worrying about me. He kindly encouraged the conversation. Doesn't it bother you, Rio-san? Yes, what do you mean? Captain Gorick asked, but Rio did not understand the question. The future of the Free City and this person. Even so. It's true that we were annexed, but even if the country is annexed, the citizens must continue to live. They must work, earn money, and support their families. That's why this shop is in operation, so that point hasn't changed for now, has it? Also, Chairman, you are a member of the Supreme Council, right? I don't quite understand why you came all the way here. That is quite an insight. I'm impressed. In response to Captain Gorik's words, Ryo replied with a light-hearted tone. Chairman Tsukuai affirmed Ryo's words. The only one surprised by Ryo's statements was Captain Gorik. Abel showed no change in his expression. It seemed Abel had been thinking along the same lines. He simply stated one word. Of course, you both understand, and yet, Captain Gorik said in a slightly hushed voice. Of course, Chairman Tsukuai at the same table could hear him. Being a member of the Supreme Council is akin to being the Lord of the Realm, isn't it? In Suje Kingdom, it would be like Queen Illyriaja. Of course, I offer my respect, but, well, we're all human. Yes, Captain Gorik appeared to be struggling to keep up with Ryo's explanation. However, Ryo seemed to recall something and opened his eyes slightly wider as he asked Chairman Tsukuai. Chairman, you are human, right? Yes, I am human, Chairman Tsukuai replied with a slight smile. Seeing that, Ryo nodded, relieved. He had been reminded of some Grand Duke's younger brother who had come as an ambassador. He was not human. Compared to Behemoth and Grigri, we are all human, so we can communicate. I think it is unacceptable to insult or belittle anyone, but I also think it is unnecessary to erect walls more than necessary. The comparison, in terms of that kind of pressure, any human is indeed insignificant, Ryo passionately asserted while Abel sighed. Behemoth and Griffin were beings that could easily destroy a human with just a finger. Indeed, compared to them, any human would seem. You both seem to have had many experiences, Chairman Tsukuai remarked with admiration. Well, when you've been adventurers for a long time, it just becomes natural. Ryo answered with a proud expression, while Abel knew that Ryo hadn't done much as an adventurer and chose not to say anything. It was a knight's courtesy. Or should it be referred to as a swordsman's courtesy? Ah, you both are adventurers from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations. It seems the adventurers are quite active in the Central Nations. Indeed. Our Natore Kingdom is so active with adventurers that it is even referred to as the Land of Adventurers. Being in such an environment forces various experiences upon you. There are many surprising and terrifying things, but they are also enjoyable. Ryo spoke eloquently about the joys of being an adventurer. Well, he hadn't actually taken on that many requests as an adventurer. Yet still he was a certified first-class adventurer, a C-rank adventurer. Honestly, it can't be said that adventurers are active in the Free City. That seems to be the case. However, even in such a place, young adventurers are emerging. Ryo said this as he took out a thin booklet. This is a guide to delicious eateries in this free city where you can eat for under 1,500 denarii. It was compiled by 3 young adventurers from Tiger's Fang. With a cheerful expression, he opened the first page and showed it to Chairman Tsukuai. Today for lunch, I went to this eat, and it was absolutely exquisite. Abel and I know several other delicious places, but this one is on par with them. I must say this is an impressive research result. Oh, may I see that? Of course, here you go. With a beaming smile, Ryo handed over the guide. In the meantime, 4 cups of Mandarin coffee and the Karin-chun Ryo ordered arrived. Abel and Captain Gorik drank the coffee while Ryo nibbled on the Karin-chun and sipped his coffee. Sweet things and coffee truly complement each other, he said while enjoying his snack. After a while, Chairman Tsukuai raised his gaze from the dining guide. I see, you have chosen quite excellent places. Ah, is that so? Yes. They all have reasonable prices, a decent portion size, and are highly rated among the citizens. It is a harmonious blend of high quality. Chairman, are you familiar with these? Of course. As a merchant of the Free City, I always keep excellent establishments in mind. Oh, wow. Both Chairman Tsukuai and Ryo were smiling. Delicious food brings smiles to people's faces, and discussing places that provide delicious food also brings smiles. However, there is a problem here. Abel's voice cut in, carrying no hint of reproach. But it wasn't something that could be brushed off lightly either. They were unable to obtain food supplies. The Free City government was merely an observer regarding this matter. Yes, you're right. How do you, as a member of the Supreme Council, view this situation? That is clearly a failure of governance. Chairman Tsukuai answered Abel's question without a hint of pressure. You don't say it was because the Grand Duchy monopolized everything. As a member of the Supreme Council, I cannot say that. If the citizens are left starving, it is only natural to face criticism. But in actual administration, the Supreme Council does not interfere, does it? Well, that is the case. But the very fact that we elected that Prime Minister demonstrates the Supreme Council's failure, no? The responsibility of appointment lies with you. Abel nodded slightly. Yes, the reason I came here today was to speak with the 2 of you about that issue with the Grand Duchy's embassy. Why is that? I had it investigated. Ryo was surprised, and Chairman Tsukuai responded, smiling. Abel, everything has been exposed. Apparently, the Supreme Council knows that you attacked the Grand Duchy Embassy. Don't try to pin the blame on me at this point. It was Rio who charged in, not me. If you had desperately stopped us, it wouldn't have turned out like that. Which mouth says that? Ah, no, it was the embassy that opened the entrance and invited us in. We merely entered because they called for us. Rio recalled the circumstances when they stormed the embassy and attempted to spin that event again. Of course, Abel shook his head and simply stated one word. Feudal, Abel is a traitor, Rio's heart cried out. No, of course, I have no intention of blaming you or anything like that. Chairman Tsukuwai interrupted the unproductive conversation. Ah, is that so? Rio was visibly relieved. Shall we get back to the main topic? Abel prompted Chairman Tsukuwai. The chairman's response was clear but difficult to comprehend. The citizens of the Free City demand autonomy from the Grand Duchy. I would like your assistance regarding this movement. A demand for autonomy, not independence? Yes. Now that the main fleet has been annihilated, demands for independence will not pass. Even if the citizens launch a resistance movement, they will be suppressed by force. The Grand Duchy is deploying military power of that magnitude. Therefore, the realistic demand is for the acquisition of autonomy. Chairman Tsukuwai answered Abel's inquiry without hesitation. As he looked at Chairman Tsukuwai, Abel pondered deeply. At times like these, Abel thought deeply and for quite a while. Knowing this, Rio decided to bridge the gap with another topic. By the way, Chairman Tsukuwai, you knew about Captain Gorik, didn't you? Rio introduced an unrelated topic, leaving Captain Gorik puzzled. You referred to him earlier as the captain of the Rondark. It was quite a surprise to see him here. Yes, I am aware. He is the captain of the First Fleet of the Central Navy of Suje Kingdom. You must know more than just that? Rio probed further, smiling as he enjoyed the delicious Mandarin coffee. What do you mean by that? You know where the Rondark has been and returned from, right? At Rio's words, both Captain Gorik and Chairman Tsukuwai changed their expressions. Captain Gorik looked purely surprised. Chairman Tsukuwai's expression contained something beyond surprise. However, Chairman Tsukuwai quickly returned to his original expression. Just a hint of a smile appeared. To be honest, I am aware of it. Then do you know the cause of the main fleet's annihilation? No, you can't possibly know nothing at all, Rio innocently asked again. Lord Rio, how much do you know? I'm not sure what you're asking about, but I have various hypotheses. I probably understand most of the movements in the southern part of this continent. Rio said casually while sipping coffee, showing no change in expression. Most, you say? For instance, the members of the Supreme Council, including yourself, had predicted in advance that the Grand Duchy would declare the protection of Kubevasa. Moreover, you deliberately took no action. The Prime Minister may be smug about the success of the coup, but the Supreme Council was ahead of that. Furthermore, you may have an inkling of why the Grand Duchy is trying to unify the southern continent, including this free city and the Southern Federation. You likely have some information about that. Even if the citizens resist, the Grand Duchy will not back down. Unlike the past several decades, this time they have grasped a reason to not retreat. Thus, while entering into protection may be unavoidable, they want to secure autonomy. After something that the Grand Duchy absolutely won't back down from has ended, there may be a possibility for independence again. Additionally, this is a hypothesis built upon another hypothesis, but do you know that what you are dealing with is not human? I cannot say if it's the same entity that annihilated the fleet, but something seems to be happening at the level of the entire Eastern nations. Well, that's generally how I feel. After saying so in one breath, Rio seemed satisfied as he sipped his Mandarin coffee. Chairman Tsukuwai, who had been silent throughout, wore a rather dull expression. The moment Rio began to unveil his hypotheses, the faint smile had disappeared. What can I say? Is all that just a hypothesis? Yes, as I mentioned earlier, it's all just hypotheses. Rio replied with a smile to Chairman Tsukuwai's question. Wiping away the dull expression, Chairman Tsukuwai asked, Lord Rio, if you don't mind, could you tell me the reasons that led to those hypotheses? Reasons, you say? Rio was surprised and tilted his head. After pondering how to respond briefly, he opened his mouth. This free city, well, it's a city, so the population isn't that large. No, of course, it's large for just one city, but not so much as a country. He paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, the great merchants are likely seeking markets abroad. For this southern continent, that would be the Federation or the Grand Duchy. But the Federation is in a civil war. I've heard from Suje Kingdom that the situation within the Federation had been going poorly for some time, so it must have been quite difficult to conduct business. Unless you are a pure arms trader, it would be a challenging environment for conducting trade. If that's the case, most of the business would take place with the Grand Duchy. Merchants rely on information. They should not be unaware of the information regarding the country they wish to do business with. Naturally, they would have been aware that the Grand Duchy was preparing for deployment. Wars do not just suddenly occur. They require considerable time and effort to prepare. They must have been aware of the signs. Thus, the members of the Supreme Council would have known that the Grand Duchy would invade the Free City. When it comes to doing business with the Grand Duchy, perhaps it might even be easier to do business if they are annexed. No, that might be an overly cynical perspective. Excuse me, please disregard what I just said. Well, it seems that everyone had grasped the fact of the Grand Duchy's annexation. That's enough for now. Chairman Tsukuwai interrupted Ryo's explanation. He shook his head slightly. I see that was quite an intriguing hypothesis. Yes, of course, it's just a hypothesis. Ryo cheerfully replied to Chairman Tsukuwai's words. However, Captain Gorik at the same table swallowed hard. He looked at Ryo with fearful eyes, concerned that he might explode, and then glanced worriedly at Chairman Tsukuwai. Captain Gorik recognized that the hypothesis Ryo had stated was likely very close to the truth. He couldn't understand the last part about how annexation might make it easier to do business with the Grand Duchy. After all, if they were annexed, there was a high possibility that their privileges as members of the Supreme Council would disappear. It was simply unthinkable to desire annexation to that extent. Oh, Abel has finally woken up. Ryo confirmed Abel's face had lifted and changed the topic. I wasn't sleeping, I was just deep in thought, Abel replied with an irritated tone. That's just a play on words. I kept the conversation going while you were silent. Ryo made a show of having done his job. He needed to be recognized for having done work by those around him. That accumulation would lead to rewards like meals and snacks. Well, setting aside all the things Ryo said for now, Abel declared, causing Ryo to make a disgruntled face. After all, he had shared his hypothesis to keep the conversation going. That was the expression he wore. Regarding assisting with the acquisition of autonomy, I will accept it under conditions. What conditions? That you arrange for Ryo and me to have transportation north to the eastern nations. Understood. Chairman Tsukuwai promptly accepted Abel's condition without hesitation. Are you sure you can answer that right away? Yes, of course. As mentioned earlier in Lord Ryo's hypothesis, indeed, many merchants in the Free City conduct business with the Grand Duchy. However, some possess ships that go even further north. You should have no issue boarding one of those. He paused briefly before continuing. Of course, this will be after the Grand Duchy has issued a declaration granting autonomy. I don't mind that. Let's make sure you push for it as quickly as possible. Shall we meet again? Let's say in 3 days. I would like to make some preparations. Understood. With that, their discussion concluded, and Chairman Tsukuwai left the Inn of Free Winds. Despite not having any combat scenes, this chapter stretched to nearly 10,000 words. I apologize for the length. It feels like something is off. Captain Gorik left the table to report what he had conveyed to the two of them at the embassy. Left behind were Ryo and Abel. Abel, how exactly will you help us gain autonomy? I don't know. You don't know? In the end, wouldn't it be better if Ryo just barged into the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo again? What are you saying? When that happens, I'll be waiting with the citizens in front of the gate. That's terrible. You freeze everything, and I'll just have to live strongly on my own. I'm just joking, just joking. Since Ryo looked at him with resentment, Abel clarified that it was a joke. Well, I still don't have any concrete ideas on how to get them to recognize our autonomy. So we're just waiting for the chairman in 3 days? Yeah, that's right. Even after thinking so hard about it, I foolishly expected you, Abel, to come up with a brilliant idea. Give me back my expectations. Well, you just built up your own expectations and were disappointed on your own. It's not my fault. It seems that understanding each other is a very difficult thing. However, Ryo did not give up. If they abandon the effort to understand one another, then that's where it ends. I have a counter-proposal. Last time I barged into the embassy of the Duchy, well, I had no choice but to give in to the pressure of the swordsmen who accompanied me. No, that's not the point. This time I think it would be better if Abel barges in while the Grand Duchy Navy is gathered. Rejected. Why? Because I'm a pacifist. Which mouth says that? No, I don't want to hear it from Ryo. They still couldn't understand each other. Well, let's put that aside. Put that aside? Ryo made a gesture that suggested to leave that aside. It seemed Abel somewhat understood the meaning. Gestures seemed to be understandable. I think the island that Captain Gorik and the others encountered is at the center of all the problems. I agree with that. On this point, both Ryo and Abel shared a common understanding. It's wonderful to understand each other. Perhaps that is due to the experiences they both have had encountering non-human beings. They have had quite a bit of interaction with non-human beings, including behemoths, griffins, demons, and even ghost ship Ruri from the eastern nations. This means that they understand, beyond reasoning, that there exists a world separate from that of humans. If they understand it intuitively, then it appears in their instincts. The main force of the Free City fleet seems to have turned into zombies. Captain mentioned that. The resolution of the universal question related to why they increased their comrades. Yeah, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Rio pretended to be deeply hurt by Abel's words. Of course, Abel ignored Rio and continued speaking. Hey, Rio. What is it, Abel? Duke Helb said he is building up power. That means... Yeah, it probably relates to that island, thinking of it as preparation for a confrontation with the island. Feels the most fitting. After thinking for a moment, Abel continued. In other words, Duke Helb knows exactly what that island is. Indeed. However, he had no intention of sharing that information. That's right. I don't think Duke Helb is an ally. Regarding the citizens of the Free City, he wouldn't sacrifice them. To him, the populace is merely an object of control. I don't think he's a good person, and fundamentally, he smells strongly of being our enemy, but he does have some pride as a ruling class. Rio also recognized Duke Helb more as an enemy than an ally. If we're going to demand autonomy from such a person, it would be best to have a suitable gift. That would be that island, perhaps. Abel and Rio fundamentally agreed on that thought, and both of them were adventurers. They wanted to know the unknown, to see what they had never seen. That's what it means to be an adventurer. I feel like I'm going to get dragged into something again because of Abel. You haven't said anything, have you? But you're thinking it right. We should go see that island. I'm thinking it. Hearing Abel's answer, Rio shook his head lightly. However, Abel could see right through him. I think Rio wants to go too. And no, that's not it. I won't do anything reckless. Your face is grinning. That's absurd. Rio hurriedly covered his face with both hands at Abel's remark. The direction had been decided. It was a policy that leaned heavily towards their preferences, but that was a secret. Next, they would look for specific methods. If we can get close enough, we can storm in with the Neil Anderson. The Rondo-class second ship. That's the submarine that Rio creates with alchemy. The two of them have a record of defeating a Kraken while aboard it, but we don't know the exact location, so we'll have to rely on those who have actually been there to guide us. Though they probably won't want to go. Of course, they wouldn't. The two of them sighed softly. They didn't want to force anyone, but for now, that was the most realistic option. For now. Yeah, let's go to the Suje Kingdom Embassy. With that, the two of them left the Inn of Free Winds. Diplomacy Island of the Free City, Suje Kingdom Embassy. Captain Gorik was seated in front of Ambassador Randasa. In other words, judging from Chairman Sukuai's demeanor, the Supreme Council was aware of this annexation in advance and even approved it. Yes. Captain Gorik nodded at Ambassador Randasa's confirmation. During the talks at the Inn of Free Winds, Captain Gorik had been convinced of that. Traitorous, that word might be too strong, but honestly, would they go that far? I can't believe it. No, I don't want to believe it. However, no, it's not that I don't believe the captain's report. It's a matter of my feelings. Interrupting Captain Gorik, Ambassador Randasa spoke. He understood the situation. He understood the circumstances. He understood it logically, but still. What will the citizens think if they find out about this? Indeed. That said, there's almost nothing we can do. After all, we're just the embassy. If a military resistance movement occurs, whether or not the citizens of the kingdom will support it, even the provision of weapons is. That's impossible. The Suje Kingdom Embassy is, of course, also located in the Grand Duchy. Even though it's somewhat fortified, if the Grand Duchy gets serious, the embassy will likely fall. We are like hostages. Ambassador Randasa shook his head slightly. If the citizens of the Free City were to resist, he would want to help them, but they couldn't offer open support. That was frustrating. At that moment, a secretary entered. Lord Abel and Rio are requesting to meet with the ambassador. The two of them? Of course, there was no prior appointment. After all, until just a moment ago, the two of them had been talking with Captain Gorik right in front of them. Captain, do you have any idea? No. Captain Gorik also tilted his head. There had been no flow of conversation that would lead the two of them here. Rio and Abel entered the room. Welcome. Captain Gorik is here as well, but what brings you here today? Ambassador Randasa asked with a smile. Actually, I have a request for you, Ambassador. It also deeply involves Captain Gorik. Go on. Yes, Abel said politely, prompting the questions from Ambassador Randasa and Captain Gorik. I'll be blunt. I want you to take me and Rio close to the island Captain Gorik encountered. Captain Gorik was literally left speechless by Abel's proposal. After a moment of silence, looking closely, he had cold sweat appearing on his face. Even if you say close, it would be all right if you could take us to a position where we can see that island on the horizon. You mentioned earlier that the color of the seawater turns a dark shade. It would be fine if you didn't need to take us any closer than that. Rio supplemented. And what do you two plan to do there? We won't know the exact details until we go, but I think it will probably involve landing on the island. Abel answered Ambassador Randassa's question. Rio nodded next to him. If we take you to where it can be seen on the horizon, how will you two? We have a way. Could it be a long ice bridge? No. That probably wouldn't reach. Rio answered while tilting his head at Captain Gorik's question. The other side of the horizon is probably farther than 200 meters. Still, the truth is we have no idea what awaits us. Indeed. Ambassador Randassa nodded vigorously at Abel's words. However, there is one person in this free city who knows what is on that island. There is someone who knows. There is Duke Helb. Abel asserted, leaving Captain Gorik speechless. A moment of silence followed. It was broken by Ambassador Randassa. Is that information certain, Abel? Yeah, it's certain. That's why we're going to ask him now. After a moment of thought, Ambassador Randassa continued speaking. Duke Helb is not currently at the embassy of the Duchy. What? Yesterday? Well, one reason might be that the main embassy was destroyed, but right now he is at the Prime Minister's official residence. Yesterday. Because of Abel's charge. Rio supplemented gravely as he nodded at Ambassador Randassa's explanation. He probably had no intention of saying anything further. Abel just let out a small sigh and said nothing. Given that this is the Prime Minister's official residence in the Free City, it won't be easy to gain entry. Indeed, even for Abel it should not be that simple. Yeah, Rio, let's keep quiet for a bit. Rio was silenced by Abel. If Duke Helb is at the Prime Minister's official residence, then I want you to arrange it so that we can meet through diplomatic channels. I understand. Abel made the request, and Ambassador Randassa nodded. As soon as possible. If possible, right now. Well, that might be rather difficult. Diplomatic routes are always a time-consuming method. Just tell them that Rio and I are going to meet about that island matter. That's all. And we'll handle the rest on our side. But that means, if they conveyed the information through formal diplomatic channels and then Abel or Rio caused a commotion, that would be quite problematic for the Suje Kingdom Embassy. Unlike yesterday, they couldn't just feign ignorance. Until I entered Duke Helb's room yesterday, no one was harmed. We'll manage it well. Abel smiled sweetly. But Rio knew he couldn't trust Abel in times like this. He could lie with a smile. Rio, don't say anything. Rio found himself at a loss for words. Well, I'll trust the two of you. I'll contact the Prime Minister's official residence right away. Let's say, after 15 minutes, you two should head to the Prime Minister's official residence. Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Randassa made a decision, and Abel expressed his gratitude. Rio and Abel arrived at the Prime Minister's official residence by carriage from the Suje Kingdom Embassy. After a brief check inside, they were guided to the carriage turnaround. As the two stepped out of the carriage, they were greeted by over 20 guards. Of course, greeted does not mean it in the literal sense. They were likely known to be dangerous individuals. The guards were all tense. And while surrounding the two, they began to move together. It seems the guards at the Prime Minister's official residence are aware of Abel's ferocity. Maybe they're just warned to be careful of the robed mage, not me? From any angle, I look like a harmless, gentle mage, right? Please don't group me with someone like Abel, who is obviously terrifying and spreads fear as a swordsman. I sometimes wonder, how can you say such frivolous things? That's a kind of talent. How rude. It's precisely because I'm always thinking that I can come up with such remarks instantly. This is the result of my efforts. What a waste of effort. Their conversation, of course, was heard by the surrounding guards. However, no one spoke up. But it's scary not to know the facts. What do you mean? Rio raised his voice slightly to a normal conversation level. Abel looked puzzled. Well, the guards are within the range of the terrifying swordsman Abel's sword flash, right? Witnessing 20 heads fly off in a single slash would indeed be frightening. Hey! The moment Rio spoke, he noticed the guards' faces stiffening. Abel let out a sigh of exasperation, but at the same time, he saw some of the guards reaching for their swords while still surrounding them. It seemed Rio and Abel were known as quite dangerous individuals, or at least people to watch closely. Don't worry too much. I can't exactly slice through 20 people in one strike, Abel said to ease their concerns. However, of course, the guards did not feel reassured. In fact, their faces seemed even tenser than before. Abel tilted his head in confusion, not understanding why. Seeing this, Rio shook his head slightly and spoke. What's the point of scaring them even more? No, I was just trying to reassure them. How is saying you can't slice through 20 people at once supposed to reassure anyone? Isn't it? They know. They know that Abel can kill without using a sword. At Rio's words, the guards walking beside them began to glance at the two with curiosity. But even after saying all that, they haven't run away. These people are quite trained. Well, they're the guards of the Prime Minister's official residence. In the kingdom, you could say they are like the Imperial Guards Regiment, the top elite of the nation. To bully such people with words? Information gathering is necessary. We need to know how well trained they are. The two spoke purposefully loud enough for all 20 guards to hear. So they were not having a conversation out of malice. It was part of their information gathering. Probably. After a while of walking, they arrived at a large door. The door opened and they were prompted to enter. Lord Abel, Lord Rio has arrived. A person who seemed to be the captain of the guards announced inside the room. "Ah, please come in." That voice was familiar. Inside the spacious room were 3 men. 2 of them were individuals known to both Rio and Abel. One was the intended Duke Helb. The other was the second secretary Zuluma, who had been at the Grand Duchy embassy. Wait, didn't Abel kill that secretary? Ah, his head was severed, limbs chopped off, and his heart pierced, right? Yes, I did sever his head, chop off his limbs, and pierce his heart. The two approached the couch where only Duke Helb was sitting. You two dare to appear before His Excellency again without learning your lesson? The second secretary Zuluma, who was supposed to have been badly injured, questioned them in an angry tone. Rio stared closely at Zuluma's neck. Then he nodded significantly and said, "There's a mark that looks like it's holding your head together with thread." Kehe. The moment Rio said that, laughter escaped from Duke Helb's mouth. I apologize. Lord Rio, could we refrain from discussing that matter here? It's due to my treatment, but the scars won't disappear overnight. Treatment. Duke Helb explained with a laugh, and Rio couldn't continue his words. Let me introduce the 2 of you. I'm here with Zuluma, and the other person standing over there is Prime Minister Nasan of the Free City. Duke Helb introduced them while remaining seated. Prime Minister Nasan silently bowed his head without changing his expression. Is the Prime Minister being controlled by sorcery as well? No, he's normal, Abel asked, and Duke Helb answered. However, the concept of controlling with sorcery, you understood that quite well. Other ministers certainly did so. Why did you come to that conclusion? Just a hunch. Abel replied to Duke Helb's question without any hint of amusement. A hunch, you say? The intuition of a swordsman is terrifying. Indeed, Abel replied bluntly. Rio nodded gravely, and Duke Helb agreed. Now then, let's get to why the 2 of you have come here. I heard it's about an island. Duke Helb gestured for the 2 to sit on the opposite couch before prompting them. That island is the Blue Island you mentioned to the Vice Minister of Ports, correct? Yes, that's right. What is on that island? Duke Helb did not immediately answer Abel's question. After a moment of thought, he opened his mouth. What will you do with that information? Depending on what it is, Rio and I will exterminate it, Abel stated firmly. Rio silently nodded. Duke Helb's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, you 2 are strong. Among humans, I would say you are quite formidable. However, can you not tell us what might be there? Well, there are several possibilities. However, what I can say for certain is that there is, first and foremost, a death dragon. A death dragon? Rio and Abel said in unison. It was the first time they had heard that term. Literally, it's a dead dragon. Do dragons die? Yes, dragons live for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. However, as long as they are living beings, they will eventually die. But even in death, their soul resides in a new body. Thus, it's not entirely incorrect to say they live forever. No one interrupted Duke Helb's explanation. Normally, the soul leaves and the body perishes, but there are dragons that fail in that process. A dragon with part of its soul remaining in its perishing body. Simply put, that is a death dragon. Is such a thing possible? Rather than part of the soul, it's closer to being a phantom of the soul. In other words, the departed soul has already settled into a new body. The death dragon is like an empty shell. That could also be said. Thus, for dragons, it's just an empty shell, mere garbage. Eventually, the death dragon will decay and disappear. Something not worth worrying about. But for humans, yes, it has a significant impact. In terms of time and power to the giant dragons, it may seem trivial. However, it's troublesome for us. Even if they are destined to decay, some individuals take hundreds of years. Both Abel and Duke Helb were grimacing as they spoke. Is it because of that death dragon that people turn into zombies? Yes. It refers to the main force of the Free City fleet. Yes, it rots everything. That can be said to be the death dragon. Therefore, it is certain there is a death dragon present. But is there a possibility that it's not just that? You're absolutely right. There is undoubtedly something else. However, what that is remains unknown. Duke Helb shook his head slightly. Abel nodded. Meanwhile, Rio remained silent, listening intently. Rio knew about dragons. He had exchanged gifts with the Dragon King Ruin as neighbors, and even received direct lessons on how to exert pressure. That Dragon King? He couldn't imagine being a worthy opponent in battle. No, it wasn't even a matter of winning or losing. Rio felt he would vanish without even needing to lift his pinky. There was that much of a difference, he thought. Truly, it was a difference akin to that between a god and an ant. If it's the dragon itself, there's nothing we can do, but if it's a death dragon, can we manage? Perhaps. Is it possible, Lord Rio, that you know about dragons? Well, just a little. Rio couldn't hide his nervousness. Truly remarkable, the two of you, knowing about demons, the ghost ship Luri, and even dragons. Duke Helb was astonished. I don't know, are they in Rio's territory? Yes, they are our neighbors. At Abel's question, Rio nodded. Let's pretend I didn't hear that. It might endanger our lives in the future. Duke Helb chuckled while Rio tilted his head in confusion. He couldn't purely understand what Duke Helb meant. Well, anyway, about the death dragon, I don't know why it's there or what prompted it to be in that location, but will you two still go to exterminate it? Yes, we will, Abel replied immediately. I understand, then I shall go as well. Duke Helb said, surprising Rio and Abel. The magical power I have been accumulating is for that purpose. It is slowly moving westward, meaning towards the southern part of this continent. What? That possibility was pointed out by my elder brother. Thus, I was dispatched to this free city. However, the movement accelerated more than anticipated. Duke Helb tilted his head as he spoke. He believed that something other than the death dragon was causing the hastened movement. I was scheduled to depart tomorrow morning with the detachment. If you two wish to accompany, I can grant permission. Then let's receive that permission. We'll ride on the Rondark of the Suje Kingdom, Abel stated firmly to Duke Helb. Rio felt a bit sorry for Captain Gorik and the crew, because they would be joining forces with the Grand Duchy fleet. To be honest, I don't feel alive right now. On the deck of the Rondark, surrounded by an ice table, 3 men are sitting on ice chairs, Rio, Abel, and Captain Gorik. It was Captain Gorik who honestly expressed his inner thoughts. Of course, he spoke in a small voice so that the other crew members couldn't hear. It's all Abel's fault. I apologize for the trouble. Why is that? Rio was trying to place the blame on Abel, but was failing. No, it's not that I'm troubled or dissatisfied. We are a warship. If told to go, we will go anywhere. Moreover, if it ultimately saves many lives, we will gladly dive into the jaws of death. Right now, it's simply uncomfortable. Captain Gorik chuckled wryly. The reason he felt uncomfortable was ahead of the Rondark. In front of the Rondark, there were 30 ships of the Grand Duchy fleet. Including the Rondark, which was following from the rear, the fleet was progressing eastward. They had set sail from the free city of Kubevasa in the morning, and the sun was about to set. According to Duke Helb, we should arrive in that sea area before noon tomorrow. Before we arrive, Abel and I are supposed to transfer to that ship, right? Yeah. He said he would approach the island with only one ship protected by sorcery. Well, I would have been fine with my Neil Anderson, but if Duke Helb is willing to show his hand, then that's even better. Rio grinned, making a rather mischievous face. What's this about showing his hand? Because Duke Helb is definitely an enemy. I think we are destined to fight each other in the end. Yeah, I have no idea why Rio can assert that so confidently. That's the pathos of things. Here we go again, the pathos of things. Rio made a declaration, and Abel responded in an exasperated tone. What if Duke Helb were to die on that island? We would be attacked by the people around him, right? That's likely. At that time, forget about us, just take the ship and break through to escape. Captain Gorik stated the worst-case scenario. Rio responded with something plausible, and Abel added a comment. For now, Duke Helb guaranteed the safety of the Rondark and its crew, but it was not certain that this guarantee would last. For Captain Gorik, it was already a situation where he could not afford to let his guard down. Captain Gorik was called away by First Officer Mostara, leaving the two behind. By the way, that dragon corpse is quite a nuisance. Was it called a death dragon? Abel hasn't heard of it either. I heard of it for the first time. It's a bit negligent for His Majesty the King not to know, isn't it? Just because he's the king doesn't mean he knows everything, right? The first Duke criticized the king's negligence, but it was deftly sidestepped. Isn't it more important for the first Duke, who should support the king, to know about this? I'm busy practicing water attribute magic and learning alchemy. You didn't just say playing just now, did you? I'm contributing to the country in that area. I believe mastering diverse talents is crucial for the nation's development. Abel countered, and Rio somehow dodged. Though they may look like this, they are the king and the first Duke, number 1 and number 2 of the kingdom. Both are always thinking about the country. Though that might not be how it appears. The death dragon will likely be dealt with by Duke Helb, but I wonder what exactly he will do. Well, he did say he was gathering magical power for that. Can magical power even be stored? Who knows? I doubt it's literal magical power. Isn't it something that feels similar? What do you mean, something that feels similar? Because magical power is. No, let's save that discussion for another time. That's quite suggestive. What is magical power? Rio has some basic hypotheses formed, but explaining them to Abel is impossible. It would probably be futile even to explain it to a Lalian back in the homeland. He even thought that perhaps Demon Leonor would understand it better. Well, even if Duke Helb faces the Death Dragon, we'll have to face something else. I'm counting on you, Abel. Me, it's definitely more on you than me. I'll cheer for both of you, it's fine, I'm confident in my cheering abilities. Yeah, I don't think you'll have that luxury. Rio's suggestion was dismissed by Abel. You're trying to drag me into this, Abel is being mean. I think Rio is the one being meaner. Such unproductive conversation was interrupted by Saoshi, the head chef. Dinner's ready. Tonight's curry. Oh, cheers erupted from all corners of the ship. Surely the sailors love curry. We did it, Abel, it's curry. Yeah, Saoshi's curry is delicious. Even now, Abel pronounces it curry with a slight accent. Perhaps it's a memory of his late brother, Crown Prince Kane. Rio nodded once and lined up to receive curry. Of course, so did Abel. Later, it's a secret that they both asked for seconds and ate 3 bowls each. The next early morning, as Rio and Abel awoke early to swing their swords and stretch on the deck, the Rondark came to a stop. Did it stop? Yes, it has stopped. Both Rio and Abel looked towards the bow. Ahead, the Grand Duchy fleet was present. It seems that the entire Grand Duchy fleet has also come to a stop. Captain, signal flags from the Grand Duchy fleet. It seems there's an emergency. I repeat, an emergency. All hands prepare for first-class combat. Nan shouted from the mast, and Captain Gorik quickly issued orders. Rio and Abel also quickly got ready. Then they ran to the bow. There they heard a voice. The sky is... Looking up, the eastern sky was darkening. The sun was beginning to rise, but something was spreading in the sky, obscuring it. A massive flock of birds? Ice Wall Level 20 package. At Abel's murmured words, Rio immediately began to cast magic. It was an icy cover that enveloped the entire Rondark. Captain Gorik, I covered the ship with ice. Thank you, but what is that? Due to the almost completely transparent ice cover, Rio reported. Though Captain Gorik thanked him, he didn't understand what was beginning to happen. Flying-type monsters? Maybe wyverns? I've never heard of wyverns over the sea. Rio stated something he thought of. Abel named a specific type, and Captain Gorik denied it based on his knowledge. Well, they do seem too big to be called birds. After all, they're subpar dragons. They're smaller than regular wyverns, but they're completely black wyverns. Both Abel and Rio recognized the wyverns on the continent. They had once hunted them extensively, acquiring many magic stones. Normally they are brown or dark brown. But this time the wyverns were black. You could even call them pitch black, however. Only their eyes are red? That's unsettling. And naturally the wyverns unleashed Sonic Blade. One Sonic Blade split into 5. It was an area attack. However, the Rondark, covered by Rio's ice wall, deflected all the Sonic Blades. Oh, voices of astonishment escaped from the crew. With such a minor attack, not even a hair's breadth of damage will be done, Rio said, puffing out his chest. The attacking black wyverns numbered over 1,000. Naturally, the Grand Duchy fleet ahead was also being attacked, but they also seemed to be defending against some unseen force. And then, a flash of light streaked across, probably from the flagship of the fleet. With that flash of light, dozens of wyverns were severed and fell into the sea. Is that Duke Helb's sorcery? Quite impressive. Is this really a time to be impressed? Seeing the flash of light, Rio crossed his arms and nodded pompously. Abel looked at him with exasperation. At times like this, the atmosphere is important. You have to show that you're a big deal. I don't think real big deals talk about being big deals. I let Abel catch me on my words. Though both Abel and Rio were leisurely discussing this, it was because they were deflecting attacks with the ice wall. For counterattacks, it's better to draw out the opponent's attacks to some extent. Otherwise, they could be countered again during the counterattack. It seems the black wyverns won't increase any further, Rio murmured and nodded as he cast a spell. Floating magic circle, then 16 magic circles floated in the air outside the Rondark's ice wall. Icicle lance shower fan. The moment he finished chanting, thousands of ice spears were unleashed from the magic circles. All of them pierced the black wyverns, the heads and chests. Just as an assassin would reliably shoot and kill in those 2 spots with a gun, Rio's ice spears also reliably took down the wyverns. Whoa! Cheers erupted. That was heard not only from the Rondark, but also from the Grand Duchy fleet. They wouldn't know who cast the magic. If they realized that it was the magic of a mage aboard the Suje Kingdom warship following them, they might have shown complex expressions. But for now, they had escaped the crisis. They should be allowed to be genuinely happy. Yes, just for now. The island is getting closer, Nan shouted from atop the mast. Furthermore, among the Grand Duchy fleet, a particularly large ship detached and began sailing toward the island. That's Duke Helb's ship, Abel nodded. Abel-son, Rio-son, please go, Captain Gorik shouted, but the ice cover will disappear, Rio pointed out. It was possible to maintain it without him, but it would only hold. It couldn't be opened or closed as needed. That would mean they couldn't help someone thrown into the sea, so the ice wall had to be dispelled. We'll escape if it gets dangerous. The Rondark is a fast ship. Captain Gorik said with a smile. Originally, that was the procedure. Understood. We'll manage, so make sure to escape, Rio and Abel stated firmly. Ice Gate, as Rio chanted, a long ice bridge with a covering appeared. It reached the ship of Duke Helb, who was already running. Good luck, Rio and Abel ran forward, the pathos of things. It refers to the deep emotion or feeling that arises when one comes into contact with the external world. It's one of the aesthetic principles of high-end literature, flowing consistently through works like The Tale of Genji. Over time, it has become a major element of Japanese cultural characteristics. Coach, both Aher and Akashi express something charming, but Aher conveys a graceful feeling, while Akashi conveys a bright and striking impression. From Gakken Kids Net, is Rio's use of pathos of things correct? Of course it is. That is precisely the pathos of things. I knew that Lord Rio was a powerful magician, but that ice spear and the ice bridge earlier were quite impressive. Did you manage to prove you have the strength to participate? Yes, of course. Duke Helb praised from the bottom of his heart. In fact, having a strong combat force is always a good thing. I would like to ask about that black wyvern earlier, Abel immediately inquired. That was not the ability of the Death Dragon? What? As I mentioned before, the Death Dragon rots everything. It can rot people, rot the land, and even rot the sea, while it can use rotted beings like zombies to do its bidding. The wyvern earlier was not rotting. I see. However, it was smaller than the wyverns we know. Is that a wyvern from the Eastern nations? No, wyverns are monsters that exist all over the world. I have never heard of them changing colors or shapes based on location. Duke Helb answered Abel's questions without hesitation. In other words, that was not a natural wyvern. That statement indeed surprised Abel. Are you saying that someone or something created that wyvern? It unleashed a sonic blade. Yes, that is correct. There are those who have created monsters that can cast magic. In fact, there are over 1,000 of such wyverns. Duke Helb nodded, frowning at Abel's inquiry. The Death Dragon alone is troublesome, but it seems there is another equally troublesome presence. It's no wonder he frowned. Even the demon Garwin's kin couldn't use magic. Ah, when you put it that way, it becomes clear that this is an extraordinary situation. Rio nodded vigorously at Abel's words. However, Rio suddenly thought, is being able to use magic really that special? Even ordinary monsters can use magic if they are greater. He had hunted greater boas that could launch stones numerous times. Michael had told Rio, the key to magic is imagination. However, in the Central Nations, many people can wield magic not by imagining it, but through chanting. The power may be surprisingly weak, but it was probably discovered by the vampire Lord Ancestor. Perhaps the Lord Ancestor studied the magic in this Phi in great detail. I think that is the result of his research. As for why the kin of Demon Garwin couldn't use magic, I feel like Garwin didn't take magic research seriously. Rio, no, Garwin seems rather casual about many things, so he probably didn't sincerely engage in magic research. It should be noted that this is Rio's personal opinion and bias. The conversation between Abel and Duke Helb continues. Even if they are on the smaller side to produce over 1,000 wyverns, the only similar case that comes to mind is a demon that creates kin. A demon? Is there no legend of demons in the Eastern nations? I have never heard the word demon. Duke Helb tilted his head at Abel's question. I hear that demons used to refer to themselves as Spellno. Rio supplemented from the words spoken by the red demon Marlin. Ah, Spellno, I understand that. However, I have not heard of Spellno from the Eastern nations creating kin. Even in the Central nations, the demon of the South did not produce kin, and Miss Marlin from the Western nations is said to have difficulty creating kin. Just as there are humans who are good at using people and those who struggle with it, does it imply that demons also have differing abilities regarding their kin? Is that analogy accurate? According to Miss Marlin, Garwin is particularly skilled at creating kin. Normally, even for demons, it seems that such a feat is not possible. The one that gave birth to the wyvern is likely not a demon, Spellno. Abel pondered over Rio's explanation. The black wyvern we saw earlier had a physical form. It is different from things of the Shikigami type created through sorcery. Shikigami? I find that intriguing. Speaking of which, weren't you supposed to summon scary things with spirit talismans? Yes, you know well. However, those were merely summoned from another place through spirit talismans. Also, those that were prepared could not use magic. I see. It seems that with the knowledge the three possess, the mystery of the black wyvern they just encountered cannot be solved. Looks like we'll have to take our chances. That's Abel's specialty, Rio reacted to Abel's muttering. Am I really good at that? It has been established for a long time that swordsmen excel at taking their chances. After all, they can't quite devise intricate strategies. Yeah, that's just insulting. I didn't mean it that way, Rio feigned surprise exaggeratedly. Abel was about to say something but paused as his gaze turned towards the bow of the ship. Rio and Duke Helb also followed that gaze. An island shone with a blue light and had come to a stop. It was about 100 meters away from the ship. In the center of that blue island, something massive was visible. Is that? Yes, it's the Death Dragon. In response to Abel's question, Duke Helb nodded. As long as I am within a 20-meter radius, even the breath of the Death Dragon can be deflected thanks to the talismans. Understood. The breath. Sounds cool. Abel nodded at Duke Helb's explanation, while the other water attribute magician, well, that's just how it is. The ship will stop here. They will be protected by the talismans set on the ship. I will jump from here, but please follow me. Duke Helb said and then jumped. To be precise, he hopped across talismans placed in the air like stepping stones towards the island. We'll go too. Abel, hold on tight, Rio said, grabbing Abel's belt with his left hand. Are you okay? Abel clung to Rio's waist with both hands. Here we go, water jet thruster. The two jumped. No, they didn't just jump, they flew, drawing a gentle arc towards the island. Duke Helb and the two arrived at the island almost simultaneously. I thought you would come by the ice bridge, but flying is, because I'm a water attribute magician. Rio answered proudly to Duke Helb's impressed words. However, Abel didn't interject. In the center of the island was a giant black dragon. It was likely the Death Dragon. One of its wings was torn off, and it seemed to be missing its right front leg. The term decayed seems to fit it most appropriately. There didn't seem to be any blood flowing out. However, the three noticed that something bipedal was at the feet of the Death Dragon. Due to the size of the Death Dragon, it was hard to tell the exact size of the bipedal creature. At first glance, it appeared to be a person, but what the three saw upon landing on the island was a woman beneath the Death Dragon. What are you all doing here? That was the voice of a woman. She was presumably underneath the Death Dragon. Duke Helb began to walk slowly. Abel followed behind him to the right, while Rio took the left. We came to slay the Death Dragon. While walking, Duke Helb responded in his usual calm voice. That would be problematic. It was the same voice of the woman from earlier. Why is it problematic? Because I am still in the middle of an experiment. An experiment regarding the truth of magic. At that point, the woman's voice trailed off. It seemed she clearly recognized the three coming closer, which caused her to lose her words. The woman had her light blue hair cut to shoulder length, wore something resembling glasses, and was dressed in white clothing. From a distance, it might look like a lab coat. However, her face remained in shock with wide-open eyes. Rio was struck by déjà vu. Of course, he had never met her, and it should be the first time. But perhaps he felt a certain atmosphere before. Ah, that might be it. It's similar to the aura that an acquaintance exudes. Rio had two acquaintances. Particularly, one of them always tries to fight him every time they meet. But the woman in front of him had neither horns nor a black tail. Rio remembered that his male acquaintance lacked both horns and tail as well. The experiment is cancelled. More importantly, I have thought of something good. The bespectacled woman grinned sinisterly. It was a devilish smile. In that instant, the world flipped upside down. Hee, tomorrow is battle, this time Rio's opponent. Well, those individuals are always formidable, aren't they? The space was one that Rio was now all too familiar with. Sealed corridor, Rio murmured. He had been separated from Abel and Duke Helb. If Abel dies, will he come back to life like Secretary Zuluma after being treated by Duke Helb? He was muttering something ominous, but he was still somewhat worried. However, he quickly returned his focus. Before him appeared the bespectacled woman from earlier. Both phantom beings and human swordsmen are rare, but you are exceptional. What is that droplet overflowing from your body? The bespectacled woman examined Rio from head to toe multiple times. It was quite uncomfortable. Is it the fairy factor or the fairy droplets? Ah, yes, that. Quite rare indeed. To think such a rarity is out here in the seas of the eastern nations. Fate can be terrifying. Fate. I encountered you while I was conducting experiments. What else could you call this if not fate? The bespectacled woman nodded repeatedly as she said this. I didn't come here because I wanted to. This island, or rather the Death Dragon approaching the southern continent, is a problem. I'm here to eliminate that. Yes, it would be a problem for a human, but it can't be helped. My experiment requires various materials. I found the Death Dragon, so I decided to proceed with it, but I must apologize to those who will be caught up in this. How many people do you plan to involve? I'm not sure, but around 1 million, the bespectacled woman answered after a moment's thought. That's troubling. Yes, I understand that, but to obtain great results, many sacrifices must be made. It's an unchanging truth since ancient times. However, the bespectacled woman once again scrutinized Rio from head to toe. Right now, there's something in front of me that is more interesting than the great experiment. No, there's nothing. I feel it would be better for 1 million people to be sacrificed for my sake. Don't say such heartless things. Just accompany me for about 50 years for my experiment. What? Just a simple dissection experiment. That droplet overflowing from you? Absolutely not. You might be able to get closer to the truth of the world, you know. Please find the truth of the world in a distant realm unrelated to me. Rio shook his head slightly. Yes, my name is Pastra. What is your name? Rio. Rio, huh? That's a good name. Dissection subject Rio, I feel a thrill. Absolutely not. If you insist, I could anesthetize you before the dissection. I don't like it because you won't show natural reactions. No way, dissection without anesthesia would hurt. Exactly, it's painful. Rio, you're the type who dislikes pain, huh? I absolutely hate it. The world seems to be quite complicated. Will you really not cooperate with the dissection experiment? I won't. Even after all this pleading, I absolutely refuse. In that case, it will come to force, even if I have to kill you. I'd prefer that over being dissected. Wait, kill me? Kill you, extract information centered around your brain. Pastra shook his head slightly. Rio regulated his breathing. It can't be helped. Stone prison. Abrasive Jet 2048? A stone prison formed around Rio to capture him. However, the line of water containing ice polish cut through it instantly. What, wind, no water? It's interesting that water can cut stone. As expected, I must conduct my dissection experiment. Absolutely not. As his surprise turned to delight, Pastra invited Rio to the dissection experiment. Of course, Rio refused. Then I'll use force. It was force from the start. Stone rain. Ice wall level 20 package. A rain of stone fell, an ice barrier deflected it. However, clang. Pastra, holding a stone spear that he had created without Rio noticing, thrust it. The stone rain was a diversion. Naturally, Rio had anticipated such a move. He received it with Murakumo. What's that sword? An ice sword. How interesting, truly fascinating. I must dissect it at all costs. If I die, there's no point in dissecting me. It'll be fine, I'll handle it well. I really don't believe that. They exchanged words as if in a back and forth, but the battle that unfolded was shockingly intense and sharp. You're trying to slice off my legs. I'll stitch them up after I catch you, so it's all good. You and Duke Helb think it's okay to just stitch up a person's legs or neck easily. If I stitch it up just right, it'll be fine. It won't look bad at all. Will the leg even move? Of course it won't move. Please spare me. Wind flame spear. Ice wall level 20. The wind spear wrapped in flames was deflected by the ice wall. It was quite a fantastical sight. That ice wall is troublesome. Just having it means magic attacks are repelled. Why not use a stronger attack? This is strong enough, Pastra said with a dissatisfied frown. However, Rio thought, this Pastra person is probably a devil, just like Leonor and Jean-Jacques. But the magical power isn't that impressive. Leonor's magic wouldn't be able to be defended against without stacking. In conclusion, he thought, if it's magical combat, I can manage. However, if an omniscient being were present, they would say, that's a flag. I've decided I will break your spirit and have you cooperate with the dissection experiment. Since Rio is a mage, this should do the trick. Usurpation. The moment Pastra cast the spell, the ice walls protecting Rio vanished into thin air. Even Rio couldn't comprehend what had just happened for a moment. Could it be ice wall, usurpation? Once again, the ice wall was removed, disappearing in midair. Icicle lance 4, usurpation. 4 ice spears flying toward Pastra changed their trajectory midway and soared into the sky, disappearing into thin air. Could it be that my magical control was stolen? I wonder how it feels to have your own magical creations taken from you. By researching magic and magical power, such things become possible, Pastra said with a smug smile, delighting in Rio's surprise. You've delved quite deeply into magic research, haven't you? Rio said with a faint smile. And then he continued, I'd like to be able to do that too. That won't be easy, you know. Among our peers, no one else can do it either. It takes about 200,000 years of research. That's a long time. Research takes time. I agree with that. Rio nodded, finally finding something to agree on. There had been nothing to agree on up until that point. If I show usurpation, most people's spirits will break, but Rio hasn't broken. However, a mage without magic can't fight anyway, right? Is that so? Rio tilted his head slightly. Certainly, situations where one couldn't use magic were quite difficult. He had faced battles in magic nullification spaces several times before, and they had always been challenging. Moreover, this time the opponent could use magic freely, yet he could not. That said, I still have options. With that, Rio took a stance with Murakumo, his most skilled and fundamental posture. When in a difficult situation, returning to the basics is often a way to find answers. Sometimes that can lead to clarity. I will face you with my sword, Rio declared clearly. Among the three separated by the sealed corridor, it was likely that Abel was having the most favorable battle situation, because before him stood a target. Interesting. This feels somewhat like, when I was forcibly teleported to the 40 layers of the dungeon. It was during an investigation after Run's great tsunami that he had once been forcibly transferred to the 40th layer while entering a dungeon. He recognized it as similar to the sensation that had enveloped him on the 40th layer. As Ryo later evaluated it as a poorly made sealed corridor, it may have indeed resembled it. Abel sensed the presence and knew that neither Ryo nor Duke Helb was close by. At the same time, he understood that the Death Dragon and the woman beside him were also absent. However, it was not as though there was nothing there. From the front, something is coming. Unsheathing his sword, he got into position. To be honest, Abel often thought that as long as he had a sword, he would somehow manage. It was undeniably a muscle-headed line of thought, but if someone pointed that out, he would deny it. And generally, the water attribute mage who pointed it out was also a muscle-headed thinker, so it was a two-way street. Hey now, this really reminds me of the 40 layers of the dungeon. What approached from the front was a group of devils armed with swords. However, they were slightly different from what he had seen in the 40 layers of the dungeon. These guys are also black like wyverns. Indeed, they were black. Only their eyes were red. Were they created by someone like wyverns? No one answered Abel's question, of course. The devils who had approached made their way forward. Only one at the front unsheathed its sword. What? Are you willing to take me on one-on-one? Abel murmured, keeping his sword at the ready. Only the one who had unsheathed its sword stepped forward, while the others kept their distance, watching. Humph, it's exactly what I wanted. Abel smiled faintly. The most troublesome enemies are those who come in numbers. They recklessly push forward without caring for their own sacrifices. If surrounded, gaps will inevitably appear, and they will be exploited. Even if he kept defeating them, fatigue would accumulate, and he would eventually let his guard down. Having the advantage in numbers is overwhelmingly favorable simply by that fact alone. However, the devils before him seemed to be willing to avoid using their numerical superiority for now. "Do you want to see my skills?" he said to the devil standing before him with his sword drawn, but of course there was no response. Humph! Abel took a large step forward, his knees bent. Naturally, his body dropped to a lower position. Then, as he shifted his center of gravity forward, he drew his back leg in. His knees straightened. Naturally, his body that had been in a low position rose up. Simultaneously, his sword swung. From below, he severed the base of the devil's left arm. Without skipping a beat, he spun around and slashed off its neck from behind. A truly instantaneous kill. Upon witnessing this, the other devils did not seem disturbed. Instead, another devil stepped forward, seeming rather pleased. "Do you know what you call that kind of thing? It's called being muscle-headed," Abel said with a smirk, sword at the ready. Among the three who had been separated by the sealed corridor, the most favorable outcome was likely for Duke Helb, because before him there was a target. A one-on-one with the Death Dragon. There couldn't be a better situation than this. With a sinister smile, he had already shed his facade as a human envoy. "Is it Ryo or Abel? Or are both of you facing that woman? The one who gives birth to wyverns? Ha, quite troublesome indeed. If she were around, defeating the Death Dragon would have been even more troublesome. But it seems she's not in this space." His manner of speaking was entirely unhuman. "Death Dragon, I have prepared a plan to bury you. However, it will take some time. Until then, be patient." Duke Helb dodged something that flew toward him with a sideways leap. "Black, a needle. The Death Dragon doesn't move and doesn't attack on its own. I had heard it only retaliates when attacked. Thus it's a decayed dragon. It seems different from the Death Dragon we know as it attacks on its own." Duke Helb furrowed his brow and murmured. While murmuring, he took out a black talisman from his pocket. It was black paper with white writing inscribed upon it, a special item made for this occasion. As he infused magical power into the black talisman, he moved around the Death Dragon. While moving, he placed the black talismans on the ground. The black talismans, placed on the ground, were untouched by the Death Dragon's attacks. Perhaps because the surrounding space was distorted, the Death Dragon's black needles missed their target, just like the talismans that had diverted all of Ryo's attacks during Queen Illyriage's ascension ceremony in the Suje Kingdom. Thus, Duke Helb was focused on avoiding the Death Dragon's attacks. "Sorry, Death Dragon. You can attack, but your body won't move, right? This is a magic circle that incorporates earth binding. It will be completed soon, so wait." While saying that, Duke Helb continued laying down black talismans. His tone had shifted from the initially rough quality to one filled with pity. He bore no grudge against the Death Dragon itself. It was just that the various time constraints had increased the burden of tasks. That was all. Moreover, while progressing with the annexation of the Free City, powerful mages and their partner swordsmen had emerged. While he could win if he fought with his full strength, it would still result in significant sacrifices. He wished he could fight with his full power, with all conditions met, or conversely, once everything was settled. But for now, he didn't want to fight. At that moment, he was being offered assistance in solving troublesome matters. That moment was now, so he decided to finish things quickly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Death Dragon. Duke Helb placed the last black talisman on the ground and said that. It was perhaps not an answer to Ryo's words, but the Death Dragon unleashed the highest number of black needles it had ever done so far. However, all the needles flew by, avoiding Duke Helb. Disperse quietly, Duke Helb said, taking a deep breath before starting his chant. Heaven's pentagram, Earth's pentagram, fill the void, fill the land, tear apart everything, O sky, dust, ash, drink the red blood and return to the heavens. Sink into the earth, return your form to the sky, and restore to your original shape. Let those that rot rot, and those that shift shift. Let those that should be known recognize. O edge of dust lost in darkness, your time has passed, vanish and carve a new hour, all things change. Upon finishing the chant, all the installed black talismans emitted lightning. From the ground toward the sky, Gyoa, the voice of the Death Dragon echoed. The Death Dragon was not supposed to be able to make sounds, yet its voice resonated throughout the area. Was it a heart-wrenching cry that should not have existed? The Death Dragon, which was but a husk, merely decaying. Yet perhaps something of the original dragon remained. Duke Helb had no way of knowing. When the lightning that had continued from the ground for nearly 10 seconds finished, the Death Dragon had vanished. It was an opponent I had expected, in a situation I could not have hoped for. It has ended without any issues. His voice and speech had returned to that of a person. However, even though the Death Dragon has disappeared, this space does not vanish. Duke Helb glanced around and murmured. He was still trapped in a space unlike any other. It seems this will remain until whoever created the Black Wyverns dies. Perhaps it will be Lord Ryo or Lord Abel. Let's wait until one of them defeats it. Duke Helb smiled as he continued speaking. The problem with the troublesome Death Dragon has been resolved. Well, it seems we are on track with the annexation of the Federation and the Free City, but completely swallowing it seems difficult. We must gather enough national power to counter it before it heads south. If even my elder brother cannot predict the exact timing, things will become quite troublesome. The sheer existence of such powerful beings is inherently absurd considering the balance of the world. No matter how great the empire, as long as they are human, they shouldn't be able to offer significant resistance. Duke Helb shook his head slightly. No matter how he looked at it, a wonderful future was not in sight. If only I had been born 10 years earlier, he sighed softly. At last, the light novel has reached 150 million page views. This is all thanks to the readers who come back every day. Thank you so very much. I will continue to post every day from here on out, so I hope you enjoy reading. Ryo's body was in tatters. His face, along with various parts of his body, showed signs of lacerations and bruises. Underneath his robe, which was invisible from the outside, there were actually considerable amounts of internal bleeding. Although he didn't have any fatal injuries, his sustained combat ability was being gradually worn down. All of this was due to Pastra's magical attacks. Ryo's robe was the robe of the Fairy King. Because of that, it could deflect magical attacks. After seeing that his fire attribute attack magic was deflected by the robe, Pastra immediately switched to attacks using only earth attribute magic. A saturation attack with stones. Ryo could cut down dozens or even hundreds of attack spells with Murakumo, but dodging or cutting down all the stones being continuously showered upon him was impossible. Ryo had practiced using the castle walls of the royal capital to reflect his own icicle lance, slicing through anything that came at him with Murakumo. But even so, he couldn't completely defend against it. No, it might be precisely because he had that absurd training experience that he was able to stand without taking any decisive damage. He was managing to avoid damage to his eyes, but certainly the robe of the Fairy King deflects magic. However, even if the robe deflects it, physical damage does not disappear. In other words, even if it doesn't pierce the robe, it still hurts if it hits. Wouldn't it hurt if a stone hit you even through your clothes? That's how it was. The repeated volley of stones, although tens of thousands were released, had led to this situation. The result was the internal bleeding he had all over. Hehe, Ryo, are you not considering giving up and cooperating with the experiment soon? There's no way I would. Experiencing pain here is less beneficial than experiencing pain in the experiment for research purposes. I don't understand what you mean. Ryo firmly rejected Pastra's words. He held Murakumo ready, but his body was in shambles. The contrast of Murakumo, untouched by a single scratch, and the robe stood out. Of course, Ryo had not given up. Objectively, the situation seemed desperate. He couldn't use magic, and Pastra always maintained a distance, preventing close combat. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't use magic at all. However, even when he tried to use magic, he would immediately lose magical control. In theory, he could create an ice wall to deflect the attack at the moment Pastra cast a magical attack. But the attack didn't end in an instant. Even if he could deflect the first few hundred or thousand stones, the moment he lost magical control, and until he could create another ice wall, many stones would hit him. The icicle lance would lose magical control the moment it was generated. He couldn't even launch it. And then again. Stone Rain, Ice Wall Level 20. After taking hits from stones for a second, the ice wall disappeared. Ice Wall Level 20, he attempted to create it again, but during that time, damage accumulated. However, this time was different from before. Layered Ice Wall Level 20, he continued to thicken the ice wall. The ice wall loomed closer to Pastra. Too soft. Usurpation copy, the moment Pastra shouted, the thickened ice wall that had been layered suddenly disappeared in an instant. Impossible. Ryo was momentarily stunned. If he would lose control of each layer one by one, he could just create more than he would lose. That was his reasoning for layering them. Heh, it was a good idea, but futile. It was troublesome to take them one by one, so I took them all at once. Since they're all the same ice wall, I could do it. Pastra laughed happily. She had prepared a countermeasure against Ryo's layering technique. Now once and for all, it's time for my experiment? Not yet. Waterjet thruster, Ryo shouted as he launched himself toward Pastra. Stone wall, Pastra generated a stone wall to block Ryo's charge. But it was immediately sliced by Murakumo. Stone wall, once again, Pastra generated a stone wall to stop Ryo's rush. Once again, it was cut through by Murakumo. Stone wall, for the third time, Pastra attempted to create a stone wall. Dynamic steam mine, in the space where the stone wall was being generated, Ryo mixed in a steam mine. As a result, the generation of the stone wall failed. What? Pastra was astonished. With the water jet thruster, Ryo had fully entered Murakumo's range. Clang. Ryo's deadly strike was suddenly deflected by a sword that appeared in Pastra's hand. I never imagined I would be forced to wield a sword. What a humiliation. Ryo grimaced while Pastra's expression twisted in pain. Both looked very regretful. The sword is strong. A sword is a barbaric tool. The fact that I have to wield one, I won't forgive you, Ryo. In the experiment, I will intentionally choose the more painful options. In the end, I don't think anything will change, Ryo sighed. His all-or-nothing strike had not landed. However, Ryo did not despair, because this was the first time he had surpassed his opponent's expectations. Only by surpassing their expectations could he take away their composure. If he didn't take away their composure, his strategies wouldn't work. To defeat an opponent who surpasses him, he had to trap them in his schemes. For that, his opponent had to be shaken. In this battle, Ryo succeeded for the first time in taking away Pastra's calmness. Once that was done, several options became available. Icicle Lance 16, Icicle Lance 256 from the front, he boldly unleashed 16 ice spears. Usurpation, of course, he lost magical control and it was dispelled. In silence, 256 ice spears fell freely from above. Usurpation. This too lost magical control and was dispelled. However, Pastra's awareness had been redirected to the front and above. Of course, Pastra immediately braced herself, thinking the next attack would come from the surroundings. But it was different. Ice bamboo shoot 2 from the ground, and ice stalactite pierced the tops of Pastra's feet. Ugh! At the unexpectedly painful attack, Pastra let out a cry. Of course, the damage was not significant. It would hurt, but that was all. It didn't matter, the aim was not there. The aim was to literally hold her in place, to immobilize her. Come forth, USS Neil Anderson. At Ryo's voice, the sheath of his knife glowed faintly, the light of alchemy. What appeared was the submarine Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson. What the hell is that? Pastra's voice of surprise was very small. It was small because she was genuinely astonished. This will put an end to this battle. Mark 256 torpedoes, 32 front gun port open. Fire! In response to Ryo's voice, the front gun port of the USS Neil Anderson opened, and torpedoes were fired. Of course, this was not underwater, but the target, Pastra, was right in front of them. Since the torpedoes advanced using the water jet thruster, there was no issue even out of the water. Stone wall pinioned and unable to move, Pastra generated a stone wall to defend against the torpedoes. At the same time, a small but high-pitched sound echoed. Though it was generated through alchemy, it produced a sound when someone attempted to seize magical control. Pastra was attempting to take control of the presence of the USS Neil Anderson that appeared before her, and she was failing. Of course, her best course of action would have been to seize control of the ice stalactites pinning her feet to regain her freedom of movement. But she did not do that. That was the strategy that had taken away her calmness. She simply could not help but try to eliminate the significant presence right in front of her that was attacking her. Whether it was a human or a demon, that was the norm. Activation of capture arm? The capture arm broke through the stone wall damaged by the torpedoes, with strength capable of catching even a kraken. 6 powerful arms extending from the USS Neil Anderson restrained Pastra's arms and legs. At the same time, the point of Murakumo was pointed at Pastra's throat. With that, Ryo clearly declared, "I win." Pastra's expression shifted from surprise to wide-eyed shock, but immediately turned to anger, and almost simultaneously she clenched her teeth in frustration. Of course, Ryo understood. The Pastra before him was probably a demon, and if she was indeed a demon, then even if he cut off her head, she would not die. So, even with her limbs restrained and Murakumo pointed at her throat, he wasn't sure if he could really say he had won. But at the same time, he also knew the high pride of a demon, and a certain sense of nobility, too. Well, they are the type who would try to fight again and again, even after losing. "I understand. I lose." Pastra shut her eyes and took a deep breath, then spoke clearly. At that moment, the restraints of the capture arm were released. Seeing that, Pastra smirked. "You're too soft. I might try to deceive you and take you down, Ryo. The demons I know wouldn't do such a thing." After drinking a potion, Ryo stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Pastra widened her eyes in surprise again. "Do you know who we demons are? Have you met someone before? Why has that person not killed Ryo?" Well, it would be a problem if he were killed." "Oh, sorry, I mean, for humans, just knowing the term demon makes it a target for elimination. Now that you mention it, I remember someone saying something like that at first." Ryo recalled when he first faced Leonor with Run. "Who was it? Who did you meet?" "Leonor." At Ryo's answer, Pastra literally jumped. "Leonor? That abomination? No, Leonor was supposed to be asleep, wasn't she? Huh? Now that you mention it, I heard she just woke up. Someone else mentioned it too. She woke up. I haven't seen her in about 200 years. Huh, someone else? Did you meet anyone besides Leonor? Who?" Jean-Jacques. Jean-Jacques. "That fool, well, he's just as he seems." The abomination known as Leonor, the fool called Jean-Jacques. Ryo felt a bit sorry for the two and shook his head slightly. Pastra closed her eyes once again and let out a big sigh. With that sigh, it seemed she organized her emotions. "I lose. What should I do? What do you wish for? World domination, wealth, honor, or perhaps my heart and body? Oh no, I don't need any of that." At the end, Pastra asked while blushing. Ryo rejected everything. Somehow it felt like he had heard something similar from Leonor before. Winning and wanting nothing is not how it works. World domination would indeed take time, but the rest can be done immediately. No, first, this sealed corridor. Oh, this is similar, but it's not a sealed corridor. Well, the effect is the same, but it's magic that I devised for my own use. Pastra puffed out her chest as she said that. "By the way, you took my magical control too, right? I've had it taken away by krakens and sea monsters before. Wait, even by ghost ships. I feel like I've been having my magical control taken away a lot lately." For some reason, Ryo felt downcast. "Krakens can manage it instinctively. My work is the result of research." By the way, Ryo, you also interfered with my stone wall with magic, right? That was quite amusing." "That happened because I was attacked with something similar before. I had my magic generation interfered with." Ryo nostalgically responded to Pastra's words. It was a technique used by Hassan, the leader of the assassination cult, that he had fought in the past. "Oops, then let's return the space to normal." As Pastra said that abruptly, they returned to the original world. "Whoa," Ryo heard a familiar voice. It seemed some king swordsman was surprised as the space suddenly returned. "I was just about to defeat the demon prince." Abel's murmur was heard by Ryo as well. Ryo shook his head slightly and said, "Do you know Abel? That's what you call a muscle-headed person." Mug. "Here is the person responsible for this experiment, Mr. Pastra." "Experiment?" Ryo explained, while Abel tilted his head in question. "Yes, an experiment, a grand one. I don't know the details either." "Hey, it's only natural that understanding is difficult when the research fields are different." Ryo said this while gesturing to adjust his glasses. It seems that in Ryo's mind, researchers are associated with wearing glasses. The fact that Ryo is a researcher in the first place. "I am a researcher of water attribute magic and alchemy." "Ah, yes." Ryo declared this solemnly, in a tone that allowed no rebuttal, and Abel accepted it without hesitation. If he claims so, then it must be true. As long as there are no qualifications required, being a researcher is based on self-declaration. "That's right, Abel. Please show respect towards Mr. Pastra, as he is a very strong individual." "Why only me? Duke Helb, being a human, will surely show respect to someone he meets for the first time." "Yes, of course." Duke Helb said this and elegantly bowed to Pastra. "Oh, that was a perfect bow for a phantom being. Even someone dedicated to research like me was a little impressed." Pastra nodded happily. "I almost forgot. Duke Helb does have a way of commanding a room with a perfect bow." "Yes, that's correct." Abel remembered the garden party, and Ryo agreed. Thus he is skilled at showing respect. To show respect, huh? If I say that Mr. Pastra is on par with Leonor, would that make sense? No way. Yes, exactly that way. While saying this, Ryo raised just his right index finger and brought it in front of his lips. It was a gesture that meant to be silent. Indeed, the word demon is not something to be spoken lightly. In this place, besides the two of them, Duke Helb is present. Though they fought together this time, he is certainly not an absolute ally. Somehow Ryo thought so. There was no clear basis for it. It was just a feeling. After all, it was the first time Ryo heard of the phantom being that seemed to belong to Duke Helb's race. Most likely the part he felt was mixed with humans was that. I would like to confirm, but we will not see any mutations caused by the death dragon from here on out, correct? Duke Helb politely asked Pastra. Yes. It seems the death dragon has decayed as well. I plan to do it again when we find the next death dragon, but they are rarely found. This one was the first in 2,000 years. Pastra shot a slightly resentful glance at Ryo. It would have been better if you had done it in my absence. You did it right in front of me. It's not my fault. Humph, Ryo stated clearly, causing Pastra to pucker his lips in discontent. In return, Ryo could cooperate with the experiment. I refuse. What if it's not a dissection experiment? I can't do it at my laboratory, so I can come to your place. How about an observation experiment? If it's just measuring that droplet, it won't hurt. What benefit do I gain from this? Benefit. Collaborating to promote research is a duty of all living beings. Rejected. Ryo promptly dismissed Pastra's explanation. His expression was stern and his words were heavy. Please think of a benefit that I can accept and propose it. Depending on the content, I might consider cooperating. Really? Pastra, almost jumping up, confirmed while hugging Ryo. Why yes, but please think it through before proposing. If the benefit is something I can't accept, the negotiations will end. Please take your time to think it over thoroughly. Ryo emphasized the part about taking time. Ryo, that's just postponing the problem. Abel thought so in his mind, shaking his head slightly. This demon's time should be incredibly long, so I should be able to gain decades or even centuries. By then, I probably won't even be around anymore. Of course, Ryo had his own intentions. Whether those would turn out to be good or bad, nobody knows. Pastra left. The way he departed was through the usual pitch-black gate, just like Leonor and Jean-Jacques. I will definitely make Ryo agree. He left those words before departing. And then, Ryo and Abel were able to return safely to the Rondark of Suje Kingdom. They politely declined Duke Helb's offer to be welcomed on his ship. Honestly, they wanted to take it slow. The crew of the Rondark were familiar faces, but the people from Duke Helb's ship were different. It was hard to say when they might be attacked. Compared to that, on the Rondark, as long as we remain wary of Abel's attacks, we should be fine. Why would I attack Ryo? I might have to dissect the droplet that overflows from me to understand the cause of the fairy factor. So that was what that demon was attempting to do earlier. I won't do that. To what extent can I trust those words? If you can't trust them, why not just stay awake all the time? That's impossible. After exchanging such conversation, the two of them began to snore softly within a few seconds. They leaned back into the suspended hammocks and fell asleep. They were indeed tired. Carrying the sleeping swordsman and mage, the Rondark headed towards the free city of Kubevasa. Tomorrow's 507 departure will mark the end of Chapter 2, Free City. That said, the people introduced this time will also appear later on in this Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc, probably. Duke Helb will definitely appear, I affirm. As for that demon, I feel like this demon will show up again soon. No, that's just my imagination. After the two returned from the Blue Island, many decisions were made. As the chairman of the Supreme Council, Sue Koo had desired, Kubevasa was granted a degree of autonomy. Of course, the Supreme Council was disbanded, and it became part of the Duchy under Grand Duke Atinjo. It appears that the official designation will be Autonomous City of Kubevasa rather than Free City of Kubevasa. As the top of the administration, it was announced that Prime Minister Nasen from the era of the Free City would serve as the Supreme Regent. However, Nasen was the one who issued the exploration orders that led to the devastation of the main forces of the Free City fleet, and he was also the one who had accepted the advancement of the Duchy from the start. Furthermore, it was Nasen who manipulated the ministers through sorcery to lead the decisions that placed them under the Duchy's control. As this information circulated among the citizens, their anger shifted more toward Nasen than toward the ruling Duchy. Being a politician is tough, isn't it? Basically, it's a job that rarely gets praised, so if you're only getting insulted by citizens and the public, it's hard to stay motivated. Ryo and Abel had finished their dinner at the Inn of Free Winds and were having that conversation over coffee. One was the first Duke, and the other was the King, two people who should be involved in national-level politics, yet their conversation was quite carefree. After all, Ryo was the first Duke, but was not involved in national governance. He merely held a completely honorary position as a special advisor to the King. The allowances he received seemed to vanish into the maintenance costs of the royal capital's Duke Rondo's residence. Not once had it ever come into Rio's hands. In Abel's case, he was the king of the Natore kingdom, a former adventurer who had successfully repelled the invading imperial army of the Duchy Empire, and he was very popular with the public. Moreover, it seemed that because he always aimed for governance that benefited the citizens, he was still quite liked by the people since becoming king. Well, since autonomy has been recognized, life at the citizen level won't change much, so I think it's a good compromise. That's true. A change at the higher levels of government often doesn't matter much to the common folk. Abel responded to Rio's impression without hesitation. After all, he was part of that higher level that could be replaced. Is it okay for you to say that? Huh, while Abel is away, the Natore kingdom might be taken over, you know. By whom? By Princess Rhea and Prince Noah, perhaps. Princess Rhea aside, Noah is supposed to inherit the kingdom eventually. It would just be a bit sooner, right? Abel said this nonchalantly in response to Rio's words. Then what about Count Heinlein? Don't you think he would govern the country better than I could? Yes, I think so. Rio had no choice but to nod in agreement to Abel's question. The Chancellor was indeed very capable. However, at the same time, it was also true that he couldn't imagine Count Heinlein trying to get rid of Abel or Noah to seize the throne for himself. He was the former commander of the Royal Knight Order, truly the epitome of a knight. Abel, you are blessed with talent. Yes, I won't deny that. Abel clearly nodded at Rio's words. Just then, the receptionist brought over a letter. It's from Duke Helb. Abel said this and opened the seal. Rio moved around behind Abel to view it over his shoulder. They've made arrangements for a ship to the north. We should set sail on a military vessel of the Duchy the morning after tomorrow. Even though it was promised, they sure are quick with their work. As Abel read the letter, Rio was impressed. The day after they returned from the Blue Island, Duke Helb had offered to take them to the north. It seemed that the Duchy could provide a ship, as they wanted to head towards the northern continent. Both of them were more comfortable with the Suje Kingdom Navy, which they knew well, but they were not familiar with the waters north of here. Additionally, there weren't many routes available from the now autonomous city of Kubevasa to the north. To the north of Kubevasa lay the coastline of the Duchy of Atinjo. Considering that, it was clear to both of them that a ship from the Duchy of Atinjo, especially a military vessel, would be the best option. I hope there are delicious cooks on board like Saushi, the head chef. Well, we won't know until we get on. The next evening, the dining hall of the Inn of Free Winds was reserved exclusively. The Suje Kingdom Embassy funded it, and the crew of the Rondark held a farewell party for Rio and Abel. The two were drowning in a sea of food, just as they were about to disperse. An urgent report arrived in the dining hall, where many attendees had also become submerged. "Is this true?" Captain Gorik exclaimed in surprise upon receiving the report. Having consumed more drinks than food, the captain was suddenly wide awake from that announcement. Lieutenant Renag glanced at the report from the side. "Prime Minister Nasen has been killed," Lieutenant Renag murmured softly. Indeed, the urgent report stated that the newly appointed Supreme Regent of the autonomous city, Prime Minister Nasen, had been murdered. In the days that followed, the administrative island became a hub of chaos. But that is another story. Wow, we certainly ate a lot yesterday. Yeah, there's no doubt we overate. On the morning of their departure, Rio and Abel were talking as they made their way to the free port. Of course, they felt no discomfort from overeating. They hadn't drunk enough to suffer from a hangover. Given that they were about to board a ship, it would have been quite troublesome if they had. It seems something big happened while we were asleep. It sounds like the Supreme Regent was killed. Things are getting complicated. I believe it was people from the Duchy who did it. Huh. Why do you say that? Rio said with a mischievous look, while Abel tilted his head in confusion. First, they made Nasen, who was Prime Minister, the Supreme Regent. Moreover, rumors circulated that during his time as Prime Minister, he had done various bad things that led to the current situation. Yes, I did hear those rumors. That was a scheme from the Duchy. By doing that, they successfully directed the citizens' hatred and dissatisfaction toward Nasen instead of themselves. I see. Abel nodded at Rio's explanation, who was a schemer. By gathering all the hatred onto Nasen, what do you think will happen if they kill him? Regardless of what the truth is, Nasen will be blamed for all the crimes. The Duchy will see a reduction in dissatisfaction aimed at themselves, right? Exactly, Rio nodded proudly. However, even so, citizens' dissatisfaction will still arise, won't it? Wouldn't it be better to keep him alive and let him bear the new grievances? Well, that is certainly a consideration. Although Abel was not particularly skilled in intrigue and stratagem, having been king for 3 years allowed him some capacity to think along those lines. Well, either way, we're about to board a ship from the Duchy. Yes, let's keep that thought to ourselves. The two reached a mutual understanding. Without hesitation, they made their way to the designated ship. This was because Duke Helb and many attendants were waiting by the pier. "Ah, welcome. We've been waiting for you. Thank you for arranging the ship this time. Thank you very much." Duke Helb greeted them with a smile, and both Abel and Rio bowed their heads in gratitude. "Thanks to both of you, the issues with the Death Dragon and the Blue Island have been resolved. This is the least we could do." Duke Helb continued with a smile. "The ship will take you across the northern coast of our duchy to Janjan, the capital port of the Basanta Kingdom. You should arrive in about 10 days. With that, Duke Helb handed over an envelope. "This is a letter of introduction to the Basanta Kingdom. As an official letter of introduction as the Grand Duke's younger brother, it should help you further as you head north." "Oh, I sincerely appreciate this." Rio received the letter with surprise and gratitude for Duke Helb's perfect arrangements. "I heard something major happened last night." "Yes, did you hear? Well, various things happened during times of chaos." Abel deliberately brought up the topic. Duke Helb responded skillfully. Rio watched with some anxiety. His gaze seemed to say, "Didn't we just agree to keep quiet about that?" Of course, Abel had no intention of arguing here either. "It doesn't matter what happens at the higher levels of the nation, but I want you to govern for the citizens." "Of course, I understand." Duke Helb nodded in response to Abel's words. Abel had touched upon this topic intentionally. "Have a good journey." "Yes, we're off," Duke Helb said, and the two boarded the ship. Before long, they set sail. "Now then, I hope you two can cross into the Central Nations before that comes down from the north. Let's see how it goes." Duke Helb murmured and shook his head slightly. Chapter 2, Free City, has concluded. Interlude, Jungle, will be presented in 2 parts tomorrow and the day after. The cast continues to feature Rio and Abel. Additionally, there will be some announcements in the afterword tomorrow, June 10. Please be sure to read it. "Abel, why are we walking through the jungle? The dense forest? ... It's because the ship sank. It can't be helped." Rio and Abel were making their way through the dense forest together. The reason was, as Abel said, because the ship they were on had sunk. With dreams and hopes in their hearts, the two had departed from the autonomous city of Kubevasa aboard a military ship arranged by Duke Helb, the younger brother of the Grand Duke of the Duchy of Atinjo. Especially, the ship continued to head north without any bullying from the crew. The voyage had gone smoothly. On the 5th day, as they crossed the northern border of the Duchy of Atinjo and saw the continent to their left, the ship continued to proceed further north. It was during the midnight of the 6th day after departing from the autonomous city of Kubevasa that it happened. Rio and Abel had eaten a surprisingly delicious dinner for a military ship, not as good as Saushi, the head chef, but still quite satisfying, and were fast asleep. Suddenly, the ship began to shake violently up and down. It was as if a vertical earthquake had struck. That would be one way to describe it, and it was precisely that. Of course, since they were on a ship and not on land, it wasn't an earthquake. "What the hell?" Startled from his hammock, Abel literally jumped up. Rio also woke up and immediately began scanning the surroundings with active sonar. As a result, "There's a huge hole in the cargo hold. Is the ship going to sink? I'll try to seal the hole." Just as Rio said that and was about to cast a spell, the ship shook violently once more. Additionally, there was a desperate sound of wood cracking. "The hull has broken. Water will be coming in here soon," Rio shouted. They were on the middle deck. Although this warship was quite large, it would still sink when the time came. "Come forth, Neil Anderson." As Rio chanted, the knife sheath emitted a faint light of alchemy, summoning the Rondark-class second ship, Neil Anderson. Measuring 10 meters in length, the ship was reasonably large, but the middle deck of this ship was also quite spacious. The two quickly boarded the Neil Anderson. Almost simultaneously, the ship split in two and everything was filled with seawater. The sound of cracking wood continued. There were no screams. Everyone else was a sailor. At the moment the ship broke, most of them had jumped into the sea themselves. Staying close to the ship would mean being dragged down with it. It was better to swim away and grab hold of floating debris after the ship had completely sunk. Or perhaps it would be a good idea to swim to the continent visible to their left. However, after jumping in, they learned why the ship had suddenly sunk. They saw several giant legs protruding from the surface of the sea. "Kraken," many of the sailors muttered as they saw it. At the same time, they saw several krakens ignoring them as they were thrown into the sea and heading southward. Had they playfully destroyed the warship? In any case, it was impossible for a warship to withstand a swarm of krakens. The fact that the krakens were leaving could also be confirmed from within the Neil Anderson. "Those guys again! There were so many of them," Rio said regretfully, while Abel felt relieved that they hadn't come for them. In reality, if it was just one, they could fight with the Neil Anderson, but facing multiple krakens. "I have to admit, it's certainly difficult to face multiple krakens at once." Even Rio had to acknowledge their lack of firepower. However, someday, I will prepare enough strength to fight even dozens of Krakens. Why, yeah, do your best. With his fist raised in determination, Rio was supported by Abel, who honestly felt he wanted to keep his distance. After that, the two aboard the Neil Anderson became part of a search and rescue team. They used the capture arm of the Neil Anderson to grab sailors who had been thrown overboard or jumped into the sea themselves and pulled them to the shore. They also pulled logs and barrels that the sailors clung onto back to the shore. They made multiple trips back and forth between the sinking point and the shore. As a result, over 100 sailors had been rescued. Rio and Abel were deeply thanked by the captain. However, the ship had sunk. The remaining crew waited for rescue on the shore. It seemed that every few days, a military ship from the Duchy would patrol offshore to pick them up. However, Rio and Abel could not afford to wait like that. Of course, using their promise with Duke Helb as a shield to prepare another ship was not something they wanted to do. Both Abel and Rio disliked such things. In the end, the kind-hearted pair decided to head north on foot toward the land. Of course, there was also the idea of heading north under the sea with the Neil Anderson. But we still don't have a plan to defeat the swarm of Krakens, Rio said regretfully, and Abel agreed. Indeed, if they were to fight a swarm of Krakens underwater, there would be no escape. And so the two started making their way through the dense forest. Yes, a genuine dense forest. The trees were thick and the ground was uneven. It was a terrifying place where they didn't know what kind of creatures might attack. It seems there are a foolish swordsman and mage pushing through all by themselves in such a place. Certainly, if that description is accurate, it would be tough, Rio said, and Abel also agreed, albeit conditionally. Yes, conditionally. If it weren't for being covered by ice walls and having an ice path laid out, we wouldn't be able to walk straight at all. That's right, amidst the ice wall, they were walking on the ice path. There was no need to clear trees as they progressed, and no snakes or spiders came down from above, and there was no worry about ticks or leeches clinging to their feet. Because I believe that if you have a power you can use, you should use it. Is there something wrong with that? Saying this, Rio created an ice tunnel ahead. Like when they stormed the embassy of the Duchy of Atinjo, the extended ice wall opened to the sides, creating a path for the two to pass through. Some small-scale deforestation was occurring. You're not wrong, it's a wonderful thing, keep going strong. Abel nodded in agreement. I'm sorry, trees of the dense forest. Under Abel's orders, I must proceed while causing deforestation. If you're going to resent someone, resent Abel. Hey, Rio shifted all the blame onto Abel. Because you know the forest might have, what was it again, a faceless ghost, a monster that is all gray. If someone is to be attacked, it's better for it to be Abel, a faceless ghost. Oh, you mean a shadow stalker? Yes, that's it. A shadow stalker. Rio had fought against them on the way to the Western nations as part of a delegation. Are there still any in the Eastern nations? Who knows? You're probably more knowledgeable than I am, Abel. You were a former rank adventurer, after all. Shadow stalkers are originally not well known for their ecology, Abel replied, shaking his head slightly. Yet you made me cause deforestation. No, I didn't ask you to do that, did I? What a ridiculous statement. So are you going to walk without the ice wall? No, that would be troublesome. Once people learn to enjoy comfort, they constantly seek it. But Abel, when you were active with the red sword, you normally progressed through dense forests without this magical benefit, right? Well, yes. Abel nodded, but then stopped midway. Abel, no. How should I put it? I did walk properly, basically. There was a time when Lin cut down trees using air slash to get through. There was also a time when Warren, told by Lin, held his shield and charged through. It's not my fault. In the end, Abel abandoned all responsibility. Abel, who was the leader of the Red Sword? That would be me. Abel, who do you think should ultimately take responsibility for that deforestation? I guess it's me. Abel, you've done bad things, haven't you? I was in the wrong, Abel confessed. That said, the scale of the deforestation this time was quite small. The shadow stalkers probably won't be that angry. I suppose so. The two continued to walk north through the dense forest. Indeed, the Water Attribute Mage series has surpassed a total of 100,000 copies. Clap, clap, clap applause. This is all thanks to the support and purchases from our readers. Thank you very much. I've always wanted to say a total of 100,000 copies or fastest to surpass 100,000 copies. I'm glad I could say it. It's the fastest among the authors, you know. It's the first work, so it's definitely the fastest. Moreover, it's an expensive hardcover book, costing over 1,000 yen. It's about twice as much as a paperback, although the word count is more than double. And today, the release date of the next volume, Volume 5, has also been announced. It will be released on Saturday, August 20, 2022. Reservations have already started at the Audiobook's online store. I plan to write more details about Volume 5 in tomorrow's afterword. It's already been mentioned in the activity report. I've also uploaded the cover of Volume 5 to the activity report. The cover of Volume 5 features Rio and Abel since Volume 1. The novel's Volume 5 is the first and last great volume. Yes, it said that the word count is too much, and I was scolded for it, haha. Over 270,000 words in one volume is certainly considered too much, haha. I hope you continue to support both the narrow version and the book version. In the dense jungle, there is no shortage of food. Fruits and meat could be described as all you can eat, and water, too. I'm glad I'm a water attribute mage. That's true. When traveling, not having to worry about water is more significant than I imagined. Rio proudly asserted this, and Abel agreed. One does not live by bread alone. Water is also important. Free city. No, it's the autonomous city of Kubevasa now, right? The set of seasonings I bought there is proving to be useful. Rio said this while praising the seasonings he carried in an ice bottle tucked away in his bag. Rio is quite meticulous about those things. About that, seasonings, you had salt and pepper when we headed from the forest of Rondo to run, right? Thanks to that, we were able to enjoy delicious meals. Ah, seasonings enhance the taste of dishes with just a small amount, don't they? While they alone can't make a meal delicious, they bring out the flavors of the ingredients, acting like the unsung heroes of cooking. They enrich our food without taking up much space, which is why I value them highly. Abel praised Rio, and Rio, in turn, praised the seasonings. In this instance, the ice bottle contained salt, pepper, something resembling soy sauce, and a few unknown spicy items. Basically, they were seasonings that go well with meat and fish dishes, apparently. Well, fruits and vegetables can be eaten raw anyway. However, Abel's gaze occasionally shifted behind Rio. Something akin to a small ice cart was following behind Rio. It was created by Rio's magic cart. This one was quite small, a box shape that could hold about one soccer ball. Inside, there were 2 bags. Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? That thing behind you is the magic called cart, right? You remembered well, it's most familiar to you, Abel. Ah, never mind that. Rio hurriedly cut off his words. Once, when Abel washed ashore in the forest of Rondo, Rio had unceremoniously loaded him onto the cart and taken him home. However, he hadn't told Abel about it. It felt somewhat awkward since he had treated Abel rather carelessly during that time. So he had a hard time bringing it up. What's in there? Yes, it's our money that we received in the Kamakura feudal kingdom and Suje kingdom, which we exchanged for free city currency. I remembered that we had it on the Grand Duchy ship, but you managed to salvage it from a sinking ship. I grabbed it with the rear manipulator and pushed it straight into the back of the USS Neil Anderson. We could only manage to grab our bags and swords. Better safe than sorry. Abel was impressed, and Rio nodded proudly. Money drives people crazy. It can do so when there's too much of it or too little. People can even kill for just a small amount of money. It's certainly better to have some than none. That's true. Both Rio and Abel were realists. The cart followed them along the road leveled by the ice path. Even at night when they rested, Rio would build an ice house-like structure, and neither of them would keep watch within it. Rio thought it was nice to take turns on watch in terms of aesthetic beauty, but he also understood that it was practically unnecessary. Considering the need to walk all day, getting adequate rest should take precedence over aesthetic beauty. Rio understood that much. If Abel really wants to keep watch, I won't stop him, but no, I want to sleep. Yes, there's really no helping it. But Abel, when you're working as the king in the castle, you're buried in documents from early morning until late at night, aren't you? Well, that's true. Then staying up late to keep watch at night. Yeah, I don't want to do unnecessary things. Ah, yes. The king's work is necessary. Still, I wonder how long this dense jungle continues. Let's see, Is tomorrow the 5th day? Even though it's a jungle, with Rio's help, we should be moving north at quite a pace. We've walked quite a bit. We have indeed. Technically, we should be heading directly north. Oh, Rio hesitated unnaturally. In cases like this, it usually meant he stumbled upon an inconvenient truth. Don't be afraid to say it. And no, I'll check from above tomorrow. Right, why didn't we think of that even once in the last 5 days? What does that look for? It's true I forgot, but you never said anything about it either. I didn't say anything, nor did I give you a strange look, did I? That's a lie. You had a look of accusation. Mages always become the sacrifice for swordsmen. Yeah, don't go fanning the flames of conflict between professions. Surely, it was because the journey was so enjoyable that they hadn't thought of it. The simple idea of taking a look from above, let's just leave it at that. The next morning, the two set off without ever going up above. After a night's sleep, it seemed they both forgot about it. They remembered just before noon. But it was too late, because the dense jungle ahead had opened up. It's cleared up. Ah, the forest has ended, and what appeared before them was a golden city. Is everything gold, a shimmering golden city? The two had traveled north, and now it was midday. The sunlight was shining directly from right behind them, which probably contributed to it. A remarkably shining golden city had appeared. A city shimmering in gold amidst the jungle. I wonder how they maintain the balance of supply and demand. Abel marveled while Rio expressed his doubts. A city isolated from the surroundings. For just that reason, some would be moved while others would feel questioning. Humans are such complex creatures. Rio gazed intently at Abel, who stood beside him. After a few seconds, Abel naturally noticed. "What is it, Rio?" "Abel, please don't be tempted by the gold and think about colonizing this city for the Natore kingdom." "What are you talking about? That goes without saying." Abel responded with a suspicious look. What Rio envisioned was the history of Earth, the conquest of the Inca Empire by Spain. In the 16th century, Spanish conquistadors invaded the Inca Empire around present-day Peru. The cities of the Inca Empire were not shining in gold. However, they possessed quite a bit of gold and silver. One of the conquistadors, Francisco Pizarro, captured the Inca Emperor Atahualpa. Emperor Atahualpa negotiated for his release by offering gold and silver in exchange for his freedom. He actually provided a room filled with gold and twice that in silver, and he was released. However, Pizarro ultimately broke his promise and executed Emperor Atahualpa. Such a sad story. Gold drives people mad. Abel, keep your wits about you. Yeah, I'm fine. Of course, there's no problem with giving your vassals a lot of gold as their salary, right? Are you perhaps already driven mad by gold yourself? The human heart is weak. And the two stepped out of the dense jungle and into the golden city. Thud. Ha! An invisible wall. They couldn't enter. But immediately they heard a voice resonating in their heads. "I apologize for the intrusion. Please come in." They realized that the transparent wall blocking their entrance had vanished simultaneously with the voice. "Abel, did you hear that just now?" "Yeah, it said to come in." Rio cautiously confirmed with Abel, and Abel nodded. After exchanging glances, the two stepped into the city. The city shimmered entirely in gold. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed more like a temple, Rio muttered. The architecture of the building before them and the layout of the city felt closer to Angkor Wat or Borobudur Temple. "There's no sign of people," Abel murmured. Rio nodded beside him. Indeed, there was no sign of people. The human presence, that presence was descending from above, before the two of them in a place resembling a plaza. A dragon. All Abel and Rio could say was just that. They were that overwhelmed. "Welcome to my home, O kings of foreign lands and child of the Fairy King." The first to speak was Abel. "I am Abel of the Natore Kingdom. Likewise, I am Rio." Rio managed to introduce himself after Abel. He was still overwhelmed. "King Abel, child Rio, I welcome your visit. I am the Dragon King Nurs. Nurs, nullus, the origin of null, meaning nothing, void, or zero." Rio searched for the meaning of the name from the knowledge he possessed. A name represents the body. The name one holds, the name given, influences the body over time. Even a human's few decades of life can be like that. How much more for a dragon? This voice entering my head. Is it coming from you standing before me? Am I correct in recognizing you as the Dragon King Nurs? Indeed, King Abel, that is correct. Your recognition is accurate. The Dragon King Nurs nodded in response to Abel's question. Just the nod of his massive body, exceeding 50 meters, created a considerable wind. However, Abel remained completely unshaken. Though initially overwhelmed, he now carried himself as if he were speaking to a king of equal status. Rio was astonished by this sight. "Abel, you're so composed, it's impressive." If the Dragon King intended to kill us, we would be dead by now, wouldn't we? Besides, meeting a dragon is legendary. Meeting the Dragon King is the peak of adventure." Abel replied while laughing at Rio's words. At that moment, Rio felt a deep tremor within him, in awe of Abel's greatness. He was moved. "I find it remarkable that the two of you have arrived here at this time and place." "What does that mean?" "I am about to die." Rio and Abel were left speechless by the Dragon King Nurs's astonishing words. Dragons were said to live forever. Of course, after the recent incident with the Death Dragon, they learned that wasn't the case. Even so, dragons were thought to have lifespans of several 100,000 years. Could it be that a Death Dragon will emerge? No, that is merely a trait specific to the Azure Dragon. I will completely disappear once and then be reborn again. "You're going to be reborn, huh? That's good to hear." Listening to the explanation of the Dragon King Nurs, Rio felt joy. There was no particular reason behind it. Just a feeling. This will be my first reincarnation in hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, I am surprised that two special individuals have visited this place, where almost no one comes. I wonder if some unseen force is at work. The Dragon King Nurs said this with a smile. Both Rio and Abel did not fully understand. However, for Rio, the word reincarnation felt somewhat nostalgic. "Is there anything we can assist you with?" "No, nothing at all." I appreciate the sentiment. Yes, in about an hour I will disappear. So as long as you could keep me company until then, I would be grateful. It's been thousands of years since I last spoke with human-like beings. Thousands of years? The sense of time for dragons is completely different from ours. Both Rio and Abel were surprised by the length of that time. Rio had only engaged in a slow life for about 20 years. In 10 years, I will reappear again. Could it be that during that time I'll be raising a juvenile dragon? I've never heard of a juvenile dragon. When I reappear, I'll be in this form again. Oh, is that so? Rio posed the question based on the comic knowledge he had read while on Earth. Apparently, there was no need to raise a dragon juvenile. Child Rio, are you acquainted with Ruin? Yes, Ruin's son lives next door. How did you know? There's a faint mark of Ruin. It's really faint. You wouldn't notice unless you look closely. A mark. When did that happen? Perhaps it is to prevent other dragon kings from consuming child Rio. Consume? Is Rio delicious? Rio was left stunned at the playful comment made by the Dragon King nurse. As he looked at Rio, Abel murmured, Abel, I'm not delicious at all. If you try to eat me, I will fight back. No, I don't want any. It sounds like it would upset my stomach. That too sounds unpleasant. The act of humans eating each other is not widely recommended. You mentioned other Dragon Kings, but are there others besides you and Ruin? I've only heard of the Dragon King Ruin before. Indeed. The Central Nations are Ruin's territory. As such, he has always been there. If someone mentions a Dragon King in that area, it is likely the Crimson Dragon Ruin. There are 5 Dragon Kings including me. Some move around aimlessly like me, some stay put like Ruin, while others meddle in various places, and some remain almost completely dormant. Though all are called Dragon Kings, they are quite different from one another. It was likely rare for someone to talk about such things with anyone. In response to Abel's question, the Dragon King nurse answered with a sense of joy. Yes, I have a question. Rio raised his hand and requested permission to ask. What is it, child Rio? When I went to Ruin's place, there were many red dragons, but what about your golden dragons, nurse son? There are none. There aren't any. Indeed, I am the only one. I am a bit different from the other dragons. I do not reproduce. What? Rio was surprised, and his expression turned slightly lonely. Well, it can't be helped. It is just how things are. One day I would like to ask whomever created us if I'll ever meet them. The Dragon King nurse spoke without a hint of sadness. He recognized it as just the way things were. However, one significant aspect was within those words. Even after living for hundreds of thousands of years, you have not met the Creator. I have never seen their form. Of course, I don't know if such a being exists. But isn't it more logical to think that there is a Creator rather than everything, including nature on this planet, being randomly produced? You are correct. Rio nodded in agreement with the words of the Dragon King nurse, which were spoken with a smile. While he wouldn't outright deny evolution, the more one researches various fields, the more one realizes that not everything is left to chance. Glimpses of a system, influenced by a creator or origins, emerge at various points. Of course, this doesn't necessarily mean that it's God. Designers, founders, and administrators are often different entities. It's common for the initial creator, the one who took over, and the one currently in charge to be distinct individuals. In the context of Earth, particularly among top-notch physicists and mathematicians from Western nations, the existence of a creator is not denied. Scientists who value logic are less likely to deny it. The closer one is to being top-notch or at the peak, the less likely they are to deny it. It doesn't mean they necessarily believe in something like a creator, but they lack logical grounds to deny it. There are even those who say it's much easier to consider a creator as existing. Conversely, the lower one goes, the more they tend to deny it, perhaps because they lack knowledge outside of their specialties and cannot think for themselves. To think for oneself, that is what Rio believes to be the most essential thing for a human being. Abel, that's great. It seems Nurse Son doesn't need to eat Abel to reincarnate. What's that supposed to mean? I think the great beings require a sacrifice for reincarnation. A sacrifice should ideally come from someone esteemed in the world like a king. A first duke would suffice, don't you think? No way. I refuse. Why is that? Being a sacrifice means dying. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die either, you know. Rio and Abel are always out of sync. It might be due to being a mage and a swordsman. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced in Rio's mind without any context. It was one of the 2 books Michael had prepared for him after Rio reincarnated as Phi, titled Monsters Encyclopedia. At the end of Monsters Encyclopedia, there were 2 types of monsters that Michael likely added as a postscript. One was a dragon, the other was a demon. Is there a reason why those 2 were listed side by side? He wondered briefly. Since it was a good opportunity, he decided to ask. Yes, I have another question. Of course, he raised his hand to ask. What is it? The Dragon King nurse kindly prompted him to continue. If It's a question you can't answer. Please simply say so. What are demons? Rio asked this. The Dragon King nurse paused there. Compared to how smoothly he had responded until now, there was clearly a difference. He then glanced at Abel. Does King Abel also know about demons? Yes, I know. I haven't fought one, but I was recently caught up in a commotion caused by them. A commotion caused by demons. Humans rarely recognize such things. Child Rio aside. No, perhaps King Abel is also not ordinary. The Dragon King nurse glanced at the sword Abel was carrying. Well, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about demons either. They are, after all, not inhabitants of this world. Not inhabitants of this world? Ah, I thought so. The Dragon King nurse declared. Abel tilted his head in confusion, and Rio nodded. Rio had once mentioned it to the three in room 10. He felt that demons were different from the lineage of living beings in this world. Of course, there wasn't any concrete basis for this. Just a feeling, but you shouldn't ridicule a feeling. In fact, it turned out to be correct. I don't know precisely when they came to this world. They were just there when I noticed. It was a long time ago. Maybe 100,000 years, 500,000 years, or even 5 billion years ago. Well, dragons and demons have fought before. Seriously? How surprising! Both Abel and Rio were astonished by the words of the Dragon King nurse. However, Rio immediately thought, while demons are indeed strong, how would they compare to dragons? He decided to ask that directly. Demons are certainly strong, but wouldn't the dragons, particularly the Dragon Kings, easily win? Ha ha ha. Well said, child. Indeed, we Dragon Kings are strong. In an ordinary world, that is. In an ordinary world? Rio tilted his head in confusion, not understanding the meaning. In the world where demons exist. They call it the demon continent, but in that world even we are at a disadvantage. What? While the Dragon Kings survived, many of the other dragons were defeated. It was our mistake to get carried away and invade. Since then, we, the dragons and demons, have agreed to maintain non-interference. The demons have their own affairs, but they do not interfere with us dragons. Just the other day, the Death Dragon was being exploited. I sensed that too. The Death Dragon is decayed, so it doesn't count as interference. The Dragon King nurse shook his head slightly. To humans, a Death Dragon is also troublesome. Do humans not cut their hair or nails? Wouldn't it be problematic if cut hair caused trouble? It's like that. Ah, I see. Abel had a somewhat unconvinced expression at the explanation from the Dragon King nurse. Next to him, Rio spun words while shaking his head slightly. Humans themselves can also cause troubles. Their very existence can be cumbersome. By comparison, dragons can be considered more decent. Is that so? Abel had an expression that was nearly unconvinced at Rio's explanation. After continuing such trivial discussions among the three, finally, the Dragon King nurse announced, "It seems it's time." Is that so? Then it's time for a brief farewell. Please come visit the Central Nations when you reincarnate. If that king named Abel says you can't, then come to my forest of Rondo instead. Let's chat with Ruinsun too. Child Rio's suggestion is interesting. Reincarnation retains memories. I will remember it. With that, the Dragon King nurse shone even more brightly in gold. Until we meet again, King Abel and Child Rio. With those words, the Dragon King nurse disappeared. Simultaneously, the Golden City vanished. The two found themselves in a meadow surrounded by dense jungle. Encountering the Dragon King's reincarnation is quite the experience. Now I'm getting goosebumps. This truly is the peak of an adventurer's life. Abel and Rio shared their impressions. They had encountered a scene that ordinary humans would never experience, and they lived through it. It was only natural to feel excitement. The reincarnation will happen in 10 years. I wonder if Abel will still be alive 10 years from now. Surely he will be fine. Reckless is written with the characters for Abel. He's that kind of crazy person. What does that even mean? It was an episode that absolutely needed to be included. The interlude has ended, and from tomorrow we will enter the third chapter. At last. We are one step closer to the heart of Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc. Ahahaha. Now, to continue from yesterday's afterward. The 5th volume of the novel, containing 270,000 characters, will be released on August 20 Saturday. First, the bonus story. Fire Attribute Mage will come to a conclusion. Will there be salvation for Oscar? This bonus story is expected to lead into the main content of the 6th volume, unless the editor, after reading the manuscript for Volume 6, says, rewrite. And as for the main story of Volume 5, it's going to be intense. Rio is furious. Invellery returns, but after rewriting various parts, Rio's disciples. Yeah, Rio would get angry if someone tried to mess with his disciples. Yeah. In Volume 5, Rio and Abel shine brightly. Abel's rival from Volume 3 will also make a reappearance. Now, as for the SS of Water Attribute Mage, the electronic book version ebook and the to books online purchase version print will be different. The electronic version is after returning from Kona Village. The Audiobook's online purchase version is A-Rank Promotion Ceremony. For everyone reading the narrow version, you should be able to imagine what these refer to. Especially A-Rank Promotion Ceremony, which is of course Abel's promotion ceremony, but it was barely written in the narrow version. This will be richly depicted focusing on Ryo and Abel. In fact, I didn't even know that Ryo was working during the promotion ceremony until I wrote it. When you purchase through to Books Online, you will receive the bonus SS A-Rank Promotion Ceremony. Since I can't post a direct link, it can be found under the section Released on 8/20. As everyone has seen in the activity reports, Volume 5 features the Golden Dew on the cover. It's a picture of both Ryo and Abel, and it's incredibly beautiful. The print's colors will likely be stunning. For those who usually go for the electronic version, how about getting both this time? Just like the author, you can display them in your room. With that said, cumulative series of 100,000 copies, and the 5th volume of the novel to be released on August 20 Saturday. Please continue to support both the narrow version and the book version. Abel, why are we walking through the jungle, the dense forest? It's probably because the Dragon King city was located in the dense forest. There's nothing we can do about it. Ryo and Abel were once again making their way through the dense forest together. The reason, as Abel mentioned, was to find a way out of the dense forest. I feel like we've been walking through this dense forest ever since we were caught up in the magical rampage of Demon Garwin. Now that you mention it, we did walk through the dense forest when we went from the initial coastline to the city of Maniamia. Ah, those were the days. It feels like it was years ago. It hasn't even been 6 months. Time really flies, doesn't it? We might soon get to meet the Dragon King Nurs. That's true. Abel, you might become a grandpa soon. No matter how fast time flies, it can't be that quick. Abel countered Ryo's words. Abel, can you handle a bow and arrow? Yeah, well, I can manage. Abel once showed off his impressive archery skills during the Whitnash Port Festival. Without a doubt, he was above average. There's a saying, time flies like an arrow. It means that the flow of time is as fast as an arrow. If you're not careful, you'll end up becoming a grandpa without achieving anything. I see. So you're saying to live each day to the fullest? Exactly. Abel nodded as if he had made a resolution, and Ryo agreed. 30 minutes later. Abel, let's call it a day for our travels. I'm getting tired of seeing the same scenery. Hey, weren't you the one who said to live each day to the fullest? The human heart is a complicated thing. 6 days after parting with Dragon King Nurs, the two of them finally emerged from the dense forest. We finally made it out. Look, a vast plain. This is the kind of scenery I was hoping for, Ryo exclaimed joyfully, while Abel looked at him with a deadpan expression. I bet you're going to say that the plain is boring and lacks scenic variety. How rude. The reason I say that is that I want to use my time creatively. Creative? What? Oh, something like creative thinking, Ryo hurriedly explained, but it seemed Abel didn't quite understand. He tilted his head in confusion. Do you know, Abel, it's been known for 1,000 years that people think better in various environments. Really? A man named Aoyoshu said that. He referred to 3 places: on horseback, on a pillow, and in the toilet. On horseback? I get that. I can understand that one. Abel nodded in understanding. He might have some experience with that. Yes, what I want to talk about right now is being on horseback. It includes not only riding but also traveling itself. It seems easier to have insights while on a journey. When you place yourself in a different environment, you become more creative. That's why renowned authors used to retreat to hot springs to write their masterpieces. It's only natural that they produce something better than writing at home while in a constant state of insight boost. I don't quite get the latter part. So you're saying it's better if the scenery changes? Yes. Are you saying that you need some inspiration, like writing a novel or something? And no, yes. I'm actually thinking about a sequel to the Hungry Swordsman Abel series. Oh, Abel's gaze was still deadpan. What's with that look? You don't believe what I said? I believe in the part about being on horseback, but trusting you is a different story. That's harsh. Even upon entering the plain, the two pressed northward. Hey, Ryo, what is it, Abel? There aren't any cakes here, you know. Yeah, why did you think I wanted a cake? Well, it's almost 3 in the afternoon. I thought it might be snack time. We didn't eat any snacks while we were trudging through the dense forest, did we? That's because the dense forest had trees towering to the sky, but here the sky is open, right? I think it would be fine if cakes fell from the sky. That's not happening. The world doesn't seem to be so sweet. I guess this plot development was too forced. It should have unfolded more smoothly while still being amusing. It's difficult. This is true in any field, but professionals are amazing. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Ryo. Ryo shook his head lightly, while Abel shook his head vigorously. In the end, that day, no cakes fell from the sky. Instead, a rabbit they hunted in the plains. A normal animal, not a monster, was seasoned with salt and pepper and became their dinner. A peaceful day passed. The problem arose the next morning. Abel, we are about to be surrounded. What? As they leisurely sipped coffee after finishing breakfast, Rio told Abel, it's not complete, but the people surrounding us all seem to have similar equipment, so I don't think they are thieves or bandits. Definitely not adventurers either. Perhaps knights or the city guard? I think we should also gather more coffee beans we brought from the Free City since we're running low. However, Rio paused there. His gaze briefly shifted towards the cart. That thing stands out, doesn't it? Well, yeah, though it was a small cart, it held the two's possessions. When they boarded the Grand Duke's ship, they carried it along with other luggage, but due to the weight of the gold coins, it was quite heavy. Even if each of them carried it, walking normally would be difficult. They would definitely raise suspicion. Should we just report it and have it stored? 5 minutes later, the two were surrounded. We are the patrol team from the city of Mifasoshi. We have some questions to ask for our duty. Ah, yes, thank you for your service. What exactly do you want to know? 20 patrol members surrounded Rio and Abel, and the one in the most impressive leather armor, presumably the captain, began to speak. Rio responded more politely than necessary. Dressed in a robe and not at all imposing, Rio's gentle and soft demeanor had a calming effect on the captain's tone. If you speak in a calm manner, the other party will also calm down. This is the essence of conversation and negotiation. Well, you are quite respectful. I am Captain Solon. The city's hunter reported seeing smoke rising from this direction last evening. That's why we came out here, but we also saw smoke from a distance just now. That smoke is likely from you too, isn't it? Yes, that's probably us. Rio nodded in response to Captain Solon's question. He kept his answer as brief as possible, providing minimal information. I want to know where you came from and what your destination is. Yes, we came from the Free City. No, now it's the autonomous city of Kubevasa. We plan to purchase some items and transport them north. I see, so you are merchants. Rio was not lying at all. Captain Solon just assumed they were merchants. Did you just say autonomous city instead of Free City? You corrected yourself. What does that mean? Yes, the Free City of Kubevasa has been occupied by the Duchy of neighboring Daimyo. A formal declaration from the government was made that we are under the protection of the Grand Duchy. However, recently, autonomy has been granted by the Grand Duchy, and now it is called the autonomous city of Kubevasa. Is that true? When Rio explained, Captain Solon was quite surprised. The patrol surrounding them held their spears ready but spoke quietly to each other. You too, I want you to report this matter at the city's Daimyo's office. Thus, Rio and Abel were to be taken to the Daimyo's office. Of course, they were not being captured. It was done respectfully. However, is that all you have in your belongings? Captain Solon looked at the icebox at their feet. The ice was dull, and what was inside was not visible. They had to carry the box together with ice sticks protruding from it. Yes, that is our purchasing funds. It's fine to go to the city, but it will take time to transport this. That's all right. We will carry it for you. As Captain Solon said this, two notably large members from the patrol stepped forward and shouldered the icebox. Wow, impressive. Well then, thank you very much. Thus, Rio and Abel headed to the city's Daimyo's office. City of Mifasoshi. It is quite a spacious city with wooden buildings lined up. The central nations, as well as the archipelago sea region and the autonomous city of Kubevasa, are quite different, aren't they? That's right. There are no stone buildings at all. However, the population is large, around tens of thousands. Rio and Abel are speaking in relatively low voices. Of course, the patrols surrounding them cannot hear the content of their conversation, but they can tell that they are talking. That said, they are not being restrained, so there is no prohibition on conversation. In fact, they are collaborators who will provide valuable information to the Daimyo's office later. There is no need to be humble, but they likely think that being too arrogant is also inappropriate. The two were escorted in an extremely polite manner, while exposed to the curious gazes of the townspeople. In front of the Daimyo's office in Mifasoshi, because of Abel, the gazes of the townspeople were painful. Is it my fault? Abel's leather armor, it looks great, but it stands out quite a bit in the eastern nations. Well, I thought so too. I should buy a cloak somewhere. In fact, it wasn't only Abel's appearance. Rio's beautiful robe of the Fairy King also attracted the attention of the townspeople. But the only one unaware of it was the person himself. The two were led to a room resembling a reception area and made to wait. At least, it wasn't a place resembling a holding cell. That said, no coffee or tea was offered, and at the door, two members of the patrol stood with spears in hand. Without a doubt, it wasn't to be wary of something from the outside, but to ensure that Rio and Abel wouldn't go anywhere, presumably. Even before being led into the room, Abel had noticed something. Then, after sitting in a chair, he quietly asked Rio, "Rio, did you cover my body?" Yes, with ice armor mist. I've put it on us in case we are suddenly attacked. Ice armor mist is an invisible ice armor that Ryo modified for Queen Illyriaja of the Suje Kingdom. You're cautious. Experience has made me wise, Ryo nodded once and continued speaking. Abel, I've been in a similar situation before. Really? In the Western nations? Yes, I was helping people and waiting like this. I thought I would be praised. Back then they actually served coffee properly, but then the superior of the people I helped came in with soldiers and tried to arrest me. That sounds tough. Ryo recalled an incident that had occurred at the intelligence agency of the Mafalda Republic in the Western nations. It was an event caused by incorrect information obtained by the other party. The soldiers who entered surrounded Ryo from a distance. However, if they had suddenly attacked, considering all of that, he decided to take precautions this time. 5 minutes later, the door opened and 2 individuals entered. One was Captain Solon of the patrol, the other was a woman in her 60s. I heard that you have information regarding Kubevasa. Is that correct? If it is within our knowledge. When the woman asked, Ryo answered politely. He even managed to smile a little. However, what Ryo was thinking in his heart was something else. This woman is a bit troubling. He quickly changed the scenario. I am the Daimyo of Mifasoshi, Sue Koo. Daimyo Sue Koo greeted them politely. I am Ryo of the Natore Kingdom. We have come from the autonomous city of Kubevasa, and I am Abel from the same Natore Kingdom. After showing a slightly surprised expression at Ryo's explanation, Abel introduced himself in a similar manner. He hadn't expected Ryo to mention the name of the Natore Kingdom. The Central Nations? That is quite a distance away. There was nothing about that in Captain Solon's report. I apologize. I forgot to mention that part. Ryo replied to Daimyo Sue Koo's inquiry with a smile. Yes, his faint smile had turned into a full smile, an innocent, in other words, a naive smile. Daimyo Sue Koo was silent for a moment, but did not ask further and got straight to the point. The reason I requested your presence at the Daimyo's office is as Captain Solon conveyed. If you have further information regarding Kubevasa and the Grand Duchy, I would like you to share it. I see. When Daimyo Sue Koo asked, Ryo nodded once. He nodded but did not open his mouth. Of course, he still maintained his smile. Daimyo Sue Koo was waiting for him to say something. Abel noticed this. What would happen? Of course, I won't say it is for free. I am prepared to pay a fair price for appropriate information. Thank you very much, Daimyo Sue Koo said, and Ryo immediately expressed his gratitude with a bow. Then he continued speaking. That said, since there is a lot of information, if you could ask about what you want to know, I would answer accordingly. How does that sound? That is fine. Then let's start with. And thus, a question-and-answer session continued for a while, where Daimyo Sue Koo asked and Ryo answered. Basically, Ryo answered honestly with information that someone living in Kubevasa would know. In other words, he avoided touching on the true identity of Duke Helb or matters regarding the Blue Island. He detailed what the government had published and announced, as far as he knew. As a result, the questioning lasted over an hour, and Daimyo Sue Koo seemed satisfied. Thank you very much. I have gained information that has not yet reached Mifasoshi, and I am grateful. Daimyo Sue Koo expressed her gratitude with a bow. Not at all. I am just glad to be of help. Ryo maintained his smile throughout the explanation and nodded gently now. Then Daimyo Sue Koo changed the topic. I heard that you informed Captain Solon that you came from Kubevasa and are planning to head north. Yes, to be more precise, to Janjan in the Basanta Kingdom. I see, to Janjan. I was not aware that this Mifasoshi is a city in the Basanta Kingdom. Honestly, I didn't know either. We were heading to Janjan by ship, but it sank. We somehow reached land and were heading north when the patrol found us. I see, Ryo explained, and Daimyo Sue Koo nodded. However, for just a moment, Abel noticed her gaze sharpening. I appreciate the information you provided. However, I cannot have just anyone heading to the capital, Janjan. Do you have anything that can guarantee your identities? If that's the case, Ryo said as he pulled out an envelope from his bag. Here is a letter of introduction I received from Duke Helb of the Duchy of Atinjo. It is something he provided for us to be of help in Janjan, Ryo said as he handed the envelope to Daimyo Sue Koo. Daimyo Sue Koo took the letter out of the envelope and read it. I see. Duke Helb is the brother of the Grand Duke and is also known as a powerful sorcerer. To receive a letter of introduction directly from such a big name, you two are important people, aren't you? Oh no, not at all. Duke Helb came to Kubevasa as an ambassador. Fortunately, we got to know him and he wrote the letter for us. He really was a friendly person. Ryo skillfully deflected Daimyo Sue Koo's probing with a smile. After looking at Ryo for a while, Daimyo Sue Koo glanced back down at the letter in her hand. I don't mean to doubt, but I would like to verify if this letter is genuine, so may I keep it for a while? Yes, of course. If you could provide a receipt, that would be fine. Ryo momentarily took a beat before responding to Daimyo Sue Koo's request, but then he quickly countered. A receipt? Yes. A written document stating that we have received Duke Helb's letter would be sufficient. Understood. I will have it issued later. Thank you. I have never heard of a receipt, Abel thought to himself. Probably anyone other than Ryo would have thought the same. I will arrange accommodation for you both. It is a thank you for the information and to borrow this letter of introduction. A member of the patrol will accompany you, so if you need anything, please let us know. Thank you very much. At Daimyo Sue Koo's offer, Ryo bowed deeply. Of course, he understood that they would be under surveillance. He was also aware that members of the patrol would be accompanying them for that purpose. Nevertheless, he thought it was unavoidable. However, he believed they should take all necessary precautions. By the way, I actually want to buy a cloak for Abel. In his current state, he stands out a lot. If you could recommend a clothing store, I would appreciate it. A clothing store? Yes. I plan to go shopping, or rather to make a purchase. Of course, I would feel more secure if the patrol could provide escort during that time. Understood. Daimyo Sue Koo said as she glanced back. There stood Captain Solon of the patrol, who nodded in acknowledgement, and at last, Ryo and Abel were able to leave the Daimyo's office. Of course, they were under escort by the patrol. The two headed towards the inn with their escort. The patrol had 2 members each in front and behind, flanking Ryo and Abel. However, it seemed that if they spoke in low voices while walking, they would not be overheard. Hey, Ryo, why did you speak so frankly to the Daimyo earlier? Well, that Daimyo reminded me of His Majesty King Robert Perlo of the Alliance. Former King Robert Perlo of the Kingdom of Capitone, one of the 10 countries of the Alliance. He had been with Ryo as part of a delegation to the Western nations. At 75 years old, he was a strong mage. Indeed, a person who made Ryo feel that way. In fact, he had fought on the front lines as a mage of the Alliance during the full-scale war known as the Great War that occurred 13 years ago. At that time, he was the reigning king. Even seasoned mages like Alalian Baraha and Arthur Velasquez of the opposing kingdom had struggled against him. Such Robert Perlo had the ability to sense magical power and magic. This was something Ryo could naturally do, but many of the mages from the central nations, who relied on incantations, were unable to. Upon seeing Daimyo Sue Koo, Ryo immediately sensed she was a skilled mage or sorcerer, and he felt that she was someone with extensive experience and a wide perspective. She might even recognize that Ryo and Abel were not from the Eastern nations based on their appearance. That is what it felt like to have an aura similar to Robert Perlo. I see, so, what do you think will happen? Even if you ask me what will happen, we just have to wait, right? The letter of introduction is like a hostage. Well, not a person, but it is in their hands. Well, wouldn't it be fine even without it? Of course it would be fine, but they haven't recognized us as enemies yet, right? So I thought there was no need for us to unnecessarily become enemies. Hopefully they would help us with our move to the capital. Ryo smiled slyly, a mischievous grin. Yes, like a third-rate actor. That's true. I don't want to traverse the jungle again. Indeed. Both Abel and Ryo let out small sighs. However, if ordinary adventurers saw the two's movements in the jungle and heard their current words, they might become furious. Because to ordinary adventurers, the two had not struggled at all. Traversing the jungle is truly a much more challenging endeavor. The office of the Daimyo has become quiet after the two departed. That was very interesting, said Daimyo Sue Koo, taking a sip of her tea. In front of her sat Captain Solon, also sipping tea. Those two were in front of the Forest of No Confusion, weren't they? Yes, they seem to have been there from at least yesterday evening to this morning. From the autonomous city of Kubevasa to Janjan. Their ship sank, so they traveled by land, and they were in front of the Forest of No Confusion. If we think about it plainly, they must have come through the Forest of No Confusion. That would be the case. However, that is impossible. Yes, it is impossible, because one cannot enter the depths of the Forest of No Confusion, Daimyo Sue Koo murmured. It is well known that the dense jungle where Ryo and Abel passed through, where the Dragon King's city was located, is quite deep and vast. Yet no one knows its true size or what lies within, because once one goes deeper, they end up back where they started without realizing it. This has been the case for ages. The forest is named Forest of No Confusion because one cannot go deeper, and even if they wish to get lost, they cannot. However, there is a possibility that those two have passed through that forest. How on earth did they manage that? The answer is likely unknown. Perhaps those two themselves do not know the exact truth. Daimyo Sue Koo shook her head slightly and shifted her thoughts to another topic. What are the chances that those two are spies from around the Duchy of Atinjo? Very low, Captain Solon replied clearly to Daimyo Sue Koo's question. If they were spies, they would likely do a better job. That's true, Captain Solon said with a wry smile, and Daimyo Sue Koo nodded in agreement. The introduction letter from Duke Helb was decisive. For a spy to present a letter showing deep ties with Duke Helb would be too unnatural. However, that swordsman, Abel, you said, he is a terrifying user of the sword. Captain Solon returned to a serious expression as he spoke. To hear you say that once known as the sword of the nation is quite surprising. Do not tease me, that was in the past. Is there a possibility that they are not spies but rather assassins? No. Even as assassins, they would attract too much attention. Captain Solon shook his head and continued speaking. However, it seems that Susama was paying close attention to the man in the robe. Indeed, you noticed well, Daimyo Sue Koo said, frowning slightly as she nodded. And that man in the robe, Lord Rio, he is an abomination. Captain Solon was taken aback by Daimyo Sue Koo's words. What do you mean? He is a mage, not a sorcerer, but a mage. Both of them were wrapped in some magic, that much is certain. However, I did not feel any magical power emanating from him at all. You can sense magical power emanating from people, and every person to varying degrees emits magical power from their body. Yes, however, from Lord Rio there was absolutely nothing. Is that even possible? Of course, it is impossible. That's why I said it. He is an abomination. Daimyo Sue Koo echoed what Robert Perlow once said to Captain of the Guard Groan, and what Maniamia's chairman Bandersh whispered. Top elites recognize top elites. That saying might refer not only to skill, but also to the caliber of a person. It was fortunate that the first unit, led by Captain Solon himself from the patrol squad, was able to assist. Just like the bodyguards at this inn, they will be able to stay close to those two. They are not someone you can take your eyes off of, whether they are enemies or allies. Susama, what do you think should be done about those two? Honestly, I don't know. It feels like it would be best to let them leave the city without anything happening, but I don't think it will turn out that way. Is that a hunch? Yes, it's a hunch. Captain Solon frowned as he asked, and Daimyo Sue Koo shrugged in response. Daimyo Sue Koo's hunches are surprisingly accurate. I will also have the intelligence department cooperate. Understood. I will coordinate with the intelligence department. I will inform Director Mogok of the intelligence department myself. 10 minutes later, in the daimyo's office, the intelligence director's room. Susama, the reason for your visit is regarding that pair, right? Yes, you are correct, Director Mogok. Welcoming Daimyo Sue Koo was Director Mogok, a 50-year-old man with dark skin, black hair, and a significant amount of white mixed in. He oversees intelligence operations in the western half of the Basanta Kingdom, based in Mifasoshi. Like Daimyo Sue Koo, he could be considered one of the prominent figures of the Basanta Kingdom. After all, they have the possibility of having come from the Forest of No Confusion. They cannot be ignored by the intelligence department. Moreover, it seems that the swordsman is quite skilled. If you know that much, then we can proceed quickly. The first unit of the patrol is assigned as their bodyguard. I would like you to coordinate with them and keep them under surveillance. Of course, that is fine, but what specific information do you need? Everything. In response to Director Mogok's question, Daimyo Sue Koo answered immediately. What they are doing where the patrol squad cannot see what their true purpose is. I see. Well, the patrol's role is to guard the area outside the room. Understood. I will report on anything they do to evade the patrol's eyes. Thank you very much, Daimyo Sue Koo said as she stood up. She intended to leave the room, but, Director Mogok, are you all right? What do you mean? You look fatigued. How embarrassing. As the director of the intelligence department, Mogok is attentive to detail and maintains a polished persona in every aspect of his life. It is rare for fatigue to show on his expression during work. Indeed, in his current state, many would not perceive his fatigue. But Daimyo Sue Koo could sense it. Having had dealings between their families for a long time, she could notice even the slightest change. My daughter, Mifa, yes, that was enough for the two to understand each other. It was about Mogok's second daughter, Mifa. She will be coming up to the capital soon. Yes, once Mogok said that, he let out a deep sigh. Then he continued, almost as if to himself. Why did she have to grow up like that? Living for the sword isn't a bad thing, Daimyo Sue Koo, having spent much of her life on magic herself, said with a slight smile. It seems that when one is too devoted to something, those around them become worried. That was something she knew all too well from her own experiences. Besides, it's precisely because of her exceptional sword skills that Princess Xiaofen has chosen Mifa as her maid, right? Well, those two were originally raised closely like sisters. Yes, I understand that. I am aware of it, and as a parent, it is an honor. I am genuinely pleased that Mifa has been devoted to the path of the sword to serve the princess, but if she is to be a maid, it's not enough just to be skilled with a sword. Yes, that's true. Daimyo Sue Koo also understood. She understood why Director Mogok was troubled. At the same time, she also understood that if it went any further, it would be a matter of feelings. The next day, Rio and Abel were heading to a clothing store from the morning. Of course, 2 members of the patrol squad were following behind, providing protection. Abel, you're really gathering the gazes of the townsfolk all on your own. It was a good decision to go buy a cloak. Once you wear that cloak, do you really think the gazes will disappear just because I wear a cloak? Abel replied, glancing at the patrol guards following behind. I think there's a possibility. Maybe about 1%. Exactly. The townsfolk are looking at us because the patrol squad is following us. That's true, but it can't be helped. A fearsome swordsman like you needs to be monitored under the guise of bodyguards. Not just me, but Rio too. If I'm not mistaken, there are likely others watching besides those 2 behind us. Ah, the usual feeling of being watched. According to my magic, we are being monitored in groups of 4. Unlike the patrol members, they are from the intelligence department and such, those who watch from the shadows. Rio had quite a bit of experience being watched due to his experiences in the Western nations. Well, it can't be helped. Yes, it can't be helped. Both Rio and Abel had resigned themselves to the situation. At the very least, the surveillance is also a form of protection. They will probably prevent any bad people from attacking us. I hope those who are guarding and watching don't end up being the bad people themselves. It's all right, a peaceful introduction. Some names have been changed. The clothing store introduced by the Daimyo's office had a rich assortment. Next door, there was also a tailor of the same chain, which seemed to accommodate both ready-made and made-to-order items. Are you sure a ready-made cloak is fine? I have plenty of money, you know. I don't know how long we'll be in this town. Besides, as long as the cloak is sturdy, that's all that matters, right? Being too extravagant would be a problem, but Abel doesn't spend much money for a king, does he? Does that matter? In Rio's mind, the image of a king was someone who would splurge money like water. If not that extreme, at least someone who wouldn't spare any expense to acquire good things. No, I understand that if you want good things, it costs money. Well, I don't really want to buy anything too extravagant. Abel is a swordsman, so he should get a good weapon. That sword has a certain presence, so I guess it doesn't need a replacement. Oh, this one. I just picked it up from a corner somewhere, but I've grown quite attached to it. As Abel said this, he tapped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Since becoming an adventurer, they had faced life-and-death situations together. It was only natural to feel that attachment. By corner, you mean the corner of the kingdom's treasure vault, right? Yeah, that's right. I'd love to go in and see it one day. There must be incredible alchemy tools in there. Yeah, there are probably some, but I won't be giving you any, Rio. Why not? Because it's the kingdom's property. Unless it's something significant, it won't be granted. It's not something I can decide on my own, right? Even though you're the king? A king is just a manager of the country. Not everything in the kingdom belongs to the king. In fact, the royal property and the kingdom's property are separate. If it's royal property, there's some flexibility, but even then I have responsibilities to my descendants, so I can't just do as I please. You really don't have any freedom as a king? Well, that's just how it is. Rio let out a small sigh, and Abel responded with a wry smile. However, for now, it was about purchasing a cloak for Abel. Abel was going to buy it with his own money, earned since being in the city of Maniamia, so there was no need for hesitation. A black cloak is cool, isn't it? Yeah, that one, right? Seeing Abel pause and admire it for a while, Rio pushed him from behind. In fact, the black cloak was very practical while also looking somewhat stylish. Cloaks like that can be seen all over the world and throughout many eras. That shows how versatile and useful they are. What is the utility of a cloak for adventurers? First of all, it serves as a warm garment. Just having that one piece can keep you astonishingly warm. Secondly, it serves as armor. A sturdy cloak can deflect weak arrows. In fact, there are techniques that use a cloak to swat away multiple arrows. Of course, Abel was wearing it. Moreover, it's also valuable for protecting against dirt. Most cloaks used by adventurers can easily be washed with water. As long as you wear a cloak underneath, you can wear fancy clothes when in front of nobles without worry. The black cloak that Abel was staring at didn't seem to have a hard fabric. The fastening under the neck was silver. But more than that, the tailoring from the shoulders to the back was very distinctive. This is a cloak for someone like Abel who carries a sword on his back, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Even while wearing the cloak, you can grip a sword and draw it without any hindrance. That might have been the main reason Abel was so captivated by it. To prevent cutting the cloak while drawing the sword at high speed, it was reinforced with a layer of leather or something similar. Furthermore, the reinforcement was done so carefully that it would go unnoticed unless you looked closely. Abel lifted the cloak to see the inside. What is this? It's bright red. The inside of the cloak was red. Red on the inside, black on the outside. Red and black, Stendhal? Rio muttered that without thinking. When you say red and black, it's only natural that Stendhal comes to mind. It's common knowledge for working adults. However, although Rio had not read the novel The Red and the Black written by Stendhal, but this is definitely a cloak for a high-ranking swordsman like Abel. Why is that? The red inside means you won't have to worry about getting blood on it, right? Rather, it might be encouraging you to get dyed even more red with blood. Isn't it more that it won't stand out when I get cut? That's also a possibility. So it means you'll be fine no matter how many times you get cut. It won't be fine. Even as Rio's words drew a light-hearted retort, Abel's mind was made up. Sorry, I'll take this cloak. The length of the black cloak reached just to Abel's ankles. Everything fits just right. Yeah, it really is nice, Abel replied like that. Although Abel seemed to be acting nonchalant, Rio noticed that his cheeks were slightly flushed and his eyes were a bit softened. He seemed to be very happy. Seeing Abel like that made Rio happy too. When you make a good purchase and your companion looks pleased, it naturally makes you happy. However, that peaceful and happy time came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of them, blocking their way. The person had already drawn their sword, pointing the tip at both of them. Abel, it's finally happening. Finally, we're being attacked in the middle of the town. Rio said this with an oddly cheerful tone. Of course, 2 guards from the patrol team stepped in between the assailant and the 2 of them, putting their bodies on the line to protect them. But the words that slipped from Rio's mouth were unexpected. Ah, you are, that mutter reached Abel's ears. And then the assailant finally spoke. I believe you are Lord Abel of the Natore Kingdom. I would like you to engage in a mock battle with me. The voice was high for a man. A girl, Rio muttered. The assailant certainly looked like a girl in her mid-teens. However, she was dressed in male clothing. Abel muttered as if trying to gauge something. Abel, Rio called out in a small voice. It was probably not triggered by that, but Abel opened his mouth. We can't do it here, but if there's a place where we can fight, I will accept. The assailant girl's eyes widened in surprise at Abel's acceptance. She seemed taken aback. After a moment of thought, she opened her mouth. Understood, please follow me. With that, she started walking. Abel followed the girl without saying anything. Rio did too. From behind, the 2 guards of the patrol team followed as well. Abel, Rio called out again. What is it? I thought we were finally having an attack on the righteous path in the middle of the town, but it turns out you just want to hold a mock battle. Yeah, Rio shook his head slightly. It seemed he was dissatisfied with this unexpected development. Why are you accepting a mock battle? Because that girl's eyes, they were serious. Abel answered Rio's question. I see, that might lead to an interesting development. Just don't let your guard down and get caught off guard. Rio's voice quickly turned cheerful. He loved intense developments. The girl led them into a spacious mansion. There's no doubt it's a household of nobles or important people. Seems like it. The 2 guards from the patrol also seemed to know about her. As the girl entered the grounds, a woman came running from the mansion. Miss, where have you been? Your violin practice. Vea, we're going to have a mock battle now. Huh, a mock battle? You're going to win again, aren't you? More than that, you need to practice. This time, my opponent is very strong. Please arrange for a healer. The girl guided them to a courtyard. Even though it was called a courtyard, it was quite large. It could fit a 400-meter track from athletics. Near the wall of the mansion, there were several sets of chairs and tables. Nothing was placed in the central area, so they would probably fight there. The girl came to a stop in the middle. Before heading there, Abel unfastened the clasp of his cloak. I'll hold on to this. Yeah, thanks. Rio took Abel's new cloak. Then he sat down on one of the chairs in the corner. However, Rio was actually surprised that Abel had taken off the cloak. To be honest, there was quite a significant power difference between Abel and the girl. If Rio could recognize it, Abel must be aware of it too. With such a difference, Abel could try various things. For example, fighting while wearing the new cloak. The presence or absence of a cloak could affect sword fighting. It would be better to test it out in a mock battle rather than jumping straight into the real thing, Rio thought. However, Abel took off the cloak. Then he drew his sword and took a stance. Good, I'm going in. With that, the girl closed the distance and struck down, and the mock battle began. Whoa! A word of admiration slipped from Rio's lips. The girl's sword flash was sharp, with solid weight transfer, and each strike carried weight. She wielded a one-handed straight sword. It's difficult to deal damage solely from the weight of the sword. If she was going to use it effectively, it would be best to focus on cutting. Thinking that way, it was clear she had understood the characteristics of her weapon and practiced accordingly. She demonstrated such movements. Due to the nature of this mock battle, the girl was attacking, and Abel was defending. However, occasionally Abel counterattacked. Of course, it seemed to Rio that the purpose of that was not to corner the girl or drain her combat power, but to test whether her defense was adequately trained. In reality, considering only strength, there was a considerable gap between Abel and the girl. If Abel had decided to finish it, it would have ended in less than 3 exchanges. Of course, it didn't mean the girl was weak. In her mid-teens, probably around 15 or 16, she was frighteningly strong for her age. Even if she joined the Run Knight Order, where Ryo had served as a swordsmanship instructor, she would likely be in the top 20. In the elite Run Knight Order, known as one of the best in the kingdom, she would rank in the top 20. In terms of adventurers, she would be at the top of C rank. Perhaps she might even reach B rank at such a young age. She was that strong. However, Abel was stronger. With experience as a former rank and having faced numerous life-and-death situations, Abel's strength continued to sharpen. Compared to when Ryo first met Abel, he had become unbelievably strong. Oh! What Ryo noticed was that the girl took a deep breath. She realized she couldn't win like this and was likely about to unleash a big technique for a comeback. Abel remained unchanged. Shunfu, the moment the girl quietly muttered that her body was right in front of Abel, but the one-handed sword she had been holding was sent flying high into the air. Those watching from the sidelines must have been astonished. Perhaps most of them had no idea what had happened. Only two people were not surprised, Ryo and Abel. The girl who had chanted Shunfu was the most surprised. She had aimed to close the distance and thrust with momentum, but her sword had been blown away, and there was no sword in her hands. And as if it were obvious, a sword was now pointed at her neck. I lost. When the girl said that, Abel nodded once and sheathed his sword. Then he tried to turn on his heel to leave without a word. Wait. The girl called out and Abel turned back to face her again. How can I become stronger? Her voice, her eyes were desperate. Anyone could see it. From the bottom of her heart, she wanted to become stronger at any cost. Abel opened his mouth quietly. You have talent and you're putting in effort. You can become strong without rushing. I don't have time. As I said earlier, if you take your time, you can become a swordsman who represents the kingdom. Your direction of effort isn't wrong either. I can see you're working hard on both attack and defense without bias. Just continue to expand on that. Yes, if I had to point out what you lack, it would be experience. Experience? She must have accumulated some experience in combat with others. It seemed she didn't fully understand what Abel meant. Do you have no intention of changing your weapon, for example, to a spear or a two-handed sword? No, I don't. The girl firmly nodded at Abel's question, looking back with a determined gaze. If that's the case, you should accumulate more experience and have a broader range of strategies, and as a result, develop insight. There will be those who attack the weapon itself, just like I did earlier. One-handed swords are fast and easy to handle. However, since they are held with one hand, the gripping power, the ability to maintain the weapon is inferior compared to spears or two-handed swords that can be gripped with both hands. There are opponents who will target that. During combat, you can only discern what your opponent is aiming for through experience. I see, the girl nodded at Abel's explanation. Once he said that, Abel turned on his heel. He had conveyed everything that needed to be conveyed. However, wait, the girl called out to Abel again. Please take me as your disciple. I refuse. What? Abel responded immediately to the girl's offer. Then he began to walk again, approaching Ryo. Ryo stood up and handed the cloak to Abel. Are you sure about that, girl? It's fine. Let's head back to the inn, Ryo asked in a small voice. Abel answered in a normal tone. Hearing Abel's words, the two guards from the patrol began walking, standing in front of and behind Ryo and Abel. They thought Ryo and Abel wouldn't know the way from this mansion to the inn. Left behind was the girl, standing there in a daze. Finally, one of the main characters in the third part planned has emerged. Back when Abel was an adventurer, he wore a cloak regularly, you know. It seems that it has become a thing of the past after the Demon Wars sword fights. Abel, are you really okay with this? Yeah, I'm not taking on any disciples, and besides, who knows how long I'll be in this town? I can't do something irresponsible. Ryo and Abel were discussing this on their way back to the inn. But that girl, I can't believe she would just give up. When Ryo said this, Abel nodded slightly. However, he didn't say anything more. Without any further incident, the two arrived at the inn. Something happened in the early afternoon. Master, please make me your disciple? That won't do. The girl from earlier had come to the inn to request to become Abel's disciple. Of course, Abel immediately refused. I won't leave until you take me as your disciple. With that declaration, the girl stepped outside and stood in front of the inn. What a classic development! Ryo, watching the scene from a distance, was moved. Time and again, the classic developments had fizzled out in front of Ryo like a prank from the gods. But at last, one had finally blossomed. What else could move him if this didn't? Although this time it was more about Abel than about Ryo. Nonetheless, as night fell and he saw the girl still standing in front of the inn, Ryo began to worry. Abel, do you think that girl will be okay? At this rate, she's going to be standing there all night, right? What if a bad person comes and kidnaps her? With those arms? Well, I suppose that's true. At Abel's calm observation, Ryo remembered the girl's swordsmanship. Unless in an extreme situation, she wouldn't easily fall behind against thieves or scoundrels. And those who were secretly watching us. The patrols would also be concerned about her, right? She'll be fine. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. That girl must be the daughter of some important person, but who could she be? Rio pondered. She definitely wasn't a child from a family struggling to have daily meals. She had to practice her violin, after all. Living in such a large mansion, that was only natural. On the second day, the girl continued to stand there. And on the third day as well. Rio didn't particularly like this kind of corporal punishment. Of course, in this case, it was the girl who had approached Abel wanting to be his disciple, and Abel had refused, leading the girl to continue standing there on her own. Abel was not at fault, and Rio had no place to interject. In a way, it was the girl's stubbornness. That said, watching her made Rio genuinely feel pity. Human hearts are complex. Abel, it's about time. 3 days. When Rio finally brought it up, Abel answered softly. When I asked my master to take me as a disciple, I was turned down. After that, I stood in front of my master's house for 3 days. Wait, I was 8 years old then. Your master was a sword master, right? And you were a prince, weren't you? Rio asked in surprise. It didn't matter whether I was a prince or not. At that time, I couldn't think of any other way to show my serious desire to become a disciple. The expression on Abel's face was gentle. His gaze was directed at the girl who was finally using her sword as support while standing there. Because you were made to stand, you want her to too? Not at all. Well, that might be the case, but it's not about her problem. It's about my determination. Your determination? Rio tilted his head. He completely failed to understand what Abel meant. Taking on a disciple is not something that can be done with half-hearted feelings. That's why I need time to make my determination. I'm interfering with her life, after all. Don't you think it's the same for you, Rio? Huh, is that really the case? Rio had taken on a few apprentices, including those from the Gecko Merchant Association, but he had never thought that deeply about it. When the Alliance attacked the Duchy of Inbury, you tried to help without a second thought. Ah, that was just natural. Exactly. Abel chuckled a bit, interfering in the lives of his apprentices while they interfered in Rio's life as well. Without Rio being aware of it, he cared for his disciples and took action that was fitting without hesitation, something Abel understood. Abel himself hadn't forgotten his relationship with his master. Since you were a prince, if you told your father, I mean His Majesty the King, wouldn't your master have come to teach you? That would probably be impossible. My master was a famous swordsman. Even if it wasn't that person, there must have been other sword masters, right? There were, but I defeated them all. At 8 years old? Yeah, at 8. What kind of genius episode is that? Rio was shocked, truly shocked, defeating all those who would become the prince's sword instructors by the age of 8. In the end, I was taught by my master until I turned 15. At that time, he was a sword saint and the possessor of the holy sword Galahad. Oh, that holy sword was Hugh's, right? Yeah, it's the one the Grandmaster currently possesses. The holy sword Galahad was famous as the sword wielded by Hugh McGrath, the Grandmaster of the Adventurers Guild in the Natore Kingdom. When my master passed away, it was passed on to the Grandmaster at my master's request. The Grandmaster was already a B-rank adventurer then. Still, that was a shock. Abel's expression turned nostalgic as he smiled wryly. Naturally, I thought I would inherit it as the only disciple. Oh, I see. Rio nodded. He understood that feeling. But my master said, this is not my sword. At that time, I had no idea what he meant. Saying this, Abel lightly tapped his beloved sword. Perhaps this is what he meant. I still can't say for certain. That sword is surely your partner? Rio said so without any basis. No basis was necessary. He thought so because he felt so. That was all it took. The need for proof was merely an excuse for when things didn't go well. I judged based on, I followed the expert's opinion. I had all the necessary evidence. If that helped protect his heart, then it was fine. But in reality, it didn't protect him. Deep down, anxiety swirled within. To cover that anxiety, he sought evidence. His heart knew and remembered this. It would never forget. When one doesn't want to take responsibility, they seek evidence. It's an unavoidable thing, but also a sad one. That's why Rio doesn't seek evidence. That sword is probably your partner. I somehow guarantee that. That's incredibly unconvincing. So Abel pointed out it was unfortunate that without showing evidence it lacked persuasion. It's noon, Abel murmured as he looked at the inn's clock. His mock battle with the girl had taken place around noon. In other words, it had been 48 hours since then. Abel slowly rose and headed toward the inn's door. Outside, the girl was still standing, using her sword as support. Upon seeing Abel come out, she straightened her back as much as she could. Then she opened her mouth. She had been standing for 2 days. Her voice was raspy. Abel raised his hand to interrupt her, then spoke first. I'll take you on as my disciple. At those words, there was initially no change in the girl. She hadn't caught up with the understanding yet. However, after a moment, her eyes widened and her body began to tremble slightly. But there are a few things we need to discuss. I have questions too, but do you live in the mansion where we had the mock battle? Yes. Her voice in response to Abel's question was still raspy but not weak. Then let's talk there. I'll come by at 3 in the afternoon. Go back and rest until then. After Abel said that, he looked around before continuing. You heard that? Take her with you. At Abel's words, several people came out from the surroundings. They had apparently been hiding and watching. The girl tried to speak, but her voice was too raspy to articulate properly. First, rest your body to be in the best possible condition for when it matters. I think that's important for a swordsman. Yes. When Abel gently advised her, the girl nodded obediently. Then she bowed and left with the help of those who had come out. A lot of them showed up. When Abel returned to the inn, Rio remarked, "Just how many were hiding?" 16 were hiding and 8 came out. The other 8 are still watching Abel from hiding. I see. Abel sighed lightly at Rio's response. The timing for going at 3 is good. With that much time, she should have recovered enough to talk. She'll probably be able to take a bath too. Isn't it because snacks will be served at 3? Rio was surprised by Abel's unexpected answer. You're the only one who would think of that first. That's ridiculous. The two arrived at the mansion right at 3 o'clock. It seemed the arrangements had been made as they were guided inside the mansion. A servant leading the way knocked on the door, and the two entered. Welcome. The man who greeted them was around 50 years old, with dark skin, black hair, and half of it graying. He seemed to have been working. On his desk, there were numerous documents laid out. After directing the two to a reception set, the man took a seat as well. I am Bojer Wung Magak. My daughter has made an impudent request. No, my name is Abel from the Natore Kingdom in the Central Nations. And I am Rio. I know of you well. Well, Abel tilted his head in confusion. Actually, how should I put this? I am involved in national intelligence activities. I hold the position of the director of the Western General Bureau. I see, so it was the intelligence agents who were secretly protecting her. Abel nodded in response to Director Magak's words. At that moment, there was a knock. Then a woman entered carrying tea for 4. The woman was that girl. She elegantly placed the cups down. Once she finished, she bowed slightly. I am Mifa, daughter of Bojer Wung Magak. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Abel of the Natore Kingdom. Your manners are impressive. Thank you, Mifa said shyly as she sat down next to Director Magak. Actually, Mifa will become a maid for the princess in a few months. Therefore, she has been training in various etiquette. I see, so her desire to become stronger with the sword is related to that? Yes, my duty is to protect the princess, Mifa clearly stated in response to Abel's question. I will have to hear more about that later. With that, Abel frowned slightly and continued. Though I said I would take on a disciple, I must admit I have never had one before. Moreover, I do not know how long I will be in this town, nor how much freedom of action I will be allowed. As he said this, he glanced at Director Magak, then he continued. Of course, the sword techniques and the principle of the sword I have are likely different from what you know, so I would like you to continue the training, including your forms, as you have been doing. Yes, I hope to teach you through practical experience. Therefore, I would like to conduct mock battles and share what I notice there. I think that would be a good format to start with. What do you think? Yes, I look forward to it. Mifa stood up and bowed deeply. Watching this with a smile from the side, Director Magak spoke up. Currently, you are both staying at an inn, but please consider staying in this mansion. It would make it easier for Mifa's training, wouldn't it? Father. Thank you so much, Mifa said happily at Director Magak's offer. Is that truly all right? Of course, please consider it your home and make yourselves comfortable. At that moment, Abel seemed to realize something, and he said softly, can Rio also intrude? Of course. In fact, I received permission from Daimyo Sue Koo to allow both of you to stay here, provided Lord Abel wishes for it. So please feel free. Thank you. Here, for the first time, Rio spoke up and bowed his head. Rio generally does not talk much in front of people he meets for the first time. Unless compelled to speak, he often sits quietly enjoying his drink in situations like this where he isn't the main character. He is a perceptive mage. As Mifa guided the two after leaving Director Magak's office, she smiled and said, I will inform my mother that you are staying. Please follow me. Following her with smiles were Rio and Abel. With a worried expression, Rio whispered to Abel in a barely audible voice. Abel, Mifa's father is understanding, but I fear her mother will be furious like a raging fire, and we may find ourselves in a predicament. Abel responded in a bewildered voice to Rio's words. Ignoring Abel, Rio continued. I'm sure her mother dislikes that Mifa is so absorbed in sword practice without engaging in normal pastimes, and she might hate you for supporting that. It's possible she could even poison our food. Isn't it fine for a girl to dedicate herself to the way of the sword? That's naive. There are all kinds of people in the world. Families can have differing views between parents and children. There's a possibility that it could be like that here, so please be cautious. Rio urged Abel to pay attention. It would be too late if something happened. What makes you think that? Abel asked. Because that is the classic development of a story? Ah, well, I sort of expected you might say that, but I didn't think it would really apply. Abel shook his head slightly in response to Rio's observation about the narrative's classic development. While they were having this conversation, the three arrived at the room of Mifa's mother. Mother, my master will be staying at the mansion. Oh my, that's wonderful, Mifa. You'll be able to get even stronger. Mifa said happily, and a woman who was comparing stones against the light at the desk smiled in reply. Ah, so you are Abel-sensei and Lord Rio. Thank you very much for agreeing to my daughter's impudent request. Well, this must be fate. We'll be borrowing this mansion for a while. I apologize if I cause any inconvenience, as things are different here than in my homeland. Please don't worry about such things. Make yourselves at home. Lady Mogok replied with a smile to Abel's words. What a good person she is. Rio let out a sigh of relief behind Abel. Although he had predicted the classic development of the story, he didn't necessarily want that to happen. If it did occur, it would have made things quite complicated. Of course, if it did happen, he couldn't deny he might feel a bit touched. After Rio and Abel left the room with Mifa, Director Mogok also exited the mansion. He headed to the office of Daimyo Sue Koo. Sir Sue, Lord Abel and Lord Rio will be staying at my mansion. I see. It's great that they can become Mifa's sword instructors. Helping her become even a little stronger could contribute to extending the life of both Mifa and Princess Xia Fen. It's best to do what we can before sending her off. Yes. While Daimyo Sue Koo spoke with a smile, Director Mogok's response was somewhat gloomy. Director? No. I fear that she may focus even more on the sword than before. Ah! Director Mogok's concerns were understood by Daimyo Sue Koo. Since she would be serving as the princess's maid, many expectations would be placed upon her. In terms of knowledge and etiquette, Mifa could be considered perfect. She naturally had a personality that did not shy away from hard work, especially for her important friend, Princess Xia Fen, whom she had known since childhood. There should be no problem there. However, I have heard that a high level of performance is required in that country. The higher, the better. Wasn't it said that those aspects would be handled by another maid? Mifa mentioned that before. In truth, Mifa surpassed the required level in terms of playing musical instruments. That was why Mifa wanted to further refine her sword skills, which directly related to the princess's life. And both of them understood that. Mifa also understood the concerns of those around her. However, balancing both swordsmanship and music, acquiring both would be difficult. Thus, the sword that could not be replaced by another maid. A sword that could absolutely protect the princess. That was Mifa's determination. Knowing Mifa's feelings makes it difficult. Yes. The two let out deep sighs, the classic development of taking on a disciple. But you see, this is a tale of a water attribute mage, so, you know, after all, it's the story of Rio, the protagonist, and Abel, the supporting character. Hee. From the next day, the harsh training led by Master Abel began. The terrifying training regimen, which showed no regard for human feelings, gradually eroded Mifa's mind and body, and the relentless strikes from Abel's sword made it clear to those around him that the name of the mad swordsman Abel was no lie. That merciless sword? Rio, what is that? Don't mind it. It's just a passage from the Hungry Swordsman Abel series, side story of disciple Mifa's struggles. Well, it might become that. It's just fiction and has no relation to real people or organizations at all. Rio was not writing on any paper. He was just speaking for some reason. The Abel mentioned here is not referring to the actual Abel. It's a fictional character within the story. Anyone who reads it will definitely think it's about me, right? And no, it's just a misunderstanding by the readers. It's not my fault. A book that misleads people, Perhaps it should be banned in the kingdom. How can you say that? Oppose censorship, protect freedom of expression? Rio raised his fist, asserting his point. The world might be grappling with various complex issues, of course. The real training by Abel was, in a sense, meticulous. As declared at the start, they conducted mock battles, where Abel pointed out areas for improvement and suggested ways to enhance those aspects. While it may sound simple in writing, identifying problems and presenting improvement strategies is quite challenging in practice. This is true in any field, and it cannot be done without expertise, and Abel was indeed an expert. Abel had one request he made to Director Mogok. That was to arrange various weapons with dulled blades for the purpose of mock battles. The primary objective of these mock battles was to compensate for Mifa's lack of experience. Thus, they would change the weapons Abel used for the mock battles. For each type of weapon, Mifa would learn to fight appropriately, gaining that experience. Since Mifa was a woman, her strength was less compared to men. A one-handed sword is handled with one hand, making it difficult to take on the full weight of an opponent's strikes head-on, even for a man with muscle. The basic approach was to deflect the sword by angling it. That could only be mastered through experience. Abel taught each technique carefully, and Mifa earnestly practiced. It was clear even to Ryo, who was watching from the sidelines. What was Ryo doing? He was sitting in a chair in the courtyard where the mock battles took place, reading a book he had brought from the library. He had properly obtained permission from Director Magak and his wife. Occasionally, Ryo's wife would sit next to him to watch Mifa's training. The wife often had questions about the training happening right in front of her. Ryo would answer them, on behalf of Abel. "I am not a freeloader. You haven't said anything right." A few days after training started, during lunch, Ryo asserted this to Abel. It looked like Abel's gaze was saying that, "Those who do not work shall not eat." I see. In fact, Abel had no intention of blaming Ryo at all. He was simply curious about the book Ryo was reading. The history and efficacy of talismans and spirit talismans? Yeah, it was in the library. It discusses various aspects focused on talismans within sorcery, and it's quite fascinating. Oh, I asked the librarian, and apparently this is an introductory book, and there's a more specialized sequel as well. So I plan to move on to that after finishing this one. You're quite serious about these things, Ryo? Hee, you can call me Serious Ryo. No, I won't. After lunch, the two headed to Director Magak's room. They had been called there in advance. Director Magak expressed his joy at Mifa's progress and thanked them sincerely. On top of that, it seemed he wanted to inform them of the future schedule. 2 weeks from now, Lord Sue will be heading to capital Janjan. At that time, Mifa is also set to go to the capital, and both of you will be moving there as well. Understood. You are also expected to stay at my residence in the capital. I've heard you two plan to head further north. Our ultimate intention is to return to the Central Nations. After taking Mifa as his disciple, Abel decided to speak honestly to Director Magak about their future plans. Since he entrusted his daughter to be a disciple, it could be assumed he had a certain level of trust. In that case, it would be better to convey their intentions honestly and seek cooperation. Director Magak nodded and started speaking with a serious expression. Mifa will become a maid for Her Majesty, Princess Xiaofen, the third daughter of His Majesty. This is because the princess will be going through a marriage procession, and Mifa will follow her. The groom will be the 6th Prince of Darway. Abel listened to Director Magak's explanation without changing his expression. Next to him, Ryo was twisting his head in thought. I feel like I've heard of Darway somewhere. But where? The 6th Prince has stepped back from the succession battle for the next emperor. Rather, he is not even considered a candidate for succession. While he is liked by the people, he lacks the sharpness to become a so-called power player. For Princess Xiaofen, who will become the 6th Prince's principal consort, that is, of course, a favorable situation. Being involved in the succession struggle increases the danger to one's life. Exactly. That's one reason why Mifa is dedicated to her sword. Director Magak sighed deeply after saying that. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, I wouldn't say there's a problem, but Darway was originally a nation of martial valor. However, after reigning as a great power for 150 years, the civil side has become stronger than the martial side. Well, that's a path all nations go through, Director Magak said, and Abel agreed. That much was common knowledge in history, even for Abel. You are correct. In present-day Darway, talent related to the arts, especially music and instruments, is highly valued. Therefore, the talents sent by other nations also focus on that aspect. Is Mifa not good at it? No, rather, she could be said to be good at it. Since she was small, she's played many instruments together with Princess Xiaofen, especially the violin. Oh, among the maids accompanying Princess Xiaofen, she is the most skilled, and her proficiency is well above the standard, but in Darway, the better you are, the better. This will also help elevate Princess Xiaofen's position within the Darway court. Mifa is a clever girl. She should understand that. Yes, however, she feels that she cannot manage both sword and instrument, that her irreplaceable sword must take precedence over the instrument, leaving it to other maids. I see. I can understand that reasoning. Abel nodded with a sigh. Oh, I apologize for grumbling. Please forget what I said. Lord Abel, please continue to train Mifa's sword. I will manage the rest. Just as they exited Director Magak's room, Ryo seemed to realize something and raised his head. I remembered. What did you remember? Darway, isn't that the current dynasty of the East Country? Not just that, well, yes, but where I heard it from. It was from the Adventurers' Mutual Aid Association in the autonomous city of Kubevasa. The Mutual Aid Association? Was it mentioned there? Yes, it was. It's a country full of special rank adventurers. He recalled the words of the president of the Adventurers Mutual Aid Association. Although the eastern nations are vast, only Darway has special rank adventurers, he said. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember hearing that. You have quite the memory. Hee, my memory is quite good, isn't it? Rio beamed at Abel's praise. Abundant talent means that the name of a superpower is not mere decoration. Even after 150 years since its founding, you hadn't heard the name Darway while in the Central Nations? Rio questioned what had been nagging at him. Oh, the Western nations have adventurers coming and going occasionally, but I hardly ever hear of those from the Eastern nations. As Abel spoke, his gaze moved thoughtfully. Ah, Abel, I wasn't paying attention during that lesson. That's not it. I remembered about the East Country, so it's fine. I'm not perfect either. I never thought Abel was perfect. The slacking off back then is coming back to bite us now. The skill of slacking is one that only top-notch players can afford to use. I don't understand that. Rio had been talking about the concept of slacking in the game of Go, but that was lost on Abel. Cultural differences can be challenging issues. Lady, today you must practice the violin. There, I'm busy with sword training. For the princess's sake, I understand that, but I'll leave the instrument to the other maids. At that moment, Rio and Abel happened to walk by. Master, please train me again today. Mifa, play the violin for a bit. Awi, it has nothing to do with the sword. Mifa, I am your master. You promised to always listen to what I say, remember? Yes. Reluctantly, Mifa took the violin and began to play. It was a song that neither Abel nor Rio recognized, but to put it simply, it was good. Vea, Mifa's dedicated maid, listened with admiration beside her. During the performance, Abel kept his eyes open, staring intently at Mifa's fingers, particularly those of her left hand pressing the strings. The performance itself went without mistakes, or rather, even though it was a song he didn't know, Rio didn't perceive any errors. So he clapped. Vea also clapped quite enthusiastically. Not bad, Abel said that in a single breath, then paused before continuing. Rhythm is an element that cannot be ignored, not only in music but also in combat. Abel has experienced this time and again. Especially in battles against formidable foes, it becomes particularly clear during prolonged fights against opponents of similar strength. For example, it was the same in his battle against hero Roman. Disruption of rhythm can cause a battle that was going well to change dramatically. Yes, while Mifa might not know how Abel's words would develop, she nodded nonetheless. Being able to play an instrument is not a bad thing from the perspective of swordsmanship. Yes, but here, let me borrow that violin for a moment. Sure, go ahead. As Abel received Mifa's violin, he stood up straight. Then he played. The song was one Rio knew. Long ago, during his time in Run, Abel had performed it after ascending the throne as king at the Baron of the Borderlands mansion. It was the song he had heard back then. Paganini, 24 Caprices, number 24. The legendary violinist, Paganini, who was said to have sold his soul to the devil to obtain his skill. One of his famous pieces. Members of the Natore royal family were trained to play the violin from a young age. This was because the restorer of the kingdom, King Richard, had been a master of the violin. Rio would later hear such explanations. Naturally, Abel, the king of the Natore kingdom, could play the violin, and remarkably well too. He perfectly performed 24 Caprices, known for its extreme technical demands, as if he were on par with the renowned violinists dubbed the modern Paganini. Come to think of it, he also stood at 193 cm tall as Abel. Indeed, tall violinists have a great visual appeal. Moreover, the performance was equally remarkable. No, considering he was performing right in front of him, Rio even felt that Abel might be better. Of course, Rio couldn't play the violin, but he was captivated by Abel's performance. So were Mifa and Vea. Even the servants who were nearby, walking or working, paused to listen, engrossed in the performance. That was the power of music. It transcends borders, surpasses races, and even captures hearts across the world. That is music. Beautiful music invites listeners into a fantasy. Indeed, Abel's performance lured everyone into a dreamlike state. And after 4 minutes, Abel's performance ended. A complete yet fleeting silence descended. In an instant. Bravo! Rio applauded and praised the performance. It was only Rio who voiced his admiration, but Mifa, Vea, and even the servants who had stopped to listen all clapped. It erupted naturally. Faced with such praise, Abel's face turned red. Despite having requested the violin, he felt shy. Mifa, it's not impossible to balance sword and music. Just an hour a day is enough. You should play the violin every day anyway. It would be a shame to lose the skills you acquired since childhood. You can be of help to the princess, whether it's in swordsmanship or music. Why not give it a try? Yes, I will. Mifa's face lit up in response to Abel's words. It was not out of compulsion or feeling cornered, nor because there were no other options, but rather she felt a genuine desire to do so. Her respected master had shown her the way, a form of coexistence between sword and music. She wished to aim for that as well. Abel guided his disciple not through words, but through his own actions. As for the segment about Paganini, it is written in Rio and Abel's Afternoon Conversation, Side Story of the Mage with Water Attribute, 9 The Talented Hawk. If you're interested, please have a read. The world was peaceful. At least the world around Rio was peaceful. It's important to have the leisure of focusing on reading, rather than just swinging your sword like a certain swordsman, Abel. Why do you say that out loud on purpose? In the courtyard of the mansion, Abel, who had been giving Mifa lessons, casually murmured this as he approached the table where Rio was reading. If the definition of murmuring is a voice loud enough for the people around to hear clearly, then, generally, it might not be murmuring at all, just talking. In my hometown, there's a saying called eternal battlefield. It means to always be prepared as if you are on a battlefield. Also, there are the lost words, si vis pacem para bellum, which means if you want peace, prepare for war. And Nietzsche said this, if you seek peace, it must be as preparation for a new battle. Seek shorter peace rather than longer peace. I'm sorry, I don't understand at all what you're trying to say. I'm saying that peace is just a temporary thing. Rio proclaimed this in a philosophical tone, as if he were a philosopher. If he hadn't been holding a snack resembling machi filled with anko, like a deifuku, he might have sounded more convincing. Abel let out a small sigh and replied, Rio's presence itself is peace. Let's call it a day for now. Yes. Thank you very much. As Abel ended the lesson, Mifa bowed her head. Watching from the corner of the courtyard, Rio nodded happily. Tomorrow, the 3 of them would set out for the royal capital, Janjan. This was to coincide with Daimyo Sue Koo's journey to the capital. It was a journey not too long, taking 7 days by land. Of course, Mifa, Rio, and Abel all had horses prepared, making the fatigue far less than if they were to walk the entire way. That said, it was certainly true that knowing they would be embarking on a week-long journey starting tomorrow lessened the need for hard training up to the day before. Upon returning to his room, Rio began his final check of the luggage he would take. I'll just make sure to put the book I'll read along the way in my usual shoulder bag. Saying this, he took out a book from his box-shaped travel bag and moved it to his shoulder bag. Abel glanced at it briefly. Rio, is that the book you bought in town? Yes, it's the sequel to The History and Utility of Talismans and Spirit Talismans, which I borrowed from this mansion's library before. Practical talismans and spirit talismans open up the future. But you can't use talismans, can you? So why practical? True, I can't use them, but it's about knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. The art of war, huh? As expected of Abel. You're spot on. No, it's just the part where Rio murmured. Rio praised him, but Abel only smiled wryly. He only retained fragmented words that Rio murmured and didn't grasp the essence at all. He was aware of this. Realistically speaking, if you have no knowledge about the techniques or skills your opponent uses, you won't be able to deal with it, right? Indeed. You'd always be on the back foot. Abel nodded emphatically. Having been an adventurer for a long time, Abel had rich combat experience with both monsters and people. That's why he also understood the difficulties of fighting without any information about your opponent. But Rio travels by horse. Yes, that's right, if it were walking. I definitely can't read while walking. You can read on a horse. Do you have experience? No, I don't have experience. Wait, is it difficult? If you're not used to it, quite a bit. Ah, Rio was disheartened by Abel's words. I also prepared a book called Alchemy of the Eastern Nations because it seemed interesting. Rio's murmur went unheard by anyone. The next day, the group departed from Mifasoshi toward the royal capital, Janjan. Leading the group was Daimyo Sue Koo. 20 of her subordinates followed along. The captain of the guard was Solon, the commander of the Mifasoshi patrol squad's first unit. A guard squad of 40 was organized around Solon's first unit to protect the group. Among them were Mifa, Abel, and Rio. Mifa, are you not tired? You're not used to the horse, right? Are you okay? Yes, Lady Sue. I'm fine. Mifa was moving alongside Daimyo Sue Koo. Of course, Daimyo Sue Koo was also on horseback, looking quite dignified. You're quite adept at riding, Daimyo? Yeah. I've been trained since I was little and have ridden a lot since then. From the impression I got from Rio, who seemed experienced, you seem like a seasoned adventurer. Perhaps you're of noble or royal birth. Seems like she might belong to the category of His Majesty King Robert Perlo, Abel speculated, and Rio recalled the former king of the Alliance. Speaking of which, Mifa, you're becoming a maid to Princess Xiaofen and heading to Darway, right? Ah, yes, I mentioned that. Abel nodded in response to Rio's confirmation. I looked it up because I didn't understand what princess meant, but it seems it's originally a title for the emperor's daughter. It appears that this title has come to be used in various Eastern nations as well. Yeah, that's right. Although Rio explained it proudly, Abel nodded without any particular reaction. What's with that reaction? Did you already know, Abel? I think I remember learning about it when I was at the royal castle long ago. It seems that such titles used since before the Darway era haven't changed through the dynasties. Wow. The education of a prince is formidable. Rio tilted his head in confusion. By the way, Rio, in the end, you're not reading the book, are you? Abel noticed that Rio wasn't holding a book while on horseback. Yes, I tried shortly after we set off, but it's impossible. Were horses always this bumpy? Yeah. To begin with, Rio hasn't ridden much, right? In the past, when I was a guide for the Run Night Order, I rode quite a bit during drills. Even in the royal capital, I occasionally borrowed horses to ride. At that point, Abel narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Which horses did you borrow?" Of course, the ones from the royal castle. They were well-trained and comfortable to ride. Yeah, that's overstepping your bounds. You can't just ride the horses of the royal family without permission, especially coming from a duke. Rio's eyes widened in surprise at Abel's words. Wait, but nobody told me that. No one can voice an opinion to the first duke. What a thing, Rio slumped down. However, there's a good way in situations like this. Why didn't you tell me sooner, Abel? That's right, shifting the responsibility. Well, I'm hearing it for the first time now. Didn't such reports ever reach you? Now that you mention it, I can't recall seeing any. It's always piled up with paperwork, but maybe you haven't actually read it properly. For some reason, Rio questioned him with an air of a prosecutor or an inquisitor. Even though he was the one who did something wrong, he didn't know it. I've read everything properly. What I can think of is... What can you think of? The possibility that Count Heinlein handled it. His Excellency the Chancellor? Why? I've never been scolded by Count Heinlein. Rio tilted his head. It's true he had never been scolded. Perhaps under the Chancellor's authority he gave special permission. Oh. As expected of His Excellency the Chancellor, who the kingdom takes pride in. Abel speculated, and Rio nodded happily. In Rio's mind, the evaluation of Chancellor Marquis Alexis Heinlein was extremely high. It could even be considered top tier. Speaking of which, Count Heinlein was reading documents while on horseback. What? I remember seeing someone bring documents to him. He read them and then gave some instructions. Our Chancellor is perfect, isn't he? Exceptional in administration, a former Royal Knight commander in martial arts, and even top-notch in intelligence in the Central Nations. He's practically the protagonist of some story. No, he's so perfect that he probably won't resonate with readers. I don't know about reader resonance, but I agree that he's perfect. For some reason, Abel also somewhat agreed with Rio's explanation. Thus, before they knew it, Rio's sins became murky. Coo, just as I planned. Rio's murmur, of course, went unheard by anyone. A fine would be appropriate. If Count Heinlein hadn't handled it, you would have to pay a fine. In the kingdom, fines don't leave a criminal record, so rest assured. Rio prayed that Count Heinlein was handling it well. Even the first duke couldn't go against the king. 5 days after the group departed from Mifasoshi, they entered the city of Lusra, known as a satellite town of capital Janjan. Usually, it takes just 1 day to reach the capital from here. That's what they said. However, since this is the entry of a daimyo of the country's second largest scale, we need to prepare various things in this town right before the capital, enter the capital the next morning, and meet the king. Abel answered Rio's inquiry politely. Although he was once an adventurer, Abel had been on the throne for 3 years and understood the significance of this kind of ceremonial entrance. By the way, this country is called Basanta, not Basanta Kingdom, right? If the king rules it, it should be Basanta Kingdom. I don't know much about that either, but it seems that due to the relationship with Darway, that changed. You see, the emperor is the same, and in this country the daughter's title is princess, right? It seems that there was a time when the son's title was king in Darway. Because of such relationships, neighboring countries removed king from their country names. I see, so each country has its own circumstances. Rio shook his head slightly at Abel's explanation. It seemed there were various differences from the central nations and western nations. When Rio was on Earth, he had learned about the tributary system in world history classes. With that knowledge in mind, he could understand the relationship between Basanta and Darway quite well. It was not a simple vassal state, but a tributary system. Among scholars of Eastern history, there had actually been quite a significant difference in recognition regarding this. I wonder how things are going here, Rio murmured out of pure curiosity. He smiled just a little, a faint smile. Abel, who caught a glimpse of that, did not hear his murmurs. Rio is thinking about something bad again. A pitiful man, Rio. In Lusra, they had rented an entire inn. This inn has a guest room with a private open-air bath, so Lord Abel and Lord Rio, please take your time to rest. I appreciate it. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Rio and Abel expressed their gratitude to Daimyo Sue Koo, the head of the group. During dinner as well. Abel, did you see the bath in the room? It was so spacious. Yeah, I saw it. It's comparable to the inn we stayed at an acre when we went to Twilight Land. A bath that size in a room is impressive. It's an inn operated by the House of Heinlein. That one was indeed spacious, too. Both Abel and Rio were comparing it with the inns they had stayed at in their minds. While the refinement was higher at the Acre Inn, the bathtub size was greater here, Rio thought, but then another question popped into his head. Is it normal for high-end inns here and in the Central Nations? Oh, and in the Western nations, too, to have guest rooms with open-air baths? Isn't that obvious? Obvious? It feels strange that something so common exists across different cultural spheres. There are swords everywhere in the world, and there are books too, right? It's natural for high-end inns to have guest rooms with open-air baths. Abel did not agree with Rio's question. For Abel, who was born and raised in Phi, it seemed that having guest rooms with open-air baths was a standard across all cultural spheres, just like how swords and books existed around the world. Could it be that this was also something spread by the restorer of the kingdom, King Richard? That's unlikely. There were descriptions of guest rooms with open-air baths in King Richard's stories, so they must have existed in various places since long ago. Good things spread. That's only natural, right? Terrifying, the guest rooms with open-air baths? Rio shuddered. However, at the same time, he decided that the spread of guest rooms with open-air baths across the world must have contributed to the further development of the world. There is research showing that people tend to have good ideas when theta waves appear in their brainwaves. Even Yaoxiu's 3 generals often found themselves in situations conducive to producing theta waves. And it is known that Japanese people tend to produce theta waves when they are in baths. Many people have experienced having good ideas while taking a bath. That means it should be easier to have good ideas in guest rooms with open-air baths. If such baths have spread to cultures that did not have the habit of bathing, the number of ideas sparked there must have significantly increased. It must have promoted the development of society. The possibility that guest rooms with open-air baths accelerated the pace of world development, Rio exclaimed with joy, trembling with excitement, while Abel shook his head slightly and muttered. There are many things in what Rio says that I truly do not understand. How difficult it is for people to understand each other. Rio, Abel, Mifa, and 20 subordinates of Sue Koo, along with 40 bodyguards, were having dinner in the inn's dining hall. However, Daimyo Sue Koo was not among them. Sue Koo was at the Daimyo's private residence in the city of Lusra. He had been invited by a long-time acquaintance, Daimyo Buhian. So Buhian, the reason you went through the trouble to invite me is that you wanted to convey something, right? After dinner, they moved to the reception room and began discussing over tea. Buhian was also a woman of the same age as Sue Koo. First, there have been frequent riots in southern Darway. I see. That means we should be careful about choosing a city for Princess Xiaofen's marriage procession. I will inform His Majesty. Sue Koo nodded vigorously at Buhian's information. Since ancient times, Sue Koo had highly regarded Buhian's information-gathering abilities. Thanks to her accurate advance information, how many disasters had they avoided? However, Buhian's expression grew even darker. That expression, it indicates a more troublesome and direct issue, doesn't it? Sue Koo said with a wry smile. Buhian's information-gathering and analysis were so precise that in such cases they could only smile wryly. It's about Lord Kan. That person again? Buhian said with a dark expression, and Sue Koo shook his head slightly upon hearing the name. Lord Kan was the brother of the previous king and the uncle of the current king. He was of the same generation as Sue Koo and Buhian and a well-known figure. He was not a bad person by any means and genuinely loved the country from the bottom of his heart. However, the leading hardliner against Darway? At Sue Koo's mutter, Buhian silently nodded. Though labeled as hardliners, they did not want to go to war with Darway. Lord Kan had asserted since the previous king's time that Basanta should maintain a greater distance from Darway. Many supported Lord Kan's views within Basanta, from influential figures to ordinary citizens. I can understand Lord Kan's perspective, but unfortunately the difference in national power is too great. In fact, while we give tribute to Darway, we receive an equivalent amount in return. We are certainly not asked for military cooperation. Obviously, since neighboring countries also pay tribute to Darway, our country rarely ends up in conflict with them. As long as we maintain the formality, there is practically no loss. Nevertheless, it is that formality that Lord Kan and his supporters dislike. While nodding at Buhian's explanation, Sue Koo also understood the feelings of Lord Kan and the citizens who sympathized with him. They wanted to be treated as equals to Darway. He understood their feelings. It might be words that came from their love for this country and their pride. However, the reality of the world is not so kind. Not only with Darway, but the successive dynasties of that country have done nothing for the tributary states that follow the formalities, but have mercilessly invaded and destroyed those that break them. If this is the timing, then could it be that Lord Kan is trying to disrupt Princess Xiofen's? There seems to be movements to thwart her marriage procession. But Princess Xiaofen is Lord Kan's niece's daughter, isn't she? Surely he wouldn't go that far. He was about to say that, but Sue Koo couldn't finish his sentence. He knew Buhian's abilities better than anyone. To convey something of this magnitude meant that she had a certain level of conviction. However, at the same time, Sue Koo also knew Lord Kan. He had known him for quite some time. Given his character, it was hard to believe he would interfere with the marriage procession of his niece's daughter. If he were to go back on the promise of marriage, Darway would feel greatly insulted. The marriage was with the sixth prince, in other words, the emperor's son. Naturally, if he felt insulted, and more importantly, if the formality he cherished so much was disregarded, it would be unacceptable. Without a doubt, he would desire the execution of Princess Xiaofen for not going through with the marriage. Though they claimed not to interfere politically with tributary states, this was a different matter. The dignity of their own prince was tarnished. That would mean the emperor's authority had also been disregarded. There was no way this would end peacefully. The execution of the princess was the minimum demand. The possibility that it wouldn't end there was even higher. To insult Darway's dignity was serious business. Lord Kan is not a fool. He should be able to make such inferences. So why? Actually, 3 years ago, a certain person named Desai became Lord Kan's closest aide, and he is the problem. Desai? I've never heard that name. Upon hearing the name of the person mentioned by Buhian, Sue Koo tilted his head. Lord Kan was one of the country's important figures. Naturally, he had been cautious about the aides around him. However, he had never heard of the name Desai. It was certain that he had not been around Lord Kan for long. He healed Lord Kan's grandchild's serious illness and became favored. That sounds rather suspicious. Sue Koo frowned, healing someone's child or grandchild and then becoming favored. That was indeed a pattern that had been around for ages. Since they helped their important child or grandchild, they would start to trust what that person said. It might be hard for outsiders to understand, but it struck at the weakest points of the human heart. This pattern has been common in any era and in any world. That said, normally those around would admonish or forcibly remove such individuals. Aides started to be dismissed or disappear. What? Desai is said to not be a healer but a sorcerer. How troublesome. Perhaps Lord Kan has already lost his calm judgment. That's why you are telling me, who is heading to the capital, to go and confirm it in person. If it's you, you should be able to meet Lord Kan directly. It's not so easy for others. Buhian said this and let out a small sigh. I see. Well, I should give it a try. If I talk to him directly, it might solve various issues. Sue Koo said something he didn't fully believe, then shrugged. Even if he did not believe it, there were often situations where one had no choice but to say so. However, please be very careful at that time. That Desai is rumored to be a remnant of the Ide Kingdom. The Ide Kingdom. The Ide tribe was at the center of that Ide Kingdom? Sue Koo widened his eyes in shock. Yes, that Ide Kingdom. It was said to have been involved in the assassination of the previous emperor, and it was destroyed by our country 10 years ago. And that's an unconfirmed rumor? Yes, for the past year I have been tracking this matter, but I haven't been able to secure any solid proof. The fact that even Buhian can't secure proof means that no one can. What about the intelligence department? The Central Intelligence Department in Janjan is no good. It is already under Lord Kan's influence and has been absorbed. That's a serious problem? Yes. Both Sue Koo and Buhian frowned and deeply sighed. It was painful to see their beloved country fraying and leaning. Moreover, it was even more painful because they could not take effective measures to stop it. On the 7th morning after departing from the city of Mifasoshi, the group finally arrived at the capital, Janjan. As the entire view came into sight, there were 2 individuals who froze in place atop their horses. The others had been to the capital several times before. Everything is made of stone. It's a remarkable contrast compared to the wooden buildings of Mifasoshi. Both Rio and Abel were astonished by the wholly stone-built capital of Janjan. Janjan has a nearby quarry that produces good stone. The stones are transported here by ship. The city was built at the mouth of the Jan River, and it has expanded westward through canals. Seeing the two in awe, Mifa provided an explanation. She was a good disciple who helped her troubled master. Abel, you have a good disciple. I can't deny that. Rio praised her and Abel agreed. Having been complimented by the two, Mifa blushed bright red. As I mentioned earlier, the censorate wishes to hear from both of you regarding matters related to the autonomous city of Kubevasa and the Duchy of Atinjo. I've already conveyed what we heard in Mifasoshi, so this is just a formality. Ah, that's no problem. Abel nodded at Daimyo Sue Koo's explanation. It was as he had been told before leaving Mifasoshi. I guarantee your identities. Therefore, accommodations will be at my residence. The censorate will also come to the mansion to hear your story, so please rest easy. By the way, Mifa will stay at our house rather than at the Mogok residence, so please provide her with training. Understood. Abel agreed, and Rio nodded as well. They understood that Sue Koo had done quite a lot on their behalf. At the same time, they realized that Sue Koo held a high position in the capital, allowing him to make such arrangements. That afternoon, in the retreat palace of Princess Shio Fen. Your Highness, it has been a while. Mifa, here you can refer to me as Shio as usual. Yes, Lady Shio. After about half a year, Mifa and Princess Shio Fen met once again. I heard that after returning to Mifasoshi, you have been solely focused on swordsmanship. I met Director Mogok a few times, and he said the exact same thing. How embarrassing! Princess Shio Fen laughed as she spoke, and Mifa looked down, her face turning bright red. Princess Shio Fen was 17, while Mifa was 16. The Mogok family was an old noble family, and Mifa's father, Director Mogok, had been in Janjan for a long time, allowing the two to grow up like sisters. They were like sisters, classmates, and close friends. With Princess Shio Fen's marriage to Darway confirmed, Mifa returned to Mifasoshi during the preparation period to acquire knowledge and skills as a maid. However, having decided to live alongside Princess Shio Fen since they were young, she had studied what was necessary from time to time. Therefore, what she focused on while back in Mifasoshi was the final polishing of those skills. And of course, swordsmanship. Princess Shio Fen's groom would be Lion, the 6th Prince of Darway, who was 19. Due to his mother's low status, he was not involved in the competition for the throne. Yet, precisely because of that, no one knew what kind of difficulties might befall Princess Shio Fen. If those difficulties could be warded off with a sword, she would do just that. That was Mifa's resolve. I heard that during your time back there, you studied under a sword teacher. Yes, I became a disciple under my master, a person named Abel. You stood in front of the inn for 3 days, right? How do you know about that? I'm so ashamed. Mifa's face turned even redder at Princess Shio Fen's knowledge of her reckless actions. In hindsight, she felt embarrassed about her impulsive behavior. That's so typical of you, Mifa, to act so straightforwardly. However, Princess Shio Fen looked at Mifa with affection, feeling a certain kind of admiration for something she herself couldn't do. So, was that Abel someone you wanted to become a disciple of so badly? Saying that, Princess Shio Fen suddenly seemed to realize something. Could it be that you like that Abel? No way, Mifa retorted, still with a red face. First of all, my master is married and has a wife and children back home. I see. Princess Shio Fen made a slightly disappointed expression. Having observed Mifa's complete lack of interest in men since childhood, she thought perhaps Mifa had finally found someone she was attracted to. But it turned out that it was purely about swordsmanship. I can't help it, but I want you to find happiness, Mifa. Well, there might be some wonderful gentlemen in Darway, so there's no need to rush. Lady Shio, Mifa shook her head softly. As for the departure date for your marriage procession, it seems to be in 1 month. A month? Yes, most of the preparations are nearly finished, so I want to leave quickly. But it seems there are people who wish to disrupt or sabotage the marriage. That's causing delays. With a carefree expression, Princess Shio Fen said that. Disrupt? What do you mean by that? The most certain way to cause a disruption would be to kill me. Wah, smiling, Princess Shio Fen said this, leaving Mifa speechless. However, since I am technically a princess, it would be difficult for them to do it directly, so they will probably start by picking off people around me one by one. That means, Mifa, you might also be targeted. Saying this, Princess Shio Fen firmly grasped Mifa's hands with both of hers. Be very careful. Yes, I understand. Once you're inside this retreat palace, you'll be safe, but even getting here alone could be dangerous. Take someone with you, perhaps even that Abel would be best. Hey. Mifa was at a loss for words at Princess Shio Fen's sudden suggestion. Is that not okay? Someone who seems to be unable to enter a court because of improper behavior. This is a retreat palace, so that shouldn't be an issue, right? Ah, no, that part shouldn't be a problem. My master is an adventurer, but he seems to be of a high status originally. Oh, really? The way my master plays the violin. Sorry, but he was better than the Royal Palace Orchestra. Wow, strong in swordsmanship and skilled at the violin. I mean, being better than the Royal Palace Orchestra is unusual. Rather, it raises concerns. Yes, I wonder if he's really human. He's definitely human, Abel, who was doubted to be human. In the end, the inquiry involving Abel and Rio concluded after just 1 session the day after they arrived in the capital, Janjan. That was over quickly. When you think about having come all the way to the capital just for this, it feels inefficient. Well, we were originally supposed to arrive at the port of this capital, so it's not so bad, is it? It's all because of that Kraken swarm. The next time I see them, I'll make them regret it. What do you mean by make them regret it? Long ago, a tyrannical dictator used to say, "What's mine is mine and what's yours is mine." Abel should remember that. But I wouldn't want him to become a tyrant or a mad king, so maybe he shouldn't. Yeah, since I don't really understand, I'll just forget it. Recalling the recital on the top of the dictator's pipe from that television show, Rio took a book out of his bag. Practical the Future opened by Talismans and Spirit Talismans. It seems I ultimately couldn't read while on horseback. Yeah, it was tough. Before even thinking about getting sick, I couldn't understand the text. I asked Daimyo Sue Koo partway through, and he said that once you get used to it, you can read easily enough while at a walk. That means he can do it. He really has rich experience. So I'd like to find an opportunity to practice riding as well. Saying this, Rio looked out the window. It was the backyard of Daimyo Sue Koo's residence. There was a vast backyard, more accurately described as immense, sprawling across a significant area. There were no trees, just a field covered with low grass resembling a lawn. Furthermore, at the edge, there seemed to be something like a stable. I can't believe they allow riding there. Yes, to be able to read a book while on horseback. I sometimes wonder if Rio's enthusiasm is misplaced. Abel's small shake of the head in response to Rio's declaration of determination went unheard by anyone. Strange efforts are still efforts. Efforts do not betray, that is certain, but whether they can gain understanding from those around them remains unclear. My things are mine and your things are mine. Rio had declared his determination to practice riding, but the next day he went out for a little while. This was because a letter had arrived from an acquaintance the previous evening. Among the things that Rio-san showed interest in, I found some materials related to the administrative organization of Darway. If it's for Rio-san, who is being sponsored by Sue Koo-sama, I received permission from my superior to provide you with a transcription. I will be at the censorate tomorrow morning. That was the content of the letter. As is clear from the content, it was from Bafo, the person in charge of Rio's interrogation at the censorate the other day. To think Bafo-san would go out of his way to send a letter, what a nice person. No, what on earth did Rio talk about during the interrogation? Rio walked with a happy expression as he received the transcription from Bafo at the censorate. Beside him, for some reason, Abel followed, looking exasperated. Bafo-san is really a nice person and easy to talk to. During our casual chat, we discussed subjects of interest. The administrative organization of Darway was one of them. You know, unless we leave Darway, we can't return to the Central Nations, right? And it's the same with the Basanta Kingdom. The names related to administration are quite different from those in the Central Nations and the Western Nations. For instance, the censorate didn't even exist, did it? Well, that's certainly true. But you wouldn't have casual conversations during an interrogation. Just as Abel said that, he suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the interrogation itself was a ploy by Bafo? From the interests of the subject being interrogated, he could infer what kind of interference or information theft might be possible. Thinking that way, it seemed that Bafo might be surprisingly competent. After all, the subject of interrogation had the impression that he was really a nice person. At the very least, he wasn't incompetent. Indeed, the appearance of the person who had brought Rio the materials at the censorate just now looked like a very kind person. People are not as they appear, Abel murmured. Daimyo Sue Koo was riding in a carriage towards Lord Kan's mansion. Since the day he arrived in capital Janjan, he had been requesting an audience with Lord Kan, but had received no satisfactory response. He knew that Lord Kan was unable to meet due to ill health, and he knew Lord Kan had gone out for a long ride that day. So that was a lie. He also knew there was no schedule preventing him from visiting the royal palace. Hence, that was a lie too. In other words, it was clear that there was a reason Lord Kan absolutely did not want to meet him. I have no choice but to go, Daimyo Sue Koo sighed as he got into the carriage. Lord Kan was the younger brother of the previous king, the current king's uncle. In the Basanta Kingdom, he held a very high status. Depending on one's perspective, he might be the second highest status after the current king. It was something Sue Koo certainly did not want to do, to go barging in like this, but it couldn't be helped. After all, it was something that absolutely no one else could do, which is precisely why only Sue Koo could manage it. As the elder sister-in-law, only Sue Koo could. Still, carriages are really uncomfortable to ride in. Inside the carriage, Sue Koo muttered for the umpteenth time. After all, he was going to the mansion of the uncle of the current king. Riding in a carriage was necessary. That was a matter of etiquette. Normally, whether moving within Mifasoshi or elsewhere, Sue Koo would either walk or ride a horse, so he deeply hated the uncomfortable carriage ride. In the first place, you cannot see the scenery outside from a carriage. It's boring, and it dulls your reactions when something happens. After all, they were on a fairly major road in capital Janjan, a thoroughfare of the realm. He didn't think something would happen. There was a sense of carelessness about that. What? By the time Sue Koo inside the carriage noticed, the attendants had already been taken down. An ambush in broad daylight like this, moreover. A magic sealing talisman formation? That meant sealing magic by placing multiple magic sealing talismans around the carriage. Of course, it wasn't complete magic nullification. For a mage like Sue Koo, he could forcibly activate magic. However, it would take time and the power would be weakened. A spell that could normally be activated in 1 second would instead take 3 seconds, and its power would be halved. Depending on the opponent, that might not be a problem, but this time there were a lot of enemies. Already about 20 attackers had their swords drawn, surrounding the carriage. "Daimyo Sue Koo, step out of the carriage," the commander of the attackers shouted. Despite being called attackers, they were all wearing the same armor and wielding the same weapons. They were not thieves or bandits. In fact, such people wouldn't be able to cause a commotion in broad daylight in the capital. As expected, a crowd of onlookers began to gather at a distance. Before long, the capital's officials would likely show up, but if these attackers were the ones Sue Koo imagined, they wouldn't be able to intervene. "Should I probe? Are you going to guide me to Lord Kan?" As Sue Koo stepped out of the carriage, he clearly asked in a voice loud enough for those around him to hear. The commander's expression didn't change at all, but some of the attackers' expressions stiffened slightly. "Those are Lord Kan's men, or perhaps that aide, Duchy?" Sue Koo nodded inwardly. "If you're going to guide me, there was no need to kill my attendants, was there?" Of course, he understood that they wouldn't simply guide him. Either to the dungeon of Lord Kan's mansion, or to kill him in secret, he thought as he stepped out of the carriage. As expected, going as I am would be problematic. Even if I head to Lord Kan, I need to regroup and go in perfect condition. But still, to go this far. Was my read too shallow? I've probably gotten dull after spending too long in peaceful Mifasoshi. He smiled wryly at himself. At that moment, he spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd watching from a distance. One was a swordsman, the other was a mage. Moreover, the mage who made eye contact with him looked like he wanted to ask something. Sue Koo nodded slightly. In response, the mage also nodded. With an even louder voice than before, Sue Koo declared, "Due to the death of my attendants, I will return to my mansion for now. Please let Lord Kan know that I will come again another day." With that, it should have been conveyed to the crowd that Sue Koo wanted to escape from this situation and return to the mansion. Of course, that included the 2 who were there. "No, Daimyo Sue Koo, you must come with us," the leader of the ambushers announced. Then he signaled to those around him. As Sue Koo stepped down from the carriage, attackers began to approach from both sides to grab him, taking a step forward. Slip, slip, they slipped and fell. "What, Daimyo Sue Koo, don't resist." "No, I'm not doing anything." "Can't you see that?" the leader yelled, and Sue Koo spread his arms to indicate he was doing nothing. In truth, he was surprised too, the mage in the crowd. He thought Ryo would do something. Then the 2 who had fallen tried to stand up, but as expected, slip, slip, they fell again. "What are you doing? Someone else grab him!" the leader shouted as the other attackers, who had just been spectators, took a step forward. Slip. A completely identical scene unfolded, just by taking 1 step, and those who had fallen once continued to slip and could not stand up. The damage spread rapidly, and half of the ambushing squad, 10 of them, were unable to get up. And the remaining 10, including the leader, could not move a step at all. What is the meaning of this? No one could accurately answer the words the leader squeezed out in confusion. Desperately trying to think of a solution, the leader quickly came up with a good idea. "Sorcerers, seal them from a distance." At the leader's command, the 3 sorcerers who had been dazed like everyone else regained their senses. Immediately, they took the talismans they had in their pockets and aimed them at Sue Koo. No, they tried to throw them. It froze. At the moment they tried to throw it, the talisman froze and fell to the ground. The 3 sorcerers were dumbfounded by the first experience. Only the swordsman standing next to them noticed that a water attribute mage in the crowd grinned. The swordsman, Abel, muttered, "It seems Ryo's scheme has succeeded." "Hey, what are you doing? The talismans have frozen." The leader shouted in anger, and the sorcerers answered in a small voice. "What? Talismans can't freeze?" The leader said that, but once he saw the talismans that had frozen and fallen to the ground, he had no choice but to accept it. "How can this be? Talismans should reflect magic." "Yes." A voice filled with anger and confusion was squeezed from the leader, and the sorcerers could only weakly respond. "If the talismans can't be used, then use magic to hold them back." "Ah, yes." At the leader's command, the sorcerers regained their senses once more. Yes, sorcerers can use not just talismans, but also magic. Wind-binding formation magic surged from the hands of the 3 sorcerers. The magic was released. However, it only traveled 30 centimeters in front of their eyes. There, all the magic froze. Even the magic, it froze. What is happening? The sorcerers felt that something they couldn't understand was occurring. Their teeth began to chatter. That chattering spread throughout their entire bodies. Their bodies started to tremble in fear. As a result, all three of them sat down. The fact that the magic of the sorcerers had all frozen and that the three had sat down was visible to the leader. What does this mean? Sue Koo is using wind attribute magic. Is there a water attribute mage somewhere? But it's the earth attribute magic that keeps us from standing up. 2 attributes? No, multiple mages? The leader muttered that and glanced around. However, he soon realized that there were far too many things happening that could not be explained by the magic he knew. The situation did not wait. As I said earlier, please let Lord Ken know that I will come another day. Now if you will excuse me. With that, Sue Koo began to walk away briskly. Hey, wait, the leader shouted, and the subordinates who inadvertently took a step forward to try to capture Sue Koo, slip, they slipped and fell. The chain of falls resumed. Including the sorcerers sitting down, new subordinates were unable to get up. Only the leader remained standing. Even the leader could not move. If he took even one step, he would likely fall too. Already Sue Koo had started to walk toward the crowd. At this rate, he would escape. The leader had been instructed by Duchy to bring Sue Koo in. In that case, some injuries were unavoidable. They said some injuries were unavoidable, but the leader knew that Sue Koo was the sister-in-law of Lord Kan. As the Daimyo of the second city of Basanta, Mifasoshi, and having had a close relationship with the previous king, he also knew that he was trusted by the current king. In short, he was a significant figure in the nation. Injuring him in front of the public was hardly advisable. It was questionable enough that they were trying to take him away after killing his attendants, but compared to injuring Sue Koo himself, they could make excuses for anything. But I have no choice. The leader murmured that and drew 2 throwing knives from his waist, aiming them at Sue Koo's legs, who had his back turned. Clang! At a distance of 30 centimeters from the leader, the throwing knives froze and fell to the ground. Just like the sorcerer's magic from earlier. What is this? What on earth? The leader muttered in disbelief. Sue Koo walked away leisurely. After Sue Koo left, Rio and Abel remained in the crowd for a while. They were continuing to generate the ice path in real time beneath the feet of the attackers who were trying to get back on their feet. They keep trying to stand up without learning their lesson, don't they? Ah, yeah, it's a bit sad to say they're not learning their lesson. Rio muttered while shaking his head slightly, and Abel felt a bit sorry for the attackers who kept falling down each time. But they are the evildoers who attacked the innocent Daimyo in broad daylight, right? They should reflect deeply on their misdeeds. True, what Rio says is absolutely correct. Abel agreed and nodded, thinking that Rio's point was entirely valid. However, I suppose they received such orders. Are they willing to do anything just because they were ordered? That's no good. They lack initiative. There are indeed bosses out there who treat their subordinates like disposable tools. One must protect oneself. That's completely true. You're spot on. Rio lamented the attackers' lack of initiative, while Abel accepted Rio's assertion. Perhaps it was a time when even attackers were expected to have initiative. By the way, about the magic and throwing knives that got frozen earlier, yes, it was my dynamic steam mine. I had it laid out in front of them. Rio answered cheerfully to Abel's question. He had anticipated that they would likely use magic for long-range attacks anyway. By the way, while they were talking, Rio was continuing to generate the ice path beneath the attackers who were attempting to get back up. Even standing next to you, I can't tell at all that you're using magic, Rio. Right. It may be that a time is coming when mages will require stealth. I practice to get ahead of the times. Stealth! There was a time when I was in the Run Guild dormitory, and I secretly generated ice path like this while peeking out the window to punish the investigation team, but Phelps spotted me. Rio recalled generating ice path while peeking out the window, intending to punish the investigation team. After punishing them, once the people had left, Phelps came to the window to greet him. Oh, he can't use magic, but Vice Captain Sheena can use 2 attributes. He's sensitive to the flow of magical power, or rather, the activation of magic. Having 2 attributes, I certainly remember feeling that Sheena was incredibly strong. Well, she used to be an assassin. She's strong. Why does Phelps keep someone like that around him? Because she's strong? Originally, someone tried to assassinate Phelps and failed, and then became devoted to Phelps. What's with that protagonist-like backstory, failing to assassinate the protagonist and instead serving them? That is one of the classic developments of a story. However, that is strictly a classic development surrounding the protagonist. In fact, Phelps is the story's protagonist. Now, who knows? He has a good face, is smart, incredibly strong, popular, and is the heir of a marquee house, so he has a lot of followers. But that's about it. Yeah, without a doubt, he's the protagonist. Abel enumerated Phelps' traits while grimacing, and Rio accepted the reality with a small shake of his head. The world is unfair. Indeed. The world is inherently unfair. After a while, the crowd began to disperse. After Sue Koo had left, they continued to watch the attackers trying to stand up, but it seemed they had grown bored. Moreover, nearly all the attackers had given up on standing up, and it was likely related to that. As the crowd began to disperse, Ryo and Abel also left the scene. It was a hassle to have to stick around just to keep knocking them over. Well, it was necessary, but it can't be helped. By now, Sue Koo should be at the mansion. The generated magic is simple. The ice path only generates at the moment weight is applied. Once they slip and no longer apply weight, the ice path disappears. It's just a repetition of those two things. I feel like it could be replicated with alchemy tools. Ryo's muttering surprised Abel. Are you suggesting we create alchemy tools to do that? Yes, if we do that, I wouldn't have to stay there all the time. That alchemy tool would be placed in a situation like that, right? Yes, if that alchemy tool gets stolen, it would be a big deal. Right, Ryo noticed the flaw, and Abel agreed. But soon after, Ryo seemed to have a flash of inspiration, clenched his right hand into a fist, and slapped it against his open left palm. He seemed to be expressing that he had come up with an idea. I found a good solution. I don't know why, but I don't want to hear it that much. Abel should just keep an eye on that alchemy tool and then reclaim it at the end. Yeah, I really should have preferred not to hear that. The recovery of the device seems to be one of the difficult challenges in any story. When the two of them arrived at Sue Koo's mansion, the area around the gate had already become quite tense. Specifically, not only was the gate tightly closed, but there were also 4 guards with spears standing there. When we came out in the morning, there were no guards and the gate was open in the first place. Ryo and Abel were surprised by the change. But of course they understood. They had been attacked in the middle of the city. There was no guarantee they wouldn't attack the mansion. A small-scale, full-blown war. I understand what you're trying to say, but is that really the right expression? Abel shook his head slightly at Ryo's muttering. Naturally, the two of them smoothly passed through the gate and entered. Oh, I'm glad you two are safe. Sue Koo, who welcomed them, smiled brightly and said that. Then he formally bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you for helping me earlier. No, we just happened to pass by and got lucky, Ryo said hurriedly as he raised his face. However, an attack in the city during the day, I'm sorry, but does such a thing happen in this town called Janjan? Not at all. I've never heard of anything like that. Sue Koo shook his head vigorously in denial at Abel's straightforward question. No matter how strong Lord Kan's power was, if they did something like that, they surely wouldn't get away with it. Why did they go about it so flamboyantly, I wonder? Flamboyantly? Yes, they could have quietly abducted me without causing such a scene. It seems very forced in a way. It seemed that Ryo perceived it as being too deliberate. If it was deliberate, then there must be some other aim behind it. Well then, what exactly is that aim? Abel and Sue Koo frowned and thought. However, even when they thought about it, no answer came to them. If you think of anything, please let us know. At Sue Koo's words, Abel and Ryo nodded. I have a feeling that something quite serious may happen. Abel, please be cautious in your actions as well. Yeah, it is precisely during such a pinch that our usual efforts save us. Ryo stated firmly with a serious expression. But Abel looked at him with half-closed eyes. Abel, what's with that look? Well, it just doesn't feel serious when you say that while riding a horse. How rude. Indeed, the two of them were riding horses in the backyard of Sue Koo's mansion. As declared the other day, Ryo was undergoing riding training. Of course, he had obtained permission from Sue Koo. Moreover, the guard squad of Sue Koo's mansion in the royal capital was cooperating with them. Next to Ryo, Abel was also riding a horse in a somewhat casual manner. In Abel's case, he had been riding horses in the royal castle since he was little, and he liked to make horses gallop, so he had no qualms about it. It seemed to be a way to relieve stress. As expected of Abel, you look great on horseback. Well, yeah, I like riding horses, and this horse is well-trained and easy to ride. I heard mine is the same, but they say it's a gentle and easy-to-ride horse. Captain Murren of the 7th Guard Squad mentioned it. The 7th Guard Squad is over at the stables? Yes, indeed. They're really nice people. Captain Murren is said to be the top class when it comes to horses in this mansion. I feel lucky, Ryo said happily. As they circled around slowly in the backyard, matching Ryo's leisurely ride, Mifa, who was staying at the mansion, came over. What are you two doing? I'm doing riding training. I'm being shown Abel's skill. Hey, Ryo answered Mifa's question, and Abel shook his head slightly. Indeed, Master, you're good. Even from my perspective, it feels like you and the horse are one. Ahaha, Abel smiled wryly at Mifa's praise. After all, someone of noble status. What Mifa muttered while recalling her conversation with Princess Shio Fen went unheard by the two. According to Sue, it seems we will maintain this heightened alert for a while. Understood. Mifa reported to Abel, who had dismounted, and Abel nodded. By the way, Ryo was still on the horse. Is Ryo-san still riding? He said he wants to be able to read books while on horseback, so I think he will keep riding while switching horses for a while. That's just who he is. He doesn't find it hard to keep going towards his goals at all. That's amazing. When there's someone like that close by, it makes you want to do it too, right? Mifa was surprised, while Abel said with a laugh. On horseback, Rio was stroking the horse's neck and talking to it. Of course, since it was a human talking to a horse, a conversation wouldn't naturally take place. Yet for some reason, he was laughing from time to time. Is he really having a conversation with the horse? That's not happening, right? It shouldn't be, but it's Rio, so I can't say that with confidence. The world is filled with mysteries. Today, the 7th episode, part 2 of the comic was updated on Corona X. Bihai-chan's majestic form, the overall rating of the water attribute mage, has reached 300,000 points. This is all thanks to the readers who always read and support us. Thank you very much. We will continue to post more. I hope everyone enjoys reading. 2 days later, a letter of apology arrived from Lord Ken addressed to Sue Koo. It says there was a misunderstanding, and he's sorry. It's unacceptable to let attendants die due to a misunderstanding. It says here that he wants us to come tomorrow. Mifa confirmed as she looked at the letter handed to her by Sue Koo. Yes, I'll go for a bit. Mifa, you are also supposed to visit Princess Xiao Fen's retreat palace tomorrow, right? Yes, last time the princess said so, so I will go with Lord Abel. That's good, then I can relax. You should take at least a small squad with you. I will also go with a full battalion, everyone fully armed. Is it to ensure we are ready for anything that may happen? Yes. We must be prepared in case it turns into a war right then and there. Mifa responded with surprise, while Sue Koo spoke with a serious expression that left no room for joking. In fact, Sue Koo was contemplating the possibility of a military confrontation in her mind, and she planned to bring enough combat strength to win should such a confrontation occur. If they were to mobilize such military power within the royal capital, it would undoubtedly lead to a scolding from the king later on. But it was better than being careless and dying. The next day. All right, let's go, Mifa. Yes, master. As the two of them exited the mansion's door, a lined-up unit awaited them. 20 bodyguards centered around Captain Solon's first patrol unit, alongside the maximum combat strength that Sue Koo could mobilize within the royal capital, 200 men. Are we going to war or something? Susama said she would prepare a capable force even if it turned into war. Abel murmured without realizing it, to which Mifa recalled their conversation from yesterday and responded. The lined-up unit was fully armed. If they were at their stronghold in the city of Mifasoshi, they could likely mobilize several dozen times this amount of combat strength. Nonetheless, this was still a considerable power that could be mobilized within the royal capital, outside of the king's command. It demonstrated the magnitude of Sue Koo's power. As Abel and Mifa passed in front of them, 8 bodyguards stepped forward. Lord Abel, we are tasked with escorting Lady Mifa. I am Murin, the captain of the 7th escort squad. You helped with the mounted training for Rio and me. I appreciate your help again today. Captain Murin greeted them, and Abel responded. Mifa bowed her head beside Abel. Abel, Mifa, and the 7th escort squad, totaling 10 people, mounted their horses and headed towards Princess Xiao Fen's retreat palace. The reason for traveling by horse instead of walking was that retreat speed would be overwhelmingly faster on horseback, in case of an emergency. It was clear that moving quickly was better for both returning to the mansion and rushing into the retreat palace. Does Sue Koo have horses apart from those in the mansion's stable? Yes. Susama has a ranch on the outskirts of the royal capital. Of course, she has one in Mifasoshi as well. I believe she may own the most horses outside of the royal family. That's impressive. Abel expressed genuine surprise. By the way, where is Rio-san today? He was called to the censorate. What? Did he get wrapped up in some trouble? Mifa asked worriedly. The censorate played a police-like role in monitoring and inspecting issues within the royal capital. Simultaneously, they also had a prosecutorial aspect, making it a place that ordinary people tended to avoid. Therefore, when the announcement, "The censorate has arrived," was made, those with a guilty conscience would scatter like frightened spiders. It might be equivalent to the phrase police in modern Earth. No. It seems he requested some documents he wanted to see during the censorate's hearing the other day, and one of them has been located. Right. It's hard to understand. I don't get it either. Seeing Mifa tilt her head, Abel nodded in agreement. Well, that's Rio. It's to be expected with him. Nonetheless, it had become somewhat familiar for Abel to resolve matters simply by invoking Rio's name. That's just how Rio was. Thank you for coming. You must be Lord Abel. I am Shio, granted the title of Princess Fen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have heard from Mifa. I am Abel from the Natore Kingdom. Nice to meet you. Abel exchanged greetings with Princess Xiao Fen. Then the three of them enjoyed a pleasant tea gathering, until a certain moment. Clearly, hurried footsteps echoed that should not be heard in this elegant retreat palace. Then a figure resembling a guard burst in and shouted, "It's terrible, Princess! The retreat palace is under attack!" Princess Xiaofen was left speechless. Mifa also found herself at a loss for words, able strained to listen. Faintly there was the sound of sword fights, barely audible. The distance from the gate to the princess's room was considerable. If the gate had not yet been breached, it was understandable that it would be a faint sound. Who are the attackers? Do they have a crest? The crest is the rising sun from the mountains. They are Lord Kan's men. I see. Princess Xiaofen grimaced at the guard's answer. "Shio-sama, please escape," Mifa suggested. However, Princess Xiaofen shook her head in response. "It's impossible, Mifa. Why not? There are 3 underground passages in this retreat palace, secret escape routes, but all of them are probably secured. There must be soldiers lying in wait at the exits." Princess Xiaofen spoke with conviction. She clearly stated it. "How can you be so sure?" Abel asked. "This retreat palace was entered by Lord Kan during the reign of the late king. Since he was the younger brother of the king at that time, he must know the structure of this palace, including the underground passages. And the attackers are coming through those underground passages? That is unlikely. When I came to reside here, the alchemical key for the underground passages was changed to open with my body," Princess Xiaofen answered. While they were discussing this, a new guard rushed in to report. "The main gate and the back gate are both under attack. The back gate is narrow and difficult to deploy a large force, but it's only a matter of time before the main gate is breached." "I understand," Princess Xiaofen replied, then pondered for a moment before speaking. "I apologize, Lord Abel. Mifa, could you please help us?" "Of course, just tell me what you need." Abel nodded firmly. "Please assist at the main gate." "Understood. Mifa, stay here and protect the princess." "I should also go to the main gate." "No, do not leave the princess alone." Abel spoke firmly, not allowing any objections. "Mifa, you have been training your swordsmanship to protect the princess, haven't you? Now is that time. But if I were the enemy commander, I would find some way to strike the main camp swiftly. In this case, the main camp is Princess Xiaofen herself. Then, the attack on the main gate is a diversion? Yes. Of course, if they breach it, the situation will rapidly turn against us, so we cannot ignore it. That's why I'm heading there. However, their aim is likely the princess's life. Someone must protect her here. Who will that be? It will be me. I will protect Shio-sama's life." Mifa responded resolutely to Abel's question. There was no hesitation in her expression. A firm determination radiated from her. "Thus, Princess, I will protect you." "Yes, Mifa, please. I'll take care of it, Shio-sama. Master, good luck. Yeah, I'm off." And so the curtain rose on the defense battle of the retreat palace, a torrent of developments. Various reasons will undoubtedly be explained later. "Do not retreat. If you retreat here, they will push us back all at once." The one shouting to maintain the front line is Captain Murren of the 7th Guard Squad, Sue Koo. The first wave of attacks from the raiding party has already taken down the captain of the retreat palace's defense soldiers. Therefore, he is currently acting as a temporary commander, collaborating with the surviving guards to defend the main gate. However, there are too many of them, he barely suppresses the words. But the situation is overwhelmingly unfavorable. Each individual in the retreat palace's guards and the escort squad is stronger, but the sheer number of enemies is too great. They are being surrounded and taken down one by one. Captain Murren is also commanding while fighting. He is already covered in cuts all over his body. However, he has no time to drink a potion and recover. We are still holding since no mages or sorcerers have appeared yet, but it is purely a battle of frontline fighters. Both mages and sorcerers have the limiting factor of magical power in combat. Once their magical power runs out, they can no longer fight. Therefore, in the Basanta Kingdom, they are often held back until the decisive moment when they can turn the tide. Until then, they are conserved. Conversely, this means that there are still reserve forces available. Unless they can draw out the mages and sorcerers, true victory will not be achieved. However, if they do appear, the front line could be broken through in an instant. Group battles are indeed quite complex. That said, when it comes to a chaotic battle like this, there are some things that can be ignored. That is the long-range attacks from arrows. Of course, even in the midst of chaos, magical long-range attacks can hit their targets, but as mentioned earlier, the mages are not coming out as reserve forces. In other words, what should be paid attention to in long-range attacks is the arrows. However, it is difficult to shoot arrows amidst the chaos. But, at that moment an arrow pierced deeply into Captain Murren's left shoulder. "Captain, don't come. Maintain the front line." A subordinate from the 7th Squad raises their voice in surprise. Yet Captain Murren shouts furiously to stop them from coming to him. Currently, everyone is fighting on the brink. If even one person comes to him, the section they leave could collapse. Captain Murren clearly recognizes the person who shot him with the arrow. It is the commander of the raiding party charging towards the main gate. In the royal capital, anyone involved in martial matters would have heard his name at least once. General Fioshu, why are you, of all people, involved in such a violent act? Of course, he understands in his mind. General Fioshu is an ally of Lord Kan, and although he has stepped back from the front lines, is still an advisor to Lord Kan's army. However, he was originally a capable general known as the Shield of the Nation under the previous king. To think that such a man is involved in such a reckless deed, Captain Murren's face twists with anger. Even if he understands, he cannot accept it. Even if a general has accomplishments and is said to be capable, participating in such a violent act makes him unworthy of respect. Humph, with the sword in his right hand, he severed the arrow that was embedded in his left shoulder. Of course, the arrowhead remains in his shoulder. It will be difficult to remove later, but it cannot be helped. The long arrow that is stuck is too much of an obstruction to swing his sword. His left arm had become almost useless. However, it does not matter. He absolutely cannot allow this place to be breached. He will defend it even if it costs him his life. Captain Murren's determination and actions invigorated not only the 7th Guard Squad protecting the main gate, but also the retreating guards with a new resolve. However, another arrow that would crush that resolve was on the way. In the chaos, the strong bow accurately began to diminish the defensive side's strength. General Fioshu. Captain Murren's mouth leaked the name again, filled with frustration. He likely realized that Captain Murren had started paying attention to the arrows shot by General Fioshu. General Fioshu had begun aiming at another target. One shot, one kill. Arrows that do not necessarily kill but can rob them of their combat abilities. This is getting bad. Looking around, Captain Murren murmured. In just a few minutes, half of their forces had been forced to withdraw from the front line. Surely, if they lose any more, the front line will collapse and the main gate will be breached. The attacking side must have understood this as well. Charge! Oh, the large offensive began. Hold the line. This is the crucial moment, Captain Murren shouted as well. Both the 7th Guard Squad and the retreating soldiers swung their swords with the resolve to risk their lives. They continued to move to avoid being surrounded. But with each movement, their injuries increased. This is bad. Captain Murren saw that the right flank of the defense had collapsed. No one from the left or the center could spare any personnel. Murren was also fighting. We are going to be breached. The moment Captain Murren steeled himself, fresh blood splattered. One after another, the raiding party fell. Red rushed through. Blood sprayed in the air. Captain Murren barely understood that something was rushing through him, but he did not know what it was. In the blink of an eye, 10 raiders were taken down. At that moment, Captain Murren finally saw. Lord Abel. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. There stood Abel, Mifa's master, wielding a glowing red magic sword. As he shouted back, Abel continued to slash. Without even clashing swords with most enemies, he incapacitated them one by one with a single swing. What a sword, as expected of Mifa's master. He turned the tide all by himself. It would not be impossible for a mage. But Abel is a swordsman. A single swordsman saves a defense on the brink of collapse, incapacitating dozens of enemies in a short time. However, the raiders were not simply watching. Kakin. After a long time, Abel's sword clashed against an opponent's sword. Are you the commander of the raiding party? I haven't heard of any swordsman like you around the princess. The one who charged at Abel was General Fioshu. Though aged, he was once called the Shield of the Nation. His sword is different from the common soldiers. I happen to be invited to the princess's tea party. Quite unfortunate for you. What is your name? Do you know, raider? It is common courtesy to introduce oneself when asking for someone's name. Abel replied lightly. His mannerisms were reminiscent of a certain water attribute mage. If his previous acquaintances were here, they would surely say so. Kan's army advisor, Fioshu. I see. I am Abel of the Natore Kingdom. Natore of the Central Nations, the bard sings about you. I have heard that the sword technique of the king wielding the glowing red magic sword surpasses that of any nation. The king's name is Abel I, General Fioshu muttered with a grim expression. And what if that were me? Would you surrender? No, that path has already been cut off. Then there is only one thing for a swordsman to do. Yeah, only to challenge the sword. The intensity of their sword clashes increased. With hair and beard completely white, General Fioshu is at an age that can only be described as old. However, his sword and gaze still have strength. In their exchanges, he is not at all losing in strength. I see he is strong. He must be nearing 70 to be able to wield a sword like this. This is not the sword of a pure swordsman. Is he a commander? This is a sword that should be used to ensure that the commander himself is never defeated, not one that charges in to cut down opponents. As a king, I feel I should be that way too. In the end, Abel chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since becoming a king, he recalled the many times he had been admonished by Royal Knight Commander Danton. The highest commander must never be defeated. Given this, he wished that Danton would refrain from charging into enemy ranks. Danton's words were most reasonable. He is strong, too strong, far beyond my prime. I thought the bard's songs were exaggerated, but this sword indeed surpasses that of any nation. Is this the real King Abel? I do not know why he is in the eastern nations. No, this is bad. It is necessary to stop him, even at the cost of my life. If I were to fall in a mutual destruction with such a formidable opponent, it would not be bad. No, rather an honor. General Fioshu also chuckled self-deprecatingly. That slight determination was sensed by Abel. He was about to make a move. However, for Abel, that was a welcome opportunity. He would likely unleash a great technique. If so, it would be almost instinctual for a swordsman like Abel to match that counter. In fact, there is not much time to spare. Here it comes. The moment Abel thought that, General Fioshu closed the distance in one swift motion and struck down fiercely. They firmly transitioned into a blade lock. At that moment, magic was unleashed from the raiding party. Towards the clump of Abel and General Fioshu locked in battle, the intent was clear. They intended to make Abel the target of the magic along with General Fioshu. As a trump card, it had likely been planned from the beginning. General Fioshu sent a minuscule signal that even Abel did not notice, and the operation was executed without hesitation. At that moment, Abel saw that General Fioshu had closed his eyes. That was the resolve of death. Sword technique, absolute shadow. However, he did not intend to be defeated. What activated was the sword technique, absolute shadow. It is a technique that dodges all long-range attacks. In fact, it is one of the highest-class techniques among sword techniques. Considering its effectiveness, that is only natural. More than 10 attack spells came at him. Abel dodged and General Fioshu's body was pierced. General Fioshu crumbled to the ground. Ignoring that, Abel charged into the center of the raiding party. He was aware of those who had unleashed the magic. In just 1 minute, he subdued them all. All the mages and sorcerers were taken down. Almost simultaneously, Captain Murren and the 7th Guard Squad also defeated the raiding party they were facing. After confirming the entire situation, Abel returned to where General Fioshu lay. "Kill me!" While spitting blood from his mouth, General Fioshu's weak voice urged Abel to deliver the final blow. "No, I will not kill you. I want you to become a captive for the sake of the future," Abel stated clearly. "Are you asking me to live in shame? Live and take responsibility. The responsibility for being unable to stop Lord Kan and his surroundings." General Fioshu murmured, and despite the severity of the content, Abel's tone was not at all accusatory. "Murren, yes, Lord Abel, this General Fioshu will be taken prisoner. Do not let him die." "Understood." Nodding at Abel's words, Captain Murren immediately started administering potions. "I will return to the princess immediately. I leave the rest to you." With that, Abel dashed off. Now he was certain. A separate unit would strike directly at the princess. Thinking in that way explains why Fioshu had tried to stop Abel, even at the cost of his own life. At that moment, if Fioshu died, the raiding party would lose its commander. Even if they eliminated Abel standing before them, their goal was the life of Princess Xiaofen deep within the retreat palace. There is no way that a commanding officer would self-destruct while their objective remains out of reach. However, if there is a separate unit, and if they could achieve their objective even if he died. Thus, Abel ran. A little before the attack on Princess Xiaofen's retreat palace, Sue Koo's group arrived at Lord Kan's mansion. A fully armed group of over 200 people. However, the mansion opened its doors and welcomed them inside. Naturally, Sue Koo suspected a trap. Talisman detection, as the name suggests, this is a wind attribute magic that detects talismans and spirit talismans set within a certain distance. It was developed in the previous dynasty of Darway and is a magic that several people, including Sue Koo, can use even in the Basanta kingdom. Originally, talismans work well with concealment, so only highly skilled mages can find them even with talisman detection. However, Sue Koo is a seasoned mage. Only attack reflection talismans on the outer wall. There are no magic sealing types. Now, what does this mean? They accept over 200 fully armed soldiers without any traps related to magic or sorcery. It hasn't happened lately, but probe, this is a wind attribute magic that can detect the presence of ambushers, for example. Indeed, no ambushers. Of course, unlike talismans, ambushers can be sensed by their presence. For someone like Sue Koo, who has navigated through life and death situations, this is obvious. Even someone as experienced as Sue Koo cannot understand the situation at Kan's mansion. In the end, I suppose it's best to enter the mansion and meet directly. Sue Koo was guided to meet Lord Kan along with her attendants by surprisingly humble servants. "Sue Koo, thank you for coming." This was Lord Kan's first greeting to the group. Extremely ordinary. Despite being in a state of near war, it was remarkably normal. That is why it felt abnormal. As a mage, Sue Koo quickly sensed that Lord Kan was indeed unusual. What is this? The flow of magical power from Lord Kan is strange. The magical power within his body has significantly decreased, and there is magical power flowing in from the outside. This is a flow of magical power I've never seen before. I apologize for the unfortunate misunderstanding the other day. Lord Kan was apologizing before Sue Koo. He was apologizing, but upon closer inspection, his expression lacks vigor. Lord Kan was known for his strong presence, both good and bad. As Sue Koo thought this, she bowed her head. No, your words are too generous. By bowing her head, she disconnected from Lord Kan's gaze. With her head still bowed, she closed her eyes and softly chanted. Talisman detection. As soon as she passed through the gate, she performed talisman detection again outside the mansion. There were no talismans related to traps outside. I found it inside the chair where Lord Kan sits. A talisman. Moreover, there is a flow of magical power from that talisman to Lord Kan. Is such a talisman possible? Sue Koo lifted her face. Her expression was conscious of maintaining normalcy, but her mind was spinning rapidly. A flow of magical power from the talisman to a person. A sorcerer would understand, but if not, wouldn't they fall under the dominion of the talisman? I see it's controlling Lord Kan. Sue Koo recalled a certain sorcery. Puppet. An old, very ancient origin of sorcery. Some say it originated from the floating continent, in ancient Babylon, the sorcery of puppets. While known as an ancient form of sorcery, only one method for its exorcism has been discovered. Namely, the death of the sorcerer who cast it. No, it isn't certain yet that it's puppet sorcery. I need to confirm, but to do that I would have to disrobe him. Sue Koo let out a deep sigh in her heart. Puppet sorcery draws a characteristic magic circle over the target's chest, above the heart. If confirmed, one could tell if they had been turned into a puppet. However, checking the chest of a person of Lord Kan's stature is extremely difficult. I have no choice. Sue Koo looked directly at Lord Kan and began to speak. Lord Kan, I have a somewhat confidential matter. I would like to speak in private with just the two of us, so please dismiss everyone else. Very well. Lord Kan accepted Sue Koo's proposal without changing his expression or tone of voice. At this point, Sue Koo thought to herself that the possibility of him being a puppet was over 80%. He was just too different from the Lord Kan she knew. Once everyone had exited and kept a reasonable distance, Sue Koo cast her spell. Sleep instantly, Lord Kan fell into a deep sleep. Sue Koo, still seated, loosened the clothing around Lord Kan's chest, and there, indeed, a star-shaped magic circle. So it is puppet sorcery after all. Sue Koo let out a deep sigh. She shook her head lightly. Her deceased sister's husband. Their ways of thinking and methodologies were different from hers, but still, such a thing should not be happening. With those words, a single tear fell from her downcast face. The only way to exorcise a puppet sorcery is to kill the sorcerer who cast it. It was likely that the one who cast it on Lord Kan was a sorcerer named Duchy. If he's anywhere in this mansion, Sue Koo muttered, wiping her tears and resolutely raising her head. What she had to do was clear. Someone? Yes. Here, at Sue Koo's call, a subordinate quickly entered after opening the door. Immediately search for Duchy. Inform the mansion's staff that you have Lord Kan's consent. Anyone who interferes with the search may be slain? Yes. The subordinates quickly dispersed. I'm sorry, Lord Kan, I borrowed your name without permission. Of course, Lord Kan, who was enchanted by magic, offered no response. At Princess Xiaofen's retreat palace, in the most spacious and secluded chamber, Princess Xiaofen had moved and was being protected by the guards. Among those guards, there were 20 from the princess's personal imperial guard, the Princess Guard. And then there was Mifa. Lady Xiao, please bear with it a little longer. It's okay, Mifa. Princess Xiaofen nodded back with a smile at Mifa's words. At that moment, the commotion outside the door grew louder. The sound of sword fights could be heard even within the chamber, along with shouts. Naturally, the 20 members of the Princess Guard and Mifa drew their swords. There is an entrance to one of the underground passages right next to the audience chamber. They must have entered from there. The calmest among them was undoubtedly Princess Xiaofen, whose life was in danger. Even though it's sealed with an alchemical key, it's something humans do. It isn't perfect. Princess Xiaofen responded to Mifa's words with a wry smile. The difference lay in their readiness. Before long, the door to the audience chamber was broken down. Only one person entered. Indeed, it seems I was correct to come here. A tall man with black hair trimmed at the shoulders and a black longsword grinned as he spoke. No way! Ridiculous! Why are you here? Voices of disbelief rose from the Princess Guard. Mifa did not know who the man with the black sword was, yet she felt as if she was being crushed by his overwhelming presence. Lord Vogue, it's been a while, just as expected of the princess. Your composure in this situation without crying out truly impresses me. I have always thought that you should be the queen of this country, princess. That's nonsense. Princess Shio Fen deflected the light-hearted remarks of the man referred to as Lord Vogue. However, with the mention of Lord Vogue, Mifa finally understood who the man with the black sword before her was. The current sword of the nation? Mifa's whisper must have been heard. Lord Vogue replied with a laugh. Ha, correct, little girl, you are. Oops. While Lord Vogue was speaking, the Princess Guard attacked. I was still talking. Despite frowning, Lord Vogue deftly dodged the attacks of the Princess Guard. Moreover, while dodging, he accurately countered, knocking down the members of the Princess Guard one by one. From Mifa's perspective, his power was overwhelming. Too strong. In just 2 minutes, Lord Vogue had laid all 20 members of the Princess Guard to rest. Princess Guard, perhaps your training isn't sufficient, Lord Vogue said with a laugh. You're just too strong, Lord Vogue. I'm flattered beyond measure. Princess Shio Fen spoke, and Lord Vogue exaggeratedly bowed in a polite manner. You have the confidence to come alone. You certainly have that level of ability. No, that's a misunderstanding. The underground passage is sealed with the highest grade alchemical key, and it seems only one person can pass through it by tricking the alchemical key. That's why I came alone. As Lord Vogue walked, he continued speaking. Now I shall take the princess's life? Not yet. Mifa stood in front of Lord Vogue. Seeing this, Lord Vogue narrowed his eyes. Little girl, you cannot win. Removing his mocking smile, he said this with a serious expression. Even so, I cannot yield here. Mifa stood before Princess Shio Fen, sword drawn. Mifa, it's impossible. Step aside. I will not. Though Princess Shio Fen spoke gently, Mifa stood firm with unwavering resolve. You're stronger than the previous members of the guard. If you live, you may one day reach my level. What value is there in surviving by handing over Lady Shio? Good grief, then die. With a serious attack. Without a doubt, what Lord Vogue unleashed was a serious blow. That. Will you deflect this? Lord Vogue was surprised. He understood that Mifa wielded a one-handed sword. As such, even if she could deflect it, he intended to strike down both her sword and her shoulder. However, Mifa perfectly angled her sword against his blow, channeling the force of the attack away. The logic isn't difficult. But to deflect a sword at such incredible speed while putting her own sword forward takes courage. For if she were to fail, she would die. Moments ago, even among the members of the Princess Guard, there had been those who had tried to do so, yet they had all failed and been defeated. Lord Vogue leaped back significantly. Mifa didn't pursue him. Mifa's strategy was singular, to buy time until her master, Abel, returned. Therefore, if her opponent created distance and time passed, that was a favorable development. Moreover, if the opponent spoke to her all the more, "Little girl, what's your name?" "Mifa." Mifa answered Lord Vogue's question briefly. She knew that the best way to buy time was to give a long answer. But she frankly didn't have the luxury of that much mental processing. Mifa, right? Ah, I remember now, the daughter of Mogok, the maid who follows the princess to Darway. Yes. Even while conversing, Mifa remained vigilant. Though she had managed to deflect the earlier blow, it had been with great difficulty. She had no confidence in her ability to respond to the incredibly fast advances of Lord Vogue. Still, it's a pity. At your age, there is no one across all of Basanta who can deflect my strikes. Truly, if only I had the time, you could reach my level. Hey, do you want to sheathe your sword? If you, Lord Vogue, sheathe your sword and leave this retreat palace, I would be willing. That's impossible. I made a promise to kill the princess over there. A promise? Mifa muttered, suspicious of Lord Vogue's words. Oops, I've said too much. If you really intend to protect the princess, I shall say no more. Die there, I will not die. Like a black whirlwind, Lord Vogue rapidly closed the distance. With the momentum, he thrust, and thrust again, followed by a horizontal slash. Mifa weaved, deflected, weaved, and then redirected the horizontal slash downward. She displayed perfect defense. Under normal circumstances, after redirecting downward, she should counterattack without hesitation. However, Mifa had no such leeway. Though she was managing to deflect all of Lord Vogue's attacks, she was unable even to attempt a counter. The disparity in power was evident. I knew this from the very beginning. She would not look down now, she would not kneel now, she would not succumb to despair now, she would protect Lady Shio. For that sole purpose, Mifa stood in the way. Her determination was communicated even to the facing Lord Vogue. Interesting, oh, how amusing, to think that the one preventing me is such a little girl. Lord Vogue spoke while laughing. Yet, as if recalling something, he momentarily returned to a serious face. No, it's foolish to judge someone by age or gender. I once killed someone who mocked me when I was young. How dangerous, how dangerous. You can afford to be careless. Ha, at your age you even engage in tactics. Lord Vogue replied with a smirk to Mifa's words. What Mifa had said was genuinely from the bottom of her heart. It would be more beneficial if he were to grow careless. There might even be a chance for a counterattack. Possibilities could open up anywhere, time and time again. Mifa deflected all of Lord Vogue's attacks. However, little by little, the cuts were increasing. Did his sword speed increase? No, it's that my responses are gradually becoming slower. Mifa understood the reason for the increasing cuts. Her right arm was gradually becoming numb, albeit slightly. She was successfully deflecting. That was a fact. Thus, when Lord Vogue's power struck Mifa's sword, it was redirected away from its intended target. However, at the moment of redirection, their swords would inevitably collide. It was, indeed, just a moment, and most of the force was being diverted. Yet the burden on Mifa's arm was not zero. The accumulation of that pressure was what caused the numbness in her arm. Mifa wielded a one-handed sword. Being right-handed, she held it in her right hand. Although she had also learned to fight with a short sword in her left hand, using it was not an option against someone of Lord Vogue's caliber. Mifa understood this before entering battle and had pushed thoughts of her left hand out of her mind. Still, I can still fight. This was a confirmation of her determination. She was aware of the overwhelming gap in combat power. She understood the burden on her arms, and yet, still, however, the collapse came suddenly. Clang! Ah! With a loud sound, Mifa's sword was knocked away. Lord Vogue had sensed the numbness in her arm and targeted her very weapon, just as she had experienced during her first mock battle with Abel. Not yet! She flashed her dagger in her left hand and lunged. Damn! As Mifa thrust her dagger, Lord Vogue deflected it with a single sword in his right hand while stepping in closer. Then with his free left fist, he struck Mifa in the abdomen. Ugh! Mifa stumbled backward and fell. In one blow, Mifa's combat ability was taken from her. Not bad, I don't dislike that last struggle. But as Lord Vogue took slow steps, he spoke. You were just a bit too early to fight me. Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll kill the princess right away, and you can go to the other world together. Though Mifa could not stand, she glared at Lord Vogue nonetheless. If one could kill someone with a glare, Mifa would have killed Lord Vogue. However, reality was not so. Lord Vogue raised his sword high. In that moment, Mifa continued to glare at Lord Vogue. At the moment Lord Vogue was about to swing down his sword, he felt something and turned around. Without hesitation, he parried the sword that flew towards him. Then a red light burst through the door. Clang. Lord Vogue received a downward strike from a man wielding a glowing red magic sword. Mifa, you held on well. Master, leave the rest to me. The one who had jumped in, Abel, nodded. He is drawing a special star-shaped, magic circle over the heart, and he's turning it into a puppet. Do you recall seeing that somewhere? Was it someone from the Western nations who used it? Did that person become the Pope, perhaps? Hetty. I see you've taken a liking to my disciple. You're the master of that little girl. Indeed, you're stronger than her. The sword fight between Abel and Vogue was intense. This was to gauge the strength of the opponent. Normally, if one doesn't know the strength of their opponent, they would approach with caution. However, the two of them engaged in battle right from the start, their swords clashing. At this point, taking a step back and being cautious was not an option that either would allow. If one retreats, they will be pushed further back. The only course of action was to continue fighting fiercely and gather information. Hey, Red. I might as well ask for your name. Hey, Black. When asking for someone's name, it's common courtesy to introduce yourself first. Abel, wielding a glowing red magic sword, was referred to as Red, while Vogue, with a black sword, was called Black. Yet neither of them introduced themselves in the end. The sword fight continued, with attacks and defenses switching back and forth fiercely. Strength, speed, technique, all were nearly equal. You're strong, Red. You too, Black. It seemed that this was what happened when they didn't introduce themselves. I see you barely showed up when that little girl was about to die. Was that on purpose? Are you an idiot? Why would I do that? I just took care of your group attacking the main gate. Don't tell me you don't even know your own strategy. I know the strategy. That's why I thought it would be easy to take down the princess with a direct hit, but in reality, it's turning out to be quite difficult. That's because of your lack of skill, Black. Shut up. Despite the light banter, the intensity of the sword fight hadn't changed since it began. Wow, Mifa, having drunk a potion that healed her minor wounds, whispered, Lord Vogue is currently the sword of the nation. He's also known to be one of the strongest swordsmen in history, though they say his personality is a bit difficult. Princess Xiaofen responded to Mifa's murmurs. In other words, he's recognized as the best swordsman in this nation's history, and to be able to fight on par with him, who exactly is Lord Abel? Master is incredible. Why, yes. I admit that, Mifa said confidently, surprising Princess Xiaofen a little with her intensity. In any case, the two could only watch. Moreover, there were many aspects that were not clearly visible. That alone indicated how high-level the sword fight between Abel and Vogue was. Hey, Red, the main gate was being attacked by an old man, right? You can't possibly have taken him down in such a short time, can you? Come on, Black. Not trusting someone's word seems to be due to your own small-mindedness. Your small-mindedness has been made clear. You bastard! It seemed that in terms of sharp retorts, Abel was superior. That was likely because he often engaged in delightful conversations with a certain water attribute mage. Yes, delightful conversations, indeed, it must be. The old man at the main gate is General Mifasoshi. I captured him. Did you really take down the attackers at the main gate before coming here? I told you, didn't I? Why don't you believe it? Under that old man's command, there were over 100 men attacking, right? If you say you suppressed them so quickly, it's hard to believe. You also took down about 20 of the Imperial Guards here by yourself, didn't you? It's not much different. No, fighting against the Princess Guard, who had no proper command, is totally different from a military led by the shield of the nation under an old man's command. Even though he was old, Vogue knew well of General Mifasoshi. Indeed, in terms of swordsmanship, Vogue was significantly superior. However, when it came to commanding troops, Vogue was no match. General Mifasoshi probably intended to lose from the start. What? He must have regretted not being able to stop the outrageous act of attacking the princess. Probably, I see, I don't understand. Vogue shook his head slightly, indicating he didn't comprehend Abel's explanation. Black, why did you join? For obvious reasons, money. Money? Yes, money, Vogue replied nonchalantly. You, given your impressive sword skills, you must have been granted a decent position by the nation, right? Yeah, I've been given the title of Sword of the Nation. I'm the highest-ranked swordsman in this country, Vogue answered with a hint of pride. Then, why? Abel couldn't comprehend why the top-ranked swordsman would join in such an outrageous act. Even though conflicts were occurring, there was still royalty present, and the governance of the country was not collapsing, nor were the lives of the citizens suffering. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a normal nation. If recognized as the top in that country, he should be receiving various privileges. I just want more money. That's all. Even if you get the money, if you do something like this, you'll have to leave the country, won't you? That's right. Once I get the money, I'll flee abroad. Is that how badly you want money? Swordsmen have a short peak. I have to earn while I can, don't you think? I believe I'm not saying anything strange. You're not saying anything strange, but the way you're going about it is wrong, isn't it? That's just a difference of perspective. Vogue smirked at Abel's critique. Naturally, he didn't expect Abel to agree. Then both stepped back from their sword clash to create some distance. Red, before I kill you, I'll ask your name. I'm Vogue. I'm Abel of the Natore Kingdom. Since Vogue introduced himself, Abel did the same. He added of the Natore Kingdom for some reason. He quite liked the sound of Abel of the Natore Kingdom. However, when Vogue heard that, he frowned. The Natore Kingdom? That's the bard's territory, right? King Abel I, who unified the kingdom, was said to be a swordsman with a red magic sword. You're not him, are you? General Mifasoshi mentioned it too. Do you all know the bard's songs that well? Of course. If the bard Wanashi, said to be the best in the eastern nations, is singing, I'll go to listen. The songs King of Adventurers and Duke Rondo, which are based on the War of Kingdom Liberation, are quite popular. Oh, I didn't know. Abel was surprised to find that songs based on his own story were spreading so far away. At the same time, he felt embarrassed. From now on, he decided to introduce himself simply as Abel. To think I could kill such a person as King Abel, I'm quite lucky. King Abel wouldn't die so easily, Vogue said with a laugh, while Abel shook his head slightly in denial. Even while talking, the two gradually moved. They began to move in a circular pattern, slowly counterclockwise, and they lunged at each other at the same time. Vogue struck downwards. Abel parried it in front, redirecting it to the side. With the redirected sword, Abel slashed diagonally. Vogue took a light backstep, dodging to the rear. Without missing a beat, Abel took a large step forward with his left foot and thrust with one hand. Vogue deflected it with his sword, rotating once and swinging horizontally. However, that was Abel's trap. By rotating once, he inevitably had to break his line of sight on his opponent. In that instant, Abel dove in. Entering Vogue's blind spot, Abel kept moving within it. Thrust. Abel stabbed his sword into Vogue's back, but in the next moment, he canceled all movements and distanced himself from Vogue. He ran toward the door between him and Princess Xiaofen. Clang, 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 clang. He deflected 5 talismans that flew from behind the open door, which resembled thin spears with his sword. However, he failed to deflect one, which injured Abel's left arm. Decide, don't interfere, Vogue shouted. He realized who had done what. That being said, Lord Vogue, I need you to kill the princess quickly. That's the agreement, isn't it? As he said this, a man in his mid-30s, wearing a white robe and with brown hair tied back, appeared from beyond the door. Lord Desai, Princess Xiaofen murmured his name. Hello, Princess Xiaofen. We've only met once at Lord Kan's mansion, but you remember me well. Desai's mouth twisted into a sinister smile. To have to go to such lengths just to kill one princess. No, it would have been easy if it were one of your other sisters, but Princess Xiaofen had no openings. I see. If that's a compliment, I'm honored. Princess Shio Fen paused briefly, then continued. The last king of the Ide Kingdom, King Sura's offspring, Lord Denihale. You knew that much? It seems Princess Shio Fen is not to be underestimated, Desai acknowledged with a laugh. By killing you, the Basanta kingdom will fracture and fall into chaos. Moreover, it will incite the anger of Darwe. The humiliated Darwe will likely make quite unreasonable demands. Naturally, the factions within Basanta that cannot accept that will grow stronger, and Basanta may meet its end. Is that your desire? Yes. The greatest part is that by simply killing you, I won't need to involve myself any further. I'll be able to leisurely watch from a foreign land as this country crumbles. Desai exaggeratedly bowed. However, Desai's allies were filled with dissatisfaction. Hey Desai, you stole my fun on the side. Lord Vogue, you were almost killed, weren't you? Shut up. I was enjoying a fight that could go either way. You'd better not interfere again. Well, understood, I won't interfere, but that swordsman probably can't move anymore, you know? What? Vogue was stunned by Desai's words. Indeed, Abel was on one knee looking pained. Well, let's wait at least until Lord Vogue delivers the finishing blow. Desai said this, closed the door, and placed a talisman. In reality, Abel was suffering. The necklace of serenity will recover from status ailments, but the numbness returns quickly. This is the first time I've experienced such a status. But I can't die here. Sorry, Abel, an unexpected interruption has come up. However, if I don't kill the princess, I won't get paid. I'll have to kill both you and the little girl. To leave no loose ends. Saying that, Vogue took a step closer. At that moment, Abel stood up, supporting himself with his glowing red magic sword. Of course, his legs were unsteady, and it seemed his eyes were unfocused. But he stood up. Hey, Desai, doesn't that mean dragons can't move? Vogue said with a hint of joy. That's true, but it's strange. Could it be you have some sort of equipment that resists status ailments? Is there such a thing? Such items do exist. However, they are all national treasures. I wouldn't expect a mere swordsman to possess one. Desai tilted his head as he spoke. However, Vogue nodded significantly. I see. Vogue was convinced that the Abel before him was King Abel the First. Thus he thought it was plausible, but that was all he voiced. What followed was directed at Abel. Hey Abel, I admire your spirit, but you can't fight anymore. I'll finish you off. That's foolish. Vogue, that's what you call carelessness. You really say that? Just saying it in that state of yours is already quite something. Vogue marveled as he looked at Abel, who was barely standing, supported by his sword. However, he quickly noticed something. Abel's eyes were not dead. You truly believe you can still fight, huh? Vogue said, looking into those eyes. Abel replied with a faint smile. Vogue, let me teach you something good. A master never loses in front of their disciple. With that, Abel readied his sword, but he did so differently than usual. A reverse grip. What do you plan to do holding that sword like that? Just as Vogue pointed out with suspicion, Abel held his usual magic sword in a reverse grip with his right hand. Abel, your sword is orthodox after all. There's no meaning in holding it that way. When adventuring, you learn various things to cope with emergencies. I've never met a strong swordsman who holds a sword in reverse grip. Is that so? Then that perception will change today. Shut up! Although Abel held the sword with his right hand, his left hand hung limply. It was numb and lacked strength. Anyway, I can't wield the sword with both hands. Abel's sword was something that could be wielded with either one or two hands, like a bastard sword. However, he had no confidence in being able to respond to Vogue's full-powered strikes with just one hand. But if he held it in reverse grip, he could support his sword with not just his wrist, but his entire right arm from elbow down, allowing him to respond to Vogue's strikes. Without letting his guard down, Vogue readied his sword. He understood Abel's strength. Even if his left arm was numb and he could only use his right arm, he was not someone to take lightly. But I won't lose. With that declaration, Vogue closed the distance in one go and struck down. Abel stepped in even further than usual, parrying with the sword held in reverse grip. At the same time, he rotated his body in a clockwise direction. Sword technique. Zero rotation revision. With his left foot as the axis, he rotated 270 degrees backward. Then from there, he pivoted on his right foot and rotated 180 degrees forward. He ended up behind Vogue's right side. The sword held in reverse grip pierced Vogue's right side. Releasing the sword lodged in Vogue, Abel took a dagger in reverse grip as well. While the magic sword was still stabbed into him, Vogue swung his sword. Dodging that while rotating, Abel emerged on Vogue's left side and drove the dagger into his left side with the momentum of the rotation. Pierced on both sides, Vogue coughed blood and knelt down. His gaze toward Abel was filled with astonishment. He had witnessed something unbelievable, experienced something impossible. Such surprise. When you hold it in reverse grip, it's important to rotate your body. Saying this in fragments, Abel too knelt down. The sword that supported his body remained lodged in Vogue. Vogue fell to the ground. The battle between the swordsmen, representing the Natore kingdom, and Basanta had come to a conclusion. To think that Lord Vogue would be defeated. However, it doesn't matter. I just have to take down everyone, Desai declared. Not happening. Mifa stood in front of Princess Shiofen, ready to protect her. Even Mifa understood that her master, Abel, could no longer move. It would be meaningless to let Princess Shiofen die now after she had risked her life to protect her. Moreover, Mifa's value lay in protecting Princess Shiofen. But suddenly the door to the audience chamber burst open. Hey, what happened? Both Mifa and Desai couldn't grasp what was happening for a moment. Downpour ice coffin, rain fell only around Desai for a brief moment, and the next instant he was trapped inside a coffin of ice. It was just when Desai was about to pull out a talisman from his pocket. Abel, entering through the door, was a robed mage with water attributes. You're late. Even though he was panting heavily, Abel managed to smile with one side of his face. If it's a pinch, you should properly say Echo of the Soul. You left it hanging. I forgot. Rio scolded, and Abel laughed once more. For now, here's a potion. Rio said this and took out a potion, making Abel drink it. Finally, they could take a breath. Rio, son. Mifa is safe, right? As far as I could see with the sonar, you shouldn't have any major injuries. Are you hurt? Yes, I'm fine. Mifa didn't understand the meaning of sonar, but conveyed that she was uninjured. Is that Princess Shiofen over there? I am Shio, granted the title of Princess Fen. You must be Rio. It's a pleasure to meet you. How polite. I am Rio from the Natore Kingdom. It's a pleasure to meet you too. As they exchanged such greetings, Abel, who had regained some mobility thanks to the potion, stood up and approached Vogue. He placed a finger against his neck. You're still alive, quite resilient, Abel muttered. Is that the person who almost defeated Abel? That black sword looks kind of cool. Is that what you're impressed by? Lord Vogue is said to be the best swordsman in the country. I see. It's impressive that you were able to win against such an amazing person. Rio nodded repeatedly in admiration. He mumbled that he would have liked to see that fight. With the sword held in reverse grip, finally. Reverse grip? What advantages does holding a sword that way have? Rio asked, tilting his head at Abel's unexpected response. Back on Earth, he had seen depictions in manga and anime of characters fighting while holding knives or shurikens in reverse grips. But he couldn't grasp the actual benefits. However, the Abel before him had fought in reverse grip and defeated a strong enemy. My left hand was numb. I had no choice but to take the blow with one hand. Holding it in reverse grip allows you to take blows. Rio sat down next to the fallen Vogue, still tilting his head, and pulled Abel's magic sword out from Vogue's right side. Ugh! A small sound escaped from Vogue's mouth. Hey, Abel protested at the shocking sight. Abel, you have a potion for yourself, right? After you pull out the dagger from your left side, why not use it? Yeah, I'll do it. But a bit more carefully. You should apply or make someone drink the potion as quickly as possible if you get injured, Kenneth said. I see. While Rio experimented with Abel's magic sword held in reverse grip, Abel pulled out the dagger lodged in Vogue, sprinkled half of the potion on the wound, and forced the rest down his throat. I see. By lifting my pinky and ring finger a bit and changing the wrist angle, I can indeed support the sword with my entire forearm. Rio moved Abel's magic sword lightly while simultaneously moving his arm. I see. By keeping the sides tight and bringing the sword closer to the body, you can withstand a full force strike with both hands. The movement naturally follows the rotation of the legs and hips. I had only thought that the benefit of holding the sword in reverse grip was that it was easier to thrust it into the opponent, but, Abel, you noticed it well. That's not just me, it's the wisdom of the Archipelago Sea region. Huh, Rio tilted his head again at Abel's answer. It was mentioned in a book I read in the Archipelago Sea region titled Knife Fighting on Board. Oh, wasn't that the book borrowed from Captain Dao? I see, some sailors do hold knives in reverse grip. Exactly, also. I had an experience once, fighting against opponents who used reverse grip or dual blades. What Abel recalled was the battle against San, the leader swordsman of the former A-rank party of Natore Kingdom, 5 dragons. In Run, a battle took place between Abel's red sword and the rank party 5 dragons. At that time, the San that Abel faced used a self-taught style. Abel remembered being toyed with by his reverse grip and dual blades. However, that experience allowed Abel to grow. Experience increases the number of drawers available. The abundance of these drawers is a treasure and a lifeline for adventurers. Indeed, considering that this battle might help Abel in the future somewhere at some point. That's true. Rio nodded repeatedly as he spoke, and Abel agreed. Indeed, one could never know what would be useful when or where. Damn! Whether it was the effect of the potion, Vogue seemed to have recovered enough to speak, lying on his back on the floor. Vogue, you've lost. I know that. I admit it, Abel stated, and Vogue accepted his defeat. That swordsman might run away once he recovers, right? Should we freeze him? With that kind of injury, he wouldn't fully recover even with a potion. Abel shook his head, saying it was unnecessary. However, the one who looked puzzled was the person in question. Freeze him? Vogue turned his gaze to the side and saw Desai encased in ice. Hey, is that person frozen in ice? That's right. Vogue, you're being suggested to be frozen in the same way. Wait. If I get frozen in ice, I'll die, right? Vogue panicked at Abel's words. It was only natural to panic. Desai was perfectly encased in ice. No, he's probably not dead. Ryo, he's not dead, is he? Yeah, he's alive. The conversation was exchanged in a very light tone. However, Abel suddenly voiced a question that had crossed his mind. Hey, Ryo. That guy was frozen in ice just as he was about to pull out a talisman. How is that possible? Possible how? Well, it was the same with Suje Kingdom. Talismans repel magic, right? How could he be frozen in ice? Abel, that's a wonderful question. Ryo nodded with a good smile at Abel's question. Mages do throw talismans, but they begin to function the moment they leave the finger, you know? Oh, of course, even in the preceding phase, it seems that the sorcerer's soul is connected to the talisman, right? Remember how Duke Helb mentioned that it's better not to touch the talismans? So they are indeed connected, but the moment they leave the finger, they start to function as talismans. Thus, it's possible to freeze the talisman before that point. That's why when we protected Sue Koo in the city and now, it all worked out well. Could it be that knowledge? Yes, it was in that book, Practical. The future opened by talismans and spirit talismans. That was like my reverse grip, and you too, Ryo. Absolutely, we're lucky to be book lovers. Both Abel and Ryo nodded repeatedly. Indeed, books are a treasure trove of knowledge. That knowledge can sometimes save lives. Both had experienced it firsthand. Wait. Vogue interrupted the air that seemed ready to disperse between the two. You two are acting a bit strange. How rude, the only one acting strange is Abel. It's not me, it's Ryo who's strange. In response to Vogue's comment, both Ryo and Abel argued back. It seemed they both believed they weren't the ones acting strangely. I can't say if it's strange or not, but I think neither of you is ordinary. Mifa, don't you think so? Princess Shio, I cannot answer that question. Princess Shio Fen and Mifa whispered to each other, appearing to lean closer to Vogue's opinion. Everyone, let's read books. And here's a tweet I found today. It seems there are places accepting signed copies. I, the author, don't know where or how far signed books go. Tsutay Yachio store. It seems they are also accepting signed copies of The Mage of Water Attributes Volume 5. A soldier specialized in enforcement from the censorate came and took Vogue and Desai away. In particular, Desai was transported with several magical power sealing devices due to being a sorcerer, and it left a strong impression on Abel that Ryo was digging deep into questions about them with the soldiers. He's definitely planning to ask someone he knows at the censorate next time. Abel's mutter was only heard by Mifa, who was sitting next to him. Mifa wisely said nothing in response, only offering a wry smile. Thank you very much, Teacher Abel, Lord Ryo, and Mifa. After the four returned to Princess Shio Fen's room, she expressed her gratitude. It was only the natural thing to do. We only took the last delicious part. Such humble words. When the three responded, the door opened, and the chamberlain entered. Your Highness, Sue Koo has arrived. Sue Koo, please show her in. Princess Shio Fen tilted her head as she replied. She had not expected any visitors today, which was why she tilted her head in confusion. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, Your Highness. Sue Koo, please don't worry about it. As Sue Koo entered the room, she apologized for her unexpected visit. For someone of her and the princess's status, it was customary in the Basanta Kingdom to schedule visits in advance. This practice was meant to avoid unnecessary troubles and prevent confusion among their subordinates. First and foremost, I'm just relieved that Your Highness is safe. Thank you. It's thanks to Mifa and Teacher Abel and Lord Ryo. I hear you're all staying at Sue Koo's mansion. Yes. My mansion is currently a treasure trove of talent. Sue Koo said this with a smile. However, after a brief moment of laughter, her expression turned somber. Actually, I visited regarding the recent attack. Upon saying this, Sue Koo recounted the circumstances surrounding Lord Kan that she had witnessed at Kan's mansion. Princess Shio Fen, along with the other three, was astonished by the story. Puppet! I've seen a star-shaped magic circle on the chest before, but that one granted the engraved person combat abilities that far surpassed those of a human. There are various kinds, aren't there? Ryo, have you seen one before? What are you saying? Abel saw it too. When Abel asked in surprise, Ryo replied with exasperation. This seemed to indicate a difference in how much interest each had in the potential of magic circles regarding swordsmen and mages. Remember when the embassy was attacked and Duke Helb had it engraved on one of his subordinates? Oh, I remember now, Abel recalled as Ryo explained. However, he soon noticed the astonished expressions on the other three. Oh no, the attack on the embassy was an exaggeration on Ryo's part. Ah, yes, there were no doors left, so we just went in and had a little discussion. Abel and Ryo attempted to calm the situation. I see. Well, let's pretend we didn't hear that. Speaking of Duke Helb, he's the brother of Duke Atinjo, a powerful sorcerer from the southern continent. By the way, did you two have a letter of introduction from Duke Helb? Yes. Duke Helb is indeed a powerful sorcerer. Compared to him, the sorcerer who attacked this time wasn't that strong. That's because he didn't get to do anything, Sue Koo confirmed as Ryo nodded, while Abel's mutter went unheard. Regarding this sorcerer, it seems that the only way to break the puppet engraved on Lord Kan is for Desai to die. Is there no way for Desai to break it herself? If it's a sorcery she cast herself, wouldn't she be able to undo it? Mifa posed a reasonable question. The puppet is deeply engraved in the target's soul, making it impossible for the caster to undo it themselves. Sue Koo replied, shaking her head. Should we have killed her instead of freezing her? Ryo muttered with a grim expression. However, if we did that, we wouldn't be able to clarify the underlying circumstances. Even if Lord Kan managed to get close, could he pull off something like this alone? For example, even if he hired Vogue, that guy said money is everything, but would Desai have enough funds to make all this possible? Wasn't it Lord Kan's money at play? To some extent, yes. Ryo and Abel continued their conversation. When a major incident occurs, investigating the underlying circumstances is crucial. The censorate is a direct organization under His Majesty the King. If they've been brought in, a thorough interrogation is to be expected. When Sue Koo said this, Abel and Ryo exchanged glances. When it comes to thorough interrogation, both of them thought of torture. In reality, neither had ever experienced torture or inflicted it. Given the gravity of the situation, Desai is sure to face the death penalty, but the execution will likely be months away. In that case, Lord Kan will be freed from the puppet in a few months. Both Princess Xiaofen and Sue Koo frowned. Even though it was the law of the land, it was quite harsh. After some further discussion, they disbanded for the day. Of course, Sue Koo, Mifa, Abel, and Ryo were all staying at Sue Koo's mansion. 2 days later, an interrogation of the four by the censorate was conducted. The location was Sue Koo's mansion, where the censorate's interrogator came to conduct the questioning. The day before, Princess Xiaofen had been interrogated prior to the four's questioning, so the questioning of the four was almost a formality. Among the four, it seemed that one person had actively asked many questions. That person wore a robe and utilized water attribute magic. Ryo, you definitely asked a mountain of questions and troubled the interrogator. What are you saying, Abel? That's a baseless accusation. I only asked Bafo-san a little about the magical power sealing devices. Bafo-san was the person in charge of Ryo's interrogation. Considering he had also been in charge of the previous interrogation, he might be recognized within the censorate as Ryo's handler. You asked to see the materials on those devices later, didn't you? Ah, well, I did say that, but it can't be helped. Intellectual curiosity is a privilege granted to people. That desire to know what you don't know has driven the development of this society. He deliberately turned it into an elaborate discourse to shift the focus. This was one of Ryo's specialties. I don't care about societal development, just don't bother people too much. It didn't work on Abel. Well, they said they couldn't teach me the detailed mechanisms behind it. To prevent misuse, I suppose? Yes. It seems that rather than being sorcery-related, they are alchemy tools, so I'm interested in all of them. Now that I think about it, there were similar alchemy tools in the kingdom. Certainly it wouldn't be good if they were misused. Ryo was astonished by Abel's casual remark. There are some in the kingdom, why didn't you tell me about them? Even if you say that. Didn't you hear it from Kenneth? I didn't. They probably thought it would be a huge issue if they told you. When I return to the kingdom, I'll abuse the authority of the First Duke to obtain them and investigate. Hey, stop that! The First Duke declared his intentions for wrongdoing, and the king sought to stop him. Don't you find it interesting too, Abel? Find what interesting? I don't care, I'm a swordsman. Even while wearing magical power sealing devices, can combat techniques or sword techniques still be activated? Ah, I suppose that is indeed interesting. The First Duke's provocation got the king on board. The chaos of the nation had reached its peak. That said, I have no idea when I'll be able to return to the Natore kingdom. Next time the censorate goes to visit, will you come along, Abel? For a trial, we could try wearing magical power sealing devices and see if combat techniques or sword techniques can be activated. I'll think about it a bit. 3 weeks have passed since the Retreat Palace attack incident. The capital, Janjan, was peaceful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Sue Koo residence was at its center. Pierce through. Icicle Lance 16. The sound of Ryo's chant echoed through the garden, the sound of everything being deflected by a sword. Not yet. Pierce through again. Icicle Lance 32. The sound of ice spears doubled in number, being deflected again by a sword. Impressive, let's take a short break. Yes, thank you, Mifa replied, breathless to Ryo's words. This was a training scene of Mifa, slightly altered. It's not bad at all that Ryo can deflect 32 of those ice spears. Thank you, Abel praised her, and although Mifa could not hide her fatigue, she bowed her head happily. Not bad at all. You would rank in the top 3 of the elite Run Knight Order. If you insist on using a one-handed sword, techniques like parrying, deflecting, and redirecting are essential. To rank among the top 3 of the elite Run Knight Order, Abel nodded happily at Ryo's words. The growth of his disciple was the most rewarding thing for a master. What exactly is the Run Knight Order? Mifa asked while sitting down in a chair, trying to recover from her fatigue. They are one of the most powerful Knight Orders in our Natore kingdom. A Knight Order is, well, it's a combat group. They are people who train daily to defeat enemies on the battlefield using swords, spears, and shields. They are professionals at fighting, even more than adventurers, Ryo and Abel explained. Since Mifa had almost no knowledge of the Central Nations, she learned about knights from them. Can I really become strong enough to compare to such people? Mifa asked anxiously. Yes, absolutely, Ryo assured her with a thumbs up. After giving her a thumbs up, Ryo looked closely at Mifa's one-handed sword. He gazed intently. Ryo-san? Hey, Ryo, Mifa looks a bit unsettled. Mifa and Abel spoke to Ryo, who was staring at Mifa's sword. Oh, is it because Mifa insists on using a one-handed sword because in Darwe, one-handed swords are mainstream? Mifa was surprised by Ryo's observation. No, when we spoke at the censorate, Bafo-san mentioned that one-handed swords are mainstream in Darwe. Mifa, you're going to the court there as a maid to the princess, right? If a brawl breaks out and you have to fight with an enemy's weapon, you'll end up fighting with a one-handed sword, so it would be better to get used to handling one from now on, right? Yes, that's exactly right. With even wider eyes filled with surprise than before, Mifa nodded, affirming Ryo's deduction. Ryo nodded several times, but then stopped when he looked at Abel. Abel doesn't seem surprised at all. Did you happen to know? I didn't know for sure, but I had guessed it might be for that reason. Is that why you're acting so superior? I'm not acting superior at all. For some reason, Ryo said with regret, causing Abel to smile wryly. I've heard that in the area around Darwe, what the Central Nations call the Eastern Lands, one-handed swords are mainstream. So I just thought that might be the reason. The power of education is quite terrifying. Well, I could grip it with both hands if I really wanted to, but compared to a bastard sword, it's too short. The length of the sword and the length of the grip are determined by how it is used. There's always a reason behind it. Weapons carry the weight of life. Your own life, the life of those you must protect, and the life of your enemies. The length, weight, thickness, and all of that is the pinnacle of functionality. That's what I believe shapes weapons. Both Ryo and Abel use swords. However, the shapes of their swords are different. The length, weight, center of gravity, and of course, the length of the grip they hold are all distinct. All of that has a necessity forming that length. Mifa, you're willing to dedicate everything to protect Princess Shio-fen. Yes, master. Abel confirmed this with very kind eyes, and Mifa nodded firmly. That alone is unwavering. It forms the core of Mifa's being. All right, let's continue with the training. Having endurance means increasing the probability of survival. Let's do our best, Mifa. Yes. Please, Ryo encouraged the training again, and Mifa stood up and walked to the center of the garden. Watching this, Abel spoke. When Ryo, who is a bundle of endurance, says something, it has a lot of persuasive power. Those who can stand until the end will survive. It's sad to say that you couldn't move due to fatigue and couldn't defend against the enemy's attack. Indeed. All right, I'll join in too. Ryo, launch some ice spears at me. Saying that, Abel stood up from his chair and began walking to the center of the garden. Are you doing it too, Abel? Yeah, you can do it, right? Of course I can, but let's make sure the spears for Abel aren't pointed but rounded at the tips. No, I'd prefer you not to do that because if something goes wrong, it could kill me. Is that so? Then let's start with 256 spears for you. That's impossible. While the 3 of them were training in the reception room of the Sue Koo residence, Sue Koo and Director Magok were having a discussion. By the way, Director Magok was in Mifasoshi to see off Mifa, who was accompanying Princess Shio-fen on her marriage procession. The princess's departure is in 3 days. We've managed to clarify some aspects of the Desai incident by then, at least to some degree. Yes, but as suspected, it was found that they were financially backing Desai. I see. It's the ripple effect of the upcoming imperial succession struggle in Darwe. We couldn't identify which of the 3 princes was behind it, though. Both Director Magok and Sue Koo frowned. As expected, the investigation within the Basanta kingdom couldn't pinpoint which of the 3 princes vying for the imperial throne in Darwe was providing the funds. And, as if it were natural, Desai died during the investigation. In prison, it was ruled a suicide. Though it was staged as a suicide, it's probably a silencing act. Sue Koo speculated, and director Mogok agreed. It seemed that the censorate was quite busy due to this suicide. Indeed, it was after the first prince, who was the crown prince, passed away that Darway fell into disorder. Exactly. After that, 3 princes advanced to the rank of prince, but the fact that no new crown prince has been established means that the Emperor of Darway is still in doubt. The second prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince, that means those who haven't advanced to the rank of prince, like the 5th prince and the 6th prince? Yes. They won't be considered as candidates for the next emperor. Of course, if they were to advance to the rank of prince in the future, possibilities might emerge, but they would likely be seen as having missed the boat. Probably they won't get a chance anymore. Well, if that's the case, the influential figures wouldn't try to champion them. Sue Koo sighed heavily. Darway is enormous. The absolute power of its emperor is also immense. They will go to any lengths to secure the throne. If one were to lose the struggle, there would be no guarantee of life afterwards. The possibility of receiving death from a new emperor is far higher. To marry the 6th prince, who is outside this imperial succession struggle, while having one's life targeted in one's homeland. Although various factors are unavoidable, it's still a hard pill to swallow. Both Sue Koo and director Mogok liked the intelligent Princess Shio Fen. They didn't want to see her get caught up in a power struggle, yet they understood that it was beyond their ability to intervene. Hopefully, Mifa and the other maids accompanying her will serve as a comfort to the princess. Upon hearing Sue Koo's words, director Mogok nodded. The next day in the evening, a mock battle between Abel and Mifa was taking place in the garden of the Sue Koo residence. As usual, Ryo was seated in a chair around the garden, but today was different. The host Sue Koo, along with Mifa's parents, Director Mogok and his wife, were also seated and watching. Today was the final day of Mifa's training. "All right, that's enough for now," Abel announced the end of the training. Mifa was out of breath. Today there had been nearly a full day of continuous combat, culminating in an all-out mock battle with Abel. Naturally, she was at the peak of fatigue, but Mifa sheathed her sword and stood at attention. Then she deeply bowed to Abel. "Thank you very much." Her voice was hoarse, but it was clear, filled with genuine gratitude from the bottom of her heart. "Mifa, you've done well up to this point." Abel's gaze was gentle as he said this. "I believe I have conveyed everything I can to Mifa so far. Of course, the path of the sword still stretches far ahead. I am still on the way myself. Therefore, continue to practice diligently from now on." "Yes." "Oh, right," Abel said as if he had just remembered, and right behind him, Ryo had somehow appeared. He was holding something in both hands, offering it like a gift. Abel took it and presented it to Mifa. "This is a farewell gift from the master to the departing disciple. Please take it with you." "What is this?" What Abel handed over was a longer short dagger. It was a bit too short to be called a sword, but longer than what one might imagine a short dagger to be. A short dagger with a blade length of 59 centimeters. "I checked with the censorate, and it seems this length is acceptable for self-defense in the Darway Imperial Court. It wouldn't be permissible during formal ceremonies, but in the everyday court. A request is necessary, but Princess Shio Fen will submit the application for you. With this, I will protect the princess." Upon receiving it, Mifa began to cry profusely. Abel looked a bit troubled. He was not good at saying the right words during such moments. It was Mifa's parents who offered a helping hand. "Thank you, Teacher Abel, for guiding Mifa." "I'm not sure what to say. I thought Mifa's previous swordsmanship was decent, but what I saw today was something entirely different. I never expected her to grow this much." Lady Mogok and Director Mogok expressed their gratitude to Abel. "Everything is the result of Mifa's own efforts. She will likely reach peak fatigue tonight. Please allow her to rest at the residence. Since she's young, a good night's sleep should have her recovered by tomorrow," Abel replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Mifa was still standing and crying. Supporting her gently from behind were Director Mogok and his wife. Here, there was a family's love. After the 3 members of the Mogok family left the Sue Koo residence, Ryo and Abel were called to Sue Koo's office. "The day after tomorrow, Princess Shio Fen will depart for her marriage procession." Ryo and Abel nodded at Sue Koo's words. "Lord Abel, you had said you would stay until Mifa's training was complete, but now that Mifa is also departing with the princess, you two will be heading north to Darway, I presume?" "Yes. We plan to pass through Darway and return to the Central Nations," Abel stated clearly. "It would have been easier if I could be involved in the princess's marriage procession, but given the nature of state affairs, that was impossible." Both Abel and Ryo chuckled at Sue Koo's unreasonable words. While Princess Shio Fen herself might prefer that, it still wasn't an option. The responsibility for the wedding procession would come from the Darway homeland, where officials would arrive to cooperate with the Basanta Kingdom for the procession. "The procession will set out with 10 ships," stopping at the Darway port for an unveiling. The first port of call will be Port Town Randa in southern Darway, but Sue Koo paused to drink tea and moisten his throat. Then he continued speaking. From Janjan to Randa, merchant ships will follow behind the marriage procession. It's somewhat of a farewell tradition and has become one of the customs of the Eastern nations. There will be enough space on those merchant ships for the two of you. Oh, Rio exclaimed involuntarily at Sue Koo's words. Of course, those merchant ships will conduct trade in Port Town Randa and then return to Janjan, so you will disembark in Randa and from there make your way north through Darway by yourselves. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that as well. Both Abel and Rio promptly accepted Sue Koo's proposal without hesitation. I will prepare identification issued by our country. However, while it will be effective in southern Darway, honestly, I'm not sure what will happen as we get closer to the imperial capital. Well, we'll manage something. I'm glad to hear you say that. Also, regarding your assets, the money brought from the Archipelago Sea region, would you like me to convert it into a letter of credit for easier transport? Once in Darway, you could have it exchanged for a Darway currency letter of credit in Randa, and then you could withdraw money from any bank in Darway. Rio nodded along with Sue Koo's words, but he was surprised and widened his eyes at the last part. Did you just say bank? Yes, I did. What is a bank? Rio asked, and Sue Koo nodded as Abel inquired about the unfamiliar term. There were no banks in the Central Nations or the Western Nations. The Adventurers Guild served as a substitute. The Adventurers Guild holds excess funds from adventurers, allowing them to withdraw from anywhere in the country. It's something like that? I see. That sounds convenient, Rio explained, and Abel nodded. Seeing that, Sue Koo realized that there were no banks in the Central Nations. I'll have the people on the merchant ship that you'll be boarding handle those procedures. Is that all right? Of course. The merchant ship that will take you is the Sue Koo. It's my family's merchant vessel, Sue Koo said with a bright smile. You're not just a daimyo, but also a merchant. No wonder this splendid residence is here. I had thought you were previously an adventurer or something, Rio and Abel remarked. Both are correct. Separately from my family, I started a business with the money I earned during my adventure days. Horses are my main product, but I deal with various things as well. Vogue should have taken a page from this, Abel's mutter was heard by no one. 2 days later, the marriage ceremony for Princess Xiaofen was held, and as the citizens of Janjan saw them off, the 10 ships of the marriage procession departed from the port of Janjan. Following them, dozens of merchant ships also set sail from Janjan. Among them were Rio and Abel, who boarded the Sue Koo ship. Finally, we're heading to the superpower of Darway. I'm looking forward to it. I hope we can pass through smoothly. Both Rio and Abel smiled, looking forward to the future. Chapter 3, The Basanta Kingdom has ended. Tomorrow at noon there will be one intermission, and at 9 p.m. the main story will be posted. At last, Chapter 4, The Superpower begins. The day after Princess Xiaofen's marriage procession fleet set sail from Janjan at the Sue Koo residence. Mifa had departed with the princess, so Director Magok came to greet Sue Koo upon returning to Mifasoshi. However, since Sue Koo was also the daimyo of Mifasoshi, she would be returning there shortly as well. Anyway, I'm glad we were able to send her off safely. Yes. All we can do now is pray for her safe arrival in the imperial capital. Both Sue Koo and Director Magok felt that there was nothing more they could do but pray from this point forward. While they were discussing this, urgent news arrived. I'm sorry, Director. No, please don't mind me. Sue Koo opened the received seal and read the letter. It came sooner than expected. She murmured and handed the letter to Director Magok. May I read it? It will soon be information that reaches you as well. Upon hearing Sue Koo's words, Director Magok read the letter. The civil war in the Jejishlu Federation has ended. The Eastern Domain Lord has taken control. The Eastern Domain Lord was supported by the Duchy of Atinjo, right? Indeed, this means that the Federation will also be absorbed by the Grand Duchy. Even though I had anticipated this outcome, I thought it would be 6 months to a year later. Is that your opinion as the director of the Western Bureau? Yes. Our country's intelligence activities and information gathering are one thing, but we must improve our analysis capabilities. Director Magok shook his head repeatedly at how far off the predictions were. Between the Grand Duchy and the Basanta Kingdom lies the Forest of No Confusion. The Forest of No Confusion, which cannot be traversed, makes it impossible to pass through. Therefore, the influence of the Grand Duchy must come from the sea. Recently, the Grand Duchy placed the free city of Kubevasa under its protection, designating it as the autonomous city of Kubevasa. Moreover, Duke Helb, the Grand Duke's younger brother, still resides in Kubevasa. The chaos that ensued when it was placed under protection has completely subsided, resulting in an extremely calm situation. I'm concerned that Duke Helb is still residing in the autonomous city of Kubevasa. Yes, We have received no reports of issues that would prevent him from leaving Kubevasa itself. Therefore, there must be some other country or significant matter that cannot be ignored, possibly something across the sea. I certainly want to know about that. We of the Eastern nations have an inseparable relationship with the sea. To the east of the Eastern nations lies the vast ocean. No one knows how far it extends. It is an immense sea. That sea spreads to the south, connecting to the so-called archipelago sea region. There are legends that it connects to the southern seas of the central nations in the west. But no one has lived to confirm it. It is mostly just a matter of folklore. By the way, there was a report that Kraken were rampaging recently. Yes, there was. In the past month, we have not heard any reports of our ships being sunk, but when unusual events happen, it certainly causes concern. Indeed, at 9 p.m., I will post the main story. Finally, Chapter 4, Superpower is here, the center of the Eastern nations. You are amazing for listening to chapters 471 to 570 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.